Chapter 1. Entering the Apocalypse. Wang Bin, a junior majoring in financial management, excelled not only academically, but was also somewhat handsome, making him quite popular among his female classmates. Unfortunately, this campus heartthrob was already taken. Wang Bin was not merely a bookworm. He occasionally indulged in video games. Recently, he had been engrossed in a single-player game titled Survival of the Apocalypse, and after nearly a month of dedication, he finally completed it. At the moment he finished the game, an email appeared on his computer screen. Upon reading it, Wang Bin felt a surge of excitement, as he had noticed during his time on the game forums that no one seemed to receive an email after completing the game. This sparked a flicker of anticipation in his heart. After evaluation, you are the player who completed the game in the shortest time and collected the most resources. We cordially invite you to enter the world of the apocalypse. A friendly reminder. Entering the world of the apocalypse poses life-threatening dangers. If you die there, you will not return to the real world. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. Please select your answer, yes or no. Stunned by the email, Wang Bin found himself at a crossroads. Should he choose to accept or decline? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to embrace the opportunity. He was an adventurer at heart, always in pursuit of excitement. Why not join if it could transform his mundane life into something extraordinary? Congratulations on making the right choice. We believe you will experience unimaginable adventures in the world of the apocalypse. Now binding the system. System binding successful. Players can freely enter the world of the apocalypse through this system. Before entering, please familiarize yourself with the system rules. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. First, if you die in the world of the apocalypse, you cannot return to the real world. Second, each time you enter the apocalypse world, you must survive for 7 days before you can return to the real world. Third, the time ratio between the real world and the apocalypse world is 1:24, meaning 1 day in the real world equals 7 days in the apocalypse world. Fourth, players may carry non-living items freely between the two worlds. Fifth, the apocalypse world is a ruthless realm devoid of rules. Players should prioritize their survival. The world of the apocalypse will commence in 4 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Realizing he had only 4 hours to prepare, Wang Bin sprang into action, readying himself for this odyssey into the unknown. The immediate priority was to procure essential items for survival in the apocalypse world. Surviving the first 7 days was paramount. However, since he began dating his girlfriend Zhao Qian, even with weekend work, he found himself short on funds. What to do? I suppose I'll have to borrow a little from my roommates, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. Resolute, Wang Bin hastened to find his roommates, both of whom he had a good rapport with and who often looked out for him. Upon hearing he needed to borrow money, they assumed it was for Zhao Qian and readily offered their meager living expenses. Unfortunately, with the month nearing its end, they could only scrape together 1,000 yuan. Grateful, Wang Bin dashed out of the school and headed to a military supply store, where he purchased a large, sturdy military backpack, a shovel, a water bottle, a flashlight, and a high-voltage stun baton. He had hoped to acquire a dagger, but alas, it was unavailable. Next, he visited a supermarket to stock up on provisions, departing only when his backpack could hold no more. Upon returning to campus, he noticed that less than half an hour remained before the designated time. With no time to bid farewell to Zhao Qian in person, he resorted to a quick phone call. Hello, Zhao Qian. Hello, Wang Bin. What's up? I'm heading out to work tomorrow. I probably won't be back until the day after. I have something to discuss with you when you return. All right. See you the day after. Goodbye. After concluding the call, Wang Bin sought a secluded corner to await the appointed time. As night fell, he managed to avoid detection. When the moment arrived, with a whoosh, he was transported into the world of the apocalypse. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a dilapidated house, the air thick with dust, unmistakably a place long abandoned. Wang Bin searched the premises but discovered it had been ransacked. Aside from some old furniture, there was nothing of value. Peering through the window, he noticed a few scattered zombies wandering the desolate street, while silence enveloped the surrounding buildings, seemingly devoid of any living souls. Should I stay here for 7 days or venture out to explore this world? Perhaps it would be wise to venture out. Resolute, Wang Bin carefully observed the nearby structures and the zombies' movements through the window. After plotting a route, he retrieved the shovel from his backpack and cautiously stepped outside. The zombies on the street were sparse, some in groups, and others solitary. Despite this, Wang Bin refrained from engaging them in combat. He had sufficient food and water for now. Exploring this new world took precedence. While other concerns could be addressed later, as he navigated the city, Wang Bin skillfully avoided the zombies and soon sensed something amiss. He felt as though he was being followed. While walking, he activated the selfie mode on his phone and, using the camera, spotted a young girl in the ruins behind him. Observing him intently, he understood that in this apocalyptic world, humans could be more terrifying than zombies. He needed to shake off his pursuer swiftly. Increasing his pace, he directed himself toward more secluded areas. However, he realized that his follower was faster and more familiar with the surroundings. No matter how he tried to escape, he could not elude her. Wang Bin recognized that if this continued, he would not be able to evade her tracking. He would need to devise a plan to confront her. Surveying his surroundings, he chose to enter a 5-story building, relieved to find it devoid of zombies. Selecting a room, he concealed himself with the shovel, preparing to ambush his pursuer. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he caught sight of a head peering through the window, observing him closely. Startled, Wang Bin involuntarily shouted. The girl, having deduced from her observations that Wang Bin was a novice, ceased hiding. She deftly climbed through the broken window, brandishing a gleaming dagger as she approached him. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Wang Bin brandished the shovel, retreating step by step. The girl, her expression impassive, slowly advanced, eventually cornering Wang Bin. Now standing so close, he could finally see her features clearly. Despite the grime on her face, he could tell that beneath it all, she would be considered a beauty once cleaned up. Her attire resembled that of a bandit from a martial arts film, tattered and filthy, with her hands wrapped in cloth. "If you wish to live, leave the backpack behind." Once the girl realized Wang Bin had nowhere to run, she finally spoke. Hearing her words, Wang Bin felt a surge of frustration. Why hadn't he hidden his backpack better before venturing out? Wasn't this an invitation for theft? Regret was futile now. He needed to strategize. Observing her demeanor, it was clear she was a formidable adversary, and he had little chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Yet, if he surrendered the backpack, how would he survive the ensuing 7 days? With a determined resolve, Wang Bin decided to fight back. Even if he could not defeat her, he would make a desperate attempt to break free. Wang Bin swung his entrenching tool forcefully towards his opponent, yet the young girl exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading his attack with a swift sidestep. In the next moment, she struck him in the abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse onto the ground. Chapter 2. Re-entering the wolf's den, the young girl swiftly approached Wang Bin, pressing a dagger against his throat. He had no doubt that the slightest movement on his part would result in her ruthlessly slicing open his neck. "Drop your weapon." With the blade poised at his neck, Wang Bin found himself with no other option but to obediently discard his shovel onto the ground. "Leave the backpack, and you may go." Wang Bin remained silent, reluctantly unbuckling his backpack. Just as he managed to free one hand and turned to release the other, he suddenly pushed the dagger away with his left hand, drawing an electric baton from his waist with his right and thrusting it towards her. The powerful current incapacitated her instantly, sending her convulsing to the ground. Wang Bin hurried over, picked up the fallen dagger, and placed it against the girl's neck. After gazing at her for a moment, he found himself unable to strike, letting out a sigh as he sheathed the dagger and reclaimed his shovel. Observing the girl still lying on the ground, trembling slightly, he ultimately retrieved a bag of bread, a pack of ham, and a bottle of cola from his backpack, placing them before her before leaving the room. The girl, astonished that Wang Bin had not only spared her life but had also offered her tempting food, was taken aback. Such beautifully packaged items had become a rarity years ago. Furthermore, the laws of the apocalypse dictated that one must not show mercy to enemies. Had she been in Wang Bin's position, she would have likely dispatched him without hesitation. In that moment, the girl developed a profound interest in Wang Bin, his visage indelibly etched in her memory. Following the recent encounter, Wang Bin resolved to find a safe haven before concealing his backpack and exploring this new world. However, misfortune struck. Shortly after escaping the girl, he found himself surrounded by 3 men wielding clubs. "Kid, be wise and hand over your backpack," one of them demanded. "That's right, just give us the backpack, and we won't kill you." Wang Bin cursed his bad luck under his breath, tightening his grip on the shovel as he sought an escape route. The 3 seasoned men formed a triangular formation around him, leaving him with no chance of evasion. The only way out was to fight through. Realizing he had no choice but to charge, Wang Bin drew a dagger with his left hand while holding the shovel in his right. The sight of the dagger instilled a hint of fear in the three men. If Wang Bin had only possessed the shovel, they would have easily dispatched him. But with the dagger in hand, a single cut could very well claim their lives. Seeing the trepidation on their faces filled Wang Bin with a sense of satisfaction. What now? He pondered. His backpack must contain food. We need to seize it. The thought of them wanting to consume him sent a shiver down his spine. What kind of world was this? The three men regained their composure, their expressions greedy as they began to close in on him slowly. Wang Bin observed intently, noting the exceptional coordination among the trio. Regardless of which direction he attempted to break through, his back would undoubtedly be exposed to the other two. But I have my backpack. I can use it as a shield against my rear. As the encroaching circle gradually tightened, Wang Bin sprang into action, brandishing his entrenching tool and charging forward in a determined direction. The assailant appeared equally formidable, showing no inclination to evade. He raised his iron rod and struck at Wang Bin's entrenching tool. If he could merely restrain Wang Bin for a moment, his two companions could swiftly deliver a blow to Wang Bin's head from behind. The clash of metal echoed sharply as the entrenching tool met the iron rod, the force nearly causing Wang Bin to lose his grip. The distance between them narrowed, prompting Wang Bin to swiftly slash with his dagger in his left hand. The adversary, seeing the dagger approach, instinctively recoiled, but alas, his right arm caught the blade, blood gushing forth immediately. Yet, he remained resolute, suppressing any cry of pain. After all, the surrounding undead could be drawn to any sound. Despite the injury, he hastily bound his wound with cloth, aware that zombies were not only visually impaired but highly sensitive to sound and scent, particularly the scent of blood. Should he fail to tend to his injury promptly, he would surely attract the nearby zombies. Upon noticing the adversary had yielded some ground, Wang Bin surged forward, with the other two brandishing their clubs in pursuit. The injured man, having hastily dressed his wound, following with a fiery glare. Meanwhile, the girl, having recovered swiftly, seized the food and soda from the ground, indulging voraciously. A gulp of soda flooded her senses with unparalleled delight, and she burped contentedly. It had been 4 or 5 years since she last savored ham and soda, and the memories of their flavors evoked a poignant recollection of her family's joyful life before the apocalypse, causing her eyes to well with tears. After some time, she steadied her emotions. Although her hands were still laden with bread, ham, and soda, she hesitated to consume more, opting instead to carry the provisions back to her hiding place, intending to stash them securely and exchange a few ham pieces for a dagger. On her way back, she spotted Wang Bin, the one who had provided her sustenance, being pursued by 3 individuals racing toward her. Witnessing Wang Bin's plight, she could not help but sigh inwardly, such a novice. As Wang Bin fled, he suddenly stumbled over a stone in his path, falling to the ground, his dagger flying from his grasp. The sight of the dagger sparked a glimmer in the girl's eyes. Soon, the pursuing trio caught up with Wang Bin, who attempted to flee again, only to find himself cornered against a wall. "Hey, you think you can run?" one of them taunted. "How dare you wound me with a dagger? Soon, I shall personally flay your skin, making you experience a fate worse than death." The 3 individuals encircled Wang Bin, refraining from immediate action, instead exerting psychological pressure while panting heavily. At that moment, Wang Bin wielded only a spade, a tool that posed little threat to them. The instant he revealed even the slightest vulnerability, they would undoubtedly strike him down. Of course, Wang Bin also carried an electric baton at his waist, his secret weapon, which he intended to reserve for a decisive blow when they drew near. The girl initially had no intention of intervening, but recalling how he had spared her life and provided her with sustenance softened her heart. Stealthily, she emerged from the rubble to retrieve the dagger lying on the ground. Wang Bin immediately spotted the girl emerging from the debris, but the 3 men, facing away from her, remained oblivious to her presence. The girl signaled Wang Bin to remain silent, and then picked up a stone, stealthily approaching like a cat without making a sound. With a sudden thud, one of the men had no time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Upon noticing someone behind them, one of the men swung his club at the girl. She displayed remarkable agility, sidestepping his attack and plunging the dagger into his abdomen. The man whose arm had been slashed by Wang Bin recognized her instantly, understanding her prowess. He wasted no time fleeing in terror. "Don't let him escape," the girl urged, wanting to withdraw the dagger to pursue the fleeing man, but alas, He clung to her hand with a vice-like grip, forcing her to rely on Wang Bin to chase him down. Wang Bin, unsure of the reason for pursuing the man, nonetheless grabbed his spade and gave chase. Unfortunately, burdened by a heavy pack of food, his speed was severely hindered, and he could not catch up. Moreover, the commotion had attracted nearby zombies, many of whom were now staggering toward them. The girl swiftly kicked the man to the ground and shouted at Wang Bin, "Run!" Upon hearing her cry, Wang Bin glanced at the approaching zombies and hurriedly followed her lead. The girl was intimately familiar with the terrain, unlike Wang Bin, who dashed down the street. She navigated the ruins with agility, quickly leaving the zombies far behind. Fleeing through the debris had its advantages. It was less likely for them to be spotted. In this apocalyptic world, while zombies were terrifying, they lacked intelligence. As long as one evaded their line of sight, safety was largely assured. Humans, however, were a different matter. Once targeted, one could only find security by eliminating the threat. Moreover, when an adversary lurked in the shadows while one remained exposed, the timing of danger became utterly unpredictable. Even after evading the zombies, the girl persisted in her flight through the ruins without pausing. Wang Bin, burdened with a pack of provisions, felt utterly exhausted. Yet he understood that he could not afford to pause. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, having run daily during his middle school years, his physical stamina was relatively robust. Thus, the two of them sprinted for nearly an hour, until the young girl led Wang Bin to a secluded ruin. The area was strewn with numerous buildings, predominantly 2- or 3-story villas, shrouded in overgrown weeds and an air of desolation. Casting a glance at the nearly spent Wang Bin, the girl dashed into one of the structures. Upon realizing they had arrived at their destination, Wang Bin followed suit. However, as he entered, a dagger was pressed against his neck. "Don't move. Drop that shocking device." At that moment, Wang Bin was too exhausted to protest. He simply collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Wait, let's not act rashly. We can talk this out." Observing his fatigue, the girl cautiously held her dagger at the ready. "As long as you don't harm me, I can offer you more food." At the mention of food, the girl's eyes brightened, though she remained vigilant. To gain her trust, Wang Bin brandished the electric baton before her, then tossed it onto the ground at her feet. Based on their initial encounter and her earlier assistance, he believed that the girl had a fundamentally kind heart, albeit one that could turn lethal if provoked. The girl refrained from retrieving the electric baton, opting instead to kick it aside. She was uncertain whether Wang Bin might attempt to use it against her, as had happened previously, which could lead to dire consequences. Seeing that she did not approach the baton, Wang Bin opened his backpack and began to unload a generous assortment of food and beverages onto the ground. The sight of bread, marinated eggs, sausages, biscuits, spicy strips, drunken peanuts, crispy rice, candies, beef jerky, duck necks, white wine, red wine, cola, and coffee left the girl in awe. Such items were considered luxuries in the current world, often unattainable even to behold. Yet here was this individual producing a wealth of provisions. "If you allow me to stay with you for 7 days, I will share half of this with you." "What? Half? You would give me half?" "Indeed, half is yours. I cannot consume it all alone." As it was Wang Bin's first encounter with this post-apocalyptic world, he had packed an ample supply of food, enough to sustain him for 20 days if rationed properly. Sharing half with the girl would still leave him with plenty. "Where did you acquire all this food?" "That is a secret I cannot divulge. However, as long as you permit me to stay for 7 days, I will share half of my provisions with you. Should we meet again, I will offer you even more." Understanding that the source of food was a person's greatest secret, the girl opted not to press Wang Bin further and nodded in agreement. "Since you have agreed, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Wang Bin. What is yours?" "I am Guan Xiaoya. You may call me Xiaoya." "Very well, Xiaoya. Might I request a room?" "You may reside in that room. This is my chamber." "Without my permission, you are not to enter my space, nor shall I trespass into yours." "Understood. Then please take the remaining food with you." Wang Bin grasped the half-empty package of food and retreated to his room, firmly closing the door behind him. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered that the window had been boarded up by Xiaoya, ensuring that if the door were secured, he would be safe. The room contained merely a bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and 2 stools, suggesting it had once been inhabited by a woman. Upon opening the wardrobe, he noted an abundance of clothing, though they were all draped in cobwebs. As he pulled open a drawer in the dressing table, his eyes widened with delight. For nestled within was a stunning diamond necklace alongside various pieces of jewelry. Overcome with excitement, Wang Bin carefully wiped the dust from the necklace, realizing that in modern society, it would be worth at least several 100,000, with the other adornments totaling over 1,000,000. He gulped audibly. If he were to sell these treasures in the contemporary world, he would strike it rich. However, he ultimately resolved to consult Xiaya first. If these items belonged to her, he intended to barter them for food. Clutching the diamond necklace, he opened the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Xiaya was voraciously devouring a sausage, her mouth nearly stuffed, yet she continued to cram more in. The scene was undeniably awkward, and Wang Bin pondered whether he ought to excuse himself until she had finished. Xiaya, feeling a touch embarrassed, hastily took a sip of cola and mumbled, "What is it?" There is plenty of food. You may take your time." Xiaya nodded, signaling him to continue. "I sought you out to inquire if you wish to sell those pieces of jewelry. If you like them, feel free to take them. They hold no value for me." Upon hearing Wang Bin's proposition, Xiaya nonchalantly waved her hand and resumed her feast. "Ah, you are gifting them to me?" Yes, take them. No one desires these." "No one desires them?" Wang Bin's eyes gleamed with the prospect of discovering a path to wealth. Chapter 4. The path to wealth. Are there many such items here? Indeed, there are plenty. This area used to be affluent, and many houses contain them. What do you intend to do with these? They cannot be consumed or traded. Oh, they are useful to me. If you truly require them, I shall assist you in searching. I believe there are more in other houses. Ah, thank you. You're welcome. After all, you have provided me with so much food. Consider it my way of repaying you. Please wait a moment while I transport the food to my room. Then I shall take you to explore. All right, there's no rush. Take your time. Upon hearing Guan Xiaoya's words, Wang Bin's excitement intensified. After a considerable amount of time, Guan Xiaoya finally emerged from the room, beckoning to Wang Bin as she exited. Observing her departure, Wang Bin hurriedly grabbed the backpack she had vacated and dashed after her. "Be cautious and stick close to me. There are traps I've set up in this vicinity." "Ah, understood," Wang Bin replied, glancing nervously around before quickly following her. Soon, Guan Xiaoya led him to a nearby building, ascending to the second floor and entering a spacious bedroom. It appeared that there were treasures within. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, rushed inside and began rummaging through the drawers, discovering numerous valuable pieces of jewelry, including a magnificent gemstone necklace worth 1,000,000. "Are you certain you don't want any of these?" Wang Bin inquired tentatively, gazing at the exquisite adornments. "No, these items hold no value for me. If you desire, I can take you to another house where there is a substantial safe. I attempted to open it several times without success. It likely contains these treasures, but I didn't want to waste time trying to unlock it." "Ah, splendid," Wang Bin exclaimed, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. A wealthy person's safe must surely contain a plethora of valuable items. Under Guan Xiaoya's guidance, they soon arrived at the house she had mentioned. Inside the cabinet, Wang Bin uncovered an abundance of jewelry, including several gold watches. Never having worn a gold watch before, he eagerly donned the largest one, relishing the feeling of newfound wealth. "The safe is right here." "Ah, excellent." Wang Bin eagerly stuffed all the jewelry from the drawer into his backpack and swiftly approached the safe Guan Xiaoya indicated. It stood 1 meter tall, secured by an electronic keypad. Wang Bin attempted to unlock it, discovering that the keypad was functional and lacked a fingerprint scanner, which sent his exhilaration soaring. Typically, such valuable safes are connected to alarms, triggering alerts or notifying the police upon incorrect entries. However, after all these years, the power must have long been cut, and there were no officers around, allowing him the boldness to experiment at leisure. Yet, he was unaware of the password. Noticing it was a 6-digit code, he resorted to the most rudimentary method, first entering 6 zeros, followed by 000001. He had ample time and was confident that he would eventually succeed. After observing Wang Bin struggle with the keypad for over 10 minutes without success, Guan Xiaoya grew somewhat impatient. She failed to comprehend the purpose of these items that could neither be consumed nor exchanged for food. "Continue trying. I shall search in other houses." Wang Bin remained intensely focused on his attempts, unfazed by the momentary setback. Seeing him so engrossed, Guan Xiaoya shook her head in resignation and proceeded to explore the other houses. After more than 10 minutes had passed, the safe clicked open with a soft sound. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Bin's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from his chest. With trembling hands, he pulled open the safe's door and was nearly overwhelmed with joy. The uppermost layer was filled with stacks of brand new currency, though it appeared to be from a different world, rendering it useless to him. The second layer contained some documents, which upon a cursory glance seemed to be land deeds, of no value to him, while the third layer held a dazzling necklace adorned with hundreds of diamonds, both large and small. Wang Bin, filled with exhilaration, carefully examined the exquisite jewelry. Even without expertise, he surmised its worth to be in the billions of yuan. He swallowed hard, unsure of how many times, and cautiously placed the invaluable necklace into a jewelry box, which he then gently stowed in his bag. The bottom layer of the safe revealed a collection of gold bars and numerous gemstones, each slightly larger than a thumb, in a variety of colors. At that moment, the gold bars seemed inconsequential to him. Trembling, he examined the gemstones, each one a remarkable specimen. He realized that selling these items in modern society would undoubtedly render him wealthy. Finally, he meticulously placed the gemstones into the box, ensuring not to damage the necklace or stones. He organized his backpack, placing the gold bars and a watch at the bottom, before finally tucking in the necklace and gemstones. Having completed this task, Wang Bin took another look around the room, and upon finding no other valuable items, he exited just as Guan Xiaoye returned, holding a plastic bag. "Here, this is all I could find nearby," she exclaimed, tossing the bag filled with various precious ornaments towards him. Startled, Wang Bin caught it just in time. Had he failed to do so, the contents would have shattered upon hitting the ground, resulting in a significant loss. Seeing Wang Bin's nervousness amused Guan Xiaoye. These items, once valuable, now held little worth in this small town, and wearing them became more of a burden. She pondered what Wang Bin intended to do with such objects. "Did you open the safe?" she inquired. "Yes. What did you find inside?" "Just a few 100,000 in cash, some jewelry, and several gold bars. There's one particularly beautiful and valuable necklace. Are you really not interested?" "I have no interest. Let us head back." "Oh, all right." Seeing that Guan Xiaoye was genuinely uninterested in the treasures, Wang Bin felt relieved. Truthfully, if she had desired the most precious necklace, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Soon, they returned to their hideout, where Guan Xiaoye sat on the sofa, tearing open a bag of QQ candy and savoring it with delight. Meanwhile, Wang Bin began to admire the gemstones, inspecting each one closely. He discovered that they were remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. In terms of quality, they were undoubtedly among the finest. "What do you intend to do with these items?" she asked. "Convert them into cash." "Ah, money. What a remarkable entity it is. It possesses the power to procure all that your heart desires. Yet here, it has become utterly worthless, unable to purchase anything at all. In your realm, it may seem futile, but I can render it valuable. The QQ candies you consume and the cola in your grasp were both acquired with money. Is that truly the case?" "Indeed it is." "Then, if I assist you in gathering these precious necklaces and gold, will you provide me with food in return?" Chapter 5. The Tiger Head Gang strikes. This query left Wang Bin momentarily speechless. He sought counsel from the system and learned that upon his next return to this world, he would materialize within 100 meters of his previous departure point. Armed with this knowledge, Wang Bin eagerly agreed. "Excellent. As long as you can help me collect such invaluable items, I shall bring you more food upon my return." "Very well, it is settled then. And do not dare to renege. Rest assured, those who backtrack are akin to pups." Observing Wang Bin's acquiescence, Guan Xiaoye could not help but think him a fool. Who would exchange such trifles for sustenance? Over the years, the food supplies in the city had been nearly exhausted, and what remained was scarcely fit for consumption, often resembling dried rodents. The items Wang Bin had brought would incite frenzy among the residents. Their conversation meandered through many topics, and Wang Bin gradually gleaned a general understanding of this world. Through years of endeavor, the government had established several human settlements, fortified with towering walls and heavily guarded, rendering them impervious to zombie incursions. Survivors aspired to reach these sanctuaries, but the journey was perilous, fraught with countless zombies, leaving many to only dream of such refuge. A select few had ventured forth in search of safety, yet the successful ones were exceedingly rare. While the government toiled to find a cure for the virus, it simultaneously developed these settlements, achieving a degree of self-sufficiency. However, for the average individual, the food available barely sustained life, and the prospect of returning to previous living standards was utterly impossible. Wang Bin also shared aspects of his own life, most of which were fabrications. Portraying himself as a merchant traveling between cities to collect jewelry and gold, exchanging them with the affluent survivors for goods. As night descended, the absence of electricity and the fear of igniting flames rendered the dwelling shrouded in darkness. Nighttime is perilous. It is best that you do not venture outside. Understood, Wang Bin replied, returning to his quarters and barricading the door with a cabinet. Although his relationship with Guan Xiaoya was relatively amiable, he could not dismiss the possibility that she might harm him while he slept, so he remained vigilant. In addition to food, Wang Bin had brought a mobile phone and charger. He activated the device, plugged in his headphones, and reclined on his bed, immersing himself in music. Exhausted from the day's labors, he soon drifted into slumber. At midnight, Wang Bin was jolted awake by a haunting scream. He sprang from his bed, donned his backpack, and grasped a spade as he approached the window to peer outside. Under the silvery glow of the moon, he discerned the silhouettes of over 20 figures advancing towards them. It seemed someone had stumbled into the trap set by Guan Xiaoya, causing everyone to halt in terror, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Bang bang. Wang Bin, rise quickly. We must depart. Soon, there was a rapping at his door. It was Guan Xiaoya. Wang Bin gathered his belongings and moved aside the cabinet blocking the entrance before opening the door. What is happening? He inquired. The people from the Tiger Head gang have arrived. We must leave immediately. What? Who are they? They are the gang of the 2 men we killed today. We need to escape now, and I'll explain everything when it's safe. All right. Realizing that they were seeking revenge, Wang Bin did not dare to delay and stealthily followed Guan Xiaoya out. This time, Guan Xiaoya also carried a backpack, as if she had taken all her valuables with her. The members of the Tiger Head gang only knew that Guan Xiaoya resided nearby, but were unaware of her exact location. Before they could surround them, the two slipped away under the cover of night. That night was indeed perilous, for one could never tell from where a zombie might emerge. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal bite. Fortunately, with Guan Xiaoya leading the way, Wang Bin managed to avoid danger. Had he been alone in the dark, survival would have been improbable. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the front of a dilapidated house, surrounded by zombies. Guan Xiaoya guided Wang Bin to evade the creatures and climbed over a broken wall. Rest assured, the stairs to the first floor have collapsed. The zombies cannot ascend. Wang Bin felt a twinge of fear at the thought of sheltering in a house infested with zombies. But the reassurance from Guan Xiaoya calmed him. He switched on the flashlight on his phone and illuminated the stairs. Indeed, the staircase leading to the second floor had fallen, preventing the zombies from reaching them. Your phone still has battery? Guan Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Wang Bin use his phone for light. Since the power outage, she had not utilized any electrical devices. Yes. Do you want to listen to music? Do you have songs on it? Of course. Would you like to hear? Wang Bin, empathizing with her excitement, handed her the phone. Can I really listen to music? Certainly, put on the headphones. Thank you. Guan Xiaoya eagerly accepted the phone, quickly inserting the earbuds and randomly selecting a song she had never heard before. The moment the melody began, her eyes glistened with tears, and soon they streamed down her cheeks. Please, don't cry. Thank you. It has been several years since I last listened to a song. You're welcome. If you wish to listen, I will bring you a mobile phone when I visit, along with a few power banks. Is that true? Of course it is. Thank you. I insist. There is no need for such formality. Thank you. This song is truly delightful. After saying this, Guan Xiaoya unexpectedly began to hum softly. In that moment, she revealed the demeanor befitting a girl of 17 or 18. Over the years, in her struggle for survival, she had been in a constant state of extreme tension, needing to guard against both zombies and the living. It can be said that she was utterly exhausted. Now, upon hearing the long-forgotten melody, her heart was finally unlocked, restoring her youthful spirit. Guan Xiaoya noticed Wang Bin smiling at her and felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. She then removed one of the earbuds and offered it to him. Wang Bin, without hesitation, smiled and placed the earbud in his own ear, and the two leaned against the wall, joyfully sharing the same song. All right, Brother Wang. You can put the phone away now. What's wrong? Don't you want to listen anymore? No, it's just that it consumes a lot of battery. We should conserve it. Fine. Wang Bin realized the truth in her words. He had only brought a 10,000 milliamp power bank. If he didn't use it sparingly, it might not last even 7 days. Now, can you tell me about the Tiger Head gang? Chapter 6. Evading pursuit. The Tiger Head gang is one of the 4 major factions in our city, controlling the western part of town. The leader is Brother Tiger, who commands over 60 men, and they seem to possess more than 10 firearms, making them quite formidable. The three individuals who surrounded you today were members of the Tiger Head Gang. At that moment, I suggested you pursue that man to prevent the news from getting out. But unfortunately, he managed to escape. Do they know your residence? They know the general direction, but not the exact location. Where is the Tiger Head Gang's stronghold? It is located in the tallest building of the Cheatside Junyuan complex in the west of the city. The building is quite sturdy, and it previously housed a large supermarket. After they took over the building, all the supplies there became theirs. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin immediately dismissed any thoughts of revenge. Not only did the opponent have over 60 men, but the presence of more than 10 firearms was beyond his capacity to confront. In addition to the Tiger Head Gang, Guan Xiaoya introduced him to the other three gangs, among which the Guangsha Gang in the east was the most powerful, led by Brother Xing, with over 100 members and more than 20 firearms. Next was the Juxiong Gang in the north, led by Brother Xiong, with fewer than 100 men and also possessing a dozen firearms. The weakest was the Feiying Gang in the south, led by Brother Fei, with only around 40 members and 7 or 8 guns. They had also acquired some explosives and grenades, making them a force to be reckoned with despite their weaker standing, as the other three gangs dared not provoke them. These four factions each controlled their respective territories, coexisting without infringing upon one another. Apart from these four gangs, there are merely a few lone wanderers who either congregate in small groups or, like Guan Xiaoya, live solitary lives. Currently, this city harbors fewer than 1,000 souls. Once, it boasted a population exceeding 2 million, but now, the vast majority have succumbed to zombification, while some have fled to other locales. Wang Bin, upon hearing about the city's drastic decline, could not help but express his dismay. After listening to Guan Xiaoya's account, he gained a rudimentary understanding of the city. By the way, do you know if this city possesses a treasury? I am not well informed. I have visited the previous bank branch, but aside from some worthless currency, it was stripped bare. It seems that at the onset of the apocalypse, the banks were plundered, and all valuables were taken. If there exists any place likely to conceal gold, it would undoubtedly be the building where the Mad Sand Gang resides in the eastern part of the city. That structure was once the largest bank here, where armored vehicles used to deliver cash for safekeeping. Is that so? It appears that transporting gold from there will pose a considerable challenge. Perhaps I should abandon that notion. The Mad Sand Gang is not to be trifled with. Understood. Let us rest. The two then retreated to their respective rooms. Wang Bin, disturbed by the moans of zombies echoing from below, found it difficult to sleep and reluctantly resorted to his phone, donning headphones to listen to music. That night, the members of the Tiger Head Gang scoured the Villa district in search of the two, but to no avail, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries. Much to the ire of their leader, Brother Hu, he dispatched word that a bottle of red wine and a bag of rice would be rewarded to anyone who could provide information on the whereabouts of Guan Xiaoya and Wang Bin. Upon hearing this news, the lone wanderers residing in the western part of the city were filled with excitement. A bag of rice could sustain a person for a month or two, and red wine, in this post-apocalyptic world, is a luxury few can afford. Even members of the Tiger Head Gang are only rewarded with a bottle during exceptional circumstances. Consequently, many wanderers ventured out, eager to claim the bounty by locating Guan Xiaoya and Wang Bin. The following day, Guan Xiaoya had intended to accompany Wang Bin in search of jewelry and gold. However, upon noticing a steady stream of passers-by below, she grew wary. In the past, encountering someone on the street was a rarity, yet that morning, over 10 individuals had traversed beneath their small building, which was decidedly unusual. Fortunately, the presence of zombies outside and within the house would likely deter most from suspecting that they were hiding above. Something feels amiss. What is it? Typically, everyone remains hidden in their lairs. Why are there so many out and about today? Indeed, your observation is rather peculiar. I suspect that the Tiger Head Gang has placed a bounty on us. I believe it would be prudent for us to remain here for the next few days and lay low. Agreed. The Tiger Head Gang had engaged in such deeds before, which allowed Guan Xiaoya to swiftly deduce the situation at hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to venture outside. Thus, the two of them concealed themselves within the confines of their dwelling for 3 consecutive days. They had sustenance and water, and felt that they could remain there for a few more days without issue. However, they soon realized that it appeared the Tiger Head Gang was mobilizing personnel to search the premises. Brother Wang, in another day they will undoubtedly discover our hiding place. We cannot remain here. Indeed, where do you suggest we go? Perhaps we could seek refuge temporarily in the territory of the giant bear gang to the north of the city. The tiger head gang would not dare to pursue us there. Agreed. Let us stealthily make our way there under the cover of darkness tonight. After deliberating, the two gathered their strength and waited until after 10 o'clock in the evening before quietly slipping out. With Guan Xiaoya leading the way, they navigated the streets with relative ease, covering several kilometers without incident. Yet, as they neared the western outskirts of the city, they unwittingly triggered a trap laid by the tiger head gang, exposing their whereabouts. Brother Hu is quite astute. He has ordered a search throughout the city while simultaneously laying traps at the borders, anticipating your escape. As they stumbled into the trap, 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the surrounding ruins, one of whom brandished a firearm, looking quite pleased with themselves. Return with us. Brother Hu has questions for you. Both Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya understood that returning with them would likely lead to their demise. Reluctantly, they realized that, given the armed men before them, retreat was not an option. With determination, Guan Xiaoya hurled the dagger she held towards the man with the gun. A cry of agony erupted as the blade struck his arm, causing the firearm to clatter to the ground. Brother Bao, are you all right? I am unscathed. Capture them. I shall flay their skin alive. Yes, Brother Bao. In that fleeting moment, Guan Xiaoya seized Wang Bin's hand, and they fled into the night, swiftly disappearing from sight. Much to Brother Bao's fury, his oversight had been significant. Most would have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of a gun. Yet he had underestimated the audacity of this young woman and her remarkable skill with the dagger. By the time he retrieved the dagger and picked up the gun to pursue them, Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya had already vanished from view. They navigated through the shadows, ultimately discovering an abandoned house. It seems that other locations are also guarded. Escaping may prove exceedingly difficult. Though the Tiger Head gang numbered only around 60, they were bolstered by various rogues drawn by the promise of reward, assisting the gang in their endeavors. Most of the gang members traveled in groups, making evasion simpler. But the rogues posed a significant challenge. These individuals typically lingered near their own hideouts, and should they encounter the gang, they would easily reveal the duo's whereabouts. If they were followed and their location discovered, they would swiftly find themselves besieged by the Tiger Head gang. Chapter 7. The Change of Heart. Thus, in the ensuing days, Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the members of the Tiger Head gang. On several occasions, they were discovered by lurking individuals, one of whom attempted to ambush them. However, they ultimately turned the tables and eliminated their would-be assailant. Soon, the time for Wang Bin's return to the real world approached. He summoned Guan Xiaoya and solemnly declared, "I have reserved this food and drink for you." "Oh no, you cannot give all your provisions to me. What will you eat and drink, Brother Wang? Do not concern yourself with that. Just take this food and water and find a place to hide. I will return here in 7 days. If you are still alive by then, remember to seek me out." "Brother Wang, where are you going? Can you take me with you?" "I am afraid I cannot take you along, but rest assured, I will return on the 7th day, and I will bring food and some tools with me." "All right then, please take care of yourself." With that, Wang Bin entrusted all the provisions to Guan Xiaoya and retreated into his room, closing the door behind him. Guan Xiaoya was deeply concerned for Wang Bin, yet she chose to place her faith in him and return to her own room. That night, she could not sleep, quietly listening for any sounds from Wang Bin's quarters. Once inside, Wang Bin fixated on the system's countdown timer. He had initially intended not to disclose his return location to Guan Xiaoya. However, after spending several days in her company, he found her to be a remarkably dependable individual. He felt responsible for her predicament. Had it not been for him, she would not have attracted the attention of the Tiger Head gang. When the time arrived, Wang Bin promptly opted to return, re-emerging in a secluded grove on campus. His sudden appearance startled a young couple entwined in a moment of romance, prompting him to hastily flee with his backpack. Once he had distanced himself significantly, he looked up at the sky and burst into laughter. Upon returning to the real world, he experienced a profound sense of relief, akin to surviving a calamity. Having spent 7 days in an apocalyptic realm, he felt as though he had traversed ages. Those days had endowed him with invaluable lessons in resilience, composure, reflection, and confidence. His journey proved immensely fruitful. Moreover, his backpack now contained jewelry worth millions. Selling these treasures would instantly elevate him to billionaire status. The mere thought of the jewels ignited his thoughts of his girlfriend, Zhao Qian. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed her number. eager to share the news of his newfound wealth and present her with the most exquisite diamond set as an engagement gift. Hello, Zhao Qian, I'm back. Where are you? I long to see you. Oh, Wang Bin, you. All right, meet me at the Night Jasmine Cafe across from the south gate of the school. I will be waiting for you. Okay, I'll be there shortly. With that, Wang Bin ended the call and quickly made his way to the cafe. Meanwhile, seated opposite Zhao Qian was a young and handsome gentleman. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, the young man smiled faintly and spoke. Are you prepared to lay everything bare? Indeed. Today I shall clarify matters once and for all. After today, I shall have no further entanglements with him. Darling, is this not just as it should be? I have always told you that it would be better to cast him aside and come to my side sooner. In recent days, Wang Bin had neglected his appearance while evading the pursuit of the Tiger Head gang, resulting in his disheveled attire. As he entered the vicinity, many curious glances were cast his way. However, he disregarded the inquisitive stares and hastened to the Night Fragrance Cafe. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught sight of Zhao Qian seated across from a striking young man, both engaged in laughter. This sight stirred a wave of suspicion within him. With purposeful strides, he entered the cafe and approached Zhao Qian's table. The moment Zhao Qian noticed Wang Bin's arrival, her smile vanished. The young gentleman, realizing Zhao Qian's change in demeanor, turned around and disdainfully glanced at Wang Bin, who was approaching in his unkempt state. Oh, Zhao Qian, what taste you have! How could you choose a man who dresses like a beggar as your boyfriend? With this remark, the surrounding patrons turned their attention towards Wang Bin. Zhao Qian, who is he? At this moment, Wang Bin stood before Zhao Qian, his face a mask of fury. Wang Bin, let us break up, Zhao Qian declared, bypassing his question entirely and directly proposing their separation, leaving no doubt that this man was her new love interest. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation, their laughter directed at Wang Bin, who looked every bit like a beggar. Is it because of him? Since entering this chaotic world, Wang Bin had undergone a significant transformation. Shedding his former weakness, he pointed an accusatory finger at the young gentleman. Wang Bin, you better not point your finger at me, or I shall have someone chop it off. The young gentleman had never encountered anyone daring enough to point at him, and his rage ignited. What of it? Wang Bin retorted, equally incensed. Wang Bin, do not act this way. You should leave at once. Zhao Qian, seeing that a confrontation was imminent, quickly stood to intervene. She was aware of the young gentleman's influential background, and if he were truly provoked, he could act upon his threats. Though she was ending her relationship with Wang Bin, the two had shared 2 years of affection, and she was reluctant to witness his harm. Yet Wang Bin, consumed by anger, paid no heed to Zhao Qian's pleas. He overturned the table and launched a kick towards the young gentleman's abdomen. Unaccustomed to such confrontations, the pampered young man was no match for the battle-hardened Wang Bin, and he was sent reeling, clutching his stomach and groaning. Wang Bin, are you mad? Zhao Qian gasped in shock, unable to comprehend Wang Bin's sudden aggression. In her mind, Wang Bin was a young man of somewhat timid disposition, yet today, he exhibited an unexpected volatility akin to someone under the influence of errant medication. The shopkeeper and staff, witnessing the altercation, hurried over. Gentlemen, you cannot engage in a brawl here. Any damage incurred must be compensated. Compensation, you say? Will this suffice? Wang Bin retorted, extracting a gold bar from his backpack and tossing it directly at the proprietor. The shopkeeper, startled by the unexpected offering, realized that if the gold bar were genuine, it would be worth at least several $100,000. He had witnessed the extravagant displays of wealth by affluent young heirs, yet had never encountered someone who would hurl a gold bar in such a manner. The audacity was astonishing. Zhao Qian, taken aback by the gold bar Wang Bin had flung, found herself at a loss. She was aware that Wang Bin hailed from a rural background, with little financial means. How could he suddenly produce a gold bar? Young Master Li, observing Wang Bin's boldness, hesitated, uncertain of Wang Bin's true identity. To casually discard a gold bar was beyond his capabilities. Could it be that Wang Bin was concealing his true lineage as a scion of a prominent family? If that were indeed the case, he had unwittingly stirred trouble, and he resolved to inquire about Wang Bin's background from Zhao Qian shortly thereafter. Zhao Qian, I am thoroughly disappointed in you. I hope you do not come to regret this in the future. Wang Bin cast a glance at Zhao Qian and strode purposefully towards the exit, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment as they watched him depart. Chapter 8. The Sale of Gems. Upon exiting the cafe, Wang Bin found little solace in sorrow, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Initially, He had intended to present Zhao Qian with a lavish array of jewels, yet alas, she did not possess the fortune to receive such gifts. Had she clarified matters a day later, that exquisite necklace would have been hers. Swiftly returning to his dormitory, he found it devoid of life, allowing him the perfect opportunity to organize his recent acquisitions. After indulging in a refreshing shower, he donned the suit he had purchased some time ago. As he approached his senior year, he had begun the search for an internship, and like many of his peers, he had invested in formal attire to enhance his prospects during interviews. Given the considerable quantity of jewels and gold he possessed, he deemed it imprudent to sell everything at once. Thus, he resolved to venture to the pedestrian street in the city center that very evening to gauge the market. Seizing 10 gemstones, 2 necklaces, and 5 gold bars, he hailed a taxi to the city's core. Renowned jewelry establishments had branches in this area, and he was certain he could find a suitable outlet. "Is your manager available? I wish to discuss a business proposition," he inquired. "What do you need with our manager?" "He is quite busy. You can speak with me instead." The staff, perceiving Wang Bin as merely a university student, immediately lost interest, assuming he was yet another individual seeking sponsorship for a school event. Such a person, she thought, was not worth disturbing the manager for. "You lack the authority to decide," Wang Bin replied coolly. "Young man, if you have something to say, just convey it to me. I assure you I am capable of making decisions." "Oh, really?" Wang Bin remained unfazed and simply retrieved a gemstone, slightly larger than his thumb, from his pocket, placing it on the counter. Upon seeing the gemstone presented by Wang Bin, the man initially assumed it to be a counterfeit, disdainfully curling his lips in skepticism. "Young lad, I see you're quite young. Why resort to deception like others?" he remarked. "I doubt you have the authority to make decisions. Perhaps it would be best to summon your manager to speak with me." Just then, Xiao Lu, another staff member who had noticed the tense atmosphere from a distance, hurried over to inquire, "What's going on?" "Wang Jia, this person is trying to deceive us with a fake gemstone," she exclaimed. This declaration drew the attention of nearby staff and customers alike. Lu Jia, upon observing the gemstone on the counter, initially shared the same incredulity, suspecting it to be a forgery. Given its size and color, if genuine, it would be worth millions. Yet the youth before her hardly seemed capable of possessing such a valuable gem. Nevertheless, Lu Jia, composed and prudent, refrained from voicing her doubts immediately. Instead, she approached the counter to examine the gemstone more closely. To her astonishment, upon closer inspection, she hurriedly placed the gemstone back on the counter. "Sir, please take care of your gemstone. I shall fetch the manager right away." Such a valuable piece, she dared not hold, fearing the repercussions should anything go awry while in her possession. "Ah, Lu Jia, is the gemstone truly authentic?" The crowd gasped in disbelief at her words. Lu Jia offered no response, swiftly retreating to the back to summon the manager. Meanwhile, the female attendant who had initially claimed Wang Bin's gemstone was fake turned pale with dread should the customer hold her accountable. Her bonus for the month would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Wang Bin, however, showed no interest in retrieving the gemstone from the counter. He possessed dozens of such stones and regarded this one as inconsequential. Soon, a man in his 40s, accompanied by Lu Jia, emerged from the back with a friendly demeanor. Greeting Wang Bin. "Sir, shall we discuss matters in the back?" "Certainly," Wang Bin replied, following the jewelry store manager and Lu Jia into the back room. Lu Jia prepared tea for the two and, with an understanding nod, discreetly exited, leaving Wang Bin alone with manager Zhang. "Greetings, I am Zhang Cheng. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Wang Bin. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wang. May I have another look at your gemstone?" "Of course, manager Zhang." Wang Bin produced the gemstone once more, but Zhang did not reach for it immediately. He gestured towards the table for Wang Bin to set it down. Only after Wang Bin placed the gemstone did Zhang, wearing white gloves, carefully pick it up. Under the light, he examined the gemstone and was instantly filled with elation at its exceptional quality. Soon, he retrieved a small monocular to scrutinize it further, his excitement growing. This was a top-tier ruby, worth a fortune. "Mr. Wang, are you considering a sale?" "Indeed, manager Zhang. Please offer a price. If it is agreeable, I will sell it to you. If not, I shall seek other options." "Very well, I propose 8 million. "What do you say? 8 million? Wang Bin gasped in astonishment. The price is somewhat lower than expected. However, as you know, in order to sell the gems, we must first refine them into exquisite jewelry, which allows us to elevate their value. In this process, we incur design fees, processing costs, labor expenses, and various taxes. Naturally, if Mr. Wang is truly interested in selling, I can offer an additional 500,000, but any more would exceed my authority. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin was taken aback. He initially thought a sale of 1 million would be commendable, yet manager Zhang had boldly quoted 8 million. His surprise at this figure was evident. But manager Zhang mistakenly interpreted his reaction as dissatisfaction with the price and quickly added another 500,000. He had not anticipated that the situation would escalate in this manner. 8,500,000 it is. Were it not for the financial difficulties faced by my family, I would be reluctant to part with such treasures. Ah, I see. May I inquire which prominent family Mr. Wang hails from? That is a matter I prefer to keep private. Ah, Mr. Wang, please do not take offense. I was being presumptuous. By the way, I happen to have 9 more gems of similar quality. Would you be interested? 9. Yes. Manager Zhang was astonished to hear that Wang Bin had 9 more and excitedly uttered 3 affirmatives. The other party was a nationally renowned jewelry store, and Wang Bin was unafraid of any deceit, promptly presenting the 9 gems on the table. Upon inspecting the stones, manager Zhang noticed they were comparable in quality and size, with the sole distinction being their colors. He eagerly examined each gem, ultimately unable to part with them. Mr. Wang, these gems vary in value. Some are worth more, while others less, so a uniform price cannot be applied. For instance, this sapphire is valued at approximately 6 million, while this amethyst is around 7 million. Manager Zhang swiftly assessed each gem's worth. Although Wang Bin lacked expertise in gemstones, he was quite satisfied with the prices quoted by manager Zhang and did not engage in haggling, opting to sell them all. Hearing that Wang Bin intended to sell outright, manager Zhang was overjoyed and promptly summoned Sister Lu to handle the paperwork. Before Wang Bin's eyes, he transferred 68 million to Wang Bin's account. A minute later, Wang Bin received a text from the bank. Not losing faith, he opened the banking app to verify the transaction and indeed found that 68 million had been deposited. Seeing the funds in his account brought a smile to his face. He had no intention of selling the gold and jewelry to manager Zhang and prepared to leave. Mr. Wang, here is my business card. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you have any gems to sell in the future. Certainly. Wang Bin accepted manager Zhang's card with a smile and exited the jewelry store amidst the manager's enthusiastic farewells, leaving the female attendant who had previously accused him of selling counterfeit goods filled with regret. Had she secured the transaction, her commission could have been substantial. Now, she could only hope that the manager would not reprimand her for neglecting the customer. Chapter 9. Returning home to purchase a gun. Subsequently, Wang Bin visited 2 more jewelry stores, one of which he sold gold bars to, while the other dealt in jewelry. He certainly did not wish to sell all his jewels and gold to a single buyer, as that would undoubtedly raise suspicions. When he departed from the pedestrian street, his account had swelled by nearly 80 million. He had not anticipated the immense value of these jewels. What he had sold that night was merely a fraction, less than 1/10, of the treasures contained within his backpack. Had he sold them all, he would indeed have become a billionaire. Wang Bin strolled along a path, contemplating a light-hearted jest for his friends, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, by transferring 1 million to each of them. Over the years, the two had been of great assistance to him, and he was not one to be stingy. Now that he had found success, a small token of gratitude was of little consequence. Just as Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping were preparing to call Wang Bin regarding the incident involving young Master Li at the cafe, they received a text message from the bank. What the hell? These scammers are audacious enough to impersonate the bank and claim that my account has gained 1 million. I received it too. It must be that our friend's phone is infected. Perhaps, but let me log into the app and verify this. Yu Hongfei, noticing that the new message mirrored the one he had received during his last withdrawal, grew suspicious and opened the app for confirmation. It's real. My account has indeed increased by 1 million. No way. Let me check mine. Li Xingping, upon discovering the same shocking news on Yu Hongfei's phone, promptly checked his own account and exclaimed, "Damn it, my account has also gained 1 million. What should we do? We absolutely cannot spend this money. I suspect the bank made a mistake, and they will surely retract the funds. I think we should call the bank and urge them to transfer the money back. Seeing such a large sum makes me uneasy. I feel the same." Just as they were about to contact the bank, Yu Hongfei's phone rang. It was Wang Bin. "Quick, answer it, and ask where he is." Yu Hongfei nodded and hurriedly picked up the call. "Hello, Wang Bin, where are you? Is it true that you injured young Master Li at the cafe? I'm outside, preparing to head home for a bit." "Right, You should lay low. I've heard that this young Master Li has considerable influence and is not to be trifled with. What are you talking about? I have matters at home to attend to. Ah, by the way, did you receive the money? What money? Wait, you mean the 1 million just sent? Yes, I hope it didn't startle you too much. Oh dear. Wang Bin, we were quite startled. Just moments ago, Xingping and I were about to call the bank to have them expedite the withdrawal. Haha, I sincerely apologize. It's not a fortune, you must accept it. What? 1 million is not considered a fortune? Wang Bin, have you won the lottery? Well, it is what it is. In any case, this sum of money is insignificant to me. You must accept it. Honestly, how much did you win? Approximately 100 million. 100 million? Since you've won such a considerable amount, I shall accept it along with Xingping. Thank you, Wang Bin. No need for thanks. So, it's true that Zhao Qian proposed a breakup. You injured young Master Li, and later used gold bars to strike someone? Haha, yes. Well, it seems you've struck it rich, but I believe it would be wise for you to lay low. Young Master Li is likely to seek revenge. Thank you. But I must return home for a matter. I won't chat with you any longer. When I return, I shall treat you both to drinks. Be careful on the way. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping assumed that Wang Bin had indeed won the lottery, knowing that he now possessed a fortune. Returning home seemed a prudent choice. Wang Bin took a taxi home. Initially, the driver hesitated due to the remoteness of Wang Bin's residence. But upon Wang Bin offering 10,000 yuan, the driver promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for him. I'm heading home to take care of some matters. Please return me tomorrow. Not a problem. In the car, Wang Bin called his parents, informing them that he had matters to attend to and requested them to leave a door open for him that evening. His parents, upon hearing he would return home at night, were concerned that something was amiss. However, Wang Bin did not disclose the details over the phone, simply stating they would discuss it upon his arrival. That night, his parents stayed awake, waiting until after 1 in the morning when Wang Bin finally returned home. Seeing their son unexpectedly arrive, they were filled with worry, questioning him incessantly. Mom, Dad, this is Master Lu. It's getting late, and he will stay with us tonight. He'll take me back to school tomorrow. Oh, very well, I will prepare the bedding for you. Upon hearing there was a guest, Wang Bin's mother hurried off to tidy up the house. After settling Master Lu, Wang Bin brought his parents into his room, closed the door, and whispered, Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you, but please do not speak loudly. Be cautious of who might overhear. All right, we understand. What is it? Hurry, you're making Mom anxious. Here's the thing, I won the lottery. What? You won the lottery? How much did you win? Several tens of millions. How much? Several tens of millions. Father, please be careful. Don't let anyone hear. Yes. Tomorrow, I will send some money home. Use it to buy some good food and clothing. And perhaps consider renovating the house. Forget about food and clothing, but the house indeed needs renovation, especially to attract a daughter-in-law. Wang Bin felt a surge of joy as he saw his parents quickly accept the reality of their newfound wealth. He did not intend to conceal the truth from them. Rather, he feared that revealing the entire situation might frighten them. With the night growing late, his parents returned to their room to sleep. Master Lu observed that Wang Bin's family did not appear to be wealthy, leaving him perplexed. However, he resolved not to interfere as long as he received his payment. As dawn broke the following day, Wang Bin's parents arose early, preparing a sumptuous feast to nourish their son. When Wang Bin awoke, Master Lu was already in the main hall, sipping tea. Young man, do you require a vehicle? Not at the moment. I will first wander around the village. After lunch, you may take me back to the provincial city. Very well, attend to your matters, and call for me if you need anything. Wang Bin acknowledged him and proceeded towards Uncle Zhao's house in the village. His reason for seeking Uncle Zhao was simple. He intended to acquire a firearm. Uncle Zhao had enjoyed hunting in his youth and possessed both a shotgun and an air gun. In recent years, stringent regulations on firearms had diminished hunting activities. Yet Uncle Zhao still ventured into the mountains occasionally. Uncle Zhao, are you at home? Ah, is that not Wang Bin? It is not yet the holidays. What brings you back? I have come to see you about a matter. I brought you a bottle of Matai. I hope you like it. Wang Bin, you are too kind. You must have spent quite a bit. Come inside and let us discuss whatever you need. I will certainly assist you in any way I can. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I intend to purchase your air gun. Purchase my air gun. Wang Bin, what do you need it for? I hope you are not planning anything illegal. Uncle, do not think that way. I am about to graduate, and we have found an internship in a remote area rumored to be teeming with small game. My classmates and I plan to bring a hunting gun to catch some small animals, which is why I came to buy your air gun. Purchase? As long as you do not use it for harm, you may borrow it. Do not mention money between us. Uncle, this 10,000 is from my classmates. Please accept it. Ah, so much. We are family, and it is only right to help one another. Just take the money. All right, since you insist, I shall accept it. However, I must warn you, do not let anyone see you, for losing the gun is minor compared to the penalties of fines or imprisonment. Understood? Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 10. The house-buying turmoil. Uncle Zhao accepted Wang Bin's money and willingly handed over the air gun and ammunition, considering them obsolete now that he no longer possessed the air gun. At home, Wang Bin discreetly gathered the blasting caps and fuses previously used for mining. In the past, nearly every household had such blasting caps, which were not only more powerful than the traditional black powder versions, but also easier to store. After lunch, he transferred 10 million into his parents' account, startling them. However, once they discovered that their son had several tens of millions remaining, they quickly relaxed. The elderly couple had never seen such a sum of money and began to contemplate the size of the house they could build. It is said that the village chief's new house cost 500,000, making it the finest residence in the village. Now, with his son having sent them 10 million, one can only imagine the opulence of the abode that could be constructed. After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Wang Bin took Master Lu's car back to school. Upon arriving, he first returned to his dormitory. It was still class time, and few people were present. Wang Bin checked the jewelry hidden in his suitcase, finding everything intact, which brought him a sense of relief. He then concealed the air gun and detonators once more before hastily descending the stairs. Upon exiting the school, Wang Bin made his way to a newly opened residential complex nearby. The building was complete and ready for occupancy. However, the prices were somewhat steep, leaving many units unsold as there were not many who could afford them. Now that he had funds, coupled with numerous secrets he wished to keep concealed, he resolved to purchase an apartment. Entering the sales hall, he noticed a number of sales representatives, yet few prospective buyers were present. The sales staff, observing Wang Bin's youthful appearance and noting that he was dressed similarly to them in a suit, assumed he was a newcomer and did not approach him. Having never visited a sales office before, Wang Bin was unperturbed by the lack of attention and stood alone, examining the model of the development. As he contemplated which unit to acquire, a young man entered, arm in arm with a beautiful woman, whom Wang Bin recognized as Wang Lu, the belle of their department. Today, young Master Zhao had come to purchase an apartment for Wang Lu, having pursued her for quite some time. She had finally acquiesced to his advances, albeit with the stipulation that he buy her a home. Upon their arrival, several sales representatives immediately approached them, offering explanations and guiding the couple toward the model. Wang Bin, what are you doing here? Surely you aren't interning here? Wang Lu exclaimed. Yes, we know each other. This is Wang Bin. We're in the same department. Is that so? Since you are acquainted, I shall take care of your business today. Let us have him handle this transaction for us. Please recommend a unit. Young Master Zhao declared. Oh, sir, that might not align with our protocols, the sales representative stammered, her face paling as she realized that a lucrative opportunity was slipping away from her grasp. What do you mean it doesn't align with protocols? Do you wish to keep your job? If not, I can summon your manager. He retorted. Ah, yes. My apologies. Sir, please, do not be angry. The sales representative, drenched in cold sweat, quickly offered her apologies. However, her gaze toward Wang Bin turned resentful. She resolved that even if this deal was snatched away by him, she would ensure to reclaim it through her manager while also expelling this newcomer who was oblivious to the rules. Wang Bin smiled wryly. He had not anticipated being mistaken for a real estate agent. I apologize, Senior Sister Wang, but I am not a real estate agent. Oh, if you aren't selling properties, then what are you here for? I am here to purchase an apartment as well. Ah, do you truly believe you can purchase our property? The price of our homes here is exorbitant. It is likely that even if you abstained from food and drink for an entire year, you could scarcely afford a restroom. Upon hearing Wang Bin was not one of her colleagues and observing his attire, the saleswoman began to mock him. Young man, do not speak so boastfully. Zhao, upon learning of Wang Bin's intent to buy a house, felt a twinge of displeasure. I am not exaggerating. I am here to purchase a property. Do you know that the least expensive unit here costs 5 to 6 million? Do you possess such wealth? Is 5 to 6 million a significant sum? Wang Bin responded with a faint smile. In the past, hearing such a price would have startled him, but now he possessed nearly 70 million in his account. Alongside jewelry worth several billion, such amounts no longer fazed him. anyone can boast. Tell me, where do you work and what is your monthly income? Do you truly believe you can buy our property? You must be dreaming. I suggest you leave at once, or I shall summon security to expel you. The saleswoman's words grew increasingly acrimonious, clearly intent on having him removed. Is this how you treat your guests? Wang Bin, feeling a surge of anger, responded. Seeing the commotion, a security guard approached swiftly. Li, what is happening? You arrived just in time. This person is causing a disturbance. Quickly, escort him out. Listen, if you know what is good for you, leave quietly. If we have to intervene, it will not end well for you. The two security guards were brash, demanding his expulsion without inquiry. Zhao had intended to add his own mockery, but was halted by Wang Lu beside him. What is the matter? Perhaps he can indeed afford a property. Ah, this impoverished boy? He is the one who injured young Master Li last night, and then struck someone with a gold bar. Ah, it's him. Zhao recalled having heard of this incident in his circles, and upon Wang Lu's mention, he suddenly felt a twinge of unease, realizing he had mistakenly regarded him as merely a salesperson. Their family may be wealthy, but they were not so extravagant as to assault others with gold bars. One must possess vast riches to do so. Lu, shall we not explore other properties? Very well, Wang Lu agreed, sensing that remaining in this situation would yield no favorable outcome and prepared to leave. At that moment, the manager, alerted by the ruckus, hurried over. What is going on? Manager, he is causing a scene. Humph, you look down upon others. I came to purchase a property, but with such poor service from your staff and security, how can anyone feel inclined to buy from you? Xiao Lu, and the rest of you, quickly apologized to this gentleman. Ah, manager. But he is, I do not wish to repeat myself. Either apologize immediately or leave. Even though Wang Bin did not come to purchase a property, the ruckus they caused had a significant impact on him. Thus, the manager, concerned for the company's reputation, immediately instructed Sister Lu and the security personnel to apologize to Wang Bin. Though reluctant, both Sister Lu and the security guards, feeling the pressure, had no choice but to express their apologies. We are truly sorry, we were mistaken. Wang Bin sighed. Alas, I find the quality of your properties rather lacking. I have lost all interest in making a purchase here. As these words escaped his lips, onlookers turned their attention toward him. After assessing his attire and age, they collectively thought, this fellow must be bragging. As Wang Lu and young Master Zhao were about to exit the hall, Wang Bin's statement almost caused them to stumble. In a moment of spontaneous curiosity, they paused to observe what would unfold next. Chapter 11. Return to the Apocalypse. Upon hearing Wang Bin's remarks, an inexplicable anger surged within the manager. He was tempted to call the security to drag this pretentious man out and give him a good beating, yet his professionalism prevailed. Sir, may I inquire what price range of property you are seeking? The manager had made up his mind. If Wang Bin claimed that their properties were of too low a tier, he would expose his arrogance and humiliate him before the crowd. Surely, only villas priced at a minimum of 20 million would be worthy of my consideration. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. The manager, upon hearing Wang Bin's words, instinctively clenched his fist, nearly losing his composure and striking Wang Bin. Those around them gasped in astonishment. This man was indeed audacious, asserting that only properties worth over 20 million were worthy of him. Who did he think he was? Sir, we have newly constructed villas adjacent to the Emerald Lake, starting from a modest 20 million. If you wish to view the properties, we can escort you there. However, might we request to see proof of your financial capability to make such a purchase? Certainly, but should I provide evidence of my financial standing? The three of you must crawl around the sales hall on your knees 3 times. Wang Bin declared, gesturing towards Sister Lu and the 2 security guards standing nearby. That is acceptable. As long as you can prove your financial capability, you shall be our most esteemed guest. Very well, allow me to show you my bank account. With that, Wang Bin opened his app, revealing a staggering balance of nearly 70 million. This is merely the least of my accounts. I possess several others similar to this. Do you wish to see more? Upon witnessing the balance on Wang Bin's card, the manager's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. His face alight with a smile as he bowed respectfully to Wang Bin. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. From this day forth, you are our most esteemed guest, and you 3 should promptly offer your apologies to our distinguished guest. Please forgive us. Though the trio did not see Wang Bin's balance, the manager's expression alone indicated it was undoubtedly far beyond 20 million. Manager, does our wager still stand? Indeed, it certainly does. The 3 of you, quickly kneel and circle around the hall thrice. No, make it 30 times. Better yet, Let it be 100. Sir, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? Indeed. Quite satisfied. Sir, allow me to escort you to view the villa. The trio dared not defy the manager's orders and hastily knelt on the ground. Beginning their circuit around the hall, Wang Bin cast a glance at the three individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips, before following the manager. Before long, the manager led Wang Bin to the villa district, where they surveyed several properties. Wang Bin was immediately drawn to a villa overlooking the verdant lake. How much for this villa? Due to its superior view, this property is priced at 40 million. Not excessive. I'll take this one. When can I move in if I pay now? And when will the property deed be ready? You can receive the keys immediately upon full payment. And I can offer you a 5% discount. The deed will take approximately half a month. Well then, let us proceed with the full payment. Excellent. Let us return now to finalize the paperwork. Very well. Wang Bin agreed and followed the manager back to complete the necessary formalities. The 5% discount amounts to 2 million, a sum he does not regard lightly, yet it remains a considerable amount worth saving. Upon returning to the sales office, he noticed Lu Jie and two security guards still diligently circling the hall. Wang Bin merely glanced at them before accompanying the manager to finalize the paperwork. To expedite the process for Wang Bin, the manager summoned several individuals to assist, and they swiftly completed all necessary procedures. Once the payment was transferred, the manager respectfully presented the keys and entry card with both hands. As Wang Bin departed, the manager and the others escorted him to the entrance. Having purchased the house, Wang Bin resolved to move his belongings immediately. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it still empty. Thus, he gathered his jewelry, air gun, and detonators. Then hailed a cab that took him straight to the villa. After settling his luggage, he ventured out to procure provisions for the impending apocalyptic world, during which he also purchased a mobile phone, 10 chargers, a dagger, and a machete for Guan Xiaoya. Logically, after acquiring the house, Wang Bin should invite Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping for a celebratory meal. However, he had pressing matters to attend to that evening and could not host them. He resolved to invite them another day. His concern for Guan Xiaoya weighed heavily on him. In modern society, a single day equates to 7 days in the apocalyptic realm. He was anxious about how she fared during those 7 days and whether she had been captured by the Axe Gang. Time seemed to drag agonizingly. And soon the cool-down period for teleportation arrived. As soon as the time elapsed, Wang Bin promptly initiated the teleportation. Alert! There is a living person within 10 meters of your teleportation destination. Do you wish to proceed? How many individuals are there? And are they male or female? There is but one person, and she is female. Is it Guan Xiaoya? Yes. Teleport immediately. With a sudden whoosh, when Wang Bin opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the very room he had departed from. In the days that followed his disappearance, Guan Xiaoya had endured a torturous existence, each day feeling like an eternity. Yet, she clung to Wang Bin's words before his departure. He would return in 7 days. Doubts had crossed her mind about him. Yet each night, she stealthily ventured back to check if he had returned, only to be met with disappointment time and again. In her efforts to evade the Axe Gang's pursuit, she had suffered greatly, narrowly escaping death at their hands. Today marked the final day of her waiting. If Wang Bin did not appear, she was at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, he had become her sole motivation for survival. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent room. Instinctively, she gripped the wooden stick tightly. Xiaoya, where are you? Wang, brother Wang, I'm here. Upon hearing Wang Bin's voice, Guan Xiaoya could no longer hold back her tears. Wang Bin rushed out, just as she dashed into the room he occupied, colliding into him. Fortunately, he caught her. Otherwise, she would have fallen. Ah, Xiaoya, are you all right? I'm fine, brother Wang. It's so wonderful to see you back. With that, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Bin noticed the fresh wounds adorning her body, indicating the hardships she had endured in his absence, and he rushed to console her. After a considerable time, her sobs gradually subsided. It was then that she realized how deeply she depended on him. Having cried in his arms for so long, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, it was night, and the room was devoid of light, sparing her from further awkwardness. How did you get so many injuries? I brought some ointment and band-aids. Let us take care of those wounds first. Thank you, brother Wang. She revealed 7 or 8 wounds, mostly superficial abrasions that were not severe. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried about you. I went to fetch you some food. This time, I brought an air gun and some detonators. Ah, You actually brought an air gun and detonators. Yes, and plenty of delicious food. Come, let us sit over there. I'll show you what I brought. Okay. Chapter 12. Infiltrating the Tiger Head Gang, Guan Xiaoya. Thrilled as she held the air gun, felt elated. This was the very weapon she had longed for, and her wish had finally been fulfilled. Though the power and range of the air gun did not rival that of a rifle, it was lethal nonetheless, and its low noise and high concealment made it an ideal choice. This gun is now yours. Ah, thank you, Brother Wang. Here are the detonators and fuses. You should keep these as well. Okay, now, let us set aside these items for the moment and see what else I have brought for you. As Wang Bin spoke, he retrieved an assortment of delectable treats from his backpack, causing Guan Xiaoya's eyes to widen in delight. Go ahead and eat, she urged, with a swift acknowledgement. She tore open a bag of beef jerky and indulged voraciously. Brother Wang, you should eat too. I'm not hungry yet, he replied. Then I won't eat either. All right, I'll join in. Unable to resist her insistence, Wang Bin produced a handful of spicy peanuts and a bottle of beer. Guan Xiaoya, too, revealed her own bottle of beer, clinking it against his before taking hearty gulps, both reveling in the moment. After consuming a bag of beef jerky and a bottle of beer, Guan Xiaoya refused to eat any further. Despite Wang Bin's coaxing, she remained steadfast. He understood that she had grown accustomed to a life of hardship and would only eat until she felt sufficiently satiated. Don't worry. I've brought 2 large backpacks filled with food, enough to last you a month. No, I'm full. All right then. Can you guess what other delightful surprises I have for you? I can't. Look, I've brought you a smartphone and 10 chargers, enough to last you a long time. Ah, Brother Wang, you are too kind to me. At that moment, Guan Xiaoya couldn't hold back her tears. Ever since the apocalypse and the loss of her parents, she had never felt warmth from others. All right, enough of that. How about we listen to some music? Hum. She replied cheerfully, promptly pulling out her headphones, connecting them to the phone, and handing Wang Bin one of the earpieces. The two leaned against each other, immersing themselves in the music. Perhaps Guan Xiaoya was exhausted from the days prior. As the second song played, her head tilted, and she fell asleep on Wang Bin's shoulder. He carefully removed her headphones and switched off the phone, allowing her to rest against him as they both drifted into slumber. When Guan Xiaoya awoke the next day, she realized she had spent the night in Wang Bin's embrace, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Sensing her movement, Wang Bin stirred awake. Did you sleep well last night? Yes. By the way, tell me what has transpired while I was away. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, and there was a conflict between the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang, but only a few were injured. Some individuals are also planning to leave in search of government gathering points. It seems we have an opportunity then to eliminate the Axe Gang and the Crazy Sand Gang. Oh, the Crazy Sand Gang? Indeed. To enter the bank building, we must also bring down the Crazy Sand Gang. Ideally, we should ensure their complete annihilation. But the Crazy Sand Gang is formidable. Fear not, we'll take it step by step. Are you familiar with shooting? I've only watched others. I've never tried it myself. That's all right. This time, I've brought 5 boxes of pellets, each containing 100 rounds, sufficient for you to practice. Find a target to try your hand, and this evening, we shall deal with the troubles posed by the Axe Gang. Are we really going? No worries. We are merely intent on sowing chaos, not engaging them directly. With that said, Wang Bin successfully persuaded Guan Xiaoya and began devising a plan for the evening to deal with the Axe Gang. His aim was not only to disrupt the Axe Gang, but ideally to incite turmoil among all 4 gangs, thereby creating an opportunity for him to seize victory amidst the chaos and access the vault where the gold was stored in the bank building. In the past, gold held great value, but with the advent of the apocalypse, such a heavy metal was likely to be unwanted, thus increasing the probability that it remained within the bank's stronghold. After half an hour, Wang Bin found Guan Xiaoya, who was perched by the window practicing her aim. To his surprise, she was not shooting haphazardly. Rather, she was behaving like a marksman, taking her time to aim before firing. Clearly, she had chosen a target based on the visage of a person on the advertising board of the opposite building, which was now riddled with small holes. She possessed a remarkable talent for shooting. Observing this, Wang Bin couldn't help but express his admiration. Xiaoya, take a break and have something to eat before continuing your practice. Thank you, Brother Wang, she replied. How's your practice going? It feels all right, but the power and range of this air gun are a bit limited. I suspect it would be difficult to kill someone from 50 meters away. That's fine, just get closer to shoot. After all, this thing is quite silent and hard to detect. After finishing her meal, Guanxiaya practiced a little longer before deciding to stop, primarily to conserve ammunition, and also because she felt she had grasped the essentials. In the afternoon, Wang Bin summoned Guanxiaya and instructed her to meticulously sketch the layout of the Rainbow Tower, where the Axe Gang resided, along with the surrounding buildings. Given that Wang Bin had a limited supply of detonators, he abandoned the notion of demolishing the building. However, he still intended to utilize the detonators, as currently, only the Giant Bear Gang possessed explosives and grenades. Employing the detonators would further convince Hu Ge that the attackers were from the Giant Bear Gang. As night fell, under Guanxiaya's guidance, the two stealthily approached a nearby building adjacent to the Rainbow Tower. The Rainbow Tower served as a commercial edifice with numerous entrances and exits, and the members of the Axe Gang were limited, making it improbable for them to guard every entrance. According to Guanxiaya's description, most members of the Tiger Head Gang congregated between the 3rd and 5th floors, which meant they would only station personnel at the main entrances on the 1st and 2nd floors, making it relatively straightforward to infiltrate the building. After midnight, Wang Bin and Guanxiaya commenced their operation. With the absence of electric lights, society seemed to revert to a bygone era, where people typically retired for the night around 8 or 9 o'clock. By now, it was likely that most individuals were fast asleep, presenting an opportune moment for their infiltration. Before long, the duo reached the 1st floor of the Rainbow Tower, locating a secure stairwell and ascending through it. As they reached the 2nd floor, they heard the sounds of snoring above. Wang Bin felt a surge of delight and cautiously approached the source of the sound, extending one hand to cover the person's mouth while wielding a dagger in the other, prepared to strike. For Wang Bin, the experience of committing murder for the first time was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Fortunately, the victim struggled only briefly before succumbing, creating minimal disturbance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Bin exchanged a glance with Guanxiaya and pressed onward. Based on Wang Bin's assessment, the 3rd floor housed the most junior members of the Tiger Head Gang, while the 4th floor was reserved for key figures and elite members. The 5th floor was the domain of the gang leader, Tiger Brother, along with his 2 women, and it also served as a storage area for supplies. Their objective was to reach the topmost floor, locate the gang's supply cache, and subsequently detonate it. Before long, the pair arrived at the 5th floor. Just as they were about to push open the secure passage door, they heard footsteps, prompting them to halt and wait until the sound faded before slipping inside. Observing the 5th floor for a while, they soon noted 2 individuals engaged in constant patrol. Eventually, the patrolling duo grew weary and congregated nearby to engage in hushed conversation. Chapter 13. Destroying the Axe Gang's supplies. Both individuals were armed, and since Wang Bin and Guanxiaya were not special forces, they decided to remain concealed and eavesdrop. Alas, our food supplies are dwindling, one lamented. Indeed, at this rate, we can barely last more than a month, replied the other. Do you think we can take down the Grizzly Bear Gang? Even if we cannot, we must try. Otherwise, starvation will be our fate. But they have explosives and grenades. Conquering them will not be easy. We should consider retreating with the food sooner rather than later. Perhaps we might find a refuge before our supplies run out. Be careful not to voice that around others. If Tiger Brother hears you, you're in for trouble. Relax, it's just between us. I was merely venting. As they spoke, their gaze was fixed on a particular spot. Wang Bin surmised that the location they were watching was either Tiger Brother's quarters or the storage area for the gang's supplies. Once the two resumed their patrol, Wang Bin guided Guanxiaya toward that area. Upon entering, Wang Bin soon discerned the sound of snoring emanating from within a room, while adjacent to it was another room secured with a large lock. This locked room was highly likely to be the storage for the Tiger Head Gang's supplies. Although the earlier conversation indicated that the gang's reserves were limited and a fierce battle with the Grizzly Bear Gang was imminent, Wang Bin felt an urgent need to expedite the conflict. The most effective strategy would be to sabotage the Tiger Head Gang's supplies. Such an action would compel them to engage in a relentless war with the Grizzly Bear Gang, regardless of the underlying reasons. The key was undoubtedly in Tiger Brother's possession, yet the locked door thwarted their attempts to procure it. It seemed that Guanxiaya could read Wang Bin's thoughts. She discreetly tugged at his sleeve and pointed toward the supply room door. Approaching the entrance, she produced a slender piece of wire from her pocket and smiled at Wang Bin. Upon noticing the iron wire in Guanxiaya's hand, Wang Bin smiled, wondering if she possessed the skill to pick locks. In order to survive, Guanxiaya had indeed learned the art of lock picking. A simple lock could be opened with a slender wire. The lock on this large gate was evidently just an ordinary one, presenting no challenge to her. In less than 10 seconds, she had successfully released the lock. The two exchanged glances of delight, cautiously pushing the gate open, slipping inside, and carefully closing it behind them. Wang Bin illuminated the room with the flashlight on his phone, revealing only 7 or 8 bags of rice and some bottles of liquor. This modest supply was certainly sufficient for the Axe Gang to sustain themselves for over a month. Guan Xiaoya's eyes sparkled at the sight of the rice and liquor. Eager to pour the rice into her backpack, but Wang Bin swiftly intervened. With him present, there was no need for her to worry about provisions. They had to depart stealthily, and carrying these items would undoubtedly hinder their escape. Wang Bin opened a bottle of liquor, pouring it over the rice, and then inserted 2 detonators into the pile, connecting them with a fuse. Once the patrolling personnel had moved away, he ignited the fuse and they quietly made their exit. Just as they reached the 2nd floor, 2 explosions resonated from the 5th floor. They exchanged a quick glance and hastily descended to the 1st floor. However, upon reaching the ground, they collided with an individual who was immediately knocked down by Wang Bin. "Who are you?" the person demanded, armed only with a steel pipe and devoid of a firearm. Without hesitation, Wang Bin swung his machete, striking decisively. After resolving the situation, the two hurried towards the exit. The building was now in chaos. Everyone had awakened and rushed towards the 5th floor. Having accomplished their objective, the duo did not linger and returned directly to their hideout. It was somewhat regrettable that they had dealt with 2 members of the Tiger Head Gang, both of whom were unarmed. Upon returning to their lair, they retired early, foreseeing the fierce battle that would unfold the following day between the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang. In truth, Brother Tiger had been jolted awake from his slumber, enraged upon discovering the supplies had been destroyed. Had he been better prepared, he might have immediately mobilized his men to assault the Giant Bear Gang. Next, Wang Bin intended to incite a conflict between the Sandstorm Gang and the Eagle Gang. Only when the Sandstorm Gang descended into chaos would he find his opportunity. Throughout the day, there was no sound of combat between the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang, which earned Wang Bin a modicum of respect for Brother Tiger. Despite the dire circumstances, he remained remarkably composed. Once calmed, Brother Tiger swiftly sealed off information and gathered all his subordinates, preparing to launch a night raid on the Giant Bear Gang. To ensure that no information leaked, no one was permitted to leave the building before their departure. After returning to their hideout, Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening, they savored a hearty meal, and as night fell, they made their way towards the Eastern District. Due to the need to evade lurking zombies, their pace was slow, and it was nearly 9 o'clock by the time they finally entered the Eastern District. Guan Xiaoya's nose was remarkably sensitive. She suddenly halted and sniffed the air, exclaiming in surprise, "Someone is cooking meat nearby." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin also took a moment to inhale deeply, indeed detecting a faint yet tantalizing aroma of meat. Although he carried a substantial amount of food, predominantly in packaged form, consuming the same fare daily could become rather monotonous. The enticing scent of meat now caused his mouth to water. Guan Xiaoya turned to Wang Bin, her eyes inquiring what they should do next. "Shall we sneak over to take a look?" Upon hearing this, a smile brightened Guan Xiaoya's face as she followed the direction from which the delicious aroma wafted. Soon, guided by her, the two arrived in front of a small building, from which the delectable scent emanated. "Let us first conceal ourselves and observe. This may be a trap." All right. After a brief discussion, they quickly found another small building nearby to hide in. Not long after, a group of 12 individuals appeared in the distance, some of whom were armed with guns. "Brother Chun, it's right here." "Yes, you two find a place to hide." "Understood, Brother Chun." The 2 individuals called by Brother Chun, both armed with rifles, complied without hesitation. "Brother Wang, the leader is Chun Jiqiang, a minor chief of the Quangsha Gang." As the group moved closer, Guan Xiaoya quickly recognized their faces and eagerly shared the identity of the leader. Continue to observe. Upon learning that these individuals belonged to the Quangsha Gang, Wang Bin's interest was piqued. Brother Chun, seeing that the two had successfully concealed themselves, led the others toward the small building with great confidence. "Stop, or I will fire." As they approached the building, a woman's voice echoed from the 2nd floor. "Oh, Officer Miao is home." Brother Chun halted, a playful grin spreading across his face as he gazed up at the 2nd floor. "What brings you here?" Officer Miao, hiding behind the wall, dared not show herself. "I heard you recently caught a wild boar. My brothers and I have not tasted such fresh meat in a long time, so we came to sample it." Brother Chin replied with a mischievous smirk. Chapter 14. Dark Firearms. Who is inside? Wang Bin whispered. Her name is Miao Ruyun, a police officer. Her team consists of an older officer, Li Qingping, who seems to be her mentor, along with 5 or 6 others, mostly children and women, lacking any combat capability. Guan Xiaoya responded coolly. Why don't they leave? It seems that Officer Li Qingping has sustained a severe leg injury, and Miao Ruyun stayed behind to care for him. Oh, it appears that Officer Miao is a person of loyalty and compassion. Brother Wang, do you intend to assist them? To dismantle the Quangsha gang, we require allies. Understood. Grasping Wang Bin's intent, Guan Xiaoya swiftly aimed her air gun at the head of the individual who had just concealed himself. Brother Chun, with so many members in the Quangsha gang, why don't you go and confront them yourself? Officer Miao, we aren't as fortunate as you. Every time we venture out, we return empty-handed. I desire no more than half. Upon hearing Brother Chen's words, the others felt a twinge of temptation and hastened to curry favor with Officer Miao. However, she harbored a different sentiment. She was acutely aware of Brother Chun and his ilk. Should she relent, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to devour everything. As the scarcity of provisions escalated, she had already heard whispers of cannibalism taking root, rendering this place increasingly perilous. Now that her mentor's foot was nearly healed, and with the hunt for a wild boar successful, she prepared to depart this treacherous locale. Not so fast. The wild boar is my prize. If you wish to claim my spoils, come at me. Officer Miao declared. I know your marksmanship is commendable, yet you possess but 2 handguns with limited ammunition. Should a confrontation arise, you would not stand a chance against us. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then come forth. Brother Chen commanded, waving his hand, prompting his subordinates to charge towards the small building. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the window, and immediately 2 men collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the others halted in their tracks and sought refuge. Li Qingping, clutching a handgun, stealthily approached Miao Ruyun and whispered, Xiaoyan, are we truly going to war with the Quangsha gang? Mentor, fear not. If we can drive them away, we shall swiftly exit the city in search of a refuge. It seems we have no other choice. Keep an eye on the front door while I guard the staircase. Understood. Mentor, do take care. Indeed, you too must exercise caution. From their concealed vantage, 2 gunmen, upon witnessing the skirmish commence, unleashed a volley of shots towards Officer Miao's window, compelling her to remain hidden. Charge! Brother Chun, noticing Officer Miao being suppressed, promptly rallied his remaining followers to advance. Faced with their approach, Officer Miao was compelled to retreat to another room to counterattack. Fire! Simultaneously, Wang Bin issued a shooting command to Guan Xiaoya. Having attempted to wield the air gun himself, he recognized that his aim paled in comparison to hers, thus relinquishing the sole firearm to her. The air gun produced a remarkably subdued sound, masked by the cacophony of gunfire, rendering it virtually inaudible. As the projectile left the barrel, it struck one of the lurking assailants in the head, resulting in an instant incapacitation. With her new position, Officer Miao also began to retaliate, taking down another foe. Outside, an assailant had her in his sights, and she dared not fire repeatedly. She dispatched one adversary and swiftly shifted her position to continue the assault, just as Brother Chun and the remaining members surged towards the small building. Guan Xiaoya eliminated yet another concealed assailant. Having dealt with the lurking threat, she swiftly turned her weapon to eliminate the advancing members of the Quangsha gang. Bang! As Brother Chun stormed into the small building, one of his followers fell lifelessly to the ground behind him. What on earth is happening? Brother Chun pondered, bewildered by the sudden demise of his subordinate. Who fired upon us? Behind them stood 2 formidable gunmen. Yet how could one of their own be struck down? Another agonizing scream echoed as a young subordinate, who had yet to enter the room, was silently dispatched. Brother Chun was taken aback. Everyone, come inside, quickly. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Brother Chun urgently commanded his men to enter. Brother Chun, it seems someone is firing from behind. The fallen one was that scoundrel. Once I uncover his identity, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Officer Miao also sensed something amiss. The 2 gunmen who had been lurking in the shadows had ceased fire. And just as she aimed at one, he collapsed before she could pull the trigger. Could it be that someone was assisting us? A surge of joy filled Officer Miao's heart as she hurriedly abandoned her post at the window to take a defensive stance at the staircase with her mentor. Master, what is the situation? 2 have been dispatched. Excellent, Master. Indeed, in his prime, Master was a sharpshooter in the police force. Master, it seems we have assistance. Oh, what do you mean? The gunmen hiding in the shadows appear to have gone silent. I suspect they've been taken out. Moreover, I was just about to shoot one when he fell. Such a turn of events. Brother Chen grew anxious. He had come with 11 men, but now only 4 remained. What troubled him further was the gunfire from outside and the inability to ascend the staircase, leaving them trapped on the ground floor with no means of escape. Brother Chen, what shall we do next? A terrified subordinate implored, tears streaming down his face. Brother Chen pondered for a moment and proclaimed loudly, Officer Miao, shall we negotiate? Oh, what do you propose? I concede. If you allow us to leave, we shall pretend this evening never occurred. Officer Miao did not believe for a moment that Brother Chen would let them go, but she needed time, at the very least. She had to get them out to ensure a safe exit for her team. Very well, you may leave. Officer Miao, this is rather unscrupulous. Have your friends outside vouch for us, or I cannot dare to step out. Upon hearing Brother Chen's words, Officer Miao's suspicions were confirmed. There was indeed someone outside aiding them. She initially thought to assert she did not know anyone outside, but reconsidered, knowing that such a statement would reveal to Brother Chen that the individuals outside were not aligned with them. Officer Miao acquiesced and quietly approached the window of the partition, raising her voice. Hey, the Quansha gang has conceded. Let them go. Hearing Officer Miao's call, Guan Xiaoya turned to Wang Bin. Wang Bin contemplated for a moment and then declared loudly, Very well, let them pass. Thank you. Officer Miao expressed her gratitude and promptly moved to the staircase, urging Brother Chen to lead his men out. Go. Hearing Wang Bin's words, Brother Chen hastily rushed out with his subordinates. Fire. Wang Bin, seeing Brother Chen emerge with his men, immediately commanded Guan Xiaoya to open fire. Guan Xiaoya did not question why he had claimed moments ago that they would be allowed to leave, only to now threaten them with gunfire. Aiming and shooting. Bang. A blood-curdling scream erupted as one of the fleeing individuals collapsed to the ground. Bastard, you don't keep your word. Upon witnessing his subordinate fall, Brother Chen hastily pulled a companion close to shield him from the bullets and began to curse loudly. Bang, bang. Guan Xiaoya fired 2 more shots, regrettably only claiming 1 life. Chapter 15. Establishing cooperation. Officer Miao did not anticipate that Wang Bin would resort to murder. She stood outside the window, astonished, scanning her surroundings. Yet, she was utterly oblivious to Wang Bin's location, which only deepened her confusion regarding how he had managed to eliminate members of the mad killing gang. They were using air guns. It was Li Chengping's seasoned experience that led him to discern at once that Wang Bin and his companions were armed with air guns. Air guns? Officer Miao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, these weapons produce a very faint sound, making them difficult to detect unless one listens closely. Based on the direction of the fallen bodies, they must be hiding in the house to the left. Upon hearing this, Officer Miao promptly aimed her firearm at the left side building. Observing that the members of the mad killing gang had retreated, Wang Bin turned to Guan Xiaoya and said, Wait here, I will go speak with them. What? You're going alone? Don't worry, as long as you remain unseen, they won't dare to fire. All right, just be cautious. Wang Bin acknowledged her concern and stepped out of the building. He did not bother to retrieve the weapon dropped by the mad killing gang, but instead strode directly towards the small building where Officer Miao was located. Shall we talk? Wang Bin halted 10 meters from the small building, refusing to advance further. Who are you, and what do you wish to discuss? If it's about food, then there's no need, came the response. Cooperation. Rest assured, I carry no weapons. What is that in your hand? Food. A gift for you. A token of our introduction. Food. Stop right there. We do not require your provisions. I understand your fear of retaliation from the mad killing gang, hence your desire to leave swiftly. If you wish to avoid wasting time, let us converse. As Wang Bin had stated, Officer Miao was eager to vacate the area promptly. Otherwise, if the mad killing gang arrived, their escape would be impossible. Fine, you may enter, but you had better not try anything funny. Wang Bin smiled faintly and, carrying some food he had just retrieved from his backpack, confidently stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a handgun was pressed against his head. Do not be alarmed. I only brought food, nothing else. Drop the goods on the floor. Wang Bin offered no resistance, obediently tossing the bag onto the ground. Behind him, Li Chengping refrained from collecting the bag, instructing a young boy to open it and inspect its contents. Wow, so much food. The little boy exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the bounty within the bag. Xiaonan, take the bag and come upstairs with us. Okay, Uncle Li. The young boy obediently followed Li Qingping as they escorted Wang Bin to the second floor. Upon arrival, Wang Bin immediately spotted Officer Miao and several individuals standing nearby, their anxious gazes fixed upon him. Among them were 2 women, while the rest were children. Speak up. What do you wish to discuss with us? We must unite against the Mad Killers gang. What? Are you out of your mind? I am quite sane. The Tiger Head gang and the Giant Bear gang have already clashed. If we can incite the Mad Killers gang and the Flying Eagles gang to fight each other, this city will be devoid of any major organizations. Apologies, but I am not interested in your proposal. I understand your needs. Food? I possess that. If you are willing to assist us in a small endeavor, I can offer you some provisions. While it may not guarantee your survival until you reach the gathering point, it will certainly provide you with some additional time. I suggest you first take a look at the tokens of goodwill I have brought before you respond. As Wang Bin concluded his statement, the young boy handed a plastic bag to Officer Miao. Upon opening it, Officer Miao was astounded by the contents, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Before the apocalypse, such items would have seemed trivial, but now they were luxuries, likely beyond the reach of the Mad Killers gang. Where did you acquire this food? That is of no concern to you. Just answer whether you are willing to cooperate or not. I have plenty more where this came from. If you agree to work with us, I can provide you with 10 times this amount. While your offer is tempting, the Mad Killers gang numbers over 100, and they are formidable. We do not intend to confront them directly. We merely need to instigate a conflict between them and the Flying Eagles gang. My mentor is injured and cannot move easily, and the others lack combat capability. I can only join you alone. That is sufficient. Now, hurry and gather your belongings. We must find a safer location to discuss our strategy. All right, everyone, quickly pack your things. We are relocating. At Officer Miao's command, the others sprang into action. The wild boar had already been dismantled, with others carrying it out of the building. As they exited, Wang Bin and his companions made sure to confiscate some weapons from the Mad Killers gang. Once outside, Wang Bin retrieved 2 rifles, allowing Guan Xiaoya to leave the building as well. Xiaoya, catch. As soon as Guan Xiaoya stepped outside, Wang Bin tossed her a rifle. This weapon is powerful, but the noise it makes is quite loud. Then take both. All right. Is it just the 2 of you? Officer Miao was surprised to see only 2 individuals with Wang Bin. Well, it used to be 2, but now we are 3. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. Officer Miao felt as though she had fallen into a deep pit, yet having already boarded Wang Bin's ship of fate, she had no choice but to follow. Under Officer Miao's guidance, the group found another small building to serve as their temporary refuge. Once there, Wang Bin produced additional food for Officer Miao and the others. Upon witnessing the food presented by Wang Bin, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with delight, and several children could not help but salivate. Help yourselves. Yet, no one reached for the food. Instead, they all turned to Officer Miao, as if she were their leader. Go ahead, but each person may take only 1 item. Upon hearing Officer Miao's words, the crowd quickly extended their hands to seize the food they had long coveted, tearing open the packaging and devouring it eagerly. Observing their enthusiastic consumption, Guan Xiaoya was reminded of the first time Wang Bin had offered her food, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The crowd paid no heed to her amusement, each one fervently indulging in their feast. This is delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite chicken legs. This beef jerky is fantastic. I almost forgot what beef tastes like. Wang Bin, Xiaoya, you should have some too. Indeed. Wang Bin smiled faintly, taking out a can of beer, while Guan Xiaoya retrieved a bag of QQ candy. Li Chengping's eyes turned green with envy upon seeing Wang Bin produce a can of beer. He awkwardly swallowed and smiled at Wang Bin, saying, Wang Bin, do you have any more beer? Yes, brotherly, here you go. Wang Bin replied, tossing a can to him. Wait, also give me one. Initially, Officer Miao felt a bit hesitant to ask Wang Bin for his provisions, but after so many years without a drink, she eventually couldn't resist requesting a can. Wang Bin smiled again, retrieving another can from his backpack and tossing it to Officer Miao. Thank you. You're welcome. Officer Miao opened her beer, inhaled its aroma, and then took a sip. As the beer flowed down her throat, a delightful sensation coursed through her body, causing every hair to stand on end. It was an extraordinarily wonderful feeling. Chapter 16. Assault on the Sandstorm Gang. If only I had a cigarette. Li Chengping lamented after finishing his beer. I don't have any at the moment, but I'll bring you a pack next time. What? You can still get cigarettes? Well, given that you can procure this food, what else could you possibly not acquire? Just as they were conversing, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the North City, interspersed with the sounds of explosions. It has finally begun. Hearing the gunfire, Wang Bin smiled faintly. Such an outcome was entirely within his expectations. The previous day, they had dismantled the Tiger Head Gang supplies. And if the gang did not seize resources from the Grizzly Bear Gang, they would face starvation. However, he had not anticipated that Tiger Brother would wait until now to launch an attack. Wang Bin, did you and Xiaoya orchestrate all of this? From their earlier conversation, Wang Bin recounted the events of the previous night when he and Guan Xiaoya had targeted the Tiger Head Gang supplies. And he predicted that a fierce battle would ensue between the Tiger Head Gang and the Grizzly Bear Gang that very night. Initially skeptical, the crowd now believed Wang Bin as they heard the intense sounds of gunfire and explosions from the North City. Wang Bin, I find myself perplexed by your situation. With an abundance of food at your disposal, why do you choose to remain and confront the gangs in the city rather than escape with Xiaoyu? Officer Miao, with her forthright nature, did not hesitate to voice her confusion directly. Would you believe me if I said I abhor their heinous acts? Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, the others recalled the numerous atrocities committed by the four major gangs over the years, murders committed for mere sustenance, and the brutal treatment of those who dared to resist them. Some even resorted to cannibalism. The thought of these horrors ignited a fierce anger among the group, their fists clenched tightly. Wang Bin understood that many of these individuals had likely lost friends and family at the hands of the gangs. Sister Miao, I wish to accompany you in avenging the members of the Quangsha gang, exclaimed an emaciated 8-year-old boy, rising with determination in his eyes as he gazed at Officer Miao. Abao, you are still quite young. Allow your sister to handle such matters, Officer Miao replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. No, I must avenge my parents. They were slain by the Quangsha gang. Abao's fists were clenched, his eyes ablaze with emotion. Abao, be obedient. Your responsibility is to protect Uncle Li and your younger siblings. Very well. Sister Miao, rest assured, I will safeguard my siblings and ensure they come to no harm. Indeed. Wang Bin, we've received a few extra firearms. Could you spare some for our protection? Certainly. Xiaoyu and I will each keep a rifle, while the surplus can be yours. Ah, thank you. The group erupted with excitement at Wang Bin's generous offer of the remaining 3 firearms. In a post-apocalyptic world, weapons held far greater value than food. With arms in hand, one could assert dominance and seize the provisions of others. They had never anticipated Wang Bin would not only provide them sustenance, but also weapons, leaving them profoundly grateful, yet increasingly bewildered by his actions. All right, everyone. It's time to rest. We must prepare for action tomorrow. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Bin and his companions ventured out. Each of them now carried a firearm, significantly enhancing their combat potential. Officer Miao, familiar with the Dongqing district, swiftly guided them to a large building near the Quangsha gang's headquarters. The Quangsha gang had established a more formidable perimeter than the Hutu gang, with sentries positioned not only inside the building, but also in several surrounding structures. A lull persisted until just before noon, when over 40 members emerged, forming 4 teams that dispersed in different directions. Given the chaos of the previous night, I surmise they are heading to fortify the border. Indeed, that seems plausible. Let us follow the team heading south. With their plan agreed upon, the trio stealthily trailed the group, which consisted of 10 individuals, only 4 of whom were armed, while the others wielded clubs and various knives. As we approach the southern boundary of the city, let us take a detour to set an ambush ahead. Agreed. The 3 of us hastened our steps, and, under Officer Miao's guidance, soon arrived at a building situated along the enemy's anticipated route. First, eliminate those armed. Understood. Open fire. As the members of the Quangsha gang reached the base of the building, Wang Bin commanded, and gunfire erupted, catching the Quangsha gang off guard, resulting in the instant demise of 4 or 5 individuals. The remaining members, seasoned and shrewd, swiftly concealed themselves within the nearby structures. Let us proceed. We shall create some trouble for the Feiyin gang as well. Observing that the Quangsha gang had taken cover, Wang Bin deemed it exceedingly challenging to eliminate them one by one and decided against exhausting their resources, directing Officer Miao to lead them towards the Feiyin gang instead. The Quangsha gang members waited in trepidation, but after a considerable interval, without any incident, one individual, trembling with fear, was summoned by his superior to retrieve a firearm. Upon emerging and picking up the weapon without encountering any danger, the others mustered the courage to step out, seizing their comrade's weapon before hastily retreating, eager to report the unfolding events to their leader. Having heard the gunfire in the northern part of the city the previous night, their chief had gathered them, cautioning them to be vigilant, yet they never anticipated an attack the following day. Upon receiving the report from the southern squad, the Guangsha gang's leader, Xinggu, erupted in furious expletives. He believed that within this city, the Guangsha gang held the greatest power, and it was already commendable that they refrained from bullying others. Yet, he was astounded that someone dared to assault his men. Initially, upon hearing the gunfire from the south, Xinggu considered it a fortuitous event, thinking that if the Hutu gang and the Juxiong gang could mutually annihilate one another, he could then direct all his strength against the Feiying gang in the south, ultimately unifying the city and establishing himself as its ruler. Xinggu, we shall annihilate the Feiying gang. No, there is something amiss. What could possibly be amiss? We were attacked at the southern border. Fool, I firmly believe that the Feiying gang would never dare to initiate hostilities against us. I suspect that someone is deliberately instigating a conflict between us and the Feiying gang. Xinggu, what shall we do now? The immediate priority is to thoroughly investigate the situation regarding the battle between the Hutu gang and the Juxiong gang, as well as ascertain who has launched an attack against us. Biao, take some men to investigate if there are any external forces in the city. Understood, leader. Additionally, recall the other 3 squads. Given the current circumstances, conserving our strength is the wisest course. Yes, leader. Once we ascertain the battle losses of the Hutu gang and the Juxiong gang, coupled with the absence of any formidable external forces within the city, he will be able to proceed without hesitation to annex the Feiying gang. Xinggu had long harbored ambitions of unifying the city, yet the presence of other gangs had kept him in check. Lacking absolute certainty, he dared not recklessly wage war against any gang. The other 3 factions were no weaklings, and he knew that attempting to conquer any one of them would exact a substantial toll. If the casualties were too severe, he would lose his position as the leader of the city, a fate he was keen to avoid. Chapter 17. The Assault on the Flying Eagle Gang under the guidance of Officer Miao. The trio swiftly located a lookout point of the Flying Eagle Gang in the southern part of the city. Given that the gang was not particularly large, they had stationed merely 5 members there. However, since these individuals were concealed within the building, resolving the situation swiftly proved to be somewhat troublesome. Ultimately, Wang Bin opted for assassination. The 3 stealthily infiltrated the building and conducted a thorough search of the first floor, only to find it completely deserted. Brother Wang, there's usually no one on the first floor. Why is that? They fear the zombies coming in. The trio quietly approached the staircase, where they spotted an individual at the second floor landing, armed solely with a rusted machete. Brother Wang, allow me to handle this one, Guixiaoya exclaimed, invigorated by the sight of the unarmed man. Be cautious, and ensure he makes no sound. Wang Bin had a great deal of confidence in Guixiaoya's skills. With a nod, she drew a dagger from her waist and stealthily ascended the stairs. Guixiaoya moved with remarkable lightness, making scarcely a sound as she swiftly approached the man from behind. Before he could react, she covered his mouth with one hand while her right hand swiftly sliced across his throat with the dagger, and within moments, he lay dead. They gently lifted the body into a nearby room and continued their search. There was only one person on the second floor, the others were on the third floor, as they could hear the sound of cards being shuffled above. Upon reaching the third floor staircase, they peered in to see 3 individuals engrossed in a card game, while another appeared lethargically gazing out the window. Not one to miss an opportunity, Wang Bin and his companions wasted no time. They aimed their guns and fired, swiftly eliminating all 4. Among them, Officer Miao displayed the quickest shooting skills, having fired 2 shots, while Wang Bin and Guixiaoya barely managed to discharge a single round each. After securing the area, they collected 2 additional firearms, leaving the knives behind. With these 2 guns in hand, they could almost ensure that everyone would be armed. Let us return. We shall observe the movements of the Sandstorm Gang and the Flying Eagle Gang. With the lookout of the Flying Eagle Gang neutralized, the first phase of their plan was accomplished, and Wang Bin led his 2 companions back. As Wang Bin recounted the day's events to their group upon their return, excitement surged among them. Most had suffered at the hands of these gangs, and hearing that they had dispatched nearly 10 individuals brought them immense satisfaction. Upon witnessing the remarkable marksmanship of Officer Miao and Guixiaoya, Wang Bin felt an urgent need to refine his own shooting skills. He took up an air gun and commenced shooting practice. The sound of the air gun was minimal, alleviating any concerns of detection. Officer Miao, intrigued by Wang Bin's training, pondered how an individual of such average skill and ability had managed to survive to this day, particularly when he seemed to possess an abundance of luxurious provisions. Are you training in shooting? Would you like me to teach you? She inquired. Absolutely. I cannot express my gratitude enough. It is you who has rekindled the essence of my former self. Your former self? She echoed. Indeed. Before the apocalypse, I was a police officer driven by a strong sense of justice. Following the onset of chaos, I endeavored to protect those in need, yet one by one, they perished before my eyes. As the population dwindled, desperation for sustenance led to ruthless conflict, and I too transformed. I began to question life and my convictions. Although I still strive to safeguard my companions, my fighting spirit against malevolent forces has waned. Are you aware of the leaders of the 4 gangs in the city? They were once mere delinquents, some of whom I had previously apprehended. In the blink of an eye, they have become the most powerful figures in the city. They have amassed a sizable following and begun to prey on others, while I can do nothing but watch their atrocities unfold. I feel utterly useless. No, you are incredibly resilient and courageous. In this harsh world, you have not only survived but also protected Bao and the others. You are truly remarkable. Wang Bin comforted Officer Miao, noticing her sorrow. Really? Your willingness to accompany me in attacking the Sandstorm Gang has helped me rediscover my former self. Thank you. You're welcome. Let us work harmoniously to eliminate the forces here and escort Bao and the others to safety. Ah, you are willing to join us? Indeed. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Once I complete certain tasks, we shall depart together. Officer Miao, elated to learn of Wang Bin's intentions to assist her in bringing Bao and the others to safety, devoted herself wholeheartedly to teaching him shooting. Meanwhile, the Flying Eagle Gang swiftly became aware that one of their outposts had been attacked, inciting widespread panic. The previous night's battle in the northern part of the city had already alerted the members of the Flying Eagle Gang to the impending conflict. Now, on the following day, their outpost had fallen under assault, and the location was at the border of the Sandstorm Gang, leading to speculation among the members regarding potential aggression from their rivals. Their scouts also reported the outcome of the clash between the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang, revealing that the Tiger Head Gang had completely annihilated the Giant Bear Gang, albeit suffering significant losses themselves, with only a handful of survivors remaining. Furthermore, after seizing the Giant Bear Gang stronghold, they found themselves besieged by thousands of zombies within the confines of the building. In the past, the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang held the Crazy Sand Gang in check. However, the Giant Bear Gang has now been annihilated, and only a handful of individuals from the Tiger Head Gang remain, besieged by zombies. Currently, no one can rival the Crazy Sand Gang, and they foresee an impending assault from them. At this juncture, the Eagle Gang is divided into 3 factions. The first advocates surrendering to the Crazy Sand Gang, a proposition that their leader, Brother Fei, would vehemently oppose. Surrendering would mean forfeiting his position as leader, relegating him to a subordinate role under Xing. After years of enjoying the authority of leadership, he would never acquiesce to becoming a follower. The second faction proposes an immediate exodus from the city in search of a refuge or to seize territory in other cities. While this plan has considerable support, they currently lack fuel. Thus, any journey to another city would rely solely on their own 2 legs, fraught with uncertainty and the potential for encountering even more formidable forces. Brother Fei remains indecisive regarding this option, vowing not to abandon their position unless absolutely necessary. The final faction suggests a resolute stand against the Crazy Sand Gang, a course of action that undoubtedly spells doom. After much contemplation, Brother Fei ultimately resolves to assess the situation further before considering retreat. Chapter 18. Infiltrating the Gold Reserve Room upon learning of the battle outcomes involving the Tiger Head Gang and the Giant Bear Gang, as well as the news brought back by Biao, the leader of the Crazy Sand Gang. Xing was elated. With the Giant Bear Gang extinguished and the Axe Gang trapped by zombies within a building, coupled with the absence of any external forces, he sensed that the moment had arrived. Yet, to minimize casualties, recklessness must be avoided. Careful planning is essential. That night, Xing dispatched a Biao with over 40 members to eliminate the peripheral members of the Eagle Gang, aiming to deplete their strength before delivering a decisive blow. Soon, Wang Bin and his companions heard gunfire erupting in the southern part of the city, though it did not seem particularly fierce. Brother Wang, have our plans succeeded? Yes. It appears we have succeeded, though the intensity of the conflict is not very high. Let us stoke the flames further. That night, under Officer Meow's leadership, the trio arrived at the battleground between the Crazy Sand Gang and the Eagle Gang. From the current dynamics, the Eagle Gang found themselves at a disadvantage. To balance the scales, Wang Bin and his companions covertly engaged in guerrilla tactics against the Crazy Sand Gang. They never lingered in battle. After striking, they would swiftly retreat, leaving a Biao and his men to discover nothing but empty air. Wang Bin, along with Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, mastered the art of guerrilla warfare, adapting to the ebb and flow of battle. Whenever the Crazy Sand Gang clashed with the Eagle Gang, unexpected gunfire would erupt behind them. And by the time they dispatched forces to pursue, Wang Bin and his companions had vanished without a trace. After several exchanges, a Biao was left frazzled, having lost a significant amount of hair in frustration. Ultimately, he had no choice but to assign a few individuals to guard their rear before each battle. However, this inevitably weakened their firepower at the front, leaving Ah Biao in a state of great frustration as he reluctantly led the remaining troops back. As they observed the retreat of the members of the Crazy Sand Gang, Wang Bin also returned to their hideout with 2 companions. In this skirmish, they had slain 7 members of the Crazy Sand Gang, and alongside the attrition suffered against the Flying Eagle Gang, they had incurred a casualty of at least 20. The loss of such numbers was a significant blow to the Crazy Sand Gang. In contrast, the Flying Eagle Gang experienced minimal losses as they remained on the defensive, sheltered within the building. All they needed to do was secure the windows and stairwells. Upon returning to their hideout, upon hearing of the considerable casualties, Xingge was instantly consumed with rage. However, he quickly discerned that there seemed to be some treachery at play, albeit from a relatively small number of individuals. What shall we do next? It appears that engaging in a war of attrition is no longer viable. Our numbers are 3 times that of the Flying Eagle Gang. Tomorrow, we will leave a few at headquarters while the rest accompany me to annihilate the Flying Eagle Gang. Understood, boss. As the time for his return to the real world approached, Wang Bin felt a sense of urgency. He hoped to resolve this matter before his departure, as it would alleviate the pressure on Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao. The following day, after lying in ambush near the Crazy Sand Gang's building for a short while, they witnessed nearly 100 individuals emerging from the structure. Are all members of the Crazy Sand Gang mobilizing? Quite nearly. At this, Wang Bin's eyes lit up. If the Crazy Sand Gang had emptied their stronghold, that meant the building would be largely unguarded. Brother Wang, shall we follow them? Not yet. Let's wait until they have distanced themselves before investigating their headquarters. All right. Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao were invigorated by Wang Bin's suggestion. If they could procure some food from the Crazy Sand Gang's lair, it would be a tremendous boon. After nearly an hour had passed since the departure of the Crazy Sand Gang members, Wang Bin cautiously led his 2 companions toward the gang's stronghold. Upon entering the building, they discovered that approximately 10 individuals remained to guard the premises, all of whom appeared tense. Given the importance of this stronghold, it would be exceedingly difficult for the 3 of them to launch an assault. Moreover, if gunfire erupted, how would they fend off the return of the Crazy Sand Gang members? What shall we do, Brother Wang? We go below. Below? Indeed, we will seek the gold reserve. What do we need gold for? I have my reasons. Though Officer Miao was perplexed by Wang Bin's intentions regarding the gold, he refrained from further questioning upon hearing that it was essential, and thus silently followed him to the basement. The elevator had long since malfunctioned, so the trio had to navigate the emergency escape route. Upon reaching the lowest level, they found themselves confronted by dozens of zombies. Clear the zombies. Upon hearing Wang Bin's command, Officer Miao was unsure of the significance of such an action. Guan Xiaoya is now quite obedient to Wang Bin. Upon hearing his words, she took the mountain-cutting knife he handed her and began to clear away the zombies, while Wang Bin brandished a shovel and followed suit. Officer Miao, witnessing the initiative taken by the duo, reluctantly picked up a steel pipe and joined them. Despite the presence of dozens of zombies on this floor, the trio navigated through the corridor and swiftly eliminated over 20 undead. They soon arrived at the main hall, which was teeming with zombies. The 3 of them lured a portion of the zombies into the corridor and continued their extermination efforts. By the time they had cleared the area of all zombies, over an hour had elapsed, leaving them utterly exhausted. Wang Bin produced beverages, distributing 1 bottle to each, and they stood amidst the corpses in the basement, drinking heartily. Had it been the old Wang Bin, he would have recoiled at the mere sight of such a place, let alone consuming anything here. However, he had now acclimatized to the environment, finding it unproblematic to eat and drink in the presence of so many repulsive cadavers. After taking a sip of water, Wang Bin eagerly approached the large iron gate, twisting the handle. To his astonishment, the vault door creaked open with ease. At the entrance, he discovered several keys and a few gold bricks. Could it be that someone had accessed this place before? Surely they hadn't removed all the gold bricks? The thought made Wang Bin's heart race, and he hastened to open the gate fully. As he peered inside, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Several piles of gold bricks were arranged within, with the outermost piles appearing somewhat disheveled, as though a considerable amount had been removed. Gold bricks were scattered across the floor. Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, intrigued by Wang Bin's astonished expression, approached him. Upon seeing the gold bricks, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Although the gold held little value in the present apocalypse, they both understood the significance of such wealth prior to the end of the world. Wang Bin, what do you intend to do? Move it. Ah, no. These belong to the state. We must turn them over. Hearing Officer Miao's words, both Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya stared at her in disbelief. Was the officer out of her mind? To turn over such a vast quantity of gold to the state, would they even want it? Moreover, how would one transport it? Soon, Officer Miao realized the folly of her statement, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "If you want to take it, then go ahead. It's not of any use to us anyway." With that, she turned and retreated into the corridor, resigning herself to the situation. Chapter 19. System Lottery. Congratulations, player. You have discovered a substantial amount of gold. Would you like to upgrade the system? The moment Wang Bin's hand brushed against the gold brick, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. How much gold is required for the system upgrade, and what benefits does it entail? The first upgrade requires 10,000 kilograms of gold, unlocking a 50 cubic meter system space where you can store and access items at any time. How much gold is here? A total of 46,250 kilograms of gold. May I inquire if an upgrade is in order? Wait. After clarifying the situation, Wang Bin smiled and said to Guan Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, Officer Miao is out there alone and it's perilous. Please take this food and stay with her. Keep an eye on the outside for me." Guan Xiaoya understood that Wang Bin wished to send her away, yet she did not oppose his request. She accepted the food he offered and stepped outside, conveniently closing the heavy iron door behind her. Wang Bin's decision to send Guan Xiaoya away stemmed from the sudden disappearance of 10,000 kilograms of gold, fearing it might frighten her. And he did not wish to reveal his secret. Once the heavy door was securely shut, Wang Bin immediately commanded the system, "Upgrade the system." The system responded, "Upgrading in progress. 1-5-15 system upgrade successful." After more than 10 minutes, the system had finally completed its upgrade. Gazing at the vast quantity of gold bars, Wang Bin pondered how to transport them. With the recent system upgrade providing ample space, this issue was swiftly resolved. Wang Bin swiftly placed his hands upon each gold bar, and each touched bar instantaneously entered the system's space. Once he collected the last gold bar, Wang Bin felt utterly exhausted, yet his heart was filled with joy. All the sweat he had poured into this endeavor had yielded a bountiful reward. System, can you upgrade again? Yes. Upgrading to the next level requires 30,000 kilograms of gold. Upon upgrade, a lottery system will be unlocked, allowing you to spend gold for rewards. What kind of rewards are available? Food, weapons, attribute points, and various martial arts techniques, among others. Can attribute points and techniques be won as well? Indeed. Your current gold reserves allow for one more system upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade. This time, Wang Bin did not hesitate, opting for the upgrade without delay. With all the gold secured within the system, there was no risk of a shocking scene unfolding. Moreover, through recent experiences, he had realized his combat capabilities were lacking, often relying on Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao. As a man, and one endowed with a system, he resolved to empower himself. Thus, upgrading the system was his most prudent choice. The upgrade required some time, and he did not wish to linger, so he opened the heavy iron door and stepped outside. Brother Wang, aren't you taking any with you? Guan Xiaoya asked, surprised to see him without any gold bars. No, it's too heavy. I'll come back for it another time. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile, leading the two of them away from the basement and toward the surface. Upon hearing Wang Bin's decision not to take any gold, Miao felt a wave of relief. Although societal order had collapsed, she still considered herself a police officer. The thought of Wang Bin brazenly carrying gold from the vault before her was somewhat unsettling. The three individuals stealthily departed from the lair of the Sandstorm Gang, cautiously making their way towards the southern part of the city. Occasional gunfire echoed from that direction, indicating a clash between the Sandstorm Gang and the Eagle Gang. Logically, having relocated all the gold from the bank, he should have vacated the area. However, the thought that upon his return to the real world, a mere day would equate to 7 days passing here, urged him to eliminate as many members of the Sandstorm Gang as possible during his absence. This endeavor would not only enhance the safety of Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao during those 7 days, but also serve as retribution for those who had fallen victim to their malevolence. Guided by the sound of gunfire, Wang Bin and his companions swiftly located the battleground. The Eagle Gang, outmatched in strength by the Sandstorm Gang, found themselves trapped within a building. Unfortunately, the Eagle Gang possessed grenades and explosives, effectively barricading the stairwell, preventing the Sandstorm Gang from breaching their defenses, resulting in a stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the Sandstorm Gang, Xingguo, resolved to confine the members of the Eagle Gang until nightfall, when they could stealthily approach. Noticing the cessation of hostilities, Wang Bin refrained from opening fire, as doing so would draw the attention of the Sandstorm Gang towards their position. It was prudent to wait until both sides engaged in battle before striking from the shadows. Observing that a confrontation was not imminent, Wang Bin and his companions sought refuge nearby, biding their time for the impending conflict. Xiaoya, keep watch for a moment. I shall rest, Wang Bin stated, having noticed that the system had completed its upgrade. In order to explore the system further, he decided to feign sleep for a while. All right, Brother Wang, Officer Miao, you rest, I will keep watch. Guan Xiaoye replied with a smile, taking up her position behind the window to observe the unfolding events outside. Officer Miao, feeling fatigued, found a spot to lie down. Upon entering the system space, Wang Bin discovered that the volume had expanded from the previous insignificance to a substantial 100 cubic meters, and a large spinning wheel had been added. System. How much gold is required for a single draw? 100 kilograms of gold. What? 100 kilograms? That is exorbitant. Value for value. Casting a glance at the towering pile of gold within the system space, he resolved to give it a try. 1 draw. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 agility attribute point. Damn it, a single agility point for 100 kilograms of gold? I want a technique. Would you like to continue drawing? Draw again. Wait, I want 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, player. You have received 2 grenades. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 rocket launcher, complete with 3 rockets. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 night vision scope. Congratulations, player. You have received a skill book, shooting specialization. Congratulations, player. You have received a packet of spicy strips. Seeing the repeated thank you for your patronage, Wang Bin was nearly driven to the verge of fury. Nonetheless, he was grateful for having acquired a skill book and a night vision scope. Open the attribute panel. Wang Bin's attributes are as follows: Strength, 45, Normal, 50. Agility, 521, Normal, 50. Stamina, 47, Normal, 50. Spirit, 42, Normal, 50. Skill, Shooting Mastery Level 1, which enhances shooting accuracy by 10 points, critical hit rate by 10 points, and shooting distance up to 100 meters. To advance to the next level, one must eliminate 1,000 zombies. Current progress stands at 0 out of 100. Upon reviewing his attributes, Wang Bin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as all his stats fell below the normal threshold. It was perplexing to him, given that he jogged daily and possessed better physical fitness than most. How could his attributes now be so lacking? Players need not be astonished. The standard values here reflect the norm in a post-apocalyptic world. Since the onset of the apocalypse, those who have survived possess physical capabilities far superior to those in the real world. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Bin finally felt reassured. Slaying 1,000 zombies did not seem overly daunting. With a gun and ammunition in hand, he could quickly max out his shooting mastery. Wang Bin pondered further, realizing that while spending gold may seem a bit regrettable, it was a mere triviality since he had acquired it effortlessly. Moreover, enhancing his strength and increasing his chances of survival in this new world were undeniably worthwhile. Additionally, the issue of how to sell such a substantial amount of gold in the real world lingered in his mind. Chapter 20. Repelling the Mad Killer's Gang. Wang Bin, still feeling unsatisfied, opted for another 10 consecutive draws. The system's voice echoed continuously, and to his dismay, 5 of the draws resulted in mere thank you for your patronage. Despite this, his rewards were considerable, as he managed to obtain a manual for the mighty Vajrapalm technique. The mighty Vajrapalm, at level 1, enhances his strength attribute by 3 points, and when perfected, allows him to shatter boulders with a single strike. Currently, at level 1, a single blow inflicts damage values of 30, skill damage, and 50, strength attribute. To advance to the next level, one must kill 1,000 zombies. The current progress is at 0 out of 1,000. In addition to the mighty Vajrapalm, he also drew a box containing rifle ammunition, totaling 10,000 rounds, sufficient to upgrade his skills. The other 3 items were somewhat disappointing: a bottle of mineral water and 2 packets of spicy strips. Although these 3 items were less than satisfactory, acquiring a martial arts manual made the effort worthwhile. After completing 21 draws, Wang Bin found that only 150 kilograms of gold remained in his system space. He planned to temporarily refrain from using this gold, intending to transport it to the real world for conversion into cash. After attending to these matters, Wang Bin closed his eyes to rest, knowing that a fierce battle awaited him that night. Conserving his energy was essential for the confrontation ahead. When he awoke, it was already past 6 in the evening. He asked Guan Xiaoya to take a break while he stood guard, to which she acquiesced and found a spot to rest. Before long, Officer Miao also roused from slumber. The two of them took refuge by the window, conversing while observing the activity outside. As darkness descended, the members of the Mad Killer's gang began to mobilize. During this period, Brother Xing instructed his subordinates to prepare ladders and ropes. Unable to ascend via the stairs, they resolved to climb using these tools. The members of the Quangsha gang executed these maneuvers with utmost secrecy, unbeknownst to the Feiying gang. However, Wang Bin and Officer Miao observed everything, recognizing that the Feiying gang was destined for misfortune in this battle. Before long, Guan Xiaoya awakened. Wang Bin, noticing that the conflict was imminent, hurriedly retrieved food and beverages from his backpack. The trio seized the opportunity to replenish their strength, ensuring their spirits were in optimal condition. At around 10 o'clock that evening, the Quangsha gang commenced their operation. A Biao led a contingent to assault the stairs, drawing the attention of the Feiying gang, while Brother Chen scaled the exterior with his team using ladders and ropes. As Wang Bin observed the Quangsha gang launch their attack, he swiftly extracted a night vision scope from the system space and affixed it to his rifle. Instantly, the silhouettes of those outside transformed into bright spots on the night vision screen, standing out remarkably. "Ah, Wang Bin, how do you possess such equipment?" Officer Miao exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the scope on Wang Bin's rifle. "What is this? Wang, you actually have a night vision infrared scope." Guan Xiaoya approached, taken aback by the revelation. This kind of apparatus was typically reserved for elite military units, and she was astonished that Wang Bin had acquired such a formidable tool for nocturnal combat. Wang Bin chuckled, producing grenades from the system, distributing one to each of them. "Brother Wang, what other treasures do you possess?" Guan Xiaoya inquired, astonished. "Not much, just a rocket launcher." "What? A rocket launcher? May I have a turn?" "There are only 3 rounds. I'll let you use it when the moment arises." "Ah, all right. Thank you, Brother Wang." Guan Xiaoya was elated at the prospect of using the rocket launcher, while Officer Miao, though intrigued, dismissed the idea upon learning there were only 3 rounds available. Gunfire erupted as the Quangsha gang initiated their assault. The two factions clashed at the staircase, with the Quangsha gang's offensive being a feint, resulting in minimal casualties, merely a ploy to draw the fire of the Feiying gang. The leaders of the Feiying gang began to sense a shift. Believing the Quangsha gang was merely expending their ammunition, they instructed their subordinates to conserve theirs, unaware that the enemy had already stealthily ascended via the ladders. "Fire!" Wang Bin observed the Quangsha gang members nearing the second-floor window and promptly aimed at one, pulling the trigger. With a resounding shot, the individual plummeted from the heights. Hearing commotion outside the window, members of the Feiying gang rushed to investigate. Wang Bin and his companions fired in quick succession, instantly eliminating 5 or 6 climbing members of the Quangsha gang, thereby neutralizing an immediate threat to the Feiying gang. "Let us relocate." The gunfire and flashes revealed the position of Wang Bin and his companions as Quangsha gang members began returning fire. Wang Bin swiftly ordered a retreat. Upon witnessing the destruction of his meticulous arrangements, Xingu was consumed by rage and immediately dispatched over 20 men to besiege Wang Bin and his companions. However, by the time they stormed into the building, Wang Bin and his associates had already made their escape. Without the support of Wang Bin's trio, the Flying Eagle gang swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage. The Quang Sha gang persisted with their dual-pronged assault strategy. Although the Flying Eagle gang managed to send a portion of their members to confront those scaling the ladders, they could not recklessly attack the enemies ascending from the outside, as several members of the Quang Sha gang had taken aim at the windows of the building. Before long, the second floor was breached, forcing the Flying Eagle gang to retreat to the third floor for defense. The Quang Sha gang employed the same tactics and began their assault on the third floor. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted from a distant building, sending a fireball hurtling towards the ladders. With a resounding bang, the ladders and those atop them were obliterated by a rocket. Indeed, after relocating to another building, Wang Bin and his companions wasted no time in utilizing a rocket launcher against the Quang Sha gang's ladders. With the ladders destroyed, the Quang Sha gang was left with no choice but to advance via the stairwell. Wang Bin, equipped with a rifle fitted with a night vision scope, had a clear view of the enemies outside, and he swiftly dispatched 4 to 5 members of the Quang Sha gang with deadly precision. The flames once again revealed their position, prompting Xingu to allocate more forces to confront Wang Bin and his group. This time, Wang Bin did not retreat. He changed his position after each shot and, aided by the night vision scope, managed to eliminate an enemy with nearly every bullet fired, instilling fear in the Quang Sha gang members who dared to show themselves. Realizing that Wang Bin and his companions likely possessed night vision equipment, Xingu ordered a retreat to avoid further losses. In a moment, the Quang Sha gang members scattered like frightened dogs. Wang Bin and his companions seized the opportunity, taking down numerous members of the Quang Sha gang. With the assistance of Wang Bin's trio, the Flying Eagle gang managed to hold their ground, albeit suffering heavy casualties. With only a handful of survivors remaining, let us depart. With the Quang Sha gang nowhere in sight, Wang Bin prepared to return to their hideout alongside his companions. The leader of the Flying Eagle gang, seemingly aware of the unseen assistance they had received, approached the window and called out loudly, "I do not know which friend has been aiding the Flying Eagle gang. Please step forward and identify yourself." After a brief silence with no reply, he called out again, "On behalf of the Flying Eagle gang, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Should you require our services in the future, please relay a message. We shall not shy away from any task within our capabilities." After finishing his speech, the leader adopted a gesture of respect, bowing towards the outside. Chapter 21. Seeking trouble. The recent battle had inflicted severe losses upon the Quang Sha gang. They had entered with nearly 100 members, but returned with scarcely over 20. Even including the dozen or so who remained to guard their base, their total number barely exceeded 40. Upon returning to their hideout, Xingu erupted in fury, vowing to uncover the instigator behind the chaos. "Boss, I believe this matter is connected to Officer Miao." Brother Chin recalled the events of the past few days and quickly remembered the incident involving the theft of wild boar meat from Officer Miao. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Xing Ji's eyes gleamed with a cold light. "Do you recall the incident when I brought people to find Officer Miao? During that encounter, we were ambushed by someone covertly shooting at us, employing tactics remarkably similar to tonight's assault. Tomorrow you shall take a group to uncover their identities. How foolish of you to let it slip that anyone who learns of their whereabouts will be rewarded with a bag of flour and a bottle of red wine. Very well, I will ensure that news is disseminated tomorrow. There's no need to seek out Officer Miao myself." Chen Gu promptly agreed. That evening, Wang Bin and his companions returned to their hideout, eagerly recounting their exploits, which instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd. The trio had managed to slay over 20 members of the Savage Kill gang, not only rescuing the Flying Eagle gang, but also severely crippling their adversaries. Bao and Xiaonan, 2 young boys, clamored to join the fray against the Savage Kill gang, seeking vengeance for their parents. In recent days, Wang Bin had savored fresh wild boar meat, prompting him to consider bringing some fresh provisions next time he returned. After subsisting on fast food for so long, his stomach had begun to protest. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Bin and his companions set out once more to gather intelligence on the Savage Kill gang. Although their recent victory had significantly weakened the gang, they still numbered nearly 40, a force not to be underestimated. As the trio made their way to the gang's headquarters, Wang Bin noticed a group of 7 or 8 individuals ahead, one of whom was Chen Ge. What could they be up to? Who knows? Let us follow and find out. After conferring, the three stealthily trailed Chen Ge. Soon, he led his group to a small building. Exchanging a glance with one of his companions, who immediately shouted out. Those inside listened intently as Xing Gu proclaimed that anyone who could locate Officer Miao would be rewarded with a bag of flour and a bottle of red wine. First come, first served. Those eager for fortune should hasten to find her. After delivering his message, Chen Gu swaggered away, indifferent to whether anyone remained inside. Immediately, the individuals within began to murmur among themselves. Is there any truth to this? It seems likely. Chen Gu had suffered at Officer Miao's hands a few days prior. And after the significant losses in their attack on the Flying Eagle gang, it stands to reason that yesterday's events were also connected to Officer Miao. Should we go seek her out? Absolutely. It's a bag of flour and a bottle of wine. I haven't tasted wine in years. Officer Miao is formidable. I fear for our lives if we confront her. Foolish. We merely need to ascertain Officer Miao's whereabouts. We aren't aiming to confront her directly. So what is there to fear? All right, let us prepare and set forth immediately. We cannot allow others to beat us to it. Indeed, Wang Bin and his companions, concealed nearby, clearly overheard the Savage Kill Gang's proclamation. Wang Bin, they are searching for me. It's likely that many stragglers will soon come looking for us. What should we do? Officer Miao's voice trembled with urgency. While she harbored no fear of the Savage Kill Gang, she was acutely aware that her master and others would be doomed if discovered by the gang. Why are you so anxious? We shall eliminate them. And I am eager to witness who else dares to trouble us. Wang Bin remarked with a faint smile as he rose to pursue Brother Chun and his companions. Officer Miao, reminded by Wang Bin, suddenly realized that she was no longer the person she once was. She had Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya by her side. With this thought, Officer Miao smiled joyfully and stood up to follow him. The trio selected an optimal position for shooting, and at Wang Bin's command, they opened fire simultaneously. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and before Brother Chun and his group could comprehend the situation, they fell into a pool of blood. Those who had been hiding inside the building were just about to step outside when they witnessed Brother Chun and his companions being gunned down within mere seconds, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Were they truly dead? Wasn't that obvious? Who had slain them? It could only be either the Flying Eagle Gang or Officer Miao. Should we still venture out? Nonsense. If you wish to court death, go ahead. I intend to live a little longer. Witnessing the rapid demise of Brother Chun and his men, the others were seized by terror and dared not seek out Officer Miao. They had barely relayed the news when we could launch a surprise assault on the headquarters of the Frenzied Killers gang, ensuring that those with ill intentions would think twice before acting. Indeed, Brother Wang, we shall heed your words. The three soon arrived at the headquarters of the Frenzied Killers gang. Given the significant blow they had received, the gang members feared an attack from the Flying Eagle gang and hid within the building, presenting a dilemma for Wang Bin and his companions. Wang Bin, they are all hiding inside the building. How shall we hunt them down? Officer Miao inquired with a hint of urgency. I have a plan. Even if we cannot kill them, we can certainly instill enough fear to deter them from troubling us again. Wang Bin pondered for a moment before responding with a calm smile. Oh, what clever scheme have you devised? I have some explosives in my bag. While they may not bring the building down, they will certainly frighten them. At that moment, you can call out and threaten them. I believe they will no longer dare to provoke us. You truly have a solution. All right, aim for the windows. With that, Wang Bin discreetly made his way towards the bank building, carrying his backpack. The members of the Frenzied Killers gang, fearful of an ambush, had taken refuge in the uppermost floors, allowing Wang Bin to infiltrate the building with ease. He understood that every building has load-bearing walls. By targeting the crucial pillars, he could potentially cause the structure to collapse. Unfortunately, he lacked a background in architecture and did not have enough explosives. Ultimately, he found a pillar in the underground parking garage, placed the explosives together, connected the fuses, and ignited them before swiftly exiting the building. Wang Bin, have you set up the explosives? Yes, you may begin your announcement. I estimate we have 2 minutes before detonation. All right. Upon hearing this, Officer Miao immediately stood up, concealed behind the window, and began to shout loudly. Members of the Frenzied Killers gang, I am Officer Miao. The few individuals dispatched by Chun have just been shot dead by us. If you are not afraid of death, feel free to send more people. I assure you that none shall return. Bang! As Officer Meow's words echoed, several gunshots rang out from within the building. But she had long been prepared and swiftly took cover behind the wall, rendering the enemy's bullets ineffective. Chapter 22. The eve of return. At this moment, inside the bank building, the members of the Killing Frenzy gang were thrown into disarray upon hearing that Officer Meow had eliminated Abiao and his associates. They hurried to the windows, guns in hand, fixated on the building where Wang Bin and his group were located. Just then, a resounding explosion reverberated, causing the entire structure to tremble, nearly toppling many off their feet. The building is collapsing. There's no need to panic. This building is remarkably sturdy. It won't fall. Xing, what shall we do? Let's wait and see. If they could bring the building down, they would not be shouting threats. Indeed, Xing is wise. This explosion was heard by many scattered individuals in the eastern part of the city, and those closer to the bank building felt a slight tremor. In an instant, many were startled. Someone was attacking the Killing Frenzy gang. Some who had previously heeded Abiao's call and were intending to locate Officer Meow reconsidered, realizing that finding the Killing Frenzy gang might now be a question of survival, prompting many to abandon their search for Officer Meow. Seeing that the explosion had frightened the members of the Killing Frenzy gang, Wang Bin took out a rocket launcher and fired a rocket at the highest window. With a whoosh, the rocket, trailing a long flame, soared through the air. A tremendous explosion ensued, causing the members of the Killing Frenzy gang to drop to the ground in terror. Let us go. They likely won't dare to trouble us again. Yes, indeed. With explosives and a rocket launcher, we have demonstrated our formidable strength. The Killing Frenzy gang will surely refrain from initiating further conflict. Moreover, word of this incident will deter scattered individuals from approaching, granting temporary safety to Officer Meow and her companions. In a couple of days, he would return to the real world. His absence from the apocalyptic realm would last 7 days, and he needed to ensure a safe retreat for them. Knowing that Officer Meow possessed a rocket launcher, Xing dismissed any thoughts of confronting her, focusing instead on contemplating the future of the Killing Frenzy gang. After completing their tasks, Wang Bin and his companions returned to their hideout, where they enjoyed a hearty meal. Wang Bin then proposed finding a new place to settle. Where shall we move to? Let's head to the suburbs. Although there are more zombies, there are also fewer living people. In a few days, I will make a trip back, and you can stay there for a few days. I will bring you food, and then we can set off to find a gathering place. Ah, Wang Bin, you are leaving? Don't worry, it's just for 7 days. Once I have procured food, I will return to you, bringing along some fresh vegetables. Ah, fresh vegetables. Indeed. What would you like to eat? Please decide within these 2 days, and I shall bring it with me on my next visit. Uncle Wang, I wish to have eggs. I desire tomatoes. I long for apples. Very well, all will be provided. After soothing a Bao and the others, Wang Bin and his companions deliberated briefly before commencing their relocation. For safety's sake, and to instill a measure of intimidation in those lurking in the shadows. Even a Bao and Xiaonan were each armed with a firearm. The recent conflict between the Mad Killers and the Flying Eagles had spread widely, and it was subtly understood that Officer Meow was involved. Now, with 2 additional members on Officer Meow's side, and each armed, many refrained from taking any rash actions. Most among them were unarmed, and to provoke Officer Meow's group would be tantamount to courting death. In pursuit of enhancing his shooting proficiency and mastering the mighty iron palm technique, Wang Bin relentlessly dispatched zombies along the way. The others felt a twinge of regret at the expenditure of ammunition, but upon learning that Wang Bin possessed a staggering 10,000 rounds, they fell silent. He was undeniably affluent. Moreover, Wang Bin practiced under the guise of honing his marksmanship, and none dared to question him. By evening, the group finally discovered a small village at the foot of the mountain and chose the most peripheral building as their residence. Eager to swiftly elevate their skills, Wang Bin resumed his shooting practice after dinner. A Bao and Xiaonan, intrigued by firearms, accompanied Wang Bin to dispatch zombies, while the others remained inside the small building. Initially, Wang Bin hesitated to allow a Bao and Xiaonan to handle guns, yet in this apocalyptic world, it was essential for them to acquire a skill that might one day prove beneficial. Despite Wang Bin's limitless supply of ammunition, a Bao and Xiaonan could only fire 100 rounds before fatigue set in. The recoil of the rifle was substantial, leaving their shoulders bruised, compelling them to pause and massage their aching joints while they observed Wang Bin shoot. Following this commotion, the city grew markedly quieter. The Mad Killers lived in constant fear of Officer Meow's potential ambush, while the Flying Eagles, under Brother Faye's leadership, had already retreated into the night. As for the Tiger Head gang, their numbers barely exceeded 10, and they were currently ensnared within a building, besieged by zombies. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Bin continued to eradicate zombies, nearly cleansing the area of the undead. Officer Miao mistakenly believed Wang Bin was concerned for their safety, taking it upon himself to eliminate the zombies before departing, and felt immensely grateful towards him. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your shooting proficiency has reached level 3. Enhancing shooting accuracy by 80 points, critical hit rate by 80 points, and shooting range to 200 meters. To reach the next level, one must slay 1,000 zombies. Current progress, 500 out of 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your mighty iron palm technique has ascended to level 2. Delivering a strike that inflicts 80 points, skill damage, and 50 points, strength attribute, in damage. To advance to the next level, one must vanquish 1,000 zombies. Current progress, 100 out of 1,000. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Bin smiled. Having finally upgraded his shooting proficiency to level 3 and his mighty golden palm to level 2 before returning to the realm of reality, he rubbed his slightly swollen right shoulder as he made his way towards the small building. Uncle Wang, how many zombies did you slay today? As soon as he entered, a Bao and Xiaonan hurried over with smiles, eager to inquire. The two had been practicing their marksmanship with Wang Bin over the past couple of days. Unfortunately, their young age limited their endurance, and they had to return early due to shoulder pain after only a few shots. I haven't counted, but there should be around 400 or 500. Wang Bin chuckled, ruffling a Bao and Xiaonan's hair before accepting a drink from Guanxiaya. Wow, that's a lot. I only managed to kill 3 today, and now my arm feels like lead. Same here. No worries, just wait until your arms are better before practicing. Uncle Wang. Xiao Yu, Officer Miao, Uncle Li, I will be leaving tonight. I am entrusting this place to you. Rest assured, we will safeguard this location. Brother Wang, do you want me to accompany you? No need. This rifle equipped with a night vision scope is yours now. And I also have this rocket launcher with a single missile. It will aid you in critical moments. Brother Wang, you're giving us all this? What will you do? Don't worry, I'll manage with just a handgun. Upon hearing that Wang Bin was leaving, a sense of melancholy enveloped the group. Guanxiaya had faith in Wang Bin's return after her previous experience, but Officer Miao and the others felt differently. To bid him farewell, everyone prepared a sumptuous meal that evening, featuring wild boar, ham, and wild vegetables foraged by Officer Miao and his companions from the mountains. In the realm of reality, such provisions might seem trivial, yet in the apocalypse, they were a feast indeed. After dinner, Wang Bin retreated to his room. When the time came, he whooshed back to the house he had purchased. Chapter 23, Preparations for opening the store back in the realm of reality. Wang Bin finally exhaled deeply. In the apocalypse, one must always be wary of zombies and others. Now, he could finally escape that constant state of anxiety. After a refreshing shower, he took out his phone and dialed Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. Hello, where are you two? In the classroom, Wang Bin. How are you doing? I heard that young Master Li has been sending people to look for you. I'm fine, just out for a drink. You're coming. Great. Just name the place. And Xingping and I will be right there. The usual spot, the veteran barbecue on Xiangyang Street. All right, we'll be there shortly. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Wang Bin's foremost desire was to enjoy a hearty drink with his 2 brothers. After changing into a clean outfit, he strode out of his home. Just as he placed his order, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping arrived. Hongfei, Xingping, over here. Wang Bin called out, standing to greet them as they approached. Wang Bin, it seems you've struck it rich this time. As Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping arrived, they immediately embraced Wang Bin, playfully slapping his back a few times. Cheers, cheers. Quickly take a seat. Madam, please bring us a case of beer. Wow, starting off with a whole case. Are you trying to frighten us? Haha. I'm well aware of your drinking capacities. This amount will surely not suffice later. Haha, let us get started. Each of the 3 grabbed a bottle of beer and downed it in one go. Let us eat. After finishing a bottle, they sat down to enjoy some barbecue. Wang Bin, to be candid, you've offended young Master Li this time, so you should tread carefully. He truly has someone looking for you. I understand, thank you. Enough about him. What do you plan to do after graduation? I suppose I will work at a securities firm. I wish to start my own business. Oh, have you thought of a specific project yet? Not yet. There is still a year left, so I'll take my time. Are you interested in gold and silver jewelry? Gold and silver jewelry? Indeed, I have channels to acquire them at remarkably low prices. If you're interested, how about the three of us partner to open a jewelry store? I'm interested, but I lack the funds. No worries, I'll cover the initial capital. Really? Is that true? Of course it is. Did you think I invited you out just to drink? Okay, how much do you plan to invest? 20 million in cash and 4,000 kilograms of gold. What? For 1,000 kilograms of gold? Xingping, quickly calculate how much that is worth. Gold is currently at 360 per gram. A kilogram is 1,000 grams, so 4,000 kilograms amounts to 1.44 billion. My goodness. Wang Bin, how much money do you actually have? Just that much. Honestly, I can hardly believe it. What is there to doubt? Once we finish drinking, I'll take you to see for yourselves. For now, let us drink. All right, let us drink. That night, the three of them drank to their heart's content. And upon returning to the villa with Wang Bin, they were astonished to see that he had purchased a villa. Finally, Wang Bin led them to the basement, where they were awestruck to find a mountain of gold bricks piled high. The three played around on the gold bricks for a while before lying down and falling asleep atop them. The next morning, Wang Bin was the first to awaken, discovering that Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping were still asleep on the gold bricks. Li Xingping, in particular, was comically gripping a gold brick tightly, with drool having pooled beneath him. Wang Bin chuckled softly and woke them up. Fortunately, it was summer. Otherwise, the trio would surely have caught a cold. When Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping woke up, they initially thought it was all a dream, but upon seeing the gold bricks scattered around them, they were utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, this is real, not a dream. Of course it's real. Would I deceive you? Wang Bin, how did you acquire so much gold? You haven't resorted to robbing a bank, have you? Go away. Am I bold enough to rob a bank? Speaking of which, where did your gold bricks come from? You needn't worry about that. For now, the two of you should focus on selecting the business license and shop location, and let's get the jewelry store up and running. All right, we'll get on it right away. There's no rush. Let's have breakfast first. No, I can't eat now. I just want to open our jewelry store as soon as possible. Wait, I haven't mentioned the shares yet. What, we have shares? Of course. You will be equity partners through your technical contributions. I'll allocate 10% of the shares to each of you. 10%? That's nearly 30 million. That's far too much. Exactly, Wang Bin, 5% would suffice. Is 30 million a lot? Isn't it? Well, it seems substantial to an ordinary person. But I'm serious about giving you each 10%. Hongfei, your outgoing nature makes you perfect for sales, while Xingping, you will handle the crafting of the jewelry. Once we start making profits, we can establish an investment company, and Xingping, since you're interested in stock trading, you'll be in charge of that. Really, Wang Bin, you are too generous. Let go of me. Let us have breakfast before we handle business. Right, business first. The trio playfully bantered as they made their way to a nearby restaurant for breakfast. Afterward, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping hurried off to secure the business license, while Wang Bin headed to the supermarket for a large shopping spree. He purchased so many items that he needed a cart to transport them home. The goods filled an entire room and, fortunately, he had a spatial system. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to manage it all. This shopping trip included various fast foods, medicines, fresh meats, vegetables, and spices, costing over 50,000. In the past, he could never have afforded such a sum, but now, with his newfound wealth, it seemed trivial. By the time he finished these errands, it was already afternoon. Wang Bin called Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, suggesting they dine at their favorite restaurant near the school gate. Though he could cook at home, he was too tired after a long day to bother with it. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping were still busy outside, saying they'd arrive in an hour or two, so Wang Bin chose not to rush to the restaurant. Instead, he decided to stroll around the campus. He hadn't visited the school in a while and felt it was a good opportunity to change his surroundings before returning to the apocalypse. Spending all day in that grim environment could easily weigh down one's spirits. Observing his former classmates, Wang Bin felt a strange emotion. They seemed so youthful and innocent. Has my heart changed after my experience in the apocalypse? This thought made Wang Bin chuckle. Indeed, the apocalypse had a way of toughening people up quickly in such dire circumstances. He had experienced numerous battles, and his mind, character, and courage had matured significantly. Chapter 24. Trouble arrives as Yuan Xingrui prepared to have a meal. He spotted Wang Bin leisurely strolling along the path on campus. Upon seeing Wang Bin, a look of hatred flickered in Yuan Xingrui's eyes, and he immediately dialed Mr. Li's number to inform him of Wang Bin's whereabouts. Yuan Xingrui, a roommate of Wang Bin, had not exchanged a word with him since Wang Bin started dating Xiaoya, and he regarded Wang Bin as an adversary. The situation unfolded during their freshman year when Yuan Qingrui developed feelings for Xiaoya and organized a social event with her dormitory. He invited Wang Bin, Yu Hongfei, and Li Xingping to assist him in pursuing Xiaoya, hoping to see if any of them were interested in her dorm mates. However, during the gathering, Xiaoya and Wang Bin locked eyes and unexpectedly became an item. Yuan Qingrui felt that Wang Bin had stolen his beloved, and from that moment, he harbored resentment toward him. Since that night when Wang Bin had kicked Mr. Li, he had sought to investigate Wang Bin's family background, only to discover that Wang Bin hailed from a rural family with no significant connections. Enraged by this revelation, Mr. Li vowed to eliminate Wang Bin. When the people Mr. Li dispatched arrived at the dormitory, Wang Bin, Yu Hongfei, and Li Xingping were absent, leaving only Yuan Qingrui behind. Surprised by the sudden visit, Yuan Qingrui, upon learning they were searching for Wang Bin, eagerly offered to assist Mr. Li, promising to inform him immediately upon discovering Wang Bin's whereabouts. Thus, Yuan Qingrui established a connection with Mr. Li. Now, spotting Wang Bin on campus, he felt that the time for revenge had finally arrived. Mr. Li, I have located Wang Bin. Oh, where is he? Right here on campus. Excellent. Stay close to him. I will send someone immediately. Understood. After hanging up, Yuan Qingrui concealed himself and began to tail Wang Bin. Perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to a post-apocalyptic environment, Wang Bin possessed keen awareness and quickly sensed that someone was following him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he took out his phone and pretended to photograph the campus scenery. Yuan Qingrui, witnessing Wang Bin's apparent nonchalance even in the face of impending danger, felt a surge of disdain. Little did he know that while taking pictures, Wang Bin inadvertently activated the selfie mode, capturing Yuan Qingrui, who was lurking not far behind. Upon recognizing his pursuer as Yuan Qingrui, a cold smile crept onto Wang Bin's face. It was true that Yuan Qingrui had initially shown an interest in Xiaoya, yet they had never become a couple. Wang Bin was astonished by Yuan Qingrui's bitterness, as he had been at odds with him for 3 long years. Wang Bin did not regard Yuan Qingrui as a threat at all. Previously, Yuan Qingrui could wield his family's wealth as a weapon against him. But with Yuan Qingrui's family worth merely tens of millions and his own fortune exceeding billions, the advantage had become trivial. Let him follow. I am curious to see what tricks he might employ. Wang Bin collected his thoughts and continued to stroll leisurely around the campus. Half an hour later, a group of individuals located Yuan Qingrui. He gestured towards Wang Bin's position, and the group swiftly approached, encircling him. You are Wang Bin? One of them inquired. Indeed. I am Wang Bin. What brings you here? Wang Bin replied, his demeanor unflinching. Ah, quite bold of you to show no fear. The men appeared menacing. Yet Wang Bin remained unimpressed. In a post-apocalyptic world, the members of the Axe Gang and the Mad Sand Gang were far more vicious than these individuals, and both gangs had suffered significant losses. Thus, he felt no trepidation towards them. What shall I call you? He asked. I am Dong Gu from the Black Tiger Gang of H City. Ever heard of it? No, Wang Bin replied. Are you mocking me? Enough with the pleasantries. State your business. Very well. You have crossed young Master Li, and he has decreed that one of your feet shall be broken. You would do well to accompany us quietly and avoid further suffering. If you possess such prowess, I welcome the challenge. However, this is not the place for conflict. Shall we relocate? Fine. If you seek your demise, do not blame my ruthlessness. Enough chatter. How about the foot of Changchong Mountain in the northern suburbs? Agreed. You won't attempt to flee, will you? Just follow me. Wang Bin retorted before striding towards the campus exit, with Dong Gu and his men closely trailing behind. Numerous onlookers within the campus witnessed this exchange, recognizing Wang Bin and understanding that he had provoked young Master Li. Many expressed concern for Wang Bin, yet he remained undaunted. Upon exiting the campus, Wang Bin hailed a taxi, heading straight for their destination. Dong Gu, in a van, followed closely behind. Dong Gu, this fellow has lured us to Changchong Mountain. He wouldn't have summoned reinforcements there, would he? One of his men speculated. There is a possibility. Call for some brothers to come over immediately. Dong Gu commanded. Half an hour later, Wang Bin arrived at the foot of Changchong Mountain in the taxi. As he stepped out of the vehicle, Dong Gu and his men swiftly parked their van and descended. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, only to find no one present, leaving them puzzled. Stop looking. There are no ambushes. It's just me. Wang Bin discerned their thoughts with ease. Quite arrogant, aren't you? With no one around. Let's get to it. Dong Gu challenged. If you hadn't angered young Master Li, I would have genuinely considered befriending you. Enough talk. Attack. Dong Gu commanded with a wave of his hand, and 4 or 5 underlings swiftly advanced towards Wang Bin. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of fear, but now, having honed his skills in the apocalypse and elevated his mighty Vajra palm to the 2nd level, he was resolute. As he evaded their strikes, he countered with a powerful palm strike, sending one of his assailants flying with a resounding slap. Be cautious, this kid is trained. Quickly grab your weapons. Upon witnessing Wang Bin effortlessly send a man flying with a single strike, Dong Gu and his companions felt a twinge of trepidation, hastily retreating to their van to procure an array of clubs and machetes. Dong Gu, a frequent participant in brawls, ensured that their vehicle was always stocked with weapons, particularly for this occasion, as their intent was to incapacitate Wang Bin. While he harbored no fear of the clubs, the sight of the machetes made him uneasy. Despite having elevated his prowess in the mighty Vajra palm to the 2nd tier, he was not invulnerable. A single slash could spell his doom. As Dong Gu brandished the machete, Wang Bin felt as if he had been thrust back into a post-apocalyptic realm. His senses sharpened and locked onto Dong Gu. The group, emboldened by their weapons, believed they could swiftly subdue Wang Bin. However, they were utterly unprepared for the swiftness with which he dispatched them, leaving only Dong Gu standing. With no distractions, Wang Bin stepped forward to confront Dong Gu, who, now fully committed, swung the machete recklessly in his direction. Seizing a steel pipe from the ground, Wang Bin met Dong Ji's weapon with a resounding clash, causing a jolt that nearly sent the machete flying from Dong Ji's grasp. Seizing the moment, Wang Bin closed the distance and unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in a sickening crack as Dong Ji's rib was shattered, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 25. I fired my gun barely had Wang Bin subdued Dong Gu and his cohorts when several vans approached from the distance, halting abruptly to unleash a torrent of over 40 burly men wielding clubs. Upon seeing Dong Gu incapacitated, they assumed they had arrived too late, erupting into a cacophony of shouts. Dong Gu, we've arrived too late. Where did the assailant flee? Who is responsible for your downfall? With difficulty, Dong Gu was aided to his feet, grimacing in pain as he pointed a trembling finger at Wang Bin. Him. The onlookers regarded Wang Bin, initially dismissing him as merely a university student, incredulous that he could have bested Dong Gu. Be cautious, do not underestimate him. He is a trained fighter. Regardless of his skill, they rallied, determined to subdue Wang Bin in unison. Though Wang Bin felt a pang of fear at the sight of so many adversaries, he knew he had indeed honed his mighty Vajra palm to the 2nd tier, yet he still could not claim the title of a martial arts master. Even seasoned fighters would find it challenging to contend with such a formidable group of aggressive men. Realizing escape was no longer an option, he steeled himself, taking advantage of their momentary disarray to break through their ranks. Armed largely with clubs, the absence of blades reduced the immediate threat. Wang Bin unleashed the full force of his mighty Vajra palm, laying opponents low with each strike. Alas, the sheer number of assailants proved overwhelming. As soon as he felled one, 2 more would rush to take their place. During the fray, several blows landed on his back from the clubs, and Wang Bin understood that if he did not flee, he would surely meet his end here. He forced a gap in their ranks and burst through, pursued closely by more than 30 men. As Wang Bin ran, he suddenly recalled the presence of a handgun and a grenade within the confines of the system space. At that moment, he disregarded all caution and drew the pistol, firing a shot into the air. Bang! The resounding gunshots startled the burly men pursuing him, causing them to halt in trepidation. Do not be afraid. He only possesses a single handgun, and we are many. Bang! No sooner had the man spoken than Wang Bin, with no hesitation, shot him in the thigh, causing the man to collapse in agony, clutching his wounded leg and howling in pain. Is there anyone else? Wang Bin boasted, blowing lightly on the muzzle of his weapon, maintaining an air of calm as he surveyed the group. You little brat, just wait. Our Black Tiger gang will not let you off easily. Bang! Ah, so much for idle threats. One of the men attempted to utter a menacing remark, but his words were cut short as Wang Bin, without mercy, fired a shot at him. Witnessing Wang Bin's ruthless demeanor, the remaining men grew fearful and hurriedly carried away their injured companions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. If it were not for the dire circumstances, he would not have resorted to gunfire, as doing so could have alerted the police, leading to imprisonment. At worst, he would have to endure the apocalypse alone. but such actions would undoubtedly worry his parents. Just then, Wang Bin's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket only to discover that the screen had been damaged during the earlier scuffle. Fortunately, he could still answer calls. Hello, Wang Bin. Where are you? We called you over a dozen times. Sorry, I was preoccupied and didn't hear the phone. We heard from classmates that you were taken by a group of people. How are you now? Ah, you all found out. No worries, I'm fine. I've already sent them packing. What? There were 5 or 6 of them, and they seem to be tough characters from the streets. Can you really handle them? Actually, I learned some martial arts from a Shaolin monk since childhood. I typically do not regard ordinary folks as a threat. Ah, so you possess martial skills. You've kept that well hidden from us. I prefer to maintain a low profile. All right, that does align with your character. If you're all right, hurry back. I'll be there in half an hour. All right, we'll wait for you. 30 minutes later, Wang Bin arrived at the restaurant, where Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping had already been waiting for him in a private room. Upon entering, they meticulously examined Wang Bin, and once they confirmed he was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. They then urged him to recount how he had managed to fend off the assailants. Wang Bin briefly recounted the events, omitting the part about the subsequent arrival of over 40 individuals and his use of the gun. During this time, I may need to lay low. Please help me gather some information. No problem, we will keep you informed. Should anything arise, we will notify you immediately. Thanks. By the way, how did you all fare today? We have completed our registration, but it will take half a month to obtain the business license. Additionally, we have searched numerous locations but have yet to find a suitable shop. Well, we can wait for the business license, but regarding the shop, I believe there is no need for you to search personally. I suggest enlisting the help of an agent, as it would be much more efficient. This small expenditure will be quickly recouped once we establish our business. Ah, how do we not think of that? Tomorrow, we shall seek out an agent. By the way, Yuan Qingrui is in collusion with young Master Li. It was he who informed young Master Li of my whereabouts. Please be cautious in your conversations and refrain from discussing my matters in his presence. What? Yuan Qingrui dares to betray you. Wang Bin, let us go and teach that rascal a lesson. Do not act impulsively. I will handle Yuan Qingrui myself. Come, let us drink and not let such a person dampen our spirits. Indeed, let us drink. Wang Bin, rest assured, when we encounter that scoundrel Yuan Qingrui, we shall certainly give him a proper lesson. That evening, he had to attend the apocalypse and thus did not consume much alcohol, merely nibbling on some food before hastily departing. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping believed Wang Bin was merely avoiding detection by young Master Li's men, so they refrained from saying much and left with him. Once outside the restaurant, they strode angrily towards the dormitory, intent on teaching Yuan Qingrui a lesson to avenge Wang Bin. Wang Bin quickly returned home, storing all his purchases in the system space, eagerly awaiting the right moment. He was deeply concerned about Guan Xiaoya and the others' safety. 7 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and he was uncertain of their situation. Time ticked away, and after anxiously waiting for over an hour, the moment to activate the apocalypse finally arrived. As soon as the time came, Wang Bin chose to teleport immediately. During these 7 days, Officer Miao and his companions were equally anxious, following Wang Bin's sudden disappearance that night. They had come to believe he would not return after waiting several days, with only Guan Xiaoya holding on to hope for his return. If it were not for the ample food supply, Officer Miao might have truly decided to leave. Guan Xiaoya understood the thoughts of Officer Miao and his group, as she had experienced similar doubts about Wang Bin's return. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope, visiting the spot where Wang Bin had departed each night. Finally, on the 7th day, the very day Wang Bin had promised to return, he appeared. Upon seeing Wang Bin, Guan Xiaoya was so moved that she nearly wept. As the anticipated 7th day drew near, Guan Xiaoya felt a growing sense of anxiety. With a creak, the door swung open, and Wang Bin reappeared, carrying a large bag. The moment everyone laid eyes on him, the room erupted into joyous chaos as they rushed towards Wang Bin. Brother Wang, you have finally returned. As Guan Xiaoya observed Wang Bin emerge from the room, she rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Over the course of their time together, she had come to regard Wang Bin as the most cherished person in her life. Officer Miao, upon witnessing Wang Bin's arrival, felt a slight sting of emotion in her eyes. Seeing Guan Xiaoya nestled in Wang Bin's arms evoked a bittersweet sensation within her, prompting her to swiftly turn away and discreetly wipe away her tears. Wang Bin, you must be tired. Allow me to pour you some water. Yes, thank you. Li Chengping smiled as he poured a glass of water for Wang Bin. Wang Bin graciously accepted the drink, taking a sip before unfastening the backpack slung over his shoulder. Uncle Li, I brought you a pack of cigarettes. Do give them a try and see if they suit your taste. Wang Bin retrieved a pack of Dezhongjiu and a lighter from his bag, presenting them to Li Chengping. Ah, cigarettes? Thank you, thank you. Li Chengping's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the word cigarettes. He eagerly accepted the pack, treating it like a precious treasure. In this post-apocalyptic world, cigarettes were indeed a luxury. One could only redeem them at gathering places at exorbitant prices, making them unattainable for most. He had not expected Wang Bin to procure a pack for him, estimating it to be worth several months' worth of rations. Next, Wang Bin took out an assortment of fruits from his backpack, offering them to the drooling children. A Bao and Xiaonan. Thank you, Uncle Wang. The children joyfully accepted the fruits, expressing their gratitude before indulging in them. Only then did Wang Bin share the remaining fruits with Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, each person savoring their own piece of fruit with delight. While it was possible to find fruits in the wild, they were typically picked before ripening, making the discovery of such large and sweet fruits exceedingly rare. Uncle Li, please enjoy your cigarette. Once you finish, I'll bring you more. Wang Bin chuckled at Li Chengping's reluctance to smoke, clearly amused by his attachment to the cigarette. He had only packed a single pack due to limited space in his backpack, yet his system contained several more. Thank you, Li Chengping replied, excitement evident as he carefully opened the pack. He took out a cigarette, inhaling its scent with the reverence of a connoisseur. After savoring the aroma for a while, he finally lit the cigarette with trembling hands. Taking a deep drag, he seemed reluctant to exhale, but eventually, the smoke forced a cough from him, and he released it. Uncle Li, take it slow. Ah, it feels so good. It's been ages since I felt this way. Tears brimmed in Li Chengping's eyes, leaving one to wonder whether they stemmed from emotion or smoke irritation. I want to smoke too, a Bao exclaimed, showing interest and stepping forward to claim a cigarette from Li Chengping. No, you're still too young. Smoking will hinder your growth. But we're not that young. Just yesterday, I killed 5 zombies. Yeah, I took down 3. No, you must wait until you become real men before you can smoke. Li Chengping laughed, affectionately ruffling a Bao and Xiaonan's hair. All right then. Upon hearing this, the two individuals immediately walked away, dejected, to continue enjoying their fruits. Wang Bin, noticing the slight gloom in the children's spirits, clapped his hands and cheerfully inquired, would you like to have hot pot? The mere mention of hot pot piqued everyone's interest, and involuntarily, their mouths watered at the thought. Wang Bin, did you say hot pot? Indeed. This time, I have brought the hot pot seasoning along with a plethora of fresh vegetables. As he spoke, Wang Bin revealed the meticulously prepared hot pot base and an array of fresh vegetables, causing everyone's eyes to widen with delight. They had long forgotten the taste of fresh produce. At Wang Bin's invitation, someone hurried to the kitchen to fetch a pot and some firewood. Be sparing with the oil, Wang Bin cautioned, pouring a modest amount into the pot. Observing him pour in the oil, the others felt a pang of concern. It's nothing, Wang Bin replied nonchalantly, flashing a reassuring smile as he added just a tad more before stopping. Bao and Xiaonan, the two children, were tasked with igniting the fire, and soon, the oil in the pot began to bubble vigorously. Sensing the right moment, Wang Bin added the hot pot base, generously emptying an entire bag into the pot. The others gasped, lamenting about the extravagance and urging him to use less. How delightful it smells. Soon, the enticing aroma of the hot pot base wafted through the air, drawing forth admiration from everyone present. Once the base was well stirred, Wang Bin poured in clean water, which quickly began to rise. He then added the prepped spinach, potatoes, and fresh cuts of beef and lamb, filling the pot to the brim. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixated on the bubbling pot, while Bao and Xiaonan drooled uncontrollably. Finally, when the hot pot was ready, Wang Bin eagerly beckoned everyone to partake. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Officer Miao couldn't help but exclaim. Not at all. If you wish for more in the future, I shall bring it again. He then added, by the way, what is a hot pot without some drinks? With that, Wang Bin produced several bottles of beer, while Bao and Xiaonan were given soft drinks. Cheers. Once everyone had their beverages, Wang Bin raised his beer high. Cheers. The group excitedly clinked their glasses together. As Officer Miao picked up a piece of spinach, tears welled up in her eyes upon tasting it. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not savored hot pot, and now, as she indulged, memories of enjoying hot pot with her parents flooded back. The others were similarly moved, tears streaming down their faces. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Wang Bin, noticing their tear-streaked faces, assumed he had overseasoned. Yes. It is a tad spicy. To mask their embarrassment, they all nodded in agreement. Then let us add a bit of water. No, this is just perfect. The meal was a delightful affair, and by the time they finished, not a morsel remained in the pot. They even hesitated to discard the broth, intending to heat it up again the following day. Wang Bin was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, knowing that those accustomed to life in the end times often behaved in such a manner. Unlike himself, who could return to the real world and procure whatever he desired. They were bound by their circumstances. By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred during my absence over the past few days? It seems rather quiet in the city. Recently, we have observed many people departing for gathering places. Which direction are they heading? In various directions, it appears. Ever since communication was severed, we remain oblivious to the precise location of the gathering place. Everyone is forced to search blindly. I see. By the way, Brother Wang, you must surely know where the gathering place is located, correct? I'm not entirely certain about that either. Let us set off tomorrow. We shall choose a direction and eventually find the gathering place. The others were puzzled by Wang Bin's ability to exchange for so much food, yet seemed unaware of the gathering place. However, upon noticing Wang Bin's reluctance to elaborate, they hesitated to press further. Wang Bin had already bestowed upon them an abundance of resources, enough to earn their trust. They believed there must be a reason for his silence. That night, everyone slept soundly, particularly Bao, who dreamt blissfully, giggling and exclaiming how delicious everything was. Chapter 27. Longing in the night. On the following morning, Officer Miao and Guan Xiaya prepared several dishes for the group. After their meal, they set off on their journey. They had agreed the previous night to head eastward, where the sea lay. Even if they failed to locate the gathering place, reaching an island would ensure their safety, freeing them from the constant threat of zombies. However, the journey to the sea was fraught with challenges. With no gasoline left and many vehicles long out of commission, they faced significant obstacles. According to Officer Miao's description, they were situated at the heart of the continent, and if they relied solely on foot, it would take at least 3 months to reach the coast. Should they encounter battles or be attacked by zombies along the way, that time frame would inevitably extend. Yet, the primal instinct for survival overshadowed these difficulties. The primary motivation was Wang Bin's ability to provide sustenance, which solidified their determination to reach the seaside. Wang Bin assured them that once they reached a safe location by the sea, he would procure seeds, enabling them to cultivate grains and vegetables, thus ensuring their survival. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies. To enhance his shooting proficiency and the power of his strikes, Wang Bin eliminated zombies whenever possible. Naturally, when confronted with large hordes, they chose to circumvent the danger. At this stage, their small group could not contend with a massive swarm of zombies. It was crucial to understand that the zombies' weak point was solely their brains. Shooting the torso would only cause them to stagger momentarily. Only Officer Miao possessed the skill to achieve headshots consistently. Should they be besieged by a large group of zombies, their lives would be in grave peril. Currently, the 4th level of shooting proficiency requires the elimination of 5,000 zombies, while the 3rd level of the Mighty Palm demands the defeat of 10,000. Wang Bin, armed only with a rifle, finds it exceedingly challenging to upgrade these 2 skills. As they journey, accompanied by children and with Li Chengping still recovering, their pace is rather slow, averaging around 30 kilometers a day. Consequently, the initial plan to reach the seaside in 3 months has now been postponed. Throughout their expedition, they traversed the mountains without encountering any shelters, resorting to camping in the wild. Fortunately, the weather tonight appears favorable, with little chance of rain. At this moment, Wang Bin realizes he has forgotten many essentials, such as a tent and gasoline. As for the vehicle, his system's capacity is limited, preventing him from bringing one along. Nevertheless, with numerous cars on the road, he believes that as long as there is gasoline, he can procure a relatively new one when needed. As night falls, everyone gathers around the campfire, staring vacantly into the flames. An idea strikes Wang Bin. He takes out his phone and activates the music player. The gentle strumming of a guitar fills the air, capturing the attention of the group as they look up at Wang Bin. He smiles faintly and gestures for silence, encouraging them to listen. After the introduction, a haunting duet begins to play. Raito malafibu forma shanktherais wonderland denantrialisemico anything. The melody of the guitar beautifully complements the somber vocals, enchanting all who listen. Among them, only Wang Bin and Officer Miao can comprehend the English lyrics. The others merely appreciate the song's beauty without grasping its meaning. As the song progresses, Officer Miao's eyes become teary. The lyrics resonate profoundly with their current predicament. Wang Bin, what is the name of this song? Officer Miao inquires, her eyes glistening after the song concludes. Landing guy, he replies, oh, it's such a beautiful song. Next time, I will bring a phone for you all, preloaded with music and perhaps a few movies, so we can enjoy songs and films at night. Is that possible? For now, my phone only has music, and there is no internet access here, so we will have to settle for songs to alleviate our boredom. Thank you. You're welcome. Abeo, Xiaonan. What animated series do you enjoy? I can download some for you next time. I love the underwater world. I want to see Superman battle monsters. I will look for them when I return. If I can find them, I shall download them for you. If not, I will find other animations. MHM, thank you. Uncle Wang. The singing continues, and the group listens attentively once more. However, the initial songs were profoundly melancholic, nearly bringing everyone to tears. Consequently, Wang Bin resorted to playing a few lively tunes, which finally coaxed smiles onto their faces. Initially, Wang Bin intended to prepare some barbecue, but Officer Miao and others, keen on conserving food, were unwilling to proceed with that plan, leaving Wang Bin with no choice but to abandon it. A glance at the system space revealed a veritable mountain of various meats, and he discovered that the system had the capacity for preservation, which instantly alleviated his worries. Otherwise, the spoilage of such provisions would be a dreadful waste. That evening, 2 individuals were assigned to guard duty, with Officer Miao taking the first half of the night and Wang Bin the latter half. Although Li Qingping and Guan Xiaoya were also slated for watch, Wang Bin declined their participation. Wang Bin had evidently emerged as the leader of this group, with everyone adhering to his directives. Upon awakening the next day, the group consumed a light breakfast before continuing their journey. As they traversed the forest, Officer Miao led them in foraging for numerous wild vegetables. Although Wang Bin contemplated mentioning that his supplies were ample for everyone, he ultimately refrained, considering that his backpack had limited capacity. He could not continually extract food from the system space without revealing his secret. Furthermore, he wished to discourage them from becoming overly reliant on him, as laziness in a post-apocalyptic world could prove perilous. Over the ensuing 2 days, they navigated the mountains, which felt considerably safer than the cities, with the likelihood of encountering zombies being minimal. On the 4th day, they finally descended into the plains, where, from the mountaintop, they beheld a multitude of villages and towns below. Shall we venture down? After spending so many days in the mountains without encountering zombies, Officer Miao instinctively felt some resistance to entering the city. Given the darkening sky, rain is likely. We should seek a place to rest. We might also check the city for tents and similar items, Wang Bin remarked, casting a glance at the overcast sky. Although it had yet to rain, he surmised that precipitation was imminent. Without any rain gear, should a storm arise, they would have nowhere to seek shelter in the mountains, and being drenched would surely lead to illness. All right, let us exercise caution while descending, especially when entering the city. We must remain vigilant against others, Officer Miao advised, and the group responded in unison, each gripping their weapons tightly as they made their way down the mountain. Chapter 28. An unsettled night. At the foot of the mountain lay a small village, comprising approximately 100 households, most of which stood empty in the face of the apocalypse. The village was home to scattered zombies, appearing in isolated clusters. This time, Wang Bin refrained from firing a weapon, as they intended to spend the night in the village. Discharging firearms would risk attracting zombies and exposing their location to those with ulterior motives. Having survived the apocalypse, everyone possessed an innate understanding of when to act. They remained silent, closely trailing behind Wang Bin and Officer Miao, while Guan Xiaoya brought up the rear and Li Qingping safeguarded the women and children within their ranks. Though others were armed, their marksmanship was mediocre. Nonetheless, the mere presence of firearms deterred many ill-intentioned individuals. Occasionally, zombies would pursue them, but Wang Bin dispatched them effortlessly with his machete. For the sake of safety, Wang Bin and Officer Miao chose the most peripheral house in the village, a modest 3-story building that provided ample accommodation and was sufficiently distanced from the other structures to dissuade any potential threats. The front door had been compromised, so to prevent any zombies from entering at night, They repurposed a wardrobe from a nearby house to barricade the entrance, subsequently placing 2 sofas against the wardrobe. Even with these precautions, they still arranged for sentinels to stand guard throughout the night. Once they had settled the house, preparations for dinner commenced. Wang Bin retrieved a bag of rice, a piece of ham, and some fresh vegetables to begin cooking. The task of preparing the meal did not require the intervention of Wang Bin and his companions, as 2 other women took charge of the culinary duties. Before long, dinner was ready, and they gathered around the campfire, exchanging laughter and sharing their meal, creating a convivial atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to them, over 20 individuals lurked outside, armed with an assortment of knives, concealing themselves in the nearby overgrown farmland. The fields, long abandoned, were now overrun with weeds that towered above the average person, allowing them to remain undetected. "Do you smell that? They are cooking," one whispered. "Indeed, it smells like ham. Where on earth did these people come from? Their backpacks are bulging. They must have plenty of food. What of it? They have firearms." Another retorted, "Are we not armed as well? Yet our muskets cannot possibly contend with their rifles," came a cautious voice. "I observed them earlier. They only have 2 men, one of whom is a cripple. It would be simple to eliminate them." "Precisely. We shall wait until they are sound asleep, and then stealthily infiltrate to take them out." "Agreed?" "Agreed." With unanimous consent, the group decided to return, planning to reconvene at 3 in the morning. They dispersed quietly, each returning to their respective homes. These individuals were the survivors of the village, each household having stored enough provisions to last 1 or 2 years. Many of the men were hunters, capable of foraging in the mountains, which had initially enabled their survival. When the apocalypse first unfolded, they managed to clear the zombies while organizing efforts to cultivate crops. However, just as their harvest was nearing maturity, word spread, prompting others to descend upon their village in search of food. In the struggle for sustenance, the village endured numerous hardships, resulting in significant loss. From a community of 500 to 600, only 50 to 60 souls remained. Subsequently, some succumbed to illness, while others ventured in search of the fabled gathering place. Ultimately, a mere 20 to 30 inhabitants lingered. This resilient group formed a tight-knit community, often banding together to ambush travelers. They managed to survive by foraging for wild vegetables and securing a modest catch in the mountains. Before Wang Bin and his companions entered the village, they were observed by the villagers, who, upon noticing the firearms in their hands, chose to conceal themselves and monitor the newcomers from the shadows. Now, seeing that Wang Bin and his group had not departed but settled in their village, the villagers contemplated another raid. After dinner, Wang Bin and his companions gathered around the campfire, enjoying music from their phones while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Since Wang Bin had joined their ranks, the group had resolved their food scarcity, and with firearms in their possession, they felt a renewed sense of security and uplifted spirits. With improved morale came increased chatter among the group. However, Li Qingping remained somewhat reserved, often content to smoke and listen with a smile as others spoke. Despite Wang Bin gifting him a prized cigarette, Li Qingping hesitated to indulge, reserving it only for after dinner. Wang Bin, a non-smoker, preferred to sip on a bit of beer during casual conversations, though he limited himself to just 1 can. Not out of poor tolerance, but from a desire to remain clear-headed for their endeavors. In this post-apocalyptic world, few managed to enjoy regular meals and the occasional drink or smoke, yet Wang Bin had facilitated this for them, earning their heartfelt gratitude, especially from the 2 young boys. A Bao and Xiao Nan, who once idolized Officer Miao, but now clung to Wang Bin. With no electricity at night and limited entertainment, the villagers retreated to their homes by 9 o'clock to sleep. Li Qingping took the first watch, with Guan Xiaoya covering the latter half of the night. For safety, they all resided on the 3rd floor. During the first half of the night, Li Qingping detected no disturbances. However, at 2 in the morning, he roused Guan Xiaoya before returning to his quarters for rest. Upon awakening, Guan Xiaoya embraced Wang Bin's rifle equipped with a night vision scope. To conserve power, it remained off during normal hours. Wang Bin had brought a battery to recharge the scope, but the group was reluctant to activate it, reserving it for emergencies or combat. To better observe the outside, Li Qingping had moved a sofa to the window, and when it was Guan Xiaoya's turn to keep watch, she sat on the sofa, draped in a coat, chewing gum while gazing outside. The first hour passed without incident, but by 3 in the morning, a gentle rain began to fall. "Is it raining?" As she gazed at the gentle rain, Guan Xiaoya stood up, lost in thought while observing the drizzle outside. At that moment, she noticed numerous dark shadows swiftly moving among the weeds below. The sight of these shadows jolted her mind awake. She activated the night vision scope on her firearm and peered into the darkness, revealing over 20 bright spots gathering in the foliage. The late hour and the congregation of so many outside unmistakably indicated they were coming for them. Guan Xiaoya hurriedly roused Wang Bin and the others. Brother Wang, there are over 20 people outside, and they seem to be targeting us. Understood. You go wake Officer Miao, and Uncle Li, and I will come right away. All right. Chapter 29. The villager strategy. Wang Bin glanced at the still sleeping Abeo and Xiaonan before hastily waking them up and stepping out of the room with his firearm. Li Qingping, limping slightly, also took his gun and exited. Abeo and Xiaonan were eager to join the fray but were halted by him. You two go protect Xiaoyan and the others. And tidy up the luggage. Be ready to break out at any moment. Okay. Though they longed to engage in the battle, they recognized the importance of safeguarding their sister and supplies, so they retreated to the adjacent room. Soon, Officer Miao emerged, carrying a rifle and joining Wang Bin. What is the situation outside? I counted earlier. There are 27 of them, but it's unclear if they are armed. Should we open fire? Let us hold off for now. If they dare approach our building, we can fire then. Understood. Officer Miao, Xiaoya, will each guard a window. Uncle Li, when the shooting starts, keep an eye on the stairs to prevent them from sneaking up. Rest assured, the stairs are my responsibility. Having organized their positions, they silently observed the unfolding situation outside. After a while, 3 more individuals arrived, stealthily advancing toward their residence. Wang Bin, using the night vision scope on his rifle, watched as they approached, and without hesitation, he aimed and fired at the head of the foremost figure. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man crumpled to the ground. Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao had already locked onto their targets. Upon seeing Wang Bin shoot, they both fired in unison. Bang bang! In the wake of the gunfire, several individuals fell instantly. The approaching villagers, witnessing the gunfire and the immediate casualties, turned and fled in panic. As the villagers scattered, Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, lacking night vision, struggled to aim accurately in the fading light. Wang Bin fired 2 more shots but ceased, realizing the adversaries posed little threat to them. For him, as long as they did not represent a significant danger, he was reluctant to unleash a massacre. Cease fire, Wang Bin commanded, prompting Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao to comply. Brother Wang, why have we stopped shooting? They pose little threat to us. As long as they do not disturb us, let us be lenient with them. Wang Bin, I never imagined your heart to be so kind. It is no small feat for everyone to survive. If we can avoid killing, we shall. While we may spare them, they might not extend the same courtesy to us. Wang Bin offered a faint smile and remained silent. Upon learning that the opposing forces had retreated, Abao and Xiaonan finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out to inquire about the situation. Rest assured, they have departed. You all should return to your rooms and sleep. No, we wish to stay and accompany you. Be obedient, return to your rooms and rest. For we have a journey ahead tomorrow. Uncle Li, Officer Miao, you two should retire for the night. Xiao Yu and I will keep watch. How can that be? Instead, I shall remain while you take your rest. Be obedient. You and Uncle Li must sleep, for we cannot have everyone exhausted. We will need both of you tomorrow. Very well, but please inform us immediately if anything arises. Understood. Officer Miao and Li Qingping were eager to stay, yet they acknowledged, as Wang Bin had stated, that they could not all be worn out. After all, Wang Bin possessed a night vision scope, which would reveal any occurrences outside. They had no choice but to return to their rooms to rest. Once the villagers were repelled, they quietly gathered together, each sighing in dismay upon meeting. How many of us have perished this time? It seems we lost 6, with 3 injured. So many. With no moon in the sky, how did they discover us? I do not know, and their aim was remarkably precise. I believe it resembles what we see on television. They must possess some device that allows them to see us at night. Night vision goggles? Precisely, night vision goggles. What shall we do about this? Engaging them directly would be futile. Instead, we should lure the nearby zombies towards them, allowing the zombies to surround them and deplete their ammunition. That is a splendid idea. Did we not confine over 300 zombies at the west end of the village? Let us release them. Yes, let us proceed with that plan. Very well, everyone. Let us act separately to draw the surrounding zombies towards them. I am curious to see how much ammunition they possess. Let us go. After considerable discussion, The villagers remained resolute and ventured out that night to attract zombies to besiege the small building where Wang Bin and his companions were stationed. The villagers worked collaboratively, their stamina proving beneficial as they successfully drew a significant number of zombies. Initially, due to the rain, Wang Bin and Guanxiaya were oblivious. But soon the cacophony of zombies' wails alerted them to the anomaly. Wang Bin activated his night vision scope and quickly discerned several bright spots moving swiftly, their behavior unlike that of zombies, and he swiftly realized their strategy. They intended to have the zombies confine them here. Had this been in the past, Wang Bin would have certainly felt fear. However, now his system space contained over 7,000 rounds of ammunition, more than sufficient to eradicate these zombies. Brother Wang, what is the matter? Nothing of significance, just a bunch of buffoons. With that, Wang Bin handed the rifle to Guanxiaya. Upon receiving it, she glanced downstairs and saw a multitude of gleaming points scattered everywhere. The area where the villagers had perished was particularly dense with zombies, who were already feasting on the remains of the recently deceased. Why are there so many zombies? She exclaimed. No matter. I was just lamenting the lack of zombies to slay. They've conveniently come to us. Shall we engage them now? No, let us wait until dawn. Tonight, we'll allow Abayo and the others to get a good night's rest. Agreed. The villagers believed their strategy had succeeded and worked even harder to lure the zombies. In just one night, they attracted all the nearby zombies. The next morning, as dawn broke, Officer Miao, concerned for Wang Bin and Guanxiaya, awoke early, planning to relieve them of their duty and allow them some rest. However, upon approaching the window, she was struck with horror at the sight of countless zombies outside. Why are there so many zombies out there? They were drawn here by those people last night. Why didn't you wake me? It's all right. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Don't worry. We are safe for now, surrounded by zombies. This area is entrusted to you. Just don't kill my prey. Let me do that when I wake. I have no interest in slaying zombies. If you wish to kill them, go ahead. Thank you. Wang Bin replied gratefully before returning to his room with Guanxiaya to rest. After a long night, they were indeed exhausted and soon fell asleep upon lying in bed. Officer Miao, gripping her rifle and furrowing her brow, yearned to hunt the zombies, but was concerned that gunfire might disturb Wang Bin and Guanxiaya's rest. So she refrained from acting. Chapter 30. The villagers are deceived when the others awoke to find themselves surrounded by zombies. They were taken aback. Officer Miao, fearing they might wake Wang Bin and Guanxiaya, urged them to remain silent. Unlike Wang Bin, who remained calm despite being encircled by over 1,000 zombies, the others displayed visible apprehension. For breakfast, each person had a bowl of millet porridge to suffice. Although the porridge was thin and mostly water, everyone still enjoyed it heartily. In the apocalypse, having a single substantial meal a day was considered fortunate, yet they had not only regular meals, but also breakfast, and sometimes even a bit of barbecue in the evening. Their lives could be deemed akin to a paradise. No one disturbed Wang Bin and Guanxiaya, instead quietly sitting inside the house. By noon, the enticing aroma of food roused Wang Bin and Guanxiaya from their slumber. Wang Bin, Xiaoya, you're awake. Come sit down. The meal will be ready shortly. All right, I'll freshen up first. Wang Bin replied as he took out his toothpaste and toothbrush to wash up. Guanxiaya, being a woman who cherished her beauty, followed suit to tidy herself. In the past, when toothpaste was non-existent, people often neglected to rinse their mouths. Even when they attempted to do so, they could only make do with water and their fingers. However, in the present day, with an abundance of toothpaste and water available, people have begun to take hygiene more seriously. As Wang Bin observed the dishes being served, a mischievous idea struck him. He felt compelled to tease the villagers from the previous night. He was well aware that these individuals had lured the zombies and were likely lurking nearby, secretly watching them. Having not cooked in quite some time, he exclaimed, "Today, I shall prepare a stir-fried beef dish for you all. Hooray, we have beef." Wang Bin, that's enough food. Don't waste it. One of them cautioned. No worries. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll show you my culinary skills. Upon hearing the mention of beef, Bao and Xiao could hardly contain their excitement, while Officer Miao and the others felt it was a bit extravagant. They couldn't help but wonder how Wang Bin could be in such high spirits when they were surrounded by so many zombies. Nonetheless, since the food was provided by Wang Bin, he had the liberty to prepare it as he pleased. He entered the kitchen, slicing approximately a pound of beef and gathering various seasonings, scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers, among others. He poured oil into the pan, and as it began to sizzle and smoke, he added the seasonings, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. In the living room, the others couldn't resist swallowing as they inhaled the delightful scent. The rain had ceased, and the savory fragrance of the meat traveled far, quickly reaching the villagers hiding in the nearest house, whose stomachs began to rumble uncontrollably. Damn it, are these folks not afraid at all? How can they still have the audacity to cook? One villager exclaimed. Can you smell that? It's the aroma of beef. Yes, yes. I can also detect the scent of dried chili and ginger. Indeed, it seems they're scallion as well. The villagers rushed to the windows, lifting their noses in delight as they savored the aroma, imagining the dishes laid out before them. These rascals truly have food, and it looks quite sumptuous. One remarked. Once we take care of them, I shall certainly carve out their hearts for a stir-fry. Absolutely, we must butcher them alive. Their flesh will sustain us for a considerable time. They laughed menacingly, their stomachs growling in harmony with their enthusiastic discussions. Stir-fried beef is ready, Wang Bin announced, imitating an ancient server as he emerged from the kitchen with a platter of freshly prepared stir-fried beef. Bao and Xiaonan clapped their hands in joy upon seeing this. Wang Bin, are you trying to provoke those people from last night? Officer Miao, astute as ever, quickly deduced the situation. Officer Miao understands best. They brought the zombies to surround us, and they are likely reveling in their scheme nearby. Ha, you mischievous fellow. As the saying goes, a man who is not wicked will not be loved by a woman. Upon hearing those words, Officer Miao blushed and hastily lowered her head, falling silent. Guan Xiaoye observed the flirtation between Wang Bin and Officer Miao, her expression slightly darkening. All right, let's eat. Everyone, please sample my culinary skills, Wang Bin exclaimed, sensing the awkward atmosphere and quickly urging everyone to dig in. He took a bite himself, though his cooking skills could not rival those of a restaurant chef. They were certainly not lacking. After tasting the dish, everyone expressed their admiration, which thoroughly satisfied Wang Bin's vanity. After the meal, Wang Bin retrieved a can of beer and settled onto the sofa to drink. Shall we hunt zombies? Not just yet, we've just finished eating. Let us rest a moment before we engage. Upon hearing about the zombie hunt, Bao and Xiaonan eagerly grabbed their guns and positioned themselves beside Wang Bin, ready to follow his command to slay the undead. Earlier that morning, they had been eager to practice their shooting skills, but Officer Miao had prohibited them from firing, leaving them with no choice but to suppress their desires. Once Wang Bin finished his beer, he picked up his rifle and stood up. Bao and Xiaonan, witnessing this, excitedly retrieved their own rifles, while the others showed little interest in the prospect of hunting zombies. Bao, Xiaonan, the first of you to kill 10 zombies today will win a braised chicken leg, Wang Bin declared. Really, Uncle Wang? They exclaimed. Of course. I shall officiate. Great. They cheered, seizing their rifles and aiming at the zombies below the house. Begin. Bang. Bang. At Wang Bin's command, Bao and Xiaonan commenced firing. It must be said that after some training, their shooting skills had improved significantly. While not every shot resulted in a zombie's demise, they were able to hit their targets, though some bullets missed the head, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The others, with nothing else to do, gathered around with interest to watch the competition unfold. Bao had 3 kills while Xiaonan had 2, prompting Wang Bin to mischievously announce their scores to heighten the tension. This particularly affected Xiaonan. Upon realizing he was trailing Bao, he became flustered and missed 2 consecutive shots. Xiaonan, don't let Uncle Wang's words affect you. Calm down and aim slowly. Officer Miao interjected, shooting Wang Bin a disapproving glance before soothing Xiaonan. Wang Bin merely smiled nonchalantly and continued to announce their scores. Soon, Xiaonan found his rhythm, his shooting becoming increasingly accurate, yet he still trailed Bao by 3 kills. Ultimately, Bao emerged victorious in this round. Bao wins. Here's your reward, a braised chicken leg, Wang Bin announced triumphantly, retrieving a chicken leg wrapped in plastic from his backpack and handing it to Xiaonan. Feeling disheartened by his defeat, Xiaonan was cheered up when Bao promptly offered half of his chicken leg to him. Let us share. No. This is yours. What do you mean by yours and mine? We are brothers, and brothers should share both hardships and joys. Indeed, upon hearing Bao's words, everyone couldn't help but secretly admire him. Chapter 31. Skill Upgrade. Wang Bin did not anticipate Bao's thoughtfulness. He chuckled and clapped his hands, saying, Wait. I never said that the second place wouldn't receive a reward. Here you go, Xiaonan. Congratulations on winning a braised pig's trotters. As he spoke, Wang Bin retrieved a package of braised pig's trotters from his backpack and handed it to Xiaonan. Ah, I have one too. Of course, hurry and take it. Thank you, Uncle Wang and Brother Abeo. I will share half of mine with you. Yes, I believe we should share the food with everyone. Exactly, let's eat together. Wang Bin laughed heartily, clapping his hands again. All right, everyone gets a share. He then took out many snacks from his backpack, distributing them among the group, so that each person held a bundle of snacks such as rice crackers, spicy strips, and biscuits. Li Chengping picked up a bag of beer peanuts and sat contentedly to the side, munching away. Wang Bin, do you think we have enough food eating like this? Officer Miao began to feel a bit concerned seeing Wang Bin's extravagant generosity. Rest assured, there will be plenty. Wang Bin patted his backpack and replied with a smile. In truth, Officer Miao had already noticed something amiss with Wang Bin after observing him for the past few days. From the food consumption during this period, it was evident that at least half of the food in Wang Bin's backpack had been depleted, yet his backpack appeared to be as full as ever. She recognized this as Wang Bin's secret and refrained from mentioning it, pretending to be unaware. Seeing that everyone was enjoying their snacks, Wang Bin picked up his rifle and began shooting at the zombies. He shot with remarkable precision, primarily aiming before firing, and within no time, he had dispatched 4 to 5 dozen zombies. After Abeo and Xiaonan received their respective snacks, they took turns feeding each other, much to the amazement of everyone around. The villagers hiding nearby witnessed Wang Bin slaying zombies and felt a surge of joy. As long as they waited for Wang Bin and his companions to exhaust their ammunition, they could trap the zombies inside the house. However, they soon realized that 2 hours had passed, and the gunfire from their side showed no signs of abating, while the surrounding zombies continued to dwindle in number. Damn, he has already killed over 400 zombies. How many bullets does this guy have? If this keeps up, it seems he will finish off all the zombies today. What should we do? Should we lure more zombies over? All the nearby zombies have already been drawn here. Where else can we find more zombies? Our village is gone. Won't we attract zombies from the neighboring villages? Yes. Let us go to the nearby villages to lure them in. I refuse to believe we can't exhaust their bullets. Let us go. After reaching a consensus, the villagers emerged from their houses and set off towards the neighboring villages to lure the zombies. Brother Wang, you have been shooting for 2 hours. Why not take a break before continuing? Upon observing Wang Bin's relentless shooting, Guan Xiaoye felt a twinge of compassion. Previously, she too had wished to assist him in his endeavors, but he had firmly dissuaded her. Wang Bin was not idling away, in pursuit of skill enhancement. He alone was tasked with vanquishing these zombies, as the efforts of others did not contribute to his progress. Indeed, after 2 hours of persistent activity, his shoulders and arms began to ache, prompting him to take a moment's respite. Uncle Wang, you must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Uncle Wang, let me help with your arms. Thank you, I appreciate it. No need for thanks. Abeo and Xiaonan rushed to tend to his shoulders and arms as soon as he settled down. Their ministrations brought him unexpected relief. Did you see that? He has ceased firing. Perhaps he is running low on ammunition. Haha, our village chief is truly astute, devising such an excellent strategy. Indeed, without the village chief, we would not have survived to this day. Those villagers who remained to monitor Wang Bin, upon noticing his silence, mistakenly believed he had exhausted his bullets, and they eagerly lavished praise upon the village chief. Unfortunately, half an hour later, Wang Bin resumed his shooting, but the discomfort in his shoulders significantly hampered his previous pace. For heaven's sake, how many bullets does that fellow have left? No matter, once Deju and the others lure the zombies from the nearby villages, I shall see just how much ammunition he possesses. Exactly. Inspired by the village chief's words, the villagers felt a surge of fervor, as if victory were within their grasp. Other villages were indeed harboring zombies, and the inhabitants, bemused by Daju and his companions' antics to attract the undead, welcomed the prospect of having their threats eliminated without resistance, allowing Daju and the others to continue their endeavors unhindered. While Wang Bin was engaged in his zombie hunt, he noticed a new horde approaching from a distance, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a few individuals running ahead. In that moment, Wang Bin grasped their intentions. They are quite clever indeed. What are you saying, Brother Wang? Come take a look for yourself. Curiosity piqued, Guan Xiaoye and the others approached the window and quickly spotted hundreds of zombies being drawn in. Those scoundrels! Guan Xiaoye seethed with fury, raising her rifle to shoot at the runners ahead. No need to rush. These zombies will prove useful to me. Wang Bin interjected swiftly, halting her. Ah, useful to you? Officer Miao inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I believe that eliminating zombies will enhance my strength. Moreover, I foresee rain in the coming days. We need not hasten our departure. It would be prudent to rest here for a few days until the weather improves, Wang Bin replied calmly. He refrained from divulging his secrets, instead opting for a vague explanation. The crowd remained perplexed, yet since Wang Bin had spoken, they chose to heed his words. Wang Bin's hand ached once more, and he feigned fear from the zombies, settling onto the sofa to rest. No sooner had he taken a seat than Abeo and Xiaonan rushed over to massage his arms and shoulders. Did you see that? That lad is running low on ammunition. The moment he noticed we had drawn the zombies, he dared not fire again. Haha, the village chief is remarkable. The villagers, under the impression that Wang Bin was frightened, exerted themselves even more, until darkness fell and 3 waves of zombies were attracted, numbering nearly 2,000. That evening, to provoke the villagers, Wang Bin organized a bonfire party. They gathered around the fire, indulging in barbecue delights while singing and dancing with gusto. He even cranked up the volume on his phone to the maximum, infuriating the villagers hiding nearby. Of course, this action had the consequence of attracting all surrounding zombies, surrounding the small building until it was nearly impenetrable. Consequently, they had to reinforce the main entrance on the first floor. The next morning, after waking and having breakfast, Wang Bin commenced his zombie shooting. This time, the proximity of the zombies allowed him to dispatch them with ease. Could he truly have so many bullets? Unlikely. He was merely bluffing. Indeed, he is just putting on a show. Why don't we lure a few more zombies over? The surrounding villages had very few zombies left. The majority remained only in the county town. Let us avoid the county town. It's not a place we can venture into. Seeing the multitude of zombies, Guan Xiaoya and her companions were eager to assist, yet Wang Bin forbade them. At most, he permitted Abeo and Xiaonan to practice their marksmanship. But even they could only manage about 50 shots before their shoulders ached unbearably. Wang Bin had to apply numerous ointments and rub various medicinal alcohols on his injuries. Even so, his shoulder had turned a deep shade of purple. The recoil from the rifle was significant, yet he endured the pain for the sake of upgrading his skills. Ultimately, after 2 days of relentless effort, he cleared the surrounding zombies, leaving countless behind near the building, which left the villagers hiding inside in awe. Ding dong, congratulations player. Shooting proficiency has been elevated to level 4, increasing shooting accuracy by 150 points, critical hit rate by 150 points, and shooting distance to 350 meters. To advance to the next level, one must eliminate 10,000 zombies. Current progress is 010000. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Bin smiled, for he had finally upgraded his shooting proficiency to level 4 before returning to the real world. Through these days of shooting practice, bolstered by the shooting proficiency skill, his marksmanship had far surpassed that of Officer Miao, reaching a level comparable to that of professional snipers. Although he had not acquired anything of substantial value during his time in the apocalypse, achieving level 4 in shooting proficiency could be deemed a significant gain. However, the experience required for upgrading his formidable strength palm was considerably more, and he had only completed half of that endeavor. After finishing dinner, Wang Bin secluded himself in his room and retrieved an abundance of food from the system space, astonishing everyone present, for such provisions could not possibly fit within his backpack. Having spent considerable time together, I felt it was unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer. Even if I remained silent, you would likely surmise that I possessed the ability to conjure food. However, these provisions must be exchanged for gold and precious jewelry. I implore you to keep this secret from me, and in return, I shall provide you with sustenance. Brother Wang, rest assured, I will guard your secret with utmost fidelity. Should anyone dare betray you, I shall take their life, declared Guan Xiaoya, her fierce gaze instilling a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Wang Bin, you need not worry. I too shall keep your secret, even at the cost of my life, added Officer Miao, echoing the sentiment. And I as well. Uncle Wang, I will safeguard your secret. Soon, everyone voiced their commitment, and witnessing their loyalty brought Wang Bin immense joy. I must now venture to exchange for food. During my absence over the next 7 days, I trust you will protect the small building. Brother Wang, you can rest easy. We will undoubtedly defend the small building. Yes. I will assist Sister Xiaoya in safeguarding the small building. Excellent. It just so happens that it has been raining these past few days. By the time I return, the rain should cease. and that will be our moment to embark. Indeed, Brother Wang, go with peace of mind. We shall await your return here. Wang Bin responded with satisfaction, retreated to his room, and awaited the appointed time to return to the real world. Chapter 32. A flare of character. As soon as Wang Bin re-entered the real world, his phone erupted with incessant notifications. Upon checking, he discovered over a dozen missed calls and messages, predominantly from Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, alongside a call from Zhao Qian. He chose to disregard Zhao Qian and directly dialed Yu Hongfei. The moment the call connected, he was met with an immediate response. Hello, Wang Bin, where have you been? I've tried reaching you to no avail. Hongfei, I was out on an errand, and the signal was poor. By the way, have the police sought you out? Why would the police be looking for me? I took down the Eastern Tiger Gang S. Donggu. I fear they might report me. Do not worry. The police have not sought you. Those involved in the underworld would never report anything. They cannot afford to lose face. Moreover, your grievances with them fall within the realm of gang disputes, and they will handle it according to their own rules. Is that so? That's a relief. By the way, what did you and Xingping want from me? Surprisingly, following your advice, Xingping and I approached a broker and managed to find 2 potential locations, one in the North District and another in the South District. The South District is in a better area, albeit with a higher rent of 100,000 a month, payable annually. We captured photos and videos of both places for your consideration. The North District is relatively new and still developing, so if we can secure something in the South District, that would be ideal. A prime location may command a higher rental fee, but I trust we can recoup our investment. Indeed, I shall contact the agent now and proceed to sign the contract tomorrow. Moreover, I will also search for a jewelry processing factory, preferably one that is not too distant from the shop. Additionally, I have heard that there were once many skilled artisans in Tonghai. Once you secure a processing factory, it would be prudent to invite a few seasoned masters from that area. As long as they are willing to come, a slightly higher remuneration would be acceptable. Concurrently, we should recruit several apprentices, ensuring that they sign long-term contracts. All right, I will inquire with the agent shortly. It would be best to resolve this matter by tomorrow. Once we secure the premises, I will take charge of the business license and renovations, while the task of finding craftsmen will be entrusted to Xingping. Thank you for your hard work during this period. It is no trouble, such is the nature of the entrepreneurial phase. By the way, let me share some news. Last night, both Xingping and I gave Yuan Qingrui a resounding slap, and that fellow did not dare to utter a word. Thank you. This person is truly treacherous. You must be wary of him in the future. Understood. It is getting late. I will call the agent now. Yes. Do attend to your matters. His gold is sourced from the apocalypse, incurring virtually no cost. His current objective is to convert gold into cash. Thus he is indifferent to rental and labor costs. As long as he can liquidate the gold, he stands to profit. Furthermore, Wang Bin's greatest concern during the apocalypse was the fear that Brother Dong of the Black Tiger Gang would report him to the authorities, leading to a police manhunt. Now that he knows they have not reported him, he feels relieved. However, upon reflection, as Yu Hongfei stated, this is a matter of the underworld. For them to report it would result in loss of face within their community, and they would struggle to hold their heads high before other gangs. Moreover, they were at fault from the beginning, as they sought trouble with him. Should the matter escalate, they too would be implicated. Subsequently, Wang Bin dialed Wang Xingping's number, reiterating his thoughts and exchanging a few more words before hanging up. After glancing at his phone and contemplating, he ultimately decided to call Zhao Qian. Hello, Wang Bin. I heard you shot a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Is it true? My affairs are none of your concern. I acknowledge my wrongdoing towards you, and I do not seek your forgiveness. But do you realize this is illegal? If the police find out, you could be arrested. How did you know? I was beside Donggu when he called young Master Li, so I overheard. Young Master Li was quite shocked. Yet it seems he is not inclined to let you off easily. He appears to be hiring assassins to deal with you, so do be cautious. Oh no. He seems to be returning. I cannot speak further. Please take care. Before Wang Bin could respond, Zhao Qian had already hung up. Ever since he endured the trials of the apocalypse, Wang Bin has largely set aside the betrayal he felt from Zhao Qian. To consider it from her perspective, had he not acquired the system, it would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve success in this era dominated by connections and familial influence. Zhao Qian's choice of a shortcut is understandable. However, the occurrence did indeed cause him some heartache and initial difficulty in accepting the reality. However, he has come to a realization. If the two minds are not in harmony, why force a union? Gaining the other's body would hardly lead to the acquisition of their genuine heart. The days ahead stretch long, and he seeks a girl who genuinely reciprocates his affections and is willing to endure hardships alongside him. He had almost forgotten Zhao Qian, yet he was taken aback when she unexpectedly shared such significant news with him. If young Master Li truly intends to hire an assassin against him, he must tread carefully and prepare some equipment. Currently, his mighty Vajrapalm has reached the second tier, sufficient to handle common ruffians, but inadequate against formidable opponents. Fortunately, he has elevated his shooting proficiency to the 4th level, and a handgun is readily available in the system's space for self-defense, yet he feels it is still insufficiently secure. To attain strength, he can only rely on the lottery, but his remaining gold is scarce. To open a jewelry store, he invested 4,000 kilograms of gold as startup capital, leaving him with merely 150 kilograms in the system's space, enough for only one lottery draw. He decided to proceed with that single draw. If it yielded no enhancements to his strength, he would draw 1,000 kilograms from the jewelry store's gold for 10 consecutive draws, knowing that he could replenish it later once he finds more gold in the apocalypse. Wang Bin pondered for a moment before resolving to draw once. Even if the lottery did not produce anything beneficial, he had time before the store would require substantial gold. System, commence the lottery. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill lightness technique, crossing the river on a reed. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Bin leaped with excitement and vigorously clenched his fist. He had not anticipated such a remarkable stroke of fortune on his first lottery attempt. The mighty Vajrapalm and the lightness technique seem to both belong to the esteemed martial arts of Buddhism. Perhaps he shares a certain affinity with the Buddhist path. With a sigh of admiration, he opened the skill panel to examine his new acquisition. Lightness technique, level 1, increases agility by 5 points. Upon achieving mastery, one may move as lightly as a swallow, capable of crossing vast rivers. Currently, each execution allows a 3-meter leap and a 2-meter vertical jump, consuming 10 internal energy points per second, with a total of 420 internal energy points, spiritual attribute. Each point of spiritual value equaling 10 points of internal energy. To upgrade to the next level, this skill must be used 100 times. Note, each execution must fully deplete internal energy for it to count. To test the prowess of the lightness technique, Wang Bin ventured to an unoccupied area beneath his apartment complex and immediately activated it. Upon activation, he felt as light as a swallow, and after running for 42 seconds, he covered a distance of 453 meters, a speed that could surely earn him an Olympic gold medal in the 400 meters. Initially, he contemplated another round of 10 consecutive draws, but having already acquired such an impressive skill, he abandoned the thought. One must learn the virtue of contentment. Chapter 33. Encounter with the Black Tiger Gang. Wang Bin continued to assess his abilities. His internal energy could only be fully restored after an hour, meaning that even if he remained awake for an entire day, he could only perform his technique, one reed crossing the river, 24 times. To elevate it to the second level would require at least a week's time. Of course, staying awake was not a feasible option, which would only prolong the duration needed for his training. But perhaps I could practice in the apocalypse, where one day in the real world equates to 7 days in that realm. A trip there could allow me to cultivate one reed crossing the river to its second tier. With this realization, Wang Bin felt relieved about his progression and decided to take a stroll, as it was still early. Since returning from the apocalypse, the life he once found mundane now felt serene and peaceful. He cherished every moment in the real world. Sigh, have I truly grown old? He couldn't help but chuckle at the shift in his mindset. Wang Bin leisurely walked along the path, appreciating the sights around him, and soon found himself by the banks of the Panlong River, which divided H City in two. The water was remarkably clear, and numerous residents would gather at the riverside square in the evenings to dance. Some elderly men and women donned traditional attire, performing dances specific to their ethnic backgrounds. And on fortunate occasions, one might even see blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties joining in. The apocalypse was a lifeless world where people avoided one another, leading to an oppressive atmosphere over time. Hence, upon returning to the real world, Wang Bin found solace in crowded places. He settled in a spot away from the throngs, watching the joyful dancers in the square, a smile gracing his face. Due to the crowd, several vendors had gathered around the square to conduct their business. Just as he was relishing this splendid scene, an unsettling incident occurred. A bald man, adorned with a thick gold chain and tattoos, approached him. leading a flamboyantly dressed woman. Following them were four suspiciously dressed men, clearly not of good character. When the woman reached Wang Bin, she whispered to the man, "Brother Zhang, I'm tired. Let us sit and rest for a moment." The man replied with a grin, then turned to Wang Bin and bellowed, "You, kid, get lost." This outburst ignited Wang Bin's anger. The bench he occupied was spacious enough for four, and he was taken aback by their brazen demeanor. Though he was usually amenable, had they approached him politely, he would have willingly offered them the seat. Yet, their rudeness was intolerable. "Perhaps it is you who should be leaving. You're obstructing my view of the scenery," Wang Bin retorted lightly, adopting a leisurely demeanor, clearly unperturbed by their presence. The group of men did not expect Wang Bin to be so uncooperative, and their anger surged at his audacity to speak back. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" One of the men behind the bald figure quickly rushed up, encircling Wang Bin. "What a ridiculous situation. If you desire to indulge in such filth, I would not hesitate to offer you a taste. Seeking trouble? Prepare to face the consequences." Brother Zhang, infuriated in an instant, released the beautiful woman in his arms and directed a fierce kick towards Wang Bin. At present, Wang Bin had cultivated his formidable skills to the second level. With a single punch, he could effortlessly shatter bones. As he noticed Zhang's kick approaching, he deftly evaded it, simultaneously striking out with his right palm. A resounding crack echoed as Zhang's right foot was broken. A scream of agony erupted, and Zhang collapsed to the ground, cradling his injured foot and howling in pain. Upon witnessing their leader being attacked, the other subordinates sprang into action, throwing punches at Wang Bin. However, Wang Bin's agility far surpassed that of the average person, allowing him to easily dodge several strikes while countering. Each palm he delivered resulted in a bone snapping, and within mere seconds, four of them lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Wang Bin had always harbored disdain for such ruffians, who thrived on wrongdoing and bullied others. Previously powerless to retaliate, he now seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd, swelling to several hundred onlookers in no time. "What is happening? That young man has taken down members of the Black Tiger gang. Such audacity. He dares to confront them. This lad is surely in for trouble." Wang Bin, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, was astonished by the notorious reputation of the Black Tiger gang. It was evident that many locals were aware of their misdeeds. The beautiful woman, witnessing Zhang's defeat, rushed to assist him, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Bin while loudly proclaiming, "How dare you? Do you not realize who Zhang is?" Initially, Wang Bin had no intention of engaging with the flamboyantly dressed woman, but her brazen attitude ignited his anger. He approached her, hand raised, intending to deliver a slap. Yet, reconsidering, he refrained, believing that gentlemen do not strike women. Seeing Wang Bin's raised hand, the woman shrieked in fear, but upon noticing he had lowered it, she mistakenly assumed he was intimidated and adopted a fierce demeanor, declaring, "Zhang is the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Your fate is sealed." Wang Bin, amused by her audacity, paused to contemplate how to deal with her. With a faint smile, he took a step closer, causing the woman to retreat in trepidation. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "Nothing much, merely wishing to clear your mind." With that, Wang Bin seized her and effortlessly tossed her behind him, sending her plummeting into the Panlong River. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she fell, followed by a heavy splash. The water of the Panlong River was not deep, only reaching her waist, so there was no concern of her drowning. A woman emerged from the river, standing amidst the water and vociferously attracting the attention of the surrounding onlookers, who cheered and clapped in delight. "Zhang, is it? Who were you telling to scram just now? What path do you tread? Not the one you traverse. Remember, my name is Wang Bin. Wang Bin, you were the one who spoke at Changchong Mountain yesterday." At this, Zhang trembled visibly, fear etched across his face, rendering him speechless. He then turned, gritting his teeth against the pain, and prepared to flee. In truth, he had also visited Changchong Mountain the previous day, but by the time he arrived with his crew, the place was deserted. It was only after inquiring that he learned Wang Bin had not only injured many of his men, but had also fired upon two individuals. He felt a wave of relief that he had not arrived in time. Yet now, faced with the barrel of the opponent's gun, what could he say? For the sake of his own life, retreat was the only option. "Halt! Do you not understand human speech? I said to leave, not to walk away." Upon hearing this, Zhang's face turned pale, and casting a fierce glare at Wang Bin, he limped out in defeat. The four young subordinates, seeing their leader retreat, had no choice but to follow suit, leaving the onlookers astounded, while some audacious youths began to whistle. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon a multitude joined in. "Well done, young man. You should leave quickly. The Black Tiger gang will soon come looking for you." Wang Bin waved at the crowd and then turned to depart. It was not fear of retaliation from the Black Tiger gang that prompted his exit, but rather an unease at being the center of so many gazes. Additionally, he understood that since he had fired his weapon the day prior, his conflict with the Black Tiger gang had become irreconcilable, and if it could not be resolved, he must instill fear in them. Chapter 34. An encounter with a master. Following this incident, Wang Bin had no desire to continue his stroll and returned home early. However, he would descend the stairs to practice his one reed crossing the river technique whenever his energy was fully replenished. The next morning, Wang Bin rose early, donned a tracksuit, and went for a morning run in a nearby park. Since acquiring the system, his physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to complete 5 laps around the park, totaling 10 kilometers, before coming to a halt. While near the lake, he spotted an elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform, exuding an extraordinary presence. Wang Bin sensed the existence of energy emanating from the elder, indicating that he was a master of internal martial arts. Wang Bin seated himself at a respectful distance, keenly observing the elder's movements while attuning himself to the flow of energy around them. The elder practiced Tai Chi at a leisurely pace, yet Wang Bin could distinctly perceive how each of the elder's motions stirred the surrounding energy to flow in harmony with his actions. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Bin became oblivious to everything around him, engrossed in the elder's technique and unconsciously mimicking the movements. The elder had long since noticed Wang Bin, but he made no overt acknowledgement. However, when Wang Bin began to emulate his Tai Chi, a spark of interest illuminated his eyes. From Wang Bin's movements, it was evident that he had not mastered Tai Chi. However, the elderly man could perceive a subtle flow of energy surrounding Wang Bin, albeit not particularly forceful. It was still palpable. It was astonishing that someone with no formal training in Tai Chi could mimic the practice so adeptly after merely observing for a brief period, and even harness the energy around him. This indicated that Wang Bin was indeed a martial arts prodigy. After completing his Tai Chi routine, the old man approached Wang Bin with a gentle smile. "Young friend, have you practiced before?" I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. I was merely captivated by your exquisite performance and couldn't help but follow along." "There's no need to be anxious. I harbor no ill will towards you." "Oh, thank you. I noticed that your movements were quite impressive. Have you also studied martial arts?" "I have practiced the Great Strength Diamond Palm, though I have yet to master it." "Oh, the Great Strength Diamond Palm, a superior martial art from the Shaolin Temple. It amazes me that you have learned it. May I inquire which level you have reached?" "I have just recently progressed to the 2nd level." "And how old are you now?" "I am 21 this year." To attain the 2nd level of the Great Strength Diamond Palm at such a young age is remarkable. You must still be in school?" "Yes. I am a junior in the Finance Management Department at H University." "Excellent. How about we engage in a friendly sparring match?" "Spar? How shall we spar?" "I will use my Tai Chi against your Great Strength Diamond Palm." That would be unwise. My Great Strength Diamond Palm is too overpowering and could easily cause injury." "Do not worry. My Tai Chi is formidable as well. You will not harm me." "Very well. I humbly request your guidance." Upon hearing the old man's invitation and recalling the energy he had sensed earlier, Wang Bin was eager to spar, deciding he would not exert his full strength. "Please, young friend, make your move." "Master, I insist that you strike first." "No, once I initiate my attack, you will have no opportunity. You should go first. Rest assured, you cannot harm me." "All right, here it comes." With profound humility, the old man had left Wang Bin no choice but to strike first. Wang Bin summoned 30% of his internal energy and launched a punch at the elder. As he did so, the energy around him began to flow rapidly in response. The elder's eyes sparkled as he deftly parried with his left hand, effortlessly redirecting Wang Bin's force, causing him to almost lose his balance and fall. It was evident that the elder was a master of internal martial arts. Wang Bin had not anticipated that he would falter with just one move, and it was clear that the elder had held back. Had the elder intended to harm him, Wang Bin surmised he would have already found himself on the ground. Again, the elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he addressed Wang Bin. "All right." Wang Bin recalibrated his focus and summoned 70% of his internal energy to attack the elder once more. This time, he approached the engagement with a blend of offense and defense, more cautious than before. The elderly man, upon witnessing the scene, was profoundly impressed. The ability to awaken to the situation so swiftly indicated a commendable level of insight. The old man's Tai Chi was exceptionally formidable. Regardless of whether Wang Bin's attacks were genuine or feigned, each was skillfully neutralized by the elder. Moreover, he adeptly utilized the momentum of Wang Bin's strikes against him, often sending him sprawling several paces away. After exchanging over 30 moves, Wang Bin found himself drenched in perspiration, while the elder remained as composed as at the outset. "Let us take a brief respite," the elder suggested. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your invaluable guidance." Wang Bin realized that the elder was imparting his wisdom, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Your ability to cultivate your inner strength to such a degree at a young age speaks volumes of your talent and diligence. However, your techniques lack agility, which indicates insufficient practical experience. To fully unleash the potential of the great power Buddha palm, you must engage in more real combat scenarios. You speak the truth, venerable elder. I am indeed lacking in practical experience, and I humbly request your continued guidance. To teach me would be an overstatement. Let us learn from one another. Esteemed elder, may I study Tai Chi under your tutelage? Have you not yet perfected the great power Buddha palm, and you wish to learn my Tai Chi? Rest assured, I shall not neglect the great power Buddha palm. I have observed that while it is indeed ferocious in attack, it falters against those more skilled than myself. Tai Chi, on the other hand, offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, and it allows one to use an opponent's force against them. I believe that Tai Chi could complement the shortcomings of the great power Buddha palm. Your insights are quite profound. The great power Buddha palm is a supreme martial art, embodying the essence of Buddhism, which encompasses great compassion. Your concern for the potential harm to others, despite possessing such skills, indicates a virtuous disposition. Hence, I am inclined to teach you. Thank you. May I bow before you? Master. Upon hearing the elder's consent to teach him Tai Chi, Wang Bin's joy knew no bounds. He knelt and offered a respectful bow, emulating the gestures seen in films. Haha, no need for such formality. The elder was taken aback by Wang Bin's courteousness and burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, they exchanged introductions, and Wang Bin learned that the elder's name was Li Zhenghua, and that his Tai Chi was passed down through his lineage. The two found common ground and decided to enjoy breakfast at a nearby cafe. Just as they finished their meal, Wang Bin's phone rang. He excused himself and answered the call from Yu Hongfei. "Hello, Wang Bin, where are you? I'm out for a run." "What's the matter?" "The workshop intermediary mentioned they have something available. Are you coming to check out our shop's location?" "Sure, just tell me where, and I'll head over shortly." After ending the call, Wang Bin smiled at Li Zhenghua and said, "Master, I have a matter to attend to, so I must take my leave." Li Zhenghua waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No trouble at all. Attend to your affairs. By the way, Master, I have a few commitments, so I can only learn martial arts every other day. Please do not take offense. I assure you I will not neglect my training." "No worries, no worries. Young people often have many matters to attend to. Just follow my lead when you have the time." "Thank you." Wang Bin bid farewell to Li Zhenghua and hurried home, intending to take a bath and change his clothes before seeking out Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. Chapter 35. The car purchase dilemma. Upon arriving at the shop, Wang Bin found Yu Hongfei, Li Xingping, and the agent waiting for him. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the shop under the guidance of the agent. The shop was quite spacious, covering an area of 200 square meters, ample enough for their needs, and conveniently located near several renowned jewelry stores. "This will do nicely. Let us also inspect the workshop," Wang Bin remarked, thoroughly satisfied with the shop and readily agreeing to the terms. "Excellent, Mr. Wang. Your decisiveness is commendable. Please, follow me." The agent was pleased, knowing that if these two deals went through, she would earn a substantial commission. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at an auto repair shop. Although the owner had already vacated the premises due to other commitments, Wang Bin and the others meticulously examined the factory space, which was large and spacious. But it would require renovations to serve as a jewelry processing workshop. "I believe this location is suitable, but we must enhance the security measures," Wang Bin suggested, finding the place quite agreeable, as it was conveniently close to the shop for easy access to supplies, albeit in need of improved safety. "Rest assured, I will enlist experts in this field to assist us with the design. Additionally, I will recruit a few retired veterans to help oversee operations. It should pose no issues," Yu Hongfei reassured him. Upon witnessing Wang Bin's satisfaction, He breathed a sigh of relief. In these times, as long as there is financial backing, finding the right people is not a challenge. Had Wang Bin been dissatisfied, he and Li Xingping would have faced the arduous task of searching for another property. After Wang Bin nodded in agreement, he signed the contract for the factory and directly transferred the funds to the agent, who promptly handed over the keys to him. Everything is as I mentioned yesterday. Hongfei, you will oversee the business license and renovation matters. Xingping, you shall seek out a master goldsmith. Understood. I will set off this afternoon. Li Xingping, eager to get started, prepared to depart that very day to find the goldsmith. Do not rush, after all. We are a company with over $1 billion in assets. It is only fitting that we provide you both with cars. Wang Bin said with a smile. Cars? That can wait. We can get them once we start making profits. Both Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping felt elated. Yet they understood the importance of frugality at this nascent stage of their venture. You two will need to traverse various locations in the future, and having a car will be immensely convenient, especially you. Xingping, tomorrow you must head to the prefecture. Driving would be much easier. Ah, that is true. What do you mean, ah? I am not offering you extravagant vehicles, just one Audi each. As for what you choose to drive in the future, you will earn that yourself. An Audi? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? It is not expensive. This is merely a facade. Had it not been for the slight financial constraints in the initial stages, I would have considered providing you with a Mercedes or a BMW. No. An Audi will suffice. Upon hearing that Wang Bin intended to procure a Mercedes or BMW for them, both individuals were momentarily taken aback and hastily insisted that an Audi would be perfectly acceptable. Let us proceed then. While we have the time, let us select a vehicle. Indeed, let us go. By the way, Wang Bin, which car do you intend to buy? I am planning to purchase a Jinbei. What a Jinbei? On their way to the dealership, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping could scarcely fathom Wang Bin's choice of a Jinbei for personal use. In their minds, given Wang Bin's considerable wealth, even if he were not to acquire a Rolls-Royce, surely he would opt for a Ferrari or a Porsche. Yet here he was choosing a Jinbei. Initially, Wang Bin had contemplated acquiring a Wuling, but upon considering the number of people accompanying Officer Miao, he deemed it might be a tad cramped. Thus he settled on the Jinbei. The Jinbei offers ample space, and it also allows for a portion to be reserved for luggage. Although Wang Bin had no intention of elaborating, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping's incessant inquiries compelled him to fabricate a story, claiming it was a gift for a relative. As for his own vehicle selection, he had yet to decide, intending to assess the options upon arrival at the dealership. Upon hearing Wang Bin's explanation, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping ceased their probing. The trio arrived at the Audi dealership via taxi. The saleswoman, upon observing their youthful demeanor resembling that of students, and noting their arrival by taxi, paid them little heed. They relished the tranquility as they entered the showroom and began to peruse the vehicles. However, when Yu Hongfei opened the door of a particular Audi, preparing to experience the interior, he was promptly intercepted by a saleswoman. Hey, step out. This is a new car. Can you afford to compensate for any damage? Yu Hongfei, feeling somewhat bashful and still transitioning from his student identity, was startled by the saleswoman's words and instinctively began to exit the vehicle. Wang Bin, however, placed a reassuring hand on Yu Hongfei's shoulder and smiled gently. It's all right. You can sit inside. The saleswoman, noticing that Yu Hongfei had not vacated the car, became irate and exclaimed, I perceive that you three are merely here to cause trouble. If you do not exit promptly, I shall summon security. Wang Bin, perhaps I should step out, Yu Hongfei suggested, increasingly anxious at the thought of security being called. No worries. Continue to admire your vehicle. I will handle this. Wang Bin, seasoned in such matters, had previously encountered similar challenges while house hunting. These individuals, in essence, are snobbish. Seeing them dressed as students, they look down on them. And without imparting a lesson, they remain oblivious to their own positions. Go fetch your manager. I wish to file a complaint. Complaint? What will you complain about? You university students should refrain from causing a scene if you lack funds. Otherwise, I will indeed call security. Go ahead and call. Wang Bin, sensing the saleswoman's dismissive attitude, was inclined to teach her a lesson. Do you think I lack the courage to make that call? Upon hearing this, the saleswoman became enraged, turning to shout at the two security guards standing by the entrance. The guards rushed over with a fierce demeanor. Observing their approach, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Wang Bin, fearing for his safety. If you're thinking of resorting to violence, you ought to reconsider. We are here to purchase a vehicle. One of them exclaimed. Do you truly believe that you, mere impoverished students can afford a car? Be aware that we are selling autos here, not bicycles. Young lady, your disdain for others will surely lead to regret. Regret will be yours, Wang Bin interjected. Security. These three are here to cause trouble. Should you not expel them immediately? Please leave, gentlemen, one of the guards said, his expression darkening as he addressed Wang Bin and his companions. And what if I refuse to leave? Wang Bin responded with a smile. Then do not blame us for our actions. Let us see what you can do, Wang Bin retorted, intrigued by their bravado. Very well, you asked for this, the guards declared, reaching out to seize Wang Bin. However, his reflexes proved swifter. As they moved, he swiftly executed 2 strikes, shattering their hands with a resounding crack. The guards cried out in agony, retreating with their injured hands cradled against their bodies. Call the police. They are assaulting us, the saleswoman exclaimed, taken aback by Wang Bin's unexpected prowess in incapacitating the guards. She had distinctly heard the sound of their bones breaking and, realizing the futility of the situation, began to wail for help. Chapter 36. If not an Audi, then a Mercedes. Numerous other saleswomen witnessed the commotion, yet chose to remain silent, observing with keen interest. Even if one colleague refrained from acting, there were always others eager to engage. For them, putting the lowly in their place was an entertaining endeavor. However, when Wang Bin shattered the guards' hands, astonishment swept through the crowd, as they had not anticipated such strength from these seemingly youthful university students. Soon, the manager, alerted by the uproar, strode out with purpose. What is happening here? Manager, they are causing a scene and have injured our security guards. You must call the police at once, the saleswoman lamented, rushing forward to report. The manager frowned upon hearing this, but chose not to heed her words. Instead, he approached Wang Bin and his friends in a relatively cordial manner. Gentlemen, may I inquire why you have harmed our security personnel? Wang Bin replied with a calm smile. You should ask them why they chose to lay hands on us. The manager turned to the 2 guards, now writhing on the ground in pain, and demanded, explain why you assaulted our customers. The guards, drenched in cold sweat and desperate for medical attention, could do little but confess. Xiaomei said they were causing trouble, so we had no choice but to ask them to leave. Upon hearing this, the manager turned to the saleswoman and coldly inquired, Xiaomei, what has caused this disturbance with these 3 customers? The saleswoman, with an air of arrogance, retorted, they are not here to purchase a vehicle at all. Moreover, they attempted to climb into our cars and handle them carelessly. What if they dirty or damage our vehicles? I asked them to leave, but they refused, leaving me no choice but to call security. Understanding the situation, the manager coldly addressed the saleswoman, Xiaomei, a guest is a guest. Even if they are not here to buy a car, we must treat them with courtesy. How can you behave so rudely? Apologize to them at once. Though the manager secretly looked down upon Wang Bin and his companions, judging them by their student attire and assuming they could not afford luxury, he recognized his duty to uphold the dealership's image, thus compelling the saleswoman to apologize. Reluctantly, the saleswoman, under the piercing gaze of the manager, clenched her teeth and bowed to Wang Bin. I apologize, I was in the wrong. Please forgive us. You are not at fault. The fault lies with society, which has fostered such a superficial outlook. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile, before turning to leave with Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. I no longer have any interest in purchasing a vehicle here. Let us explore the dealership across the street. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, the surrounding saleswomen expressed their disdain, scoffing at the notion that someone who could not afford an Audi would consider buying from the more expensive Mercedes across the street. Wait, you have injured our security personnel, and you must settle the medical expenses before leaving. The manager's demeanor shifted instantly upon realizing that Wang Bin and his companions intended to depart. If they were genuine customers, he would have overlooked the security incident, but now, they could not simply waltz out without consequence. I wonder if this will suffice, Wang Bin declared, producing a gold bar from his pocket and tossing it towards the manager. Of course, the gold bar had been retrieved from the system space, the pretense of pulling it from his pocket merely a ruse. As the manager caught the gold bar, his expression transformed. Its weight unmistakably signified its authenticity. To confirm its genuineness, he bit down on it, relieved to find it soft, not brass. Esteemed gentlemen, please take your leave. We sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. Once convinced of the gold bar's legitimacy, the manager found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating how to retain Wang Bin and his companions. Wang Bin and his friends exchanged amused glances at the manager, who bowed at a 90-degree angle and continued on their way toward the luxurious Mercedes dealership without pause. The saleswomen, having witnessed the astonishing moment when Wang Bin threw the gold bar, were left speechless. Only when the manager's astonishment broke their spell did they hastily bow to Wang Bin and his companions, but by the time they straightened, Wang Bin and his friends had already reached the opposing dealership. "You three, immediately head to the finance department to settle your accounts. I never wish to see you again." Once Wang Bin and his companions were out of sight, the manager could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a furious shout at the saleswoman and the security staff. The manager, alongside the car saleswoman and the security guard, had more to express, yet the manager, filled with ire, had already stormed into the office. "Hongfei, Xingping, let today's lesson be etched in your minds. In the future, we must never judge a book by its cover when we open our store. Every individual who enters, even a beggar, deserves to be treated as a valued customer." As they approached the Mercedes dealership, Wang Bin earnestly conveyed to the two beside him, "Understood. I will personally conduct training for the staff to ensure such incidents never recur." Both Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping exclaimed in unison, "All right, let us proceed. Since we cannot purchase an Audi, let us settle for a Mercedes." Wang Bin responded, evidently pleased with their replies. "Are we truly buying a Mercedes? Since we are here and we are not short on funds." Wang Bin smiled faintly and led the way into the dealership. However, to avert a repetition of the earlier scene, he took a gold bar from his inventory, casually toying with it in his hand. The trio's attire still bore a resemblance to students, while he himself had undergone a significant transformation in demeanor due to the trials of the apocalypse. This world remained one that judged by appearances, an immutable truth. Initially indifferent to the student's attire, the saleswoman's attention was immediately captured by the gold bar in Wang Bin's grasp, her eyes sparkling with interest as she hastened towards them. "Gentlemen, how may I assist you today?" Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, uncertain of Wang Bin's intentions with the gold bar, quickly grasped his purpose upon witnessing the saleswoman's respectful demeanor. They exchanged resigned glances, acknowledging Wang Bin's assertion that this world indeed valued appearances. "We wish to purchase 3 vehicles. Could you kindly provide us with some recommendations?" Three vehicles? The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Purchasing 3 cars at once transcended the notion of mere wealth. "Indeed, you heard correctly. 3 vehicles. Kindly expedite your introductions, or I may consider other dealerships." "Ah, yes, of course. Please, gentlemen, follow me. Are you interested in sedans, SUVs, or perhaps sports cars?" "Hongfei, Xingping, what are your preferences?" Wang Bin inquired, but quickly concluded that they would likely opt for the most economical choice. "Let us simply go for sports cars." Sports cars? What? Do you not have sports cars here?" Yes. Right this way, gentlemen." The saleswoman, upon hearing Wang Bin's intention to purchase 3 sports cars, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Wang Bin, is this not a touch extravagant?" Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought of acquiring sports cars. Yet a twinge of guilt lingered. "Not at all. Remember, we are brothers, lifelong brothers. I intend for both of you to become billionaires." Wang Bin laughed heartily, embracing them with grand aspirations. Indeed, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping felt their eyes moistening with emotion. "Now, let us proceed to select our cars." Wang Bin, observing their expressions, chuckled heartily, patting their shoulders as he made his way towards a strikingly designed sports car. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly. At that moment, both resolved to follow Wang Bin for a lifetime. The saleswoman at the front was instantly captivated by Wang Bin's words. Wealthy individuals possess a unique eloquence that sets them apart. Chapter 37. 3 cars. What kind of car is this? Wang Bin inquired, propping his chin with his right hand, gazing curiously at the sports car ahead. "This is the CLS 4-door coupe, starting at 630,000. The saleswoman promptly responded upon hearing his question. "Too cheap. Do you have anything pricier?" Wang Bin had initially taken a liking to the car, but upon learning of its price, his interest waned. Now that he had wealth, he sought only the finest. "Ah, right this way. The one beside it is even more expensive." The saleswoman gasped in surprise at Wang Bin's remark, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure and quickly regained her demeanor as she led him to the next vehicle. It was no wonder the saleswoman was astonished. Most customers typically lament that cars are too expensive and inquire about discounts. Yet here was someone who found the price too low. Had the sun risen in the west today? This is the Mercedes-AMG GT 4-door coupe, starting at 970,000. She said nervously. 970,000. Still a tad too inexpensive. Do you have any models over $1 million? Wang Bin was somewhat satisfied with the Mercedes-AMG GT, but the price failing to exceed $1 million promptly extinguished his enthusiasm. Ah, yes, we do have options over $1 million. Gentlemen, please follow me. The saleswoman was now exhilarated. Selling 3 cars at $1 million each would earn her a commission exceeding 100,000. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping shrugged helplessly. Understanding that Wang Bin was resolute in reclaiming his pride, and they could only accompany him further. This is the Mercedes-AMG GT 2-door coupe. Besides this model, we also have the S, C, and R series, with the R series being the most expensive. Upon seeing this car, Wang Bin instantly fell in love. The 2-door design epitomized the essence of a true sports car, its elongated and robust front exuding an imposing aura. Let us see the R series, Wang Bin declared, eager to explore the most luxurious option. Certainly, this way, gentlemen. The saleswoman, though managing to contain her excitement, spoke with a quivering voice. Her mind calculating the commission from 3 R series cars, at least 300,000, enough for a substantial down payment on a home. Soon, under the saleswoman's guidance, the trio arrived before a green Mercedes-AMG GTR. The sight of this car evoked images of high-speed chases from cinematic thrillers. It was simply stunning. Unable to resist, Wang Bin stepped forward to caress the vehicle, prompting the saleswoman to quickly interject. Sir, this car is priced at $2.3 million. The saleswoman was genuinely apprehensive that Wang Bin might scratch the car's paint. Even the slightest damage was beyond her means to bear. Wang Bin, as if oblivious to her concerns, tossed a gold bar towards her and then knelt down to caress the sports car. Upon receiving the gold bar, the saleswoman's first reaction was its weight, the second was disbelief in its authenticity, and the third was the realization that this man was not merely wealthy, but extraordinarily affluent. I will take this car, bring me 3, Wang Bin exclaimed, growing increasingly enamored with the vehicle, his excitement palpable. Such sports cars were rarely seen on the streets. He had only encountered them in Hollywood blockbusters or racing video games. Now, this magnificent machine was before him, soon to be his. No, it was already his the moment he laid eyes on it. What? 3 cars? He reiterated. Well, we currently have only 1 in stock. The other 2 will be available in half a year. No, 3 months. No, just 1 month. The saleswoman, upon hearing Wang Bin's intention to purchase the 2.3 million yuan sports car, became so flustered that her words tumbled out chaotically. Is that so? No 3 cars? Surely you have other models in stock? Wang Bin felt a twinge of disappointment. Yes. We have 2 Mercedes-AMG GT coupes, and 1 each from the S and C series. Hongfei, Xingping. Choose a car you like. Wang Bin felt relieved upon learning that other series were available. He did not wish for his 2 brothers to watch him drive alone while they remained mere spectators. With that, he disregarded the 2 and resumed fondling the sports car as if it were a beautiful woman. Gentlemen, these 2 are from the S and C series. The saleswoman, recognizing whom she needed to please, quickly turned her attention to Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. We won't bother looking. Just give us the Mercedes-AMG GT coupe, Yu Hongfei declared, aiming to save Wang Bin some money. Ah, splendid. The saleswoman felt a flicker of disappointment at their choice of the standard model, but her excitement reignited at the prospect of earning a commission. Wang Bin knew it was time for him to step in. He produced a bank card and asked, Do you accept card payments here? Yes, indeed. We also offer bank loan services. The saleswoman replied. No need for that. I will pay in full. Wang Bin stated calmly. Ah, splendid. If you are paying in full, I can arrange a 5% discount for you. Well then, I appreciate your assistance. Not a problem at all. Please, gentlemen, follow me to our VIP room for some tea while I prepare the necessary paperwork. And you can assist with the insurance and photography, correct? Yes, indeed. Then please take care of those as well. Absolutely, gentlemen. The surrounding colleagues, witnessing the saleswoman sell 3 sports cars in under 10 minutes, were left astounded. Regretting their earlier hesitation to approach her first, alas, it was too late for regrets now. Upon hearing that Wang Bin intended to purchase 3 sports cars in one go, the manager promptly led a large group of employees into the VIP room, enthusiastically assisting Wang Bin with the various formalities. After a little over 10 minutes, the procedures were finally completed and the trio received their car keys. Wang Bin's sports car was a vibrant green, Yu Hongfei's was a striking red, and Li Xingping's was a sleek black. Each of them took to the road in their respective vehicles, stopping in front of the Audi dealership under Wang Bin's guidance. Wang Bin deliberately lowered his window, allowing those inside to clearly see their faces. The Audi dealership manager turned pale at the sight of the trio driving 3 cars valued at over $1 million each, realizing that such a substantial order had slipped away right under his nose. Unsatisfied, Wang Bin reversed his car towards the Audi entrance and pressed the accelerator hard. The engine roared like a beast, startling everyone in the store, who instinctively recoiled in fear. "Let us go," with vengeance served. Wang Bin lost interest and shouted as he sped off to their next destination. Initially, he had intended to purchase a Mercedes-Benz van, but upon realizing that the space was too cramped for Officer Meow and the others, he lost interest, deciding instead that a Jinbei would be a more practical choice for the apocalypse. The trio drove to a dealership selling Jinbei vehicles, and this time, before they could even speak, the owner rushed out to greet them. Wang Bin wasted no time in stating their purpose. "What is the price of your largest Jinbei vehicle?" The most expensive luxury model, the Dahua Lion, is priced at 250,000 each. "Would you like to take a look inside?" "No need for that. Just bring me one Dahua Lion at 250,000. Please take care of the paperwork and fill it with fuel. And also deliver a barrel of oil to the entrance of Tsuhu Garden. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely." "Great. Let us proceed with the payment." "Ah, certainly. Please, come inside. And I will handle the paperwork right away." The owner was overjoyed upon hearing that they were paying without even inspecting the vehicle. "Make sure the car has no issues whatsoever. Otherwise, I will bring people to cause trouble. Rest assured. I guarantee that what I sell is a brand new vehicle without any flaws. If I deceive you, feel free to bring a group to smash my shop. I won't hold it against you." It was a joke. After all, a person driving 3 sports cars worth over $1 million each could hardly be considered ordinary, and he would not dare deceive Wang Bin. Shortly thereafter, the paperwork was completed. Wang Bin instructed that the car keys be left with the security guard once the vehicle arrived at the community, and he drove off in his flashy sports car. The trio filled up their tanks at a nearby gas station, and at Wang Bin's suggestion, they decided to take the highway to test their cars. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping readily agreed, and together they drove their sports cars toward the outskirts of the city, under the envious gazes of countless onlookers. Chapter 38. Befriending the scions of noble families. Originally, Li Xingping intended to purchase the car and then head off to consult a goldsmith. However, being a young man in his 20s, he was swept up in the excitement and joined Wang Bin in racing on the highway. Wang Bin's sports car can accelerate from 0 to 100 in a mere 36 seconds, a truly astonishing feat. However, despite having obtained his driver's license, he has seldom relished the experience of driving, maintaining a speed of merely around 160 kilometers per hour. Even so, he effortlessly surpassed countless vehicles. While the 3 of them were racing along the highway, 2 sports cars suddenly appeared behind them, a crimson Ferrari and a golden Porsche. These 2 vehicles sped past at a velocity exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, quickly overtaking Wang Bin and his companions. Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, brimming with youthful vigor, felt a sense of indignation at being surpassed and promptly contacted Wang Bin. "Wang Bin, let us accelerate and overtake those 2. They urged. "How long have you 2 been driving?" Wang Bin inquired. "A few times during the holidays in my father's car," they replied. "I've had about the same experience." Despite possessing luxury cars, their skills were insufficient to compete with those affluent young men. "Let us drive our cars with peace of mind. We can race when our skills are up to par. I certainly do not wish for my newly acquired car to encounter any mishaps." "Indeed, Wang Bin, you are right. We have been somewhat impetuous." Wang Bin, though feeling a twinge of discontent, recognized that, at his current skill level, he was on a path to certain failure. His temperament had evolved significantly since earlier times. The owners of the 2 speeding sports cars were puzzled, as they were accustomed to being pursued by others when overtaking. This time, however, even after slowing down, they saw no sign of their rivals. "Hey, Achong, why aren't those 3 cars catching up?" one asked. "I noticed they haven't even taken pictures. Perhaps they are just borrowed vehicles," he speculated. "That's improbable. Such cars wouldn't be driven long distances before being sold." He countered. "Could it be that they are newly purchased? That is a possibility. They are likely still breaking in the cars, which explains their hesitance to drive faster." "What shall we do next?" "I would love to see a trio of Mercedes-AMG GTs," said one. "Let us slow down and greet them when they catch up," suggested the other. Gradually, The two sports cars reduced their speed to 100 kilometers per hour. Before long, Wang Bin's three vehicles caught up with them. Upon noticing Wang Bin approaching, the drivers of the other cars accelerated ahead, rolled down their windows, and called out, "Shall we have a chat?" Wang Bin smiled faintly and nodded in response. Soon, all five sports cars were parked at a gas station, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "Hello, I am Lu Xinghua, and this is my friend Zhang Wenxiang." The leading young man introduced himself with a smile. "Greetings, I am Wang Bin. And these two are my friends Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping." Wang Bin replied with a warm smile as he stepped forward to shake hands with Lu Xinghua and Zhang Wenxiang. "I find you somewhat inscrutable," Lu Xinghua remarked with a grin. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Wang Bin responded with a subtle smile. The young scions of noble families often express a fondness for Ferraris and Porsches, while three among them harbor a particular affection for Mercedes-Benz. What could be the reason behind this? I wonder if you believe it to be mere coincidence? Coincidence indeed. Haha. I have yet to experience the driving of a Mercedes GT version. I am unsure of its performance. As for its aesthetic appeal, Lu, perhaps you should personally take it for a spin to discern its merits. Ah, are you truly willing to let me drive your car? How generous of you. Haha. They say that a beloved vehicle, like a woman, should not be lent out, yet I did not expect such magnanimity from you. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Rest assured, my Ferrari is valued at over 6 million. Should any harm befall your cherished vehicle, I shall compensate you accordingly. Haha, please. Wang Bin and Lu Xinghua exchanged their sports cars, and the five of them resumed their exhilarating journey. They drove at considerable speed. However, since Wang Bin's car was freshly acquired, Lu Xinghua gradually pushed his speed to a maximum of 160 on a straight stretch of road. For anything less would hardly qualify as a sports car. Soon, they arrived at a quaint county town, and at Lu Xinghua's suggestion, they decided to share a meal. Lu Xinghua was eager to befriend Wang Bin, who, in consideration of future business prospects, was equally inclined to cultivate a relationship with Lu Xinghua. The group enjoyed lively discussions over dinner, swiftly comprehending each other's backgrounds. Both Lu Xinghua and Zhang Wenxiang hailed from prestigious families. Yet Wang Bin did not perceive the arrogance often portrayed in dramas. Instead, he found them to be quite approachable. Upon learning that Wang Bin and his companions were still university students preparing to open a jewelry store, Lu Xinghua felt a deep admiration and looked forward to future collaborations. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways, as Lu Xinghua and Zhang Wenxiang had matters to attend to in City D and could not linger. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was preoccupied with gathering supplies for the impending apocalypse, prompting their separation. Upon returning to City H, Wang Bin bid farewell to Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, and they each engaged in their respective endeavors. As Wang Bin's car approached the entrance of his residential complex, he spotted a jinbei parked at the entrance. With a faint smile, he approached the guardhouse, where a young attendant promptly handed him a key. "Mr. Wang, someone asked me to give you this car key." "Thank you. I appreciate your efforts," Wang Bin replied, then reached into his pocket to offer the attendant 200 yuan. Initially reluctant, the guard eventually accepted the tip after Wang Bin insisted. Having parked the sports car, Wang Bin swiftly departed in the jinbei for a major shopping expedition. With the jinbei serving as a cover, he loaded items onto the vehicle and directly transferred them into the system space, ensuring there was room for the jinbei itself. This procurement was extensive, encompassing not only food and beverages, but also numerous tents and raincoats. As the time approached, Wang Bin sought a secluded spot to store the jinbei in the system space, then returned home to await the designated hour. Once the time arrived, Wang Bin re-entered the apocalypse. The moment he materialized, he was met with a pungent odor of decay, an overwhelming scent that permeated the air. "Oh, I hope Xiao Yu and the others are safe." Wang Bin, drenched in cold sweat, pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to find everyone present. Upon his sudden appearance, all eyes turned to him. "Brother Wang, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Wang Bin, Guan Xiaoyu, after a moment of surprise, immediately stood up and rushed into his embrace. Officer Miao felt a pang of bitterness as she watched Xiaoyu nestle into Wang Bin's arms. "Wang Bin, you are back." Li Chengping joyfully approached, patting Wang Bin on the shoulder. "Have you all been well?" "Yes, nothing has happened." "Then why is there such a strong smell of decay?" "Haha, weren't you the one who dispatched so many zombies before leaving?" "Just a few days after your departure, the sun shone brightly, and the scent from the decaying bodies emerged. Why didn't you find another place?" "Ah, we feared you would worry if you returned and found us missing." "Haha, enough of that. Let us feast tonight." and we shall depart at dawn. Agreed. Chapter 39. On the road again that night, the group reveled in song and dance, indulging in meat and drink to their heart's content. While they celebrated, the villagers next door were filled with dismay. They had attracted thousands of zombies. Yet the other party had eradicated them all within 3 days. Meanwhile, the celebrants enjoyed daily feasts while the villagers could only endure hunger. On the following morning, after breakfast, the group began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. However, before leaving, Wang Bin produced a bag of rice and placed it in the house. Wang Bin, what are you doing? I wish to thank them for their assistance in attracting the zombies that day. They surrounded us with zombies, and you still wish to express gratitude? They did not cause us any harm, and I have grown stronger due to the zombies they attracted. This bag of rice is but a trifle to me. Giving it to them is no burden. In this apocalypse, everyone struggles, and I merely hope they can survive a little longer. Well, it's your rice. Do as you please. Seeing that they could not dissuade Wang Bin, the group followed him. To conceal his secret, Wang Bin did not immediately reveal the van, but walked a considerable distance until they were certain no one was watching before unveiling the vehicle. The sight of the van brought joy to everyone. They would no longer need to walk. However, the roads were littered with abandoned vehicles, making travel challenging. Fortunately, the van had a high chassis and powerful engine, allowing it to traverse back roads instead of highways. The van was spacious, with enough seats for everyone and ample room for additional belongings, lifting everyone's spirits. Wang Bin navigated the rugged path in the van, encountering several abandoned cars that obstructed their way. Nevertheless, the group worked together to push them aside and continued onward. Although their pace was slower than on the highway, it was still considerably faster than walking and far safer. After Wang Bin and his companions departed, the villagers rushed into the house they had occupied. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they immediately noticed a bag of rice placed within. "Come and see, there's a bag of rice here," exclaimed one villager. "How could there be rice here?" Another queried. "I don't know, perhaps they forgot to take it with them?" "Impossible, rice is too precious, they wouldn't overlook it." "Could it be that they poisoned the rice, intending to harm us?" "Come now, with so many guns at their disposal, if they wish to kill us, it would be child's play. There's no need for such elaborate schemes. Indeed, even if the rice were poisoned, I would still accept it. I haven't had rice in years. Yes, to enjoy a bowl of white rice, even death would be worthwhile. What are we waiting for? Quickly, start a fire to cook." "Yes, hurry up, I want a big bowl of white rice." The villagers, filled with joy, hurriedly gathered firewood and ignited a blaze in the small building where Wang Bin and his companions had stayed. The moment they savored the white rice, many were moved to tears, crying out loudly, "What good people they are! We have wronged them, yet they treat us this way." With their golden cup vehicle, Wang Bin and Officer Miao took turns driving along the winding paths, making slow progress over the course of 2 days, ultimately covering 700 kilometers. On a regular highway, this journey would have taken no more than half a day. However, they were navigating narrow roads littered with abandoned vehicles and zombies, which considerably hampered their speed. If they had walked this distance, it would have taken at least 2 weeks. There's no road ahead. Upon hearing Officer Miao's words, Wang Bin approached the front for a glance, instructing Miao to stop the vehicle. He climbed atop the car for a better view. The path led to a small mountain village, with no road beyond it. "What shall we do with the car? Should we take the gasoline and find another vehicle down the mountain?" "No, don't forget, I can summon a vehicle at will and can also return it. It will not be too late to drive once we find a road after descending." "Wang Bin, your ability is truly remarkable. It's manageable. Everyone, grab your belongings. We'll proceed on foot. After 2 days of sitting, my feet and backside are a bit sore. It's perfect timing to stretch my legs." Upon hearing this, a Bao and Shaonan quickly gathered their things and exited the vehicle. To maintain a low profile, Wang Bin had provided each person with a backpack, filled with some food and water, ensuring that even if they were observed, they would not be alarmed by the sudden appearance of supplies. Once everyone disembarked, Wang Bin stored the golden cup vehicle back into the system space. "Wang Bin, shouldn't we rest in the village for a while?" "No, the day is still early. And I brought a tent this time. It won't be a problem to camp in the mountains." "All right then, let us be on our way." Upon hearing Wang Bin mention the tent, everyone felt reassured, remembering the bites they had suffered from mosquitoes during the previous night without shelter. In this apocalyptic world, mosquitoes have become far more formidable than before the cataclysm. A single bite results in a substantial welt, which, while not lethal, is excruciatingly itchy. Unfortunately, Wang Bin had not brought any anti-itch ointment, leaving everyone to silently endure the discomfort. Now, with the advent of tents, there is no longer a fear of mosquitoes or rain at night. As dusk approached, the group ascended the highest peak, where they beheld a vast plain ahead, upon which stood a grand city. Wang Bin, shall we venture into the city? I pondered this very question. Oh, what are your thoughts? If our sole intention is to seek a refuge, we ought to circumvent it. However, there are treasures within that I require. Gold, perhaps? Indeed, gold and exquisite jewelry. The sustenance we consume does not manifest from thin air. It is the result of equitable exchange. If we wish to secure a continuous supply of food, I must procure gold and jewelry to trade for more provisions for everyone. Since you put it that way, what is there to hesitate? Let us enter the city. Yet I am uncertain whether there exist factions akin to the Sandstorm Gang within. Our entry may prove perilous, and it is conceivable that lives could be lost. Fear not. We are armed. With caution, we should manage to navigate safely. Perhaps so. Let us rest here for the night. I need to contemplate this matter further. Very well. Take your time. I shall assist others in erecting the tents. After bidding farewell to Wang Bin, Officer Miao went to lend a hand with the tents. Left alone atop a large rock, Wang Bin gazed at the distant, shadowy city. In times past, he would have unhesitatingly ventured into the city to gather gold and jewelry. Yet now, with Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao by his side, he felt a profound responsibility to safeguard the well-being of each person. However, foregoing the collection of gold and jewelry would impede his ability to participate in the system's lottery. He was in urgent need of ammunition, the sole means of acquisition being through the system's lottery. Yet, each lottery draw required 100 kilograms of gold, a considerable sum. Even if he expended such an amount, there was only a 50% chance of obtaining an item, and even then, the item might not be one he desired, as exemplified by his previous draw yielding merely a packet of spicy strips. The thought of having exchanged 100 kilograms of gold for such a trivial item was infuriating. Fortunately, the system also delivered some encouraging news. It required a mere 50,000 kilograms of gold for a single upgrade. Upon upgrading, the system would unveil a marketplace, allowing him to directly exchange gold and jewelry for goods. Thus, he was in dire need of 50,000 kilograms of gold to elevate the system. Caught between the demands of the system and the safety of his companions, Wang Bin found himself in a moment of profound indecision. Chapter 40. The collective sentiment. As Wang Bin stood alone, lost in thought while gazing at the city below, the crowd looked on in confusion, uncertain of the cause of his preoccupation. Sister Miao, what is troubling Brother Wang? Guan Xiaoya inquired cautiously. He is contemplating whether or not to venture into the city. Officer Miao reflected before sharing her thoughts. Why ponder? If he wishes to enter, he should simply do so. Have you considered the multitude of us? Entering the city could expose us to peril. Then we shall refrain from entering. But without entering the city, how shall we acquire sustenance? Surely, you do not believe our provisions materialize out of thin air. Wang Bin has exchanged gold and jewelry for them. I see. As Officer Miao conversed with Guan Xiaoya, the others listened quietly, realizing the dilemma at hand. The prospect of danger lurked within the city, yet the absence of gold and jewelry would render them unable to procure food. Sister Miao, please convey to Brother Wang that we are willing to accompany him into the city to seek gold. Bao is right. Everything we possess is thanks to Uncle Wang. What harm is there in taking a little risk alongside him? Besides, we are no novices, and we are armed. What is there to fear? Little Miao, just assure Wang Bin that we can protect ourselves, and he need not worry. Understood, Master. For Officer Miao, assisting Wang Bin was a source of joy, given all he had done for them. However, the matter concerned their safety, and she could not make a unilateral decision. Hearing the group's sentiments brought her relief, and she smiled gratefully at them before approaching Wang Bin. Wang Bin, are you still pondering this matter? Yes, I have made a decision. We shall take a detour. The safety of everyone comes first. As he spoke, the weight on his chest seemed to lift, and he felt a sense of ease wash over him. While gold was indeed valuable, human life held greater significance. His deep sense of loyalty was evident, as he had previously given 1 million to Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping, later sharing equity in a business venture and purchasing sports cars for them. For him, while money was important, friendship and brotherhood were paramount. With his current resources and gold, leading a life of luxury in the real world was within reach. The immediate objective was to find a safe haven where their lives would be protected, enabling them to exchange food for gold. Officer Miao had not anticipated Wang Bin's inclination to take a detour, and her admiration for him increased. Fear not. We have just discussed this, and everyone supports your decision to enter the city. We shall assist you in gathering gold. Officer Miao smiled gently, placing her hand on Wang Bin's arm. Ah, Wang Bin exclaimed, taken aback, and turned to the group, only to find them all smiling at him. But it is still perilous for us all to enter the city together. It is somewhat perilous. How about this? Let us first find a place to shelter them. With Uncle Li providing protection, while Xiaoya and I accompany you into the city to gather information. What do you think of my proposal? Indeed, it is a sound plan. Tomorrow, we shall descend the mountain to find a suitable refuge for Uncle Li and the others. And the three of us will venture into the city to investigate before making any decisions. Having concluded their discussion, the two approached the group with Wang Bin conveying the results of their deliberation. Initially, Abeo and Xiaonan wished to accompany them into the city. However, Wang Bin intervened. Considering their youth and the fact that only Li Qingping would be left, whose mobility was compromised. Following a period of training, Abeo and Xiaonan had made significant progress in their marksmanship. Remaining behind would allow them to assist Uncle Li in defense, as long as they did not encounter overwhelming hordes of zombies or numerous armed individuals. Once the tents were erected, the group began preparing dinner. After the meal, Wang Bin produced a guitar from the system space and cheerfully addressed everyone. Would you like to hear some guitar music? Yes. Wow. Uncle Wang, I want to listen. Brother Wang, you are incredible. You can play the guitar. Wang Bin, you are truly astonishing. I must warn you, I have only been learning for 2 years. So please do not criticize my playing. Not at all, just play. Wang Bin nodded, gently strumming the guitar to check the sound. Satisfied, he began to play. Wang Bin performed the classic piece Hotel California, and soon everyone was enveloped by the melody, deeply absorbing the emotions conveyed through the music. Among the audience, only Wang Bin and Officer Miao possessed a modicum of musical understanding. Yet, as the saying goes, music knows no boundaries. Even though they could not comprehend Wang Bin's English, they all felt the beauty and subtle melancholy of the melody. Gradually, everyone became immersed in Wang Bin's guitar performance, with the only sounds accompanying him being the occasional crackle of the campfire. The song was lengthy, so much so that the listeners lost track of time. When Wang Bin finally ceased playing, he noticed the group staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Initially, he had intended to showcase his skills with the classic Hotel California, not realizing it would evoke such memories among them, leaving him with a tinge of regret. They were enduring a difficult existence in this post-apocalyptic world and deserved moments of joy. I shall play another cheerful piece for everyone, shall I? Ah, yes. Officer Miao had intended to inquire about the title of the song, but upon observing the expressions of the group, he understood Wang Bin's intent and refrained from speaking further. Following this, Wang Bin played The Moon Represents My Heart and Descendants of the Dragon, among other delightful melodies, captivating everyone in attendance. Especially Abeo and Wang Nan hurried over to sit beside Wang Bin, eager for him to teach them how to play. Wang Bin smiled faintly and agreed, thinking that it would be rather dull to do nothing on such a night. As time passed, the stars twinkled in the sky, gradually fading away. How splendid this night would be if it were not for the presence of zombies. Although the group resided atop a mountain, they still assigned 2 individuals for guard duty to ensure Wang Bin and his companions could rest peacefully. Li Qingping volunteered to take the night shift, allowing Wang Bin to appreciate his kindness. In return, Wang Bin retrieved a hefty cigarette from his system space and handed it to him. Ah, Wang Bin, I still had plenty left last time. Li Qingping exclaimed. It's fine, smoke as much as you like. I have more. Thank you. Li Qingping replied with a grin. In the real world, Wang Bin would undoubtedly owe Li Qingping a favor for his health, urging him to smoke less. However, in this apocalyptic setting, he would not impose such restrictions. After all, no one could foresee the future, and smoking had become a form of solace. Chapter 41. Gathering information the following morning. After breakfast and packing up their tents, the group set out once more. Prior to departure, Wang Bin had meticulously planned their route. He led the group to a village outside the city, where they found a solitary building. There, he assisted Li Qingping and the others in fortifying their defenses. This time, they ventured into the city with Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao. To intimidate any potential threats nearby, Wang Bin and his companions fired several rounds, swiftly eliminating the surrounding zombies. The sound of such concentrated gunfire would surely deter any nefarious individuals from approaching. Wang Bin carried a moderately sized backpack to remain inconspicuous, while Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao traveled light, armed only with their guns and ammunition. Through their recent explorations, Wang Bin had learned which paths were safe and which were not, and soon the trio reached the urban area. This city was larger yet more desolate than the one previously inhabited by Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, with an even greater number of zombies on the streets. Wang Bin hesitated to shoot at the zombies here, knowing that a careless move could lead to being overwhelmed. After walking for some time, they discovered that the main street ahead was obstructed by debris, with 7 or 8 individuals standing behind it, all armed with guns. The sight darkened their expressions. Why are there so many guards here? Officer Miao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could this be a gathering place?" Guan Xiaoya inquired, puzzled. "Unlikely. Although they possess firearms and have erected rudimentary defenses, they don't appear to be soldiers. Moreover, the number of guards is too few. I suspect they are merely a local power." Wang Bin analyzed succinctly. "That makes sense. What should we do now?" Guan Xiaoya continued. "Let us wait and observe the situation." Wang Bin contemplated before responding. Thus, the trio waited for 2 hours, yet no one entered or exited the area. Wang Bin began to feel restless. "Let us explore the vicinity to see if there are any entry points." Very well. In no time, the 3 of them traversed a considerable distance along the perimeter wall. Yet several intersections were obstructed, rendering them unable to gain access. "What should we do?" Guan Xiaoya inquired anxiously. "Follow me," Wang Bin responded, leading them back to a section of the wall that stood over 4 meters high. "Ah, Brother Wang, what have you brought us here for?" Guan Xiaoya asked, puzzled. "It is quite simple. We shall climb over it," Wang Bin replied with a mysterious smile. "How shall we climb? The wall is so high. Do we intend to form a human ladder?" "In a sense, yes. Officer Miao, I kindly ask you to crouch beneath the wall, while Xiaoya keeps watch around us." "Very well." Both Officer Miao and Guan Xiaoya complied without objection, attending to their respective tasks as instructed by Wang Bin. Wang Bin took a few steps back and, suddenly accelerating, executed a skill akin to a swan gliding across water, reaching Officer Miao. With a gentle push on Miao's shoulder, he leapt effortlessly over 3 meters, grasping the top of the wall and scaling it with ease. Guan Xiaoya was taken aback by Wang Bin's impressive leap, yet she remained silent, vigilantly aiming her firearm around them. "Xiaoya, jump up. I shall catch you." After Wang Bin perched atop the wall, he lay flat upon it and extended his hand to Guan Xiaoya. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards him, gently stepping on Officer Miao's shoulder to boost herself, and was firmly grasped by Wang Bin, who pulled her up with ease. Once Guan Xiaoya had ascended, both of them extended their hands again, and as Officer Miao leapt upwards, they collectively hoisted him onto the wall. The trio did not descend immediately, but instead surveyed the situation within the enclosure. They discovered that the area contained a vast number of individuals. Upon rough estimation, over 300 could be seen, and the total would be indeterminate if one included those inside the building. Most individuals within lacked firearms. Many bowed their heads laboring diligently, while some appeared to be cultivating crops, and others engaged in various menial tasks. It resembled a small settlement. Yet it seemed not to be sanctioned by the government or military, but rather orchestrated by a certain faction. "What shall we do now?" "I propose we enter through the main gate. This way, our presence would be more plausible." "But what if they confiscate our weapons?" "That is easily managed. I will temporarily secure your firearms and return them when necessary. Additionally, I cannot carry too much food in my backpack. A few loaves of bread and some water will suffice." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." The 3 of them leapt down from the wall once more. Wang Bin stowed away their firearms, adjusted his backpack, leaving only 5 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water, and then they made their way toward the main entrance. "Halt! What is your purpose?" "We have just arrived from another city and seek refuge here." As they approached the main gate, they immediately attracted the attention of the guards, who raised their weapons and aimed at them. "Entering is permissible, but you must surrender your provisions, understood?" proclaimed the burly leader with a smug grin. "Understood, understood." Wang Bin and his companions feigned fear, nodding vigorously. "Approach, but do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I shall shatter your skull." "Wouldn't dream of it." "Open your backpack. These are our supplies." "Of course, you wish to enter, yet we must ascertain that you carry no perilous items, correct?" "Very well." Wang Bin pretended to tremble with trepidation as he slowly unzipped his backpack. Impatiently, the towering thug shoved Wang Bin aside and emptied the contents of the bag onto the ground, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the scattered food. Bread. And such well-packaged bread at that. Before Wang Bin could react, the brute had already bent down and snatched 4 bags of bread, leaving only one for Wang Bin and his companions. As for water, they had no need and thus did not take any. "Ah, that is our sustenance. You cannot do this." Wang Bin, seeing so much of their food taken, feigned fury and moved to reclaim it. However, as he did, several hulking figures brandished firearms, aiming at his head. "Kid, don't be foolish. If you know what is good for you, hurry inside. Otherwise, you'll regret it when we change our minds. And you want to be able to enter." With forced expressions of terror, Wang Bin and his companions scurried inside. Observing their disheveled state, the guards erupted into raucous laughter, with snippets of their conversation ringing out. "Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time, acquiring so much bread. You must share some with us. Fear not. You shall not be overlooked. I'll keep 2 bags for myself and leave you 1. "Thank you, boss." As Wang Bin and his companions distanced themselves, their expressions returned to normal, revealing their disdain. They had grown weary of the bread and held it in little regard. Had it not been for gathering intelligence, they would not have pretended to be so pitiful. Chapter 42. Helping Deju. 4 updates today. The trio had scarcely entered when they quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. "Are you 3 newcomers?" inquired a man carrying a rifle, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed. We have just arrived from another city. We implore you to enlighten us about the situation here." "Certainly. Our leader is known as Lord Jean. He is the most powerful figure in our city. To remain here, you must barter your labor for sustenance. Alternatively, you may venture out to seek food or other valuable items to exchange. Understood?" "Understood, understood. We are most grateful for your guidance." "Very well. Proceed to register over there. As for your accommodations, you may inhabit any of those buildings as long as they are unoccupied." "Thank you, kind sir. Now, hurry and register." Wang Bin and his companions acknowledged and made their way to the registration desk. "Do you have identification?" The registrar was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, exuding an air of superiority, her tone markedly impatient. "Lost it? Forget it. Just write down your names, gender, age, and the city you previously resided in," she said, pushing a notebook toward the 3. Wang Bin gestured for Officer Miao to fill it out first, followed by Guan Xiaoya, and finally himself. Once the registration was completed, Wang Bin expressed his gratitude and departed, subsequently wandering around the vicinity. After surveying the area, he surmised that this place was likely a repurposed upscale neighborhood. The community was vast, comprising over a dozen buildings, with previously green spaces transformed into farmland, albeit on a small scale, insufficient to feed all the inhabitants. With this observation, Wang Bin began to form a hypothesis about the locale. "Let us find a place to stay before we seek opportunities to gather information about our surroundings." The trio entered one of the buildings, ascending several floors along the corridor before heading towards the passageway. Most doors in this section had been damaged, and upon entering, they found that nearly all usable items had been removed. Wang Bin chose a room at the end of the corridor, where the door could barely be closed. They would need to block it with something to prevent any intruders from sneaking in while they slept. "This shall serve as our temporary abode. We will wait here until they finish their work and rest. Then we will venture out to gather intelligence," he proposed. Agreed. The 3 of them approached different windows, stealthily observing the situation outside. As the sun began to set, those at work finally ceased their labors and queued for food. Wang Bin retrieved his binoculars for a closer look, noting that each person's plate contained only a meager portion of food, hardly enough to satiate anyone, yet no one complained. Dutifully standing in line, he noticed a burly man who, after receiving his food, did not eat like the others, but cautiously made his way towards their building with his plate. Shortly after entering, he hurriedly emerged carrying a 13 or 14-year-old girl on his back, rushing toward the crowd, which soon erupted into a commotion. "Let us go see what's happening." Wang Bin called to Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao as they rushed down. Upon arrival, they learned that the man's sister had a high fever and he sought assistance from Dr. Jean, but the doctor refused to help without food or other valuable items. In a desperate plea to save his sister, the man even knelt before the doctor, yet was met with callous rejection. "Deju, I think you should go out and search for a pharmacy to see if there are any medicines available. The nearby pharmacies have already been ransacked countless times. It's unlikely we will find any medicine. Indeed, it seems the only option is to venture towards the northern part of the city. Yet, with the overwhelming number of zombies there, Such an endeavor would undoubtedly spell doom. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the man resolutely embraced his sister, rising to his feet and striding towards the building. She was his sole anchor in this desolate world. The thought of losing her was unbearable. As the onlookers witnessed him retreating with his sister, a collective sigh escaped their lips. The sheer number of zombies in the northern district promised only death, and they could almost foresee the grim fate awaiting him at the jaws of the undead. "Let us go," Wang Bin urged, motioning for Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao to follow as De Zhu walked further away. Just as De Zhu entered the building, the trio hastily followed suit. De Zhu, ever vigilant, noticed their approach and instinctively backed against a wall, protectively holding his sister and eyeing them warily. His gaze was sharp, and Wang Bin could feel an intense aura emanating from him. "Do not misunderstand. I overheard your need for medicine. We have just arrived from another city and happen to have a few supplies on hand," Wang Bin stated, producing a medicine box from his backpack, from which he extracted a fever reducer and offered it to De Zhu. He chose to retrieve it from his bag rather than directly from the system to avoid raising suspicion. "What do you desire in return?" Despite his pressing need for the medicine, De Zhu hesitated to accept it, knowing that in this harsh world, nothing came without a price. "I seek nothing in return. I merely wish to assist you," Wang Bin replied with a calm smile. "I find it hard to believe in such benevolence," De Zhu retorted, still reluctant to accept the offering. "Why are you being so indecisive? Your sister is suffering from a high fever, and yet you linger here. Do you not wish to save her?" Guan Xiaoya, impatient, interjected, her concern evident. Her words struck a chord within De Zhu, who was reminded of his ailing sister. With reddened eyes, he finally uttered a quiet thank you. Indeed, his sister's condition was grave. His priority was to treat her, even if it meant risking his own life. Grasping the medicine from Wang Bin, De Zhu hurriedly returned inside with his sister, while the trio followed closely behind. "Move aside, you clumsy oaf. Do you even know how to care for someone?" Guan Xiaoya exclaimed, noticing De Zhu's awkwardness, and promptly directed him to fetch hot water and a clean towel. "Understood," De Zhu replied mechanically, setting off to boil water. "I shall assist you," Officer Miao said with a gentle smile, accompanying De Zhu to help. Before long, the water was boiling. After administering the medicine to De Zhu's sister, Guan Xiaoya used a warm towel to help bring down her fever. Half an hour later, they were relieved to see her temperature finally begin to subside. "Thank you," De Zhu expressed gratefully. At this moment, De Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely expressed his gratitude to the three individuals. "You're welcome, but in truth, our assistance comes with a request," Wang Bin replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, De Zhu's heart sank. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. And the matter at hand had arrived. Chapter 43, The Past of Li De Zhu, Second Update. "Speak. What is it that you wish for me to do?" "Nothing of that sort. I merely wish to inquire about the situation here, with as much detail as you can provide." "Is that all?" Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, De Zhu was taken aback, for he had not anticipated the simplicity of their request. He had braced himself for something far more demanding. "What did you expect?" Wang Bin chuckled lightly. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wang Bin, and these are my companions, Guan Xiaoya and Miao Riyun. She was formerly a police officer. You may address her as Officer Miao." In response to De Zhu's words, Wang Bin smiled. "This is straightforward. I shall share everything I know with you. By the way, I am Li De Zhu, and this is my sister, Li Xiaolu. Please, have a sip of water." With that, Wang Bin retrieved a bottle of cola from his backpack and offered it to De Zhu. "Ah, you actually have cola," De Zhu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the drink. Wang Bin quickly gestured for silence, and De Zhu, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, felt a slight flush on his cheeks. De Zhu accepted the cola but refrained from drinking it, instead placing it beside his still sleeping sister. Wang Bin did not press him further and held a deep admiration for De Zhu, noting how he continued to care for his sister even amidst the apocalypse, a rarity indeed. "What did you do before the onset of the apocalypse?" "I served in the military and was recently discharged," De Zhu replied. "Surely, you were not an ordinary soldier?" "Well, I had hopes of becoming a special forces operative, but unfortunately, I was injured during the recruitment process and ended up as a reconnaissance soldier." "Reconnaissance soldiers are formidable in their own right. I sense a certain aura about you. Were you not born of special forces?" "No, I am merely a university student, though I have studied a bit of martial arts." "Oh, could you elaborate on the situation here?" Li De Zhu nodded and began to recount the circumstances of their surroundings. The leader of this city, Jin Yi, was formerly in real estate. After the apocalypse struck, he swiftly gathered security personnel from his company along with some societal drifters to establish control here. Currently, Genie commands around 200 subordinates, armed with 70 to 80 firearms. Aside from Genie's men, there are over 700 others who trade labor for food from him. You say there are only 700 people here? Upon hearing Deju's figure, Wang Bin furrowed his brow, voicing his doubts. Indeed, only 700 are still alive. Yet, during registration, I discreetly counted the names in the ledger. Each page contains approximately 60 names, and there are at least 70 to 80 pages. By all rights, there should be around 4,000 people here. Even though there has been a loss of personnel, it should not be this minimal. I never expected you to notice this detail upon your arrival. You are quite perceptive. Hearing Wang Bin's analysis, Li Daju couldn't help but exclaim. It was at that moment that Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao realized why Wang Bin had them register first. He was, in fact, counting heads. They were both astonished by Wang Bin's meticulousness and felt a deep admiration for him, silently vowing to pay closer attention to details in the future. Brotherly, could you enlighten us about the secrets involved? In the beginning, I overlooked this issue, but one day, after I discovered that several individuals who had come with me to search for food with Genie had mysteriously vanished, my attention was piqued. Upon further observation, I noticed that a portion of the population inexplicably disappeared over time. My investigation revealed that these missing individuals had been slain by Genie's men, their bodies covertly transported back here, and a portion of the food we consumed consisted of the flesh of those deceased. What? You are aware of this, yet you remain here? The trio was taken aback by Wang Bin's words. In truth, I yearn to leave this place, but my sister is frail and often ill. I wish to wait until her health improves before departing. Moreover, upon learning of my background as a scout, Genie even sent people to recruit me for his endeavors. However, knowing their nefarious dealings, how could I possibly align myself with them? I sought their assistance for my sister's treatment, which should have been a simple matter. Yet they deliberately made things difficult for me to coerce my compliance. At this point, Li Daju lowered his head in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Even though he was aware that the food he consumed was human flesh, he felt compelled to feign ignorance for the sake of his sister, burdened by his anguish. Brother, please don't be sad. I will recover soon. Just then, Li Xiaolu awoke and weakly grasped Li Daju's hand with her frail little fingers. Ah, Xiaolu, you're awake. Are you hungry? I will go find you something to eat. Li Daju exclaimed with joy upon seeing his sister awake, wiping away his tears as he hurried to inquire about her needs. I am not hungry, Wang Xiaolu replied with a faint smile. It's because of my inadequacy. Li Daju lamented, noticing his sister's pale face and frail body. No, in my eyes, you are the best brother. Xiaolu responded with a smile. Witnessing this, Wang Bin could no longer stand by. He retrieved a small bag of millet from his backpack and handed it to Officer Miao, saying, Officer Miao, please prepare some millet porridge for them. Certainly, Officer Miao replied as she took the millet and exited the room to cook. Ah, you actually have millet? The siblings were astonished to see Wang Bin produce the grains. These were sourced from other cities, Wang Bin explained with a smile. Thank you. My life from now on belongs to you. Li Daju had not anticipated that there would still be individuals in this world willing to selflessly provide them with millet porridge. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before Wang Bin in gratitude. Ah, brotherly, what are you doing? Please rise and speak. Both Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya were taken aback by Li Daju's actions and hurried to assist him. I, Li Daju, am a person who values gratitude. Today, you saved my sister and provided us with millet. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Truly, you would do anything? Naturally, there are deeds as heinous as those of Genie, which I would rather perish than commit. Haha, splendid. That is precisely the sentiment I sought. Your ability to articulate such a thought suggests you have not yet forsaken your humanity. Had you claimed you would do anything without reservation, I would have likely dismissed you. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Li Daju was nearly moved to tears. In truth, when Wang Bin had earlier inquired if he would do anything, he had almost affirmed. Little did he expect that in the final moment, his kindness would redeem him, granting him the opportunity to join Wang Bin's ranks. Years later, as Li Daju reflected upon this day, he would often proclaim his good fortune and express no regret for his decision, though these were matters for another time. Chapter 44, The Opportunity Arises, Third Update. By the way, do you know where the gold in this city is located? Wang Bin, recognizing Li Daju's reliability, divulged the purpose of their visit. Gold. It has all been moved to the building where Jin Yi resides. What do you need gold for? It serves little purpose now. Li Daju exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, it has been relocated to his residence? What did he move it for? Before the apocalypse, Jin Yi had a profound fondness for gold. It is said that many of his office supplies were gilded. Once the apocalypse struck and as the city emptied, he dispatched individuals to breach the bank's vault, transporting all the gold here. Subsequently, he had the gold melted down to fashion an enormous golden dragon bed, dragon throne, and dragon table. Not to mention an entire set of pure gold utensils. Goodness, this fellow truly knows how to indulge. Does he aspire to be a local emperor here? At Li Daju's words, Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at such indulgence. You speak the truth. He indeed considers himself the local sovereign. Li Daju replied with a wry smile. Jin Yi is quite the eccentric. Guan Xiaoya also couldn't refrain from expressing her astonishment. Dinner is served. Soon. Officer Miao prepared millet porridge and entered the room, calling the others to eat. Ah, is it really ready? Li Daju asked, hardly able to believe it. Yes. It is prepared. Xiaolu has a high fever and couldn't eat, hence the millet porridge was made. Once she feels better, we shall prepare white rice for her. Oh, and white rice too. Not only white rice, but also various pork, beef, and fresh vegetables. You may eat without concern. All right, you go ahead and serve yourself. I will assist Xiaolu with her meal. Thank you. Li Daju fought back tears, his eyes glistening, as he strode off to fetch the millet porridge. In an effort to enhance the flavor, Wang Bin added a pinch of sugar to the millet porridge, leaving Li Daju at a loss for words. Tears streaming down his face, ultimately rendering the porridge somewhat salty. Now that they were aware of the location of the gold in the city, Wang Bin had a clear objective in mind. However, the endeavor to steal the Golden Master's golden bed was fraught with difficulties. This residential complex was developed by the Golden Master, who occupied the finest building, with his rooms situated on the top floor. The building was typically guarded by over 100 men, making it exceedingly challenging to infiltrate. Once they finished the millet porridge, Wang Bin articulated his intentions. Brotherly, do you possess any means to help us sneak in? Just call me Daju. That's what everyone else calls me, he replied. All right, Daju. Do you have any strategies for us to access the Golden Master's building? The security is quite stringent. However, there are ways, Daju responded. Oh, what methods do you propose? We could first infiltrate the basement, then ascend through the elevator shaft using a rope. Yet, the Golden Master's room is on the 39th floor, making it exceptionally arduous to climb directly in one go. It would be prudent to devise a plan to distract some of the guards before we act, as this would facilitate a quicker escape if discovered. It appears we need to create a bit of chaos. Wang Bin exclaimed. How do we instigate chaos? Daju inquired. You mentioned that the Golden Master would soon dispatch individuals to procure food. What if we secretly eliminate those individuals? How long until this next expedition? It seems it will be soon, although I cannot say for certain, as their schedule is unpredictable. However, it should be imminent. That simplifies matters. When the next food gathering occurs, we shall volunteer to assist, and once outside, we can eliminate them beforehand. We will then reveal the truth to the others, inciting their fury. You can rally them outside to create disturbances while I stealthily infiltrate the Golden Master's lair to retrieve the gold. But they are armed. How can we contend with them? Even if our plan succeeds, how do you intend to transport the gold? It is exceedingly heavy, without machinery. Even dozens of men would struggle to carry it. Daju argued. Rest assured, I will provide you with firearms, and I have my methods for transporting the gold. Are you willing to follow my lead? Wang Bin declared, producing a handgun from his backpack and revealing a magazine filled with gleaming golden bullets. All right, I have already pledged my life to you. I will follow your command without hesitation, Daju affirmed, his confidence bolstered by the sight of the weapon, thumping his chest in assurance. Then let us patiently await the opportune moment, Wang Bin concluded. That night, to avoid drawing attention to their possession of food, Wang Bin refrained from cooking and merely presented some instant meals, leaving Li Daju and his sister speechless in astonishment. Fear not, as long as you follow my lead diligently, you will be well fed. Guo Xiaoya, with an inherent talent for persuasion, interjected enticingly, hoping to lure Li Daju further into their plans. Rest assured, I, Li Daju, am a man of my word and shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Li Daju promptly patted his chest, expressing his unwavering loyalty. The following morning, To avoid arousing the suspicions of Lord Jean, Li Dazhu took Wang Bin and the others to labor. However, after queuing for their rations, none of them dared to eat, quietly discarding their portions instead. After all, who would be brave enough to consume what could potentially be human flesh? Thus, Wang Bin and his companions remained with Li Dazhu for 2 days, yet they did not witness any movements from Lord Jean. As the days passed, Wang Bin began to feel a tinge of anxiety, for in 3 days he would need to return to the real world, where a single day in the apocalyptic realm equates to 7 in reality. Would Lord Jean take action within those 7 days? If he did, Wang Bin would miss a golden opportunity, and the next chance would not come until the following month. Furthermore, Li Qingping and the others were still awaiting their news. The prolonged silence not only heightened their worries, but also increased the peril of their situation. After all, only Li Qingping was capable of combat, while Abayo and Xiaonan were still far too young. Wang Bin resolved that if no news arrived today, he would take Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao back for a brief return, informing the guards that they were merely seeking supplies. In the end, they could simply share half of whatever they found. Just as Wang Bin contemplated his next course of action, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Did you see the rotund figure adorned in resplendent gold? That is none other than Lord Jean. Li Dazhu quickly whispered a warning to Wang Bin and the others. Following Li Dazhu's gesture, Wang Bin and his companions turned to see the leading figure clad in a garment crafted entirely of gold, shimmering brilliantly under the sun. Truly a sight to behold. Unable to suppress a cough of amusement at Lord Jin's ostentatious attire, Wang Bin noted how remarkable a character he was. In addition to his golden garb, Lord Jin wielded a scepter made of gold, exuding an air reminiscent of a pharaoh. Upon Lord Jin's arrival, all activity ceased as the crowd turned their attention to him. They understood that his rare appearances signified imminent action. The onlookers regarded Lord Jin with eager anticipation, although some, like Li Dazhu, wore expressions of concern. The rewards bestowed by Lord Jean were not easily obtained. Each endeavor often resulted in numerous casualties, ultimately leaving one to ponder if they would survive to claim their prize. Chapter 45. The eve of action. Once Lord Jean arrived, he swiftly gathered everyone together, ascending the platform amidst the protective presence of his bodyguards. He appeared to be in his 40s, slightly portly, and walked with a comical waddle reminiscent of a duck, nearly causing Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao to stifle their laughter. Just yesterday, I received word of an underground warehouse in the northern part of the city. I am now seeking to recruit a band of brave souls. All participants shall be rewarded with a bowl of white rice upon their return. And if there are any gains, they shall also enjoy a drink. Upon hearing the prospect of white rice and wine, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet a twinge of trepidation gripped them at the thought of the horde of zombies in the northern part of the city. This was no trivial matter. Over 1 million undead lurked there, rendering any venture essentially a one-way journey. Hesitation swept through the assembly. Li Dazhu recognized this as a fleeting opportunity, yet he refrained from raising his hand impulsively, instead glancing at Wang Bin. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bin nodded subtly at Li Dazhu. However, Li Dazhu chose not to act immediately. He waited for someone else to take the initiative. To be the first to raise his hand would attract undue attention. And from this moment forth, they needed to maintain a low profile, avoiding any scrutiny. Eventually, a few fearless souls raised their hands, and with the first gesture, a second followed suit, until 7 or 8 individuals were soon in agreement. Sensing the moment was ripe, Wang Bin gently nudged Li Dazhu, prompting their group of 4 to join in. Mr. Jean observed with surprise as Li Dazhu lifted his hand. In his recollection, Li Dazhu was typically reserved and seldom participated in expeditions, preferring to operate alone even when venturing outside. However, recalling the doctor's report about Li Xiaolu's recent fever, he surmised that Li Dazhu's concern for his sister motivated him to seek medicine. Thus, he dismissed any further contemplation. If you won't serve my interests, then perish. Once you're gone, your sister will belong to me. He chuckled inwardly, though he stifled his mirth, aware that hundreds were observing him. A burly man beside Mr. Jean noticed the relatively few hands raised and called out loudly, "There are limited spots available for this expedition. Only 50. If you delay, you may miss your chance." His proclamation spurred a flurry of hands to shoot up. "Excellent, these will do. Proceed to the clerk for registration. We depart promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. I expect no tardiness." Meeting adjourned. With that, Mr. Jean grew disinterested and, accompanied by his bodyguards, swaggered away. Wang Bin guided Li Dazhu to the front. And soon they arrived at the middle-aged woman who had previously handled their registration. Once Li Dazhu completed his entry, he encountered an elderly man with a shock of white hair on his way back. Dazhu, you shouldn't have signed up. Uncle Zhao, may I inquire why? They are newcomers who arrived just days ago, and I consider them friends of mine. Speak plainly if you have something to say, the elder replied. It's not convenient to discuss matters here. Let us talk back at my place. He glanced around cautiously before proceeding nonchalantly forward. Before long, they reached the elder's room. Just before entering, he scanned the vicinity once more to ensure no one was watching, then closed the door securely behind them. Uncle Zhao, why did you say that earlier? On the way, Wang Bin had subtly shaken his head at Li Dazhu, signaling him to keep their plans under wraps, so at this moment, he could only feign ignorance. Dazhu, do you have any idea how perilous it is outside? Yes, I know. It's just the zombies. But don't worry, I will be cautious. I'm not referring to the zombies, but rather to Jin Yi and his ilk. Do you know what happened to Dongzi in the end? Where did he go? That night, while I was out for a stroll, I inadvertently discovered them stealthily transporting Dongzi and the others' corpses to the kitchen. The following day, we feasted upon meat. As I gazed at the morsels on my plate, tears welled up in my eyes. Since then, every time we embark on an excursion, we are rewarded with meat the next day. Do you think that's mere coincidence? I certainly hope that in a few days, I want to find myself dining on your flesh. You are still young, and you have a sister to care for. I sincerely wish no harm befalls you. As the old man spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. To survive, he chose to conceal this grim reality. Was he in the wrong? No, he was not. In this apocalyptic world, everyone has their own means of survival. If he refrained from indulging, he would face starvation. Should he disclose the truth, he might find himself as the next meal for others. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Li Dazhu nearly divulged their plan, but Wang Bin halted him with a mere glance. Eventually, the few of them exited the old man's room, their spirits dampened. Once back inside, Li Dazhu inquired of Wang Bin why they could not confide in Uncle Zhao. Wang Bin replied that he could not entrust the lives of Guan Xiaoyu and Officer Miao to him. Moreover, he assured Li Dazhu that he would take Uncle Zhao along when the opportunity arose, but now was not the right moment. The immediate concern was to ensure Xiao Lu's safe passage out. But how? There are guards at the entrance, without a legitimate reason. They will not allow my sister to leave. Let us scale the wall. All right, but you must stay behind, in case anything goes awry. It will be beneficial to have you here. Rest assured, we will return before dawn. Fine. After their plans were finalized, they awaited the fall of night. At 11 o'clock, they stealthily slipped out, arriving at a wall. Wang Bin once again showcased his remarkable agility, leaving Li Dazhu momentarily speechless. Before long, Li Xiaolu was safely outside the wall, and under the protection of Wang Bin and the others, she made her way towards the abode of Li Chengping. After 2 days of recuperation, Li Xiaolu's health had improved significantly, requiring little effort from Wang Bin. The area was teeming with zombies, and it took Wang Bin and his companions 3 arduous hours to return to their hideout. Upon their return, a Bao and Xiao Nan, who had been asleep, rose to greet them, only to be taken aback by the presence of an older sister. Uncle Wang, who is she? Her name is Li Xiaolu. From this day forth, she shall be your sister. Li Jiejie is unwell, so you must take good care of her. Rest assured, Uncle Wang. We will look after Li Jiejie. Yes, it is quite late now. Please escort Li Jiejie to bed. We have matters to discuss. All right, Uncle Wang. Xiaolu, go ahead. Make yourself at home here. A Bao and the others will take good care of you. Thank you. As soon as Li Xiaolu departed, Wang Bin recounted the events of the past few days and outlined the plans for tomorrow. When Li Chengping expressed his desire to assist, Wang Bin promptly dissuaded him, urging him to focus on taking good care of the children, so they could proceed with their tasks without worry. After a brief exchange, they noted the waning daylight, prompting Wang Bin and his companions to stealthily return. Chapter 46. Journey to the destination. Upon their return to the base, dawn was just beginning to break. Li Dazhu, relieved to learn that his sister had been safely escorted away, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For him, his sister was his entire world. As long as she was safe, he deemed any sacrifice on his part during this operation worthwhile. With 2 hours remaining until the assembly time, Wang Bin urged everyone to seize the moment to rest. I fear you might oversleep. I will keep watch, Li Dazhu remarked with a smile. There's no need for that. I have my phone and will set an alarm. Besides, you haven't slept at all tonight, have you? Get some proper rest. You'll need your energy for the battle ahead. Wang Bin chuckled, giving Li Dazhu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The redness in Li Dazhu's eyes indicated his sleepless night, revealing the depth of his concern for his sister. It was precisely this kind of loyalty and deep-seated emotion that Wang Bin valued. At 7:30, the alarm rang, and the group hastily rose to freshen up before striding outside. As they emerged, several individuals from the surrounding buildings also stepped out, nodding in mutual acknowledgement, for they understood that they would soon become comrades in arms. Venturing northward into the city was no trivial matter. It harbored over 1 million zombies, and being encircled by them would spell certain doom. Establishing good relationships with fellow fighters now would be prudent, ensuring mutual support in times of need. By the time Wang Bin and his trio arrived at the gathering point, more than 20 others were already assembled. Wang Bin could discern the tension etched on their faces. They were acutely aware of the high likelihood of casualties in this mission, with the grim possibility that one of them might not return, or worse, that they could all perish. He noted that Li Dazhu also bore a hint of anxiety. Wang Bin was tempted to offer him a cigarette to ease his nerves, but with others present, he restrained himself. I must forge a team of my own. In that moment, Wang Bin grasped the significance of collective strength. To avoid being at the mercy of others, one must become formidable and simultaneously assemble a sufficiently powerful team. While he yearned for such a force, he understood that haste was unwarranted. It was essential to find individuals of integrity. Recruiting the unscrupulous could jeopardize the team's cohesion and, in critical moments, lead to betrayal. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, 50 volunteers had gathered, and in the distance, a group was approaching. At the forefront was a robust man named Li Guanghui, who had stood beside Master Jin the previous day. Before the apocalypse, he served as the captain of Master Jin's security team, and now he was regarded as his most valued confidant. Wang Bin quickly counted the newcomers. There were a total of 25, each armed with a firearm. Outnumbered 4 to 25, the challenge was significant, yet he was willing to take the risk. Captain Li delivered an extensive speech of encouragement, divided the tasks, and set off. With the city devoid of fuel, transportation was limited to foot, but they had prepared 10 carts in advance to facilitate the transport of supplies. Additionally, they equipped everyone with clubs and knives for dealing with the undead. Their preparations were rather commendable. Observing the ostentatious display of the 10 carts, Wang Bin couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Captain Li had meticulously planned the route and swiftly led the group northward. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies. Yet with the combined strength of over 70 individuals, they faced little danger. Soon, they arrived in the northern part of the city, where the number of zombies was markedly greater than before. At this juncture, they hesitated to engage the undead, only resorting to action when absolutely necessary, and refrained from gunfire, fearing the noise would attract more zombies. Cautiously, the group advanced, taking over 2 hours to traverse merely 2 streets. Captain Li, how much farther? A volunteer could no longer contain their curiosity. We're almost there. Just 1 more street, and then we can enjoy bowls of white rice and wine upon our return. Captain Li adeptly stirred their spirits, knowing that only the promise of reward could ignite their resolve. Indeed, upon hearing of white rice and wine, the volunteers were invigorated, gripping their weapons tightly, eager to confront the zombies. All right, let's set off. With the volunteers sufficiently rested, Captain Li issued the command to resume their journey. Under his leadership, they continued onward, but as they passed through a narrow alley, they found it teeming with zombies. To their dismay, one volunteer stumbled and created a loud noise. The zombies, alerted by the commotion, turned their attention toward them, and upon realizing there were living beings present, they began to howl and charge forward. You fool! Captain Li was incensed. Seeing the clumsy volunteer attempting to rise, he strode over and delivered a swift kick toward the zombies. Ah, help! The unfortunate individual, knocked down by Captain Li, screamed in terror as the zombies descended upon him, and within a minute, his flesh was devoured clean. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies feasted on their comrade, the others hastily fled. Witnessing their companion being consumed in such a brief moment left the group drenched in cold sweat. Under the leadership of Captain Li, the group rushed into a building. Inside, they encountered a handful of zombies, which were swiftly eradicated through their combined efforts. Do you think I am cruel? Captain Li questioned, his voice dripping with intensity. Indeed, I am ruthless. Anyone who dares disrupt my plans shall meet their demise. Everyone, muster all your energy and ensure no mistakes are made. If anyone falters, They will share the same fate. Once the zombies were dispatched, Captain Lee spoke sternly to the group. Hearing his words, they all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Very well, let us push forward with renewed vigor. We shall reach our destination in just 500 meters. After the commotion from the earlier zombies subsided, Captain Lee led the group onward. Meanwhile, Wang Bin seized the opportunity within the building to discreetly retrieve handguns from the system space, distributing one to each member along with some ammunition. As for the rifles, their bulk would undoubtedly draw attention, a risk none were willing to take. Guan Xiaoya and the others accepted the handguns without a word, stowing them in their pockets. Guan Xiaoya also carried a dagger that had been her companion for many years. It was not the finest weapon, but it was the one she wielded most adeptly. She had felt a deep sorrow when Wang Bin had taken it from her, but fortunately, it had soon returned to her possession. Previously, that location had been the largest underground casino in the city. Upon recognizing their destination, Li Dazhu quickly alerted Wang Bin and the others. An underground casino? Wang Bin's eyes brightened at the revelation. Chapter 47. Indifference of Captain Li. Second update. Under Captain Li's guidance, the group swiftly approached the vicinity of the underground casino. The entrance stood wide open, surrounded by a throng of zombies, an estimated 300 at the very least. While confronting these undead creatures was relatively straightforward, avoiding attracting the attention of others in the vicinity posed a significant challenge, leading to a moment of concern for Captain Li. As he pondered their predicament, Wang Bin discreetly pulled Li Dazhu aside, while Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao positioned themselves to shield the two from view. There are many zombies on the left side of the street, which could easily draw attention. I suggest we clear them out first before addressing those at the entrance. I believe you should be the one to speak up. Doing so would earn you his trust. No, I am new here. Even if I gain Captain Li's trust, it would be difficult to earn the confidence of the other volunteers. You, however, are a veteran. If you stand up and win Captain Li's trust, he will surely assign you some volunteers, making our actions much more convenient later. Understood. Li Dazhu, being astute, grasped the plan immediately. After their discussion, they returned to the group. Moments later, Li Dazhu strode confidently towards Captain Li. Captain, I have a suggestion. Oh, Dazhu, what do you propose? Please, share your thoughts. To gain entry, the zombies at the entrance must be eradicated. However, clearing the zombies at the entrance may inadvertently attract those lurking on the left street, resulting in our encirclement. I propose we first eliminate the zombies on the left street. Although this approach may be time-consuming, it is undeniably safer. Haha, Dazhu. Your reasoning is quite sound. It is no wonder you were once a scout. Let us proceed to clear the left street's zombies first. Captain Li, upon hearing Dazhu's words, was greatly pleased and heartily patted Dazhu's shoulder before leading the team to address the zombies on the left street. In an effort to impress Captain Li, Dazhu demonstrated his true prowess during the elimination of the zombies. For every one zombie others dispatched, he vanquished 3, quickly becoming the most dazzling figure among them, eliciting quiet admiration from many. Witnessing Dazhu's remarkable skills, Captain Li contemplated further enlisting Dazhu's loyalty. However, should Dazhu decline, he would have no choice but to heed Jin Ye's orders to eliminate him. By the time a secure area was established, half an hour had elapsed, and everyone felt a bit fatigued. Let us rest for a moment. Dazhu, come here. After the zombies were cleared, Captain Li commanded a rest while seated on a stone. Upon hearing the order, the others disregarded the dirt beneath them and promptly sat down to recuperate. As Dazhu approached Captain Li, envious glances were cast his way. They recognized that Dazhu was on the verge of advancement. Dazhu, your skills are impressive. I suppose they're adequate. Soon, I will assign you 20 men to command. Thank you. Captain Li, no need for thanks. Work diligently, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Indeed, thank you. In a bid to placate Captain Li while simultaneously seeking greater authority, Dazhu feigned enthusiasm. Captain Li beamed at Dazhu's words. From now on, Dazhu will be your leader. You must all heed his commands. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, Captain Li summoned everyone once more and pointed to a group of volunteers. The individuals in that direction nodded in acknowledgement of Captain Li's words. Let us proceed to eliminate the zombies at the entrance. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return for drinks. Let us go. Upon hearing the mention of drinks, spirits lifted, and everyone eagerly followed Captain Li toward the entrance of the casino. This underground casino had hotel rooms on the upper levels, while the gambling facilities were situated on the second and third underground levels. Their destination was the third underground level. With no concerns lingering, the zombies at the entrance were swiftly cleared, and the group descended to the first underground level. The first underground level served as a parking lot, and due to its vastness, it was teeming with zombies, at least 1,000 or 2,000. While completely clearing the area was unrealistic, creating a passage to the second underground level was entirely feasible, albeit requiring some time and effort. Everyone is quite seasoned and would not recklessly confront the zombies. Thus, as they cleared the area, no one was injured. Upon clearing a passage to the second underground level, Li Daju hastened to Li Captain's side. "Captain Li, I suggest we station some individuals at both the main entrance and here, lest the zombies arrive and block our escape route." "Indeed, your suggestion is commendable," replied Captain Li. "Aiken, Ashing, take 4 individuals and secure the main entrance above. We must not allow the zombies to trap us." "Understood, Captain. You 4 remain here to guard the passage entrance." "Yes, Captain." With the personnel arranged, the group proceeded downward with torches in hand. The number of zombies on the second underground level was considerably fewer than that on the first, yet there were still 500 to 600. After spending some time, they managed to break through to the passage leading to the third underground level. This time, Captain Li allocated 7 to 8 individuals to guard the passage entrance. The guards were not from Li Daju's group, but rather chosen from his own subordinates and volunteers. Consequently, when they reached the third underground level, Captain Li had only 14 of his men remaining. Wang Bin and his 3 companions found themselves facing a daunting challenge against 14. Although it was somewhat easier than confronting 25, this level harbored over 200 zombies, which must be entirely eradicated. "Daju, take your team to clear the zombies on the left. I will handle those on the right," commanded Captain Li. "Understood." To ensure the safe transport of their supplies, Captain Li resolved to eliminate all zombies on this level. Wang Bin silently nodded at Li Daju, but chose to follow Captain Li to the right, as he had decided it was time to take action. With the power long extinguished, their only source of illumination came from the torches, and not everyone possessed one. The underground casino was constructed on the third level, devoid of sunlight and enveloped in darkness, making it quite simple to engage. Wang Bin and his 2 companions did not strike immediately. They diligently followed the group to clear the zombies. After a while, they dispersed, each seeking their own targets. Guan Xiaoya stealthily approached one of Captain Li's subordinates from behind, swiftly covering the man's mouth with one hand while her dagger swiftly sliced across his throat. He struggled momentarily before collapsing. Officer Miao had excelled in many subjects during her time at the police academy, having even studied stealth tactics. She approached a solitary individual from behind, quickly seizing his head, and with a sharp twist, she snapped his neck. Wang Bin retrieved his entrenching tool from his spatial storage, advancing upon another individual from behind, channeling his inner strength as he brought the tool down forcefully upon the man's head. With a resounding thud, the man fell. No longer the novice he once was at the onset of the apocalypse, he now possessed formidable martial skills, making the act of killing quite effortless. After the 3 individuals committed the heinous act, they glanced around and, noticing that no one had observed them, gradually returned to the crowd to continue their battle against the zombies. Chapter 48, Discovery, Third Update. After a brief period of slaying zombies, the trio resumed their actions. Given that they had previously eliminated 3 individuals, it would be unwise for all 3 to act in concert, as this could easily lead to exposure. Consequently, only Guan Xiaoya took action this time, while Wang Bin and Officer Miao provided cover. Guan Xiaoya adeptly approached one of Captain Li's subordinates from behind, her movements precise and efficient. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of a nearby volunteer. The individual, shocked to witness Guan Xiaoya dispatching one of Captain Li's men, trembled as he pointed at her. Just as he was about to speak, he was noticed by Li Daju. Li Daju stepped forward and plunged his dagger mercilessly into the man's back. Although he succeeded in protecting Guan Xiaoya, his actions did not go unnoticed by another nearby individual. This person, terrified, quaked in fear, wanting to speak but unable to summon the courage. Observing the situation, Li Daju shot a fierce glare at him, causing the man to stumble back a few steps, yet he remained silent. Li Daju paid no mind to the frightened individual and continued his assault on the zombies. The man, relieved that Li Daju did not pursue him, cautiously moved a few steps away, genuinely fearing that Li Daju might silence him permanently. Li Daju was not a killer by nature. However, he understood that if the man had cried out, it would have undoubtedly revealed Wang Bin and the others. Thus, He felt compelled to eliminate the immediate threat. As for the other individual, it was not that he was beyond reach. Armed with a dagger and having practiced throwing knives during his time as a scout, he was confident he could strike before the man could utter a word. Yet, such an action would draw attention from others, creating a perilous cycle of death. Ultimately, his moral compass prevented him from unnecessary bloodshed. He would not resort to killing the innocent unless absolutely necessary. Thus, after Wang Bin and the others dispatched 2 more individuals, the zombie threat on the 3rd floor was nearly eradicated. At this juncture, only 8 remained, Captain Li and his remaining subordinates. Once the zombies were cleared, Captain Li sensed a lack of personnel. As he prepared to account for his men, Wang Bin, quick-witted and agile, exclaimed loudly, "There's a box." Where? Where? There really is a box. This could change everything. Stand back, stand back. At Wang Bin's shout, the crowd was instantly drawn to him. Fearing that Wang Bin and his companions might seize the contents, Captain Li hurriedly pushed through the throng and advanced towards the source of the commotion. After instructing his remaining subordinates to keep an eye on the crowd, he boldly approached and opened the box. To his dismay, he discovered it was filled with worthless money. The first box he opened revealed a neat stack of banknotes, inciting a torrent of curses from him. In times past, such a sight would have stirred envy within him. However, in the current circumstances, these banknotes were nothing more than a pile of useless paper. The crowd, upon learning of the contents, collectively sighed in disappointment. Captain Li opened the second box, only to find more paper currency, which prompted him to kick the box in frustration. Upon opening the third box, he was astonished to discover it brimmed with gold. Although he held no particular interest in gold, he knew that Master Jean would appreciate it. While not entirely satisfied, he finally had something to present to Master Jean. He proceeded to open another box, revealing a collection of jewelry, likely pawned or offered as repayment by gamblers. Captain Li then opened another box, which surprisingly contained an arsenal of handguns. The subsequent boxes continued to reveal firearms, with one box notably filled with grenades. Upon seeing the grenades, Wang Bin's eyes widened in excitement. They had firearms, but lacked such potent weapons. Wang Bin glanced at Li Dazhu, who nodded in understanding. He then subtly signaled to Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, who quickly grasped his intent. This haul is quite satisfactory. Come over and help move these items. And remember, you are forbidden from keeping anything for yourselves. I'll be conducting searches upon our return. Captain Li declared, feeling that this operation had indeed been worthwhile. He promptly instructed everyone to lift the boxes. Upon hearing the order, Wang Bin and his companions exited without delay. Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya raced ahead to lift the box of grenades, while Officer Miao and Li Dazhu took on the box of rifles. As they stepped outside, Wang Bin seized the opportunity, swiftly reaching into the box and instantly transferring the grenades into his system space. As Guan Xiaoya continued to carry the box, she suddenly sensed it had grown lighter and smiled faintly, realizing that Wang Bin had discreetly taken the grenades. After walking a few steps, Wang Bin cheerfully suggested to Officer Miao, "Officer Miao, my box feels light. Let us switch places. You and Xiaoya can carry this one together." Understanding his implication, Officer Miao readily agreed, and as she lifted Wang Bin's box, she too noticed its lightness, quickly deducing that the grenades had been removed. Wang Bin and Li Dazhu continued to carry the box of rifles, and once again, Wang Bin reached inside, transferring the rifles into his system space. Li Dazhu, walking ahead, suddenly noticed the box had become significantly lighter, leaving him astonished, yet he maintained his composure and continued forward. The others followed suit, emerging with their boxes. Upon seeing that there were no other valuable items, Captain Li led his team outside. As they progressed, he stumbled over a corpse on the ground, nearly losing his balance. "Damn it!" Captain Li cursed, brandishing a torch, and was instantaneously taken aback. "How did a Kai die?" Upon hearing his words, several subordinates rushed over, their faces contorted with rage upon seeing a Kai lying lifeless on the ground. "Who killed my brother? Step forward if you dare. I shall avenge him." Upon hearing Captain Li's words, Wang Bin and his companions realized that trouble was imminent. Seizing the moment before the others could react, Wang Bin swiftly retrieved grenades from the system space and discreetly distributed them among the three, each now clutching a grenade, ready to hurl it at the first sign of danger. It was only then that Captain Li began to sense something amiss. A meticulous glance revealed that only 7 of his subordinates remained. To his horror, he realized that 6 of them had been stealthily eliminated right under his nose. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as Captain Li and his men cocked their weapons, aiming them at the group. "Who has slain my brothers?" he demanded. Li Daju's attention was now fixated on the individual he had previously let go, noticing the panic reflected in that person's eyes. I know. The individual, perceiving the threat of the guns directed at them, presumed that Li Daju lacked any capacity for resistance or perhaps sought to curry favor, and suddenly raised their hands, sprinting towards Captain Li. "Oh, you know? Speak. Who has murdered my brothers?" As the individual charged forward, the focus of everyone present shifted towards them, prompting Wang Bin to seize the opportunity and issue the command to commence the assault. "Throw." With his command barely uttered, the four immediately disengaged the safety mechanisms and hurled their grenades towards Captain Li and his men. Concurrently, they discarded their boxes and dashed towards nearby cover, drawing out pre-prepared handguns. "Grenades! Quickly!" The cries of urgency were drowned out by a series of explosions, sending many flying. "Fire!" In the aftermath of the blasts, Wang Bin swiftly commanded the shooting to commence. Guan Xiaoye and the others took aim, resulting in a thunderous barrage of gunfire. As the echoes of gunfire subsided, very few remained standing, and Wang Bin and his companions cautiously surveyed their surroundings with weapons drawn. Initially, Wang Bin had intended to subdue these individuals. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point, yet the unforeseen circumstances left him no choice. Chapter 49. Escape from the Horde of Zombies. Fourth update. While the four were assessing the area for any remaining survivors, a gunshot rang out, and one of the fallen fired. "Ah, Daju, are you alright?" The shot found its mark in Li Daju's arm, prompting Officer Miao to quickly retaliate with a shot aimed at the assailant on the ground. "I'm fine, it merely grazed my arm," he assured. "Everyone, take cover. I will handle these men." Wang Bin, relieved to hear that Li Daju had only sustained a minor injury, instructed everyone to conceal themselves before retrieving a rifle equipped with a night vision scope from the system space. Activating the night vision function, the figures of the adversaries materialized in the scope, revealing three silhouettes moving cautiously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, and the once-moving figures fell still. Wang Bin scanned the area again with the night vision scope and confirmed there were indeed no survivors left, before making his way to Li Daju's side. Officer Miao and Guan Xiaoye were examining Li Daju's injuries nearby, discovering that he had merely suffered a blow to the arm and was not in any life-threatening condition. "Officer Miao, you must possess some knowledge of first aid. Could you assist in bandaging Daju's wound? Once we are safely outside, we can devise a plan to extract the bullet," suggested Wang Bin. "Yes, please retrieve the medical kit." Wang Bin hastily handed the kit to Officer Miao, who, as anticipated, was familiar with certain first aid techniques. She carefully cleaned Daju's wound before wrapping it with gauze. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Just as Officer Miao finished bandaging Daju's arm, the chaotic sound of hurried steps approached. Captain, what has happened?" called out one of the guards from the second floor. "We have encountered a corpse king. Hurry, come help us." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin shouted back to the guards. Guan Xiaoye and the others almost laughed at Wang Bin's ludicrous excuse about the corpse king, but the guards, unaware of the actual situation, rushed down. "Eliminate them." Given the low light, Wang Bin struggled to distinguish which among them were Captain Li's subordinates, so he issued the command to shoot indiscriminately. As the guards drew near, they had no time to comprehend the situation before Wang Bin and the others opened fire, and in an instant, they fell into a pool of blood. "Quickly, come help me find the box. Once we gather our supplies, we must leave this place." The three complied, grabbing the torches that had fallen to the ground as they searched for the box. Upon spotting it, Wang Bin, without caring for its contents, hastily stowed it away in his system space. "Let us go, we must leave." After securing the items from the box, Wang Bin immediately led the group upwards. As they reached the corridor's entrance, they were confronted by 10 zombies charging down from above. Open fire. At this point, they could not concern themselves with attracting more zombies. Their only chance of survival lay in fighting their way out. The four were skilled marksmen, and a flurry of gunfire swiftly dispatched the approaching zombies. Upon bursting through the corridor entrance to the second underground level, they were met with a horde of zombies rushing towards them. "Fall back." Seeing the overwhelming number of zombies, Wang Bin quickly led the three towards the passageway leading to the first floor. The guards stationed on the first underground level had already heard the gunfire, but unaware of what had transpired below, they remained above. The earlier gunshots had drawn in nearby zombies, which were now surging toward the corridor entrance, leaving the guards with no choice but to stand their ground against the oncoming horde. As Wang Bin and his companions fought while retreating, they soon reached the passageway leading to the first underground level. Behind them, countless zombies had followed, a dark mass that was quite terrifying. "Throw a grenade," Wang Bin shouted, quickly pulling out a grenade and tossing it ahead. Bang! Bang! The sound of several explosions sent the zombies at the forefront flying, yet more undead surged forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Thus, Wang Bin and his companions fought fiercely while retreating, swiftly reaching the entrance to the underground level. The guards there had long been engaged in a fierce battle with the horde, and tragically, 2 had already fallen to the relentless zombies. Wang Bin and his team quickly unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the approaching undead, rapidly clearing a path. "Wang Bin, I need ammunition," called out Brother Wang. "I do too." Officer Miao and the others soon found their bullets exhausted. Hearing their cries, Wang Bin hastily tossed a grenade to buffer the assault of the zombies, simultaneously retrieving bullets from the system space to hand to his comrades. As Guan Xiaoya and the others reloaded, their firepower diminished significantly, allowing the surrounding zombies to draw closer. At this moment, Wang Bin disregarded the conservation of ammunition, hurling grenades one after another. Just as he launched the fourth, the sound of gunfire erupted behind him. Officer Miao had been the first to finish reloading and opened fire. "This is no place to linger. We must break through." Seeing that his companions had reloaded, Wang Bin urged them to push forward. The 4 unleashed another round of fire and finally reached the entrance. By now, the guards had vanished, overwhelmed by the oncoming horde. The zombies at the entrance, busily feasting on the recently slain guards, immediately turned their ravenous attention toward Wang Bin and his companions, howling as they charged. Bang! Bang! A fierce barrage quickly cleared a space at the entrance. "Run!" The zombies are closing in. As they managed to clear a path, the relentless undead pursued them from behind, forcing the group to dash toward the exit. However, they quickly realized that the gunfire had drawn even more zombies to their location. "Get in the car." At this critical moment, Wang Bin seized the opportunity to summon the van from the system space. "Daju, what are you waiting for? Get in." Startled by the sudden appearance of the vehicle, Li Daju hesitated, but Officer Miao, already seated in the passenger seat, shouted to him. Reacting swiftly, Li Daju opened the door and scrambled inside. No sooner had Li Daju settled into the vehicle than Wang Bin pressed the accelerator, propelling the van forward at breakneck speed. The road ahead was cluttered with zombies, and to alleviate some of Wang Bin's burden, Officer Miao and the others rolled down the windows, firing at the oncoming horde. For those zombies they couldn't shoot down in time, Wang Bin drove straight into them. Bang! Bang! In no time, the windshield was splattered with the blood and gore of countless zombies, obscuring a significant portion of his view and nearly causing him to collide with nearby debris multiple times. "Let me drive." Officer Miao, noticing Wang Bin's lack of skill, swiftly vacated the passenger seat to take the wheel herself. The posture was undeniably suggestive, and Wang Bin dared not entertain further thoughts, quickly shifting his body to vacate the space. Officer Miao's driving skills were indeed commendable, despite encountering numerous zombies along the way. No other mishaps occurred. Soon, the vehicle veered away from the northern part of the city, racing forward. Wang Bin and his companions observed the densely packed horde of zombies receding behind them, leaning back against their seats and exhaling deeply, finally feeling a sense of safety. Chapter 50. The Resilient Daju. Wang Bin, where are we headed now? Officer Miao inquired after they had driven a considerable distance. "First, we must return Daju to Uncle Li to retrieve the bullets, and then we shall confront Mr. Jean," Wang Bin contemplated before responding. "No, I'm fine. I can accompany you to deal with Mr. Jean right now," Daju exclaimed, clearly anxious not to become a burden. "There is no rush in confronting Mr. Jean. It would be best to wait until nightfall. For now, we should return to the hideout and rest before proceeding." Wang Bin firmly dismissed Daju's suggestion and issued a directive to Officer Miao. Without hesitation, Officer Miao turned the steering wheel towards the small building where Li Chengping and the others were located. After more than an hour, the vehicle finally arrived in front of the small building where Li Chengping and the others awaited. Having heard the roar of the engine, they were filled with joy at Wang Bin's return, especially Li Xiaolu, who, upon realizing her brother had returned, excitedly rushed to the window and waved her hands. "Brother, I'm here." After awakening, Li Xiaolu had been carefully tended to by everyone, enjoying a breakfast she hadn't had in over 5 years, followed by an even more sumptuous lunch featuring white rice, various meats, and fresh vegetables. This surreal experience brought her to tears at the moment she savored the white rice. If only my brother could enjoy white rice too. He will. When he comes back, we'll make it for him. White rice is nothing. Uncle Wang often treats us to hot pot, and the lamb rolls are delicious, melting in your mouth. Yes, sometimes at night we have bonfire parties, eating barbecue while Uncle Wang plays the guitar. Indeed, Uncle Wang's guitar playing is wonderful. When he returns, I'll ask him to play for you. Thank you. In that moment, Li Xiaolu was once again moved, envisioning the beautiful scenes described by Bao and Xiao Nan, tears streaming down her face. Xiaolu, Uncle Wang said to stay away from the window. It's not safe. Bao and Xiao Nan noticed Li Xiaolu waving at the vehicle from the window and hurried over to pull her aside. Why isn't it safe? Li Xiaolu asked, puzzled. Be cautious of robbers. You could easily become a target. Oh, I see. Can I hide behind and watch the car secretly? Yes. Just don't let your body or head stick out. Thank you for teaching me so much. You're welcome, Uncle Wang said. While I'm away, the two of you must take on the responsibility of protecting the home. Haha, you two are so young, yet already understand the importance of safeguarding the household? Of course. Just the other day, I single-handedly vanquished 30 zombies. Bao, you are exaggerating again. You clearly have only defeated 28 at most. Where did the 30 come from? Do you not comprehend rounding up? By your logic, I too have eliminated 30. Haha. Li Xiaolu observed the bickering between Bao and Xiao Nan with amusement, finding the two young boys quite entertaining. They had arrived. Just as Bao and Xiao Nan continued their playful squabble, Li Xiaolu noticed the vehicle nearing the entrance and excitedly exclaimed before rushing downstairs. Wang Bin stepped out of the car, casting a glance at the filthy Jinbei vehicle, abandoning any thoughts of storing it away. Li Dazhu had been preoccupied with thoughts of his sister. As soon as the car came to a halt, he hurriedly descended and sprinted towards the entrance. Brother, Xiaolu. As Li Dazhu reached the doorway, he saw his sister burst forth from within, throwing herself into his embrace and bursting into tears. Upon seeing his sister, Li Dazhu felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The previous night, he had heard Wang Bin mention sending his sister to a safe place, but he remained uncertain of the truth. He had harbored doubts about Wang Bin and the others, yet during their days together, he had come to believe that Wang Bin was a good person and unlikely to deceive him. Nevertheless, uncertainty lingered in his heart, but now, upon reuniting with his sister, all previous doubts evaporated. Ah, brother, what happened to you? Oh no, you're hurt. Is it serious? It's nothing, just a minor injury to my arm. It will heal in a few days. Li Xiaolu was unaware of Li Dazhu's injury. Inadvertently touching the wound caused him to wince in pain. Uncle Wang, Sister Miao. Sister Xiaoya, you have finally returned. We were all so worried about you. Bao and Xiao Nan quickly rushed out, embracing Wang Bin and the others, filled with laughter. Li Qingping, having difficulty moving, remained in the vehicle but waved to them through the window as a greeting. This is not the place for conversation. Let us head upstairs. Wang Bin called everyone to enter the small building, and they soon arrived on the 3rd floor. Wang Bin, this must be Li Xiaolu's brother, Li Dazhu, correct? Once everyone was inside the building, Li Chengping smiled at Li Dazhu. Yes, Uncle Li, this is indeed Li Dazhu. Dazhu, this is the esteemed Officer Li Qingping, who happens to be Officer Miao's mentor. Wang Bin quickly made the introductions. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard remarkable tales of your deeds from Officer Miao. You are indeed an exceptional police officer. As a soldier, Li Dazhu held a profound admiration for the police, having previously heard tales from Officer Miao regarding the past of Li Qingping. His eagerness to meet the venerable officer was palpable, and upon their encounter, he fervently clasped Li Chengping's hands. Yet, he remarked that those were merely bygone days. Now, he was but a cripple, only able to show them his home. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? Your leg will surely heal. Officer Miao retorted, visibly displeased. Haha, let us not dwell on that, or else Xiaoyan will become upset again. Ah, how did you sustain your injury? It's nothing serious, just a bullet grazed my arm. Ah, this is a grave matter that cannot be taken lightly. We must extract the bullet promptly. Do not worry, Master, we shall return to retrieve the bullet from Dazhu. Quickly now, prepare for Dazhu's surgery. In a flurry of activity, they finally gathered the necessary tools for the operation. However, as Wang Bin had not anticipated performing surgery, he had not brought a professional scalpel. and thus had to resort to using a dagger instead. There is no anesthetic. Just bite down on this cloth and endure. Officer Miao instructed, wielding the sterilized dagger toward Li Dazhu. With determination, Li Dazhu bit into the cloth and nodded resolutely at Officer Miao, while Li Xiaolu and the others stood anxiously by, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Officer Miao's incision was decisive. He plunged the dagger into the wound to extract the bullet. Since the dagger was not designed for such a purpose, it took several attempts before he successfully retrieved the projectile. Each time Officer Miao probed for the bullet, Li Dazhu was drenched in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Witnessing Li Dazhu's fortitude, everyone was filled with admiration. Wang Bin mused that had it been him in Li Dazhu's position, he would likely have cried out in pain and needed to be restrained. Such bravery was truly commendable. This was the essence of a real man. Chapter 51. Infiltrating the building. Still 5 updates today. Once Officer Miao had tended to Li Dazhu's wound, Li Chongping eagerly inquired about the events that transpired. Wang Bin took a sip of water and recounted the entire story. As the others listened to the account of their confrontation with Captain Li and his team, their eyes widened in disbelief at the revelation that the 4 of them had managed to eliminate so many adversaries. However, when they learned of the blockade at the surface by the zombies, with more closing in from behind, a palpable tension enveloped the group, rendering them speechless as they absorbed Wang Bin's narrative. Had they not witnessed Wang Bin standing before them, they would scarcely have believed they had survived such an ordeal. Wang Bin reflected on how he had previously underestimated the zombies, having taken advantage of the terrain to dispatch numerous foes. He realized that when a horde gathered, it was not something a mere handful of individuals could withstand. Abayo, Xiaonan, I have a task for you. After detailing their experience, Wang Bin said with a smile to the 2. All right, we promise to accomplish the task. Abayo and Xiaonan exclaimed, springing to their feet with excitement, resembling 2 spirited little warriors. Please fetch some water to clean our car, Wang Bin said with a smile. Oh, cleaning the car. Upon hearing this, Abao and Xiaonan immediately deflated like punctured balloons, their spirits visibly dampened. We have an operation tonight that requires the vehicle. If the windows are not cleaned properly, we won't see a thing. Rest assured, we shall clean the car right away, Li Xiaolu exclaimed, promptly rising to assist. You're still not fully recovered. You should refrain from going, Wang Bin remarked, surprised by Li Xiaolu's eagerness. However, considering her health, he felt compelled to dissuade her. I am well now, Uncle Wang. Please allow me to join. Li Xiaolu feigned a pitiful expression, grasping Wang Bin's hand and shaking it gently. Let her go, Wang. Otherwise, she may feel remorse. Li Dazhu interjected, understanding his sister's sentiments. They had recently sought refuge with Wang Bin and were receiving such generous treatment. The siblings, grateful and loyal, wished to contribute in any way they could. Very well, but be cautious. If any zombies approach, return immediately. Wang Bin, grasping the siblings' intentions, ceased to oppose them, merely cautioning them to prioritize their safety. Fear not, we are armed. Should zombies come near, we shall dispatch them. Abao and Xiaonan proudly brandished their firearms, their endearing antics eliciting hearty laughter from the group. As Wang Bin observed the trio heading out to wash the car, a tinge of gloom settled within him. While he could accept being called uncle by Abao and Xiaonan, it was less palatable when Li Xiaolu joined in. At merely 21, with Li Xiaolu being 15, he found it hard to reconcile being addressed as an uncle. Was he truly so aged? Contemplating this, Wang Bin quietly stepped into the restroom to glance in the mirror. He appeared unchanged in age, though his demeanor had certainly evolved. Subsequently, the group began discussing their strategy for infiltrating the base that evening. Initially, Wang Bin had not intended to include Li Dazhu in the plan, but Li Dazhu insisted, presenting his rationale. During their operation, they would require someone to create a diversion outside the base, thereby drawing out the guards inside. Furthermore, should conflict arise, he could provide fire support. After careful consideration, Wang Bin acquiesced. Their mission indeed required assistance. To ensure the operation's success that night, he advised everyone to return and rest, conserving their energy for the impending task. At 9 o'clock that evening, the 4 of them, fully prepared, set out towards Jin Ye's stronghold. To avoid detection, they halted the vehicle as they neared the territory. Proceeding cautiously to the base's exterior, Dazhu, take these grenades, and this rifle equipped with a night vision scope as well. After we depart, create some chaos at this entrance an hour later, then rendezvous with us at this location, Wang Bin instructed, handing over his mobile phone. You can keep track of the time. In order to synchronize with Li Daju, Officer Miao handed his phone to him. Li Daju, not one to be coy, accepted the phone readily. All right, let's synchronize. It is currently 9:50. You will commence creating chaos at 10:50. Understood? Execute. Once the time was set, Wang Bin led Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao to the location where they had previously scaled the wall. Employing the same method, the trio swiftly infiltrated the compound. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of passers-by. The underground parking garage was expansive, featuring 4 entrances, all unattended. However, the entrance to the building where Master Jean resided was guarded by 2 sentinels. As the power was out, the elevators were non-operational, leaving them unmonitored. Not far from the main entrance, the elevator doors were closed, and attempting to pry them open would undoubtedly result in a commotion. Thus, Wang Bin resolved to eliminate the 2 guards first. This task was best left to the professionals, Officer Miao and Guan Xiaoya, while he remained vigilant with a pneumatic gun, prepared to act preemptively should they be discovered. Although the pneumatic gun lacked the firepower of a rifle, its minimal noise made it invaluable, and he had held on to it in the system space until this moment. After dividing their tasks, Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao stealthily approached the 2 guards from behind, exchanging a silent glance before advancing. With swift precision, one guard's throat was slit while the other's neck was snapped, effortlessly dispatching the 2 sentinels. To prevent their discovery, Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao dragged the guards to a concealed corner and confiscated their firearms for Wang Bin to stow away. Let us go. The 3 proceeded to the elevator entrance, producing a crowbar they had prepared in advance, and with some effort, forced the door open. They slipped inside and slightly closed the door behind them. Officer Miao, being the most adept at climbing, had brought along ropes and makeshift gloves for each of them, ensuring safety and hand protection. Once everything was in place under Officer Miao's guidance, the trio began their ascent. Among them, Officer Miao was the swiftest. Yet the 39-story building posed a significant challenge in terms of time and stamina. Therefore, she climbed at a measured pace, pausing periodically to secure her position with the rope while waiting for Wang Bin and Guan Xiaoya, taking the opportunity to hydrate and regain some energy. The 3 of them continued their climb, alternating between ascending and resting. Perhaps Wang Bin had gauged their capabilities accurately. By 10:45, they had only reached the 32nd floor. Peering down into the dark abyss of the elevator shaft sent a shiver down his spine, as a fall would surely result in a catastrophic demise. Time was running short. Daju would soon take action. Wang Bin glanced at his phone, resignedly murmuring, "It is perhaps for the best. By the time we ascend to the pinnacle, there will likely be few souls remaining above." Officer Miao smiled faintly. "Let us take a moment's respite. Once they vacate, we shall swiftly ascend." Indeed, at precisely 10:51, the entrance resonated with the ominous sound of 2 hand grenades detonating, instantly claiming the lives of several guards. Li Daju, having succeeded, did not linger but swiftly vanished into the shadows. Chapter 52, The Wrath of Wang Bin. Second update. Seeking collectibles, the thunderous explosions jolted Lord Jean from his slumber, leading him to abruptly push aside the woman beside him. He retrieved a handgun from the drawer and rushed to the door. "What is happening?" "Jean, we are uncertain." "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, investigate." "Yes, Jean." The explosions had roused many from their dreams, and soon numerous individuals surged from the building, armed and hastening towards the entrance. Before long, someone hastened to the 39th floor, drenched and utterly exhausted. As for how Lord Jean traversed the floors, it was quite simple. He had commissioned a palanquin, with individuals designated to carry him up and down. Jean, we are under attack at the main entrance." "What? Who possesses such audacity? Do we know who is responsible?" "Unknown. The assailant threw 2 grenades, killing 5 of our brothers before fleeing. Immediately instruct Captain Zhang to secure the entrance. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. Indeed, Captain Zhang has already taken his men there. Additionally, send orders to ensure that those below safeguard the building. We must not permit even a fly to enter." "Understood." Knowing that the assailant had only tossed 2 grenades, Lord Jean felt a measure of relief. His greatest fear was an onslaught of zombies or rival factions encroaching upon his territory. Over the years, he had invested considerable effort to lure the undead to the northern part of the city for their safety. Grenades? This thought swiftly led Jean to recall Captain Li, who had led a team out today and had since fallen silent. Wang Bin and his group had indeed thrown numerous grenades, the sounds of which had reached Jin's ears. He had subsequently dispatched personnel to investigate, but their return brought unsettling news. The northern streets were teeming with zombies, rendering entry impossible. At this point, Jean surmised that Captain Li and his men were likely in dire straits. The direction Li had taken was marked by explosions, presumably also from grenades. And now his own stronghold was under grenade assault. Could there be other individuals or factions in the north? No, that is utterly inconceivable. The sheer number of zombies there would ensure no one could survive. Clad in his nightwear, Jean paced within his quarters, muttering incessantly. "Jean, what is amiss?" Two unclad maidens emerged from the bedroom, giggling as they approached Jean, each taking hold of one of his arms, their bosoms brushing against him. "Begone. Do not disturb me." Only the two of them were attentive yet received no reward. Instead, they faced reprimand from Master Jean. At this moment, Master Jean was contemplating critical matters, pondering his interest in their affections. After being scolded, the two hurried back to the bedroom. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Tomorrow, Captain Li should lead a team to conduct inquiries. As he spoke, Master Jean approached the window, cautiously observing the entrance. Before long, Wang Bin and his companions heard numerous footsteps rushing below, and after a while, Wang Bin signaled for the three to begin their ascent. They spent over 10 minutes scaling to the 39th floor. "No need to rush. Let us rest for a moment before proceeding." Wang Bin arrived at the elevator doors, peering through the crack to the outside, where darkness engulfed the view, leaving him to listen intently. After a brief spell of silence, Wang Bin gestured for Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao to pry the door open, while he remained vigilant for any sounds outside. With a creak, the elevator door began to yield. Just then, Wang Bin heard footsteps approaching. The door had only been partially opened. If discovered by the guards, the consequences would be dire. Their only escape would be a rapid descent to the ground floor, where a few gunshots could easily claim their lives. "Let me try?" In a moment of urgency, Guan Xiaoya moved forward, attempting to squeeze through. Being the smallest among the trio, only she could fit through such a narrow opening. Wang Bin stood by to assist her, while Officer Miao readied his weapon, aiming at the outside. The footsteps grew nearer, yet Guan Xiaoya had not yet made her escape. "Push me," she urged, anxious for Wang Bin to give her a nudge. Reluctantly, Wang Bin complied, pushing her halfway through the gap. Once her body was past the threshold, the rest would be straightforward. Just as the guards approached the corridor, Guan Xiaoya finally wriggled through. Upon emerging, she swiftly rolled towards the guard, her dagger slicing through the air. The guard clutched his throat in terror, unable to utter a sound. With the immediate threat neutralized, Wang Bin and Officer Miao exhaled in relief and resumed prying open the elevator door. Perhaps due to rust, the door required considerable effort to unfasten. Once Wang Bin and Officer Miao exited, they proceeded cautiously to survey their surroundings. This level belonged to Master Jean, apart from him and his two wives. There were only 4 guards, and with one dispatched, 3 remained. Soon, they discovered 2 guards stationed at one door, with another patrolling nearby. A glance at their positions revealed the location of Master Jean's residence. Officer Miao silently dealt with the patrolling guard, as the trio stealthily approached the corner. Observing the area ahead, due to the length of the corridor and the guards facing their direction, the moment they stepped out, they would be immediately detected. It would be simple to eliminate the 2 men, but avoiding alerting the guards below proved to be quite a challenge. "What should we do?" Guan Xiaoya asked anxiously. "I have a plan," Wang Bin exclaimed after a moment of contemplation. He approached the body of the slain man, crouched down, and removed the clothing, donning it himself. Assessing that the fit was adequate. "Brother Wang, are you going alone?" Guan Xiaoya inquired with concern. "Let me handle it, as long as I get close. I am confident I can silently take care of both," Officer Miao interjected, eager to take his place. "Rest assured, I will handle these 2. Just be prepared to support me at any moment." Wang Bin replied with a calm smile, brushing aside Officer Miao's hand, adjusting his demeanor before striding towards the 2 guards. Seeing Wang Bin had already stepped out, Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao readied their weapons, aiming at the guards, poised to assist. Wang Bin felt an intense nervousness, yet he understood that he must not show any sign of hesitation. He approached the 2 men with steady strides. Perhaps Wang Bin's demeanor appeared sufficiently normal, for the guards did not react upon seeing him. As he neared an oil lamp in the corridor, one of the guards sensed something unusual about Wang Bin. "Hey, who are you? Do you know this is Lord Jin's residence? Ordinary people are not allowed up here. I need to report to Lord Jin," Wang Bin replied. maintaining his forward momentum. Halt. Isn't there a designated person for reporting? Who are you, really? Hearing the guard's inquiry, Guan Xiaoya, hidden around the corner, had already placed her finger on the trigger, ready to shoot the two men. Aware that his identity was being questioned, Wang Bin wasted no time. He swiftly executed a light-footed maneuver, quickly closing the distance to the guards, and with a powerful strike, he struck both of their heads with a resounding thud. With a muffled groan, the two guards collapsed to the ground. Having neutralized the threat, Wang Bin turned to Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, waving his hand, which allowed them to exhale in relief, having almost been forced to fire. Chapter 53. Ostentatious Furniture, Seeking Support. What is happening? Lord Jean inquired from within, having heard voices outside. Lord Jean, there is an urgent situation below. I need to report. Wang Bin hurriedly feigned breathlessness. Come in. Although Wang Bin's voice was unfamiliar, the mention of an emergency prompted Lord Jean to grant immediate entry without further thought. Creaking open, Wang Bin pushed the door, and as he entered, Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, armed with rifles, stepped in decisively from either side. In this scene, Guan Xiaoya aims her firearm at Mr. Jean, while Officer Miao surveys the room, ensuring there are no hidden dangers before redirecting his weapon at Mr. Jean. Upon the entrance of the three individuals, Mr. Jean is momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Ah, I remember now. Weren't you supposed to be in the northern part of the city today? How is it that you find yourselves here? He demands, stay still. Move and I will shoot. As he speaks, he strides toward the coffee table, where his recently placed handgun rests, but is halted by Guan Xiaoya's sharp command. Who are you? Mr. Jean inquires, his expression betraying his anxiety. Our identity is of no concern to you. I merely wish to pose a few questions, Wang Bin replies with a calm smile. Proceed, and I shall answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Jean responds eagerly. I have heard that you crafted a grand dragon bed, along with a dragon chair and a dragon table. Is that true? Ah, yes. Excellent. Now, where are these items located? Mr. Jean, feeling the sting of potential loss, quickly divulges, the dragon bed is in the bedroom, while the dragon table and chair are in the study. His apprehension lessens as he considers that these cumbersome treasures would be difficult for the three to transport. Additionally, what of the set of golden bowls and chopsticks? Guan Xiaoya interjects. Those are in the kitchen. Despite his reluctance to share, Mr. Jean reasons that the bowls and chopsticks, costing little in gold, can easily be replaced once these intruders are dispatched. Lead us to see them. Wang Bin commands. Ah, certainly, please follow me. Mr. Jean gestures towards the kitchen, indicating the cabinet. Guan Xiaoya approaches and opens the cabinet, revealing plates, forks, and chopsticks all fashioned from gold, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wang Bin steps forward, inspecting one of the gold bowls, only to find the craftsmanship lacking. They are merely smooth bowls devoid of intricate designs or embellishments, causing his interest to wane. Had the set been more elegantly made, he might have considered selling it, but its unattractive appearance likely renders it unsellable beyond its value as gold. With a swift motion, he stores the set into the system space. Mr. Jean, witnessing the sudden disappearance of his gold bowls and chopsticks, rubs his eyes in disbelief, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Now, let us inspect your dragon chair, he exclaims. Ah, yes, this way please. Mr. Jean leads them to a grand door, pushing it open to reveal an opulent study adorned with numerous antiques. At the center stands a large golden dragon table, behind which looms an extravagant dragon chair, both embellished with 9 course dragons. Wang Bin, taken aback by the sheer extravagance, cannot help but marvel at the opulence, though the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. The dragon table is estimated to weigh at least 20,000 pounds, while the dragon chair is even more astonishing, weighing around 30,000 pounds. Goodness! How on earth did you manage to lift these items? Wang Bin, intrigued by their weight, pondered the method of their ascent. The challenge is no less formidable than the construction of the pyramids, particularly considering it was accomplished without the aid of electricity, and on the 39th floor no less. The difficulty of transporting such massive and heavy objects is indeed unimaginable. In truth, it was not particularly challenging. I had them first move the gold bricks up, then summon craftsmen to create them on this level, hence it did not require much effort. Ah, I see, Master Jean, you truly know how to indulge, Wang Bin exclaimed, sitting down on the dragon chair to experience its grandeur, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yu, Officer Miao, would you care to join me in this experience? I'll pass. Officer Meow expressed her disinterest, waving her hand dismissively. I will. Xiao Yu, with her lively nature, laughed as she approached and took a seat on the dragon chair, only to remark, what is this? It's not particularly special, and it's rather hard. Sitting on it is uncomfortable. Since you are also uninterested, I shall put it away. Go ahead, put it away, Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. And in an instant, the dragon chair and dragon table vanished into the system space. What have you done to my dragon chair and dragon table? Where have they gone? Master Jean panicked upon witnessing their disappearance. While he could dismiss the loss of the golden bowl and chopsticks, the dragon table and chair were entirely different. They represented several tens of thousands of pounds of gold. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Master Jean was utterly obsessed with gold, having painstakingly scavenged it from all corners of the city. Now, its sudden disappearance felt like a dagger to his heart, causing immense pain. Return my dragon table. Return my dragon chair. I can offer food in exchange. Master Jean, in a frenzy, rushed to Wang Bin, gripping his arm tightly while weeping and shaking him, resembling a petulant woman throwing a tantrum. The thought that this man might have secretly committed murder for food filled Wang Bin with disdain, prompting him to deliver a swift kick, knocking Master Jean down. However, Wang Bin underestimated this man's obsession with gold, as he immediately crawled back and clung to Wang Bin's leg, sobbing profusely. Let go. If you don't release me, I shall kill you. Wang Bin, infuriated by Master Jin's antics, hastily threatened him. I won't let go unless you return my dragon table and dragon chair. Master Jean stubbornly clung to Wang Bin's leg. Witnessing Master Jin's antics, Xiao Yu and Officer Meow could hardly contain their laughter. Master Jean, what has transpired? A young lady from the adjacent room, hearing Master Jin's cries, approached to inquire. However, upon entering the study and seeing Wang Bin and the others, she let out a startled scream. Quick as lightning, Officer Meow struck her with a precise chop, rendering her unconscious. Wang Bin observed the young lady, who was covering herself, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Guan Xiaoya's petite visage also turned slightly red. She dared not meet Wang Bin's gaze any longer. Officer Meow, upon discovering another presence, promptly proceeded to investigate the other rooms, with Guan Xiaoya hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Jin Yi displayed no concern for the young woman's plight, continuing to cling to Wang Bin's leg, weeping inconsolably. Suddenly, Jin Yi's hand reached for a nearby shelf, seizing a vase and launching it toward Wang Bin's head. Wang Bin summoned his inner strength and struck out with the palm, shattering the vase into countless fragments. Please, don't kill me. We can offer you anything. Jin Yi, realizing his scheme had failed, was momentarily taken aback and then fell to his knees, pleading vociferously before Wang Bin. This time, Wang Bin refrained from further dialogue, channeling his energy to execute the mighty Vajra palm, aiming a decisive blow at Jin Yi's head. Jin Yi had uncovered his secret, and Wang Bin knew he could not allow him to live, for the sake of avenging those he had slain. Chapter 54. Discovery. For updates requested, Officer Meow entered the bedroom, where he found another woman unclothed. He had little to say regarding these two women. In such a world, the fates of some individuals were often at the mercy of others. Wrap yourself in this and follow me to the study, Officer Meow instructed, tossing a blanket over the woman. Startled by his presence, she complied without resistance, draping the blanket around herself as she exited. Before leaving, Officer Meow surveyed the room, noting an extravagant dragon bed, which elicited a bemused shake of his head. Internally, he mused that this individual was truly mad in his aspirations to be a local tyrant. Guan Xiaoya searched other rooms, but found no one. Upon returning to the study, she discovered yet another woman covering herself. Casting a disdainful glance at the woman, she approached Wang Bin. Brother Wang, why did you kill her? It was inevitable, he replied. Oh, Guan Xiaoya exclaimed, seemingly contemplating her next move. Without hesitation, she drew a knife and swiftly slashed at the woman's neck. The woman, terrified, clutched her throat, unable to utter a sound, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiaoya, why did you kill her too? Officer Meow inquired, a hint of anger creeping into his tone upon witnessing Guan Xiaoya's act against an innocent. Did Brother Wang not say it? Whether sooner or later, she had to die? Besides, they have seen our faces. If they were to speak, it could bring us trouble. Guan Xiaoya retorted, unceremoniously crouching down to deliver another blow to the woman previously incapacitated by Officer Meow. Reflecting on her reasoning, Officer Meow chose not to intervene. Wang Bin, There's a sizable dragon bed in the adjacent bedroom. Really? Let us go take a look. Wang Bin replied. His interest piqued as he strode purposefully toward the door. Upon entering the bedroom, one is greeted by a grand dragon bed, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. What a fortune in gold it must have taken to craft such a magnificent piece. The sight of this extravagant bed elicited a gasp of astonishment from Wang Bin. Just as he contemplated reclining upon it, the thought of Lord Jean and the 2 naked women engaging in their intimate activities upon it extinguished his interest. After observing the bed for a moment longer, he chose to store it within the confines of the system space. Guan Xiaoya approached the dressing table and opened the cabinet within, revealing several sets of exquisite jewelry. Brother Wang, there are some splendid pieces of jewelry here, she exclaimed. Oh, Wang Bin responded, moving closer to accept the jewelry she offered, scrutinizing it with keen interest. The pieces varied in value. Yet even the least expensive would fetch over 100,000 in the real world, while the most valuable could be worth around 10 million. Officer Miao, would you like a set of jewelry? Wang Bin inquired playfully, extending the jewelry towards her. Guan Xiaoya, uninterested in the adornments, was unsure of Officer Miao's sentiments regarding them. Thus she deemed it prudent to ask. Not interested. You might as well exchange them for food, came the reply. Okay. Wang Bin, unreserved, promptly stored the jewelry into the system space. The trio continued to search the bedroom, and Guan Xiaoya unearthed a dazzling outfit worn by Lord Jean the previous day. Regrettably, upon inquiring with the system, Wang Bin discovered it would not accept the garment, prompting him to lose interest. After a thorough search, they found no further valuables and decided to exit. Brother Wang, there are numerous antiques in the living room and study. Do you not wish to take them? Guan Xiaoya inquired. No, these items cannot be exchanged for food, Wang Bin replied. While he yearned for the antiques, their historical ambiguity in the real world made them impractical. Items such as paintings and calligraphy had never appeared in real history, and presenting them could lead to considerable trouble. Thus he dismissed the thought of taking them. There's nothing of value left here. Let us depart, Wang Bin declared, having determined that there were no gold or jewelry to exchange for currency in the real world. Adai Xiaolu, what is amiss? There are assassins. Someone help. Just as Wang Bin and the others prepared to leave, a guard who had come to report a situation rushed over, alarmed to find 2 bodies on the ground. He quickly approached to check, only to discover they were both lifeless, prompting a scream of terror. Trouble, Wang Bin exclaimed upon hearing the guard's cry, and he immediately led Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao towards the doorway. Hearing the footsteps, the guard drew his handgun and fired inward. Wang Bin and his companions, seeing the weapon raised against them, swiftly took cover behind a nearby sofa. Help! Assassins! The guard shouted frantically while continuing to fire, causing the 3 to feel increasingly frantic as they struggled to raise their heads amidst the barrage of gunfire. At this moment, the situation was exceedingly perilous. If they could not swiftly neutralize their adversary and escape from the dwelling, the guard stationed on the 38th floor would soon arrive to blockade their exit. Observing that escape was futile, Wang Bin promptly produced a grenade and hurled it towards the foe. Upon seeing the grenade, the individual let out a terrified scream and retreated. But alas, he had scarcely covered a few meters when the grenade detonated. Countless shrapnel fragments scattered, embedding in his back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Once the explosion subsided, Wang Bin dashed from behind the sofa, spotting the man sprawled on the floor. Fearing he might not be entirely incapacitated, he fired 2 additional shots. As the trio hastened towards the elevator, they could already hear the cacophony of footsteps approaching from below. Being on the 39th floor, sliding down the elevator's steel cable would be swift, yet they dared not descend too rapidly, for a momentary lapse in control could prove fatal. Moreover, being at such a height necessitated time. If they were discovered during this interval, their fate would be sealed, thus rendering immediate descent unfeasible. Xiaoya, Officer Miao, you 2 retreat first. I will provide cover. No, we shall leave together. Indeed, if you do not depart, I shall not either. Wang Bin initially intended for the 2 to descend ahead, yet their stubbornness rendered his pleas futile. They armed themselves and positioned themselves to secure the staircase. Recognizing the impasse, Wang Bin joined them in guarding the stairwell, resulting in a sudden eruption of gunfire at the staircase entrance. Outside, Li Dazhu, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively squeezed the trigger, eliminating a guard at the entrance. Captain Zhang, when exiting, had led over 100 personnel, with more than 50 stationed at the entrance under his direct supervision. He had presumed the enemy would not dare to show themselves, yet to his astonishment, they boldly returned fire. The fire from Li Daju's rifle illuminated his position, prompting Captain Zhang to direct his men to relentlessly shoot towards Li Daju's location. Prepared for a tactical retreat, Li Daju, upon witnessing the return fire, quickly withdrew, cradling his rifle as he shifted positions. His weapon was none other than Wang Bin's rifle equipped with a night vision scope, allowing him to discern the enemy's figures with clarity. Many exposed their upper bodies or heads, making them remarkably easy targets. Gunfire erupted, adversaries fell. Subsequently, a barrage of bullets rained upon his previous position, but by the time they reacted, he had already relocated. His mission was to draw their fire, preventing these individuals from returning to provide support. As long as he could keep them occupied, the pressure on Wang Bin and his companions would significantly diminish. Thus, Li Daju continued to fire incessantly, perpetually shifting his position. In a brief span, 7 or 8 individuals had fallen at the entrance. Captain Zhang, realizing the gravity of the situation, recognized that the enemy possessed some means to see them in the dark, and hastily instructed everyone to take cover. Chapter 55. Breaking through the siege. As the battle commenced, Wang Bin could hear the distant sound of gunfire emanating from the entrance, indicating that Li Daju's side had also engaged in combat. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he knew there was no time to waste. He retrieved grenades from the system space and hurled them downwards with abandon. Bang! Bang! The explosions echoed continuously in the stairwell, causing the guards below to recoil in fear, retreating into the 38th floor to hide. Observing the chaos he had unleashed, Wang Bin understood that the moment had arrived. While they are cowering, let us make our move. Wait, Wang Bin, hand me a grenade. Without inquiring about her intentions, Wang Bin promptly handed over both grenades to Officer Miao. She deftly tied a string to the pins of the grenades, securing the other end to the handle of a nearby door. Should the enemy attempt to push the door open, the pin would be pulled, resulting in an explosion. Isn't this akin to the ghost grenades we see in films? I never expected you to know how to do this, Wang Bin remarked, as memories of cinematic shootouts flooded his mind. Ah, you possess quite a bit of knowledge yourself. Let us proceed. With the ghost grenades set, Officer Miao advanced toward the elevator entrance. Before departing, Wang Bin tossed down 2 more grenades, which caused the enemy to flinch and retreat further in fear of the blasts. Seizing the opportunity, the trio wasted no time, slipping into the elevator shaft and descending along the steel cables. To maintain control over their speed, they consciously moderated their descent, and soon they arrived at the underground parking lot. Exiting the elevator, they glanced outside and, seeing no one around, hurriedly dashed out. Once outside the building, the sound of gunfire still echoed from the entrance, though the shots were now spaced about half a minute apart. Hold on. Guan Yue and Officer Miao began to run toward the surrounding wall, but Wang Bin called out to them. What is it? Upon hearing Wang Bin's voice, they quickly returned. We must retrieve Old Zhao. Old Zhao? Which Old Zhao? Have you forgotten? I promised Diju that if the opportunity arose, I would bring Old Zhao along. Very well. Let us hurry. The scattered individuals within the base, upon hearing the gunfire, took refuge in their quarters, peering through the windows to assess the situation outside. For them, this conflict bore no personal stakes. Even if Master Jean were to be defeated by rival factions, their only recourse would be to labor for another, as they had no firearms, and stepping outside would be tantamount to courting death. Having visited Old Zhao's residence previously, Wang Bin and his companions quickly located it. Old Zhao, please open the door. Who are you? Old Zhao, alarmed, gripped a wooden stick upon hearing Wang Bin's shout. It's me, Wang Bin. Daju sent us to bring you to safety. Wang Bin, Daju, aren't you all supposed to be dead? We are not dead. We are alive and well. Hurry and open the door, or it will be too late. Upon closer inspection, Old Zhao recognized the voice as that of the young man who had accompanied Daju the day before. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a flicker of unease remained as he grasped a wooden stick to pry open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Wang Bin and the 2 women from the previous day, but Daju was conspicuously absent. Where is Daju? He is outside, drawing the guard's attention. We must leave quickly. Oh, thank you. Tears welled in Old Zhao's eyes upon hearing this. He had misjudged Wang Bin and his companions, believing they had engaged the guards for his sake. The 4 of them exited the building and swiftly approached the boundary wall. Wang Bin, demonstrating his agility, effortlessly scaled the wall. Given old Zhao's advanced age, Wang Bin urged him to ascend first. Just as Wang Bin grasped old Zhao's hand, preparing to pull him up, a small leader from the other side noticed the lack of activity in their defensive direction. Observing the intense commotion at the main gate, he brought a portion of his men to provide support, inadvertently spotting Wang Bin and the others. The intruders reacted swiftly. Upon seeing figures atop the wall, they opened fire. At that moment, old Zhao was halfway up, with no place to take cover. He was struck multiple times and fell heavily to the ground. Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao quickly dispersed, seeking cover to return fire, while Wang Bin remained atop the wall, firing relentlessly. Hearing gunfire from the wall, Li Dazhu realized that Wang Bin and the others had encountered trouble during their escape. Ignoring the guards at the gate, he sprinted toward the wall, rifle in hand. What happened to old Zhao? He has been hit several times. He is unlikely to survive. You all need to find a way to climb up. No. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. We would be shot to pieces. We must resolve this quickly. Otherwise, when their reinforcements arrive, we will have no chance to escape. Fortunately, the distance from the gate to the wall was not too great, and within minutes, Li Dazhu reached the base of the wall. Wang Bin, I'm here to support you. Excellent. Climb up quickly. I will pull you up. Upon hearing that Dazhu had arrived, Wang Bin felt a surge of joy and turned to assist him. Dazhu took a few steps back and sprinted toward the wall. As he neared, he leaped high, one hand grasped firmly by Wang Bin. With a mighty pull, Li Dazhu was hoisted up. Wang Bin's grip was on Dazhu's injured hand, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain, yet he stifled any cries. When he was finally pulled up, his wound reopened, blood flowing profusely, but he remained silent. After reaching the top of the wall, Dazhu attempted to fire a shot, only to find that the injury to his left hand severely hampered his ability. He handed his rifle, equipped with a night vision scope, to Wang Bin. Here, you take this gun. Wang Bin accepted the rifle without hesitation, activating the night vision scope to target the several figures hiding in the distance, firing with precision. With night vision scopes, Wang Bin could be described as a marksman of unparalleled precision, able to eliminate an adversary with a single shot. After dispatching 5 or 6 foes, the remaining assailants dared not show their faces. Reinforcements were approaching from the direction of the main entrance. Hurry up and come. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Through the night vision scope, Wang Bin spotted a dozen individuals advancing towards the entrance and quickly urged Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao to ascend. Come quickly, I'll pull you up. Li Dazhu also chimed in with urgency. Both Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao understood that if they did not depart immediately, they would be trapped, and without hesitation, they dashed from their cover. The remaining assailants noticed Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao attempting to flee and revealed themselves to open fire. Wang Bin kept his weapon trained on their position. The moment he saw someone daring to expose themselves, he relentlessly squeezed the trigger. After several shots, he felled 3 more adversaries, causing the rest to retreat in fear. Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao reached the base of the wall, and with a light leap, Li Dazhu grasped their hands, pulling them up one by one. During this process, fresh blood surged from Li Dazhu's wound, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Dazhu, why is your hand so damp? Guan Xiaoye inquired, accidentally brushing against Li Dazhu's left arm, which was soaked. She was perplexed. Hurry, we can talk later. Wang Bin, noticing that the group lingered atop the wall, grew increasingly frustrated and insisted they jump down. Chapter 56. How wonderful it is to have a home. Another day of the early morning. Upon hearing Wang Bin's reprimand, the 3 dared not linger and promptly leapt down. The 4 had scarcely run far when they noticed a horde of zombies approaching, clearly drawn by the sound of gunfire. Get in the car. Wang Bin swiftly summoned the vehicle, and the trio hastily climbed aboard, not daring to delay. I'm sorry, we couldn't save Grandpa Zhao, Wang Bin said solemnly after they had driven a short distance. It's all right. You did your best, Li Dazhu replied, though a tinge of sadness lingered. He did not dwell on it. Such occurrences were all too common in the apocalypse, and they had done all they could. Guan Xiaoye and Officer Miao remained silent, both gazing vacantly out the window, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere within the vehicle. Before long, Wang Bin returned to their hideout. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a Bao, Xiao Nan, and Li Xiaolu rushed out from the house. Upon disembarking, they were immediately surrounded by inquiries from a Bao and the others. All right. This time we have gathered a bountiful haul. We'll show you once we get upstairs. Oh, Upon hearing this, Bao and his companions excitedly followed Wang Bin back upstairs. Back already? Li Chengping asked with a smile from his seat in the living room. Yes, Wang Bin nodded with a grin. Wang Bin, you must be exhausted. Please, sit and rest for a while. I've already boiled water and will prepare tea for you. Thank you. Wang Bin relished the concern of those around him, for in this apocalyptic world, the warmth of familial affection had long since eluded them. Each day, people struggled desperately to survive, consumed by the relentless pursuit of merely existing. Over time, this relentless fight rendered them numb, extinguishing their interest in the world that surrounded them. Such a phenomenon was profoundly abnormal, yet they felt powerless to resist it. Wang Bin's aspiration was to forge a genuine family, a place where, upon returning home each day, someone would greet him with the simple yet invaluable words, "You have returned." This phrase, though uncomplicated, was a treasure many dared not even hope to receive. Before Wang Bin could recount their recent encounters, the others noticed Li Daju's injuries. "Daju, what has happened to your left hand? Why is there so much blood?" "Ah, brother, have you been hurt again?" No need to worry. It's merely an old wound that has reopened." "How careless. Hurry and remove your shirt. Let me redress that for you." "All right, thank you." Li Daju did not refuse, expressing his gratitude as he bared his arm, leaving everyone astonished. His left hand was drenched in blood, and the stitches meticulously placed by Officer Miao had come undone, revealing a significant gash. "This is outrageous." Officer Miao grumbled, furrowing his brow in discontent. Li Daju merely smiled foolishly, offering no explanation. A true man never seeks excuses nor boasts of his contributions. He embodies the spirit of silent dedication. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Officer Miao tended to Li Daju's wound once more. "Wang Bin, perhaps you could share the fruits of your labor with us now?" Wang Bin nodded and retrieved golden bowls and chopsticks from the system space. "Wow, these are crafted entirely from pure gold." "Ha ha ha, Uncle Wang. Can we use these golden bowls and chopsticks for our meals?" "No. Abeo, don't be foolish. These treasures are meant to be exchanged for food." "Officer Miao, please refrain from scolding them. I still have 2 days before I leave. So for these 2 days, you may enjoy your meals with these golden utensils." "Yay. Uncle Wang is the best." Upon hearing Wang Bin's acquiescence, Abeo and the others joyfully cheered, clutching the golden bowls and chopsticks, their excitement palpable. Witnessing their delight, everyone could not help but smile from the heart. Besides these, there were also a dragon table, dragon chairs, and a dragon bed. However, due to their size, he chose not to bring them out. Indeed, just by observing the craftsmanship of these golden bowls, one can infer that the quality of those larger items is likely subpar. Yes, they are quite crude. Wang Bin could not help but jest about the craftsmanship of the dragon table, chairs, and bed. "It is too late today. Let us hold a celebratory feast tomorrow. Yay, more delicious food. All right, everyone, hurry and sleep. Tomorrow we can be excited." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison and returned to their rooms to rest, yet Li Qingping remained behind to keep watch. The others, particularly Wang Bin and his companions, were utterly fatigued. One person was sufficient for the night watch. After all, he had plenty of cigarettes in his pocket, so indulging in a few more would not be a concern. Upon entering his bedroom, Wang Bin immediately accessed the system. "How much gold is required for the upgrade?" he inquired. 50,000 kilograms of gold," came the response. "And how much gold have I acquired this time?" "From the dragon table, you have gained 9,352 kilograms. From the dragon chair, 31,250 kilograms. From the dragon bed, 44,632 kilograms. And from the tableware, 3 kilograms, totaling 85,237 kilograms. Shall I proceed with the upgrade?" "Such a substantial amount?" "Yes, upgrade," the system announced. "Upgrading in progress. This upgrade will require 48 hours. Please be patient." Beyond the 50,000 kilograms needed for the system upgrade, Wang Bin had 35,237 kilograms remaining, which would be worth an astounding 12.6 billion in the real world. He pondered whether such a sudden influx of gold in the market would devalue it. However, he had no intention of doing so. Not only would no one be able to consume such a vast quantity of gold, but he also surmised that if he attempted to circulate it, inquiries would swiftly follow. For now, the store's gold reserves were ample enough to last for an extended period, and any remaining gold would be spent within the system. He preferred to wait until after the upgrade to see if any enticing rewards would be available before making further decisions. with 48 hours ahead for the upgrade. Wang Bin did not dwell on it further, closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. The exhaustion of the night necessitated proper rest. The following day, Wang Bin awakened naturally, realizing it was nearly lunchtime. Everyone, aware of their fatigue, had refrained from disturbing them. "Good morning, Daju," he greeted. As he emerged, he noticed Li Daju seated on the sofa, sipping tea, while the others busied themselves with various tasks. Peering out the window, he observed a Bao and his companions diligently washing the golden cups. "Do you fancy hot pot?" Wang Bin casually inquired, his back to Li Daju. "Hot pot? Are you referring to hot pot?" Li Daju exclaimed, his hand halting midair, the mere mention causing his mouth to water involuntarily. Hot pot was indeed a nostalgic delight, evoking salivation at the mere mention of its name. "I'll inform Lu Jie and the others. We shall indulge in hot pot for lunch." Noticing Li Daju's keen interest, Wang Bin chuckled and made his way to the kitchen, soon returning. "Ah, Lu Jie and the others are preparing the ingredients. It should be ready in about half an hour." With that, Wang Bin reclined on the sofa, retrieving 2 cans of beer from the system space and tossing one to Li Daju. Just as he was about to open his can, Officer Miao emerged from the room, unkempt and nonchalantly grabbing the beer from Wang Bin's hand, taking a hearty swig. Wang Bin smiled faintly and retrieved a can of beer from the system space. Chapter 57. Celebration feast. Soon after, a Bao and his companions downstairs caught the alluring scent of hot pot, and with an excited shout, they dropped the cloths in their hands and rushed upstairs. "Uncle Wang, are we having hot pot again today?" they inquired cheerfully upon reaching Wang Bin. "Well, do you want to eat?" he asked. "Yes," they exclaimed. "Then go wash your hands properly. We shall begin shortly." "Understood." Upon hearing this, a Bao and Shaonan excitedly saluted Wang Bin before dashing off to wash their hands. "These little rascals." Wang Bin chuckled as he observed their animated expressions. Before long, Sister Lu and the others had prepared the hot pot, with Guan Xiaoye assisting in bringing it to the living room, and everyone began to feast. The tender lamb melted in Li Daju's mouth, and tears streamed down his face. "Daju, is it spicy?" Wang Bin asked, noticing the tears flowing as soon as Li Daju took a bite, thinking he might not handle the heat. "Yes, it is a bit spicy." Li Daju hurriedly wiped his tears, pretending it was unbearably hot. Having not eaten hot pot for many years, he was indeed somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, the tears were not solely from the spice. That mouthful reminded him of the years spent fleeing with his sister. After so long, it was their first time enjoying such delicious hot pot, stirring a tinge of melancholy within him. "Oh, if you're not used to it, Sister Lu, perhaps next time you could add less chili," Wang Bin suggested to Sister Lu, who was nearby. No, a little spice is good. I do enjoy spicy food. It's just that after so many years without such fiery hot pot, I'm a bit unaccustomed." Li Daju quickly interjected, eager to clarify. He had once relished hot pot, always opting for the spiciest option whenever he dined with friends. And he didn't want Wang Bin to mistakenly think he couldn't handle the heat. "All right, if it truly proves too much, we can prepare a mild broth next time, or I could make a yin-yang pot, allowing those who can't handle spice to enjoy hot pot too." Wang Bin contemplated aloud. He noticed that it seemed to be a common experience for everyone present to feel this way upon their first taste of hot pot. Yet, when he suggested making a non-spicy version next time, each insisted they were unfazed, truly extraordinary individuals. In truth, Officer Miao and the others understood Li Daju's sentiments and the reasons behind his tears. They had traversed similar paths. They simply wished to spare one another's feelings and refrained from addressing it directly. "Come, let us toast to a brighter future." After a couple of bites, Wang Bin stood up, holding his beer. "Cheers, may our lives grow ever better." Upon hearing this, everyone raised their glasses, with a Bao and Shaonan partaking in beverages. This hot pot feast was filled with joy and satisfaction. As Sister Lu and the others took the dishes to the kitchen to wash, Wang Bin and Officer Miao began to discuss matters among themselves. "Tomorrow evening, I shall depart. This place is still too close to Lord Jin's territory. I believe it would be prudent for us to seek a different refuge. Upon my return, we shall resume our journey. What say you?" "Depart? Wang Bin, where do you intend to go?" Li Daju was unaware that Wang Bin could vanish so abruptly, and his heart tightened upon hearing this. He had grown fond of their current days. Without Wang Bin, they would likely revert to a life of uncertainty, where meals would be scarce. "Fear not. I shall procure some provisions and return swiftly. During my absence, I hope you can ensure the safety of everyone." Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, they shall not suffer the slightest harm. I believe in you. Let us rest for a while. We shall prepare to set forth eastward in an hour. An hour later, they gathered their belongings, and with Officer Meow at the wheel, they sped towards the east. Although Lord Jean had been vanquished, his influence remained, and it was likely that Captain Zhang would pursue this matter once he consolidated Lord Jin's power. Wang Bin was keen to ensure that nothing befell Officer Meow and the others during his absence. Moreover, the number of zombies in the northern part of the city was alarmingly high. Since the commotion yesterday, they had begun to spread outward. It would be quite troublesome should Officer Meow and the others be surrounded by zombies while waiting for him. Thus Wang Bin pondered deeply and resolved to relocate swiftly from this perilous place. That day, they did not rest in the house, but instead sought a flat area in the mountains to pitch their tents for the night. During this time, whenever he had a spare moment, Wang Bin practiced his lightness skill, one reed crossing the river, and Tai Chi. He had originally intended to elevate his lightness skill to the second level before returning to reality, but numerous distractions had interrupted his training, and he surmised that he would not reach the second level before his return, a small regret, indeed. The next day, they continued their journey, and Officer Meow discovered a quaint village. After a thorough examination of the surroundings revealed no villagers, but rather over 100 zombies. Wang Bin took it upon himself to eliminate them in order to enhance his shooting expertise and his powerful palm technique. During dinner, Wang Bin presented Officer Meow with a rifle equipped with a night vision scope, deeming it of little use for his return. He then tossed the car keys to Guan Xiaoya. Xiaoya, did you not express a desire to learn to drive? Let Officer Meow teach you over the next few days. Ah, thank you, but gasoline is a precious commodity. Fear not, we have scarcely consumed any fuel these past few days, and there is still a barrel in the trunk. Moreover, I shall bring back another barrel upon my return, so you need not worry about running low on fuel. Just drive carefully. Thank you. As the time to return approached, Wang Bin bid farewell to the others and retreated to the house to await the moment in solitude. When the time arrived, he once again found himself back in the realm of reality. Upon his return, his phone immediately lit up with numerous missed calls and messages. Upon inspection, he discovered they were from Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. Wang Bin smiled as he glanced at the messages sent by the two individuals and promptly returned their calls. Yu Hongfei reported that he had found a renovation company, which had already begun designing the decor style, and construction would commence in a few days. Meanwhile, Li Xingping also conveyed good news. He had contacted two seasoned artisans, one of whom had already agreed to come aboard. Upon hearing the delightful updates from both, Wang Bin felt an immense sense of relief, especially as the system was set to complete its upgrade in just a few hours, leaving him eager for the enhanced version. Having not indulged in a proper hot bath for days, Wang Bin hurried into the bathroom, filling the tub with steaming water before settling in to relax. The warm embrace of the water eased his muscles, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. After luxuriating for a good half hour, he finally emerged from the tub, the water now tepid. After changing into fresh attire, he settled into the living room, turned on the television, and opened a bag of spiced peanuts while watching a drama series. Currently, television largely showcased youthful idol dramas and variety shows. Previously, he had little affection for idol dramas, finding their performances rather contrived. However, since returning from the apocalypse, he found beauty in everything, including these shows. Although they seemed even more far-fetched now, they brought a newfound amusement, especially as he observed the melodrama of the characters embroiled in trivial disputes, evoking a sense of joy within him. Such comedic delight had been utterly absent during the apocalypse, leading to a peculiar sentiment. The more chaotic the idol drama, the more he cherished it. As he continued watching, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should seek a girlfriend. Yet, recalling that he had only recently parted ways with Zhao Qian, he pondered why such feelings would arise so soon. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had simply spent too long in the apocalypse, making time feel distorted. Chapter 58. Under surveillance. After a couple of hours immersed in youth-centric dramas, boredom set in. He flipped through several channels until he stumbled upon an engaging action film. Sipping beer while watching, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, another 2 hours had passed. At last, he heard the system's notification sound. Its upgrade had been successfully completed. Upon entering the system, he discovered a new marketplace feature, brimming with a plethora of items ranging from a mere packet of spicy strips to an aircraft carrier, with prices that varied from 10 kilograms to 1 million kilograms of gold. Indeed, Even the cheapest packet of spicy strips demanded 10 kilograms of gold, which left Wang Bin feeling that such delicacies were beyond his means. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Bin had spent an hour perusing the marketplace, yet many items remained unseen. Initially, he believed the 30,000 kilograms of gold he had left was substantial, but he soon realized that the plethora of desired items rendered his gold insufficient. Ultimately, he refrained from purchasing anything. Perhaps I should buy what I need later, he mused, resigning himself to the notion. Glancing at the late hour, he decided it was time to retire for the night. On the following morning, Wang Bin rose early, completing his morning routine before donning his athletic attire and heading out for a run. In a bid to train with his master, Li Zhenghua, for a longer duration, he set out even earlier than the last time. After completing 2 laps, he spotted his master arriving and greeted him with a smile, continuing to run for another 3 laps before finally approaching Li Zhenghua. Master. Upon reaching Li Zhenghua, Wang Bin immediately clasped his fists in salute. Indeed, you possess commendable physical fitness and a diligent spirit. However, I wonder if you have retained the Tai Chi I taught you? Li Zhenghua said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Wang Bin had anticipated that Li Zhenghua would test him. After swiftly adjusting his mindset, he took a stance and began to perform Tai Chi to Li Zhenghua's astonishment. Having been absent for merely a day, Wang Bin executed the movements with remarkable grace. As time passed, Li Zhenghua sensed that Wang Bin was beginning to harness the surrounding energy. Though faint, such progress in just over a day could hardly be attributed to mere talent. It was almost prodigious. Were it not for his knowledge of Wang Bin's lack of prior Tai Chi training, he would scarcely believe the spectacle before him. Please guide me, master. After completing a full set of Tai Chi, Wang Bin again clasped his fists in respect towards Li Zhenghua. You performed admirably. I did not expect that in just over a day, you could already manipulate energy. However, some of your movements lack precision, and the synchronization between your actions and intent could be improved. Now, I shall correct each movement one by one, and I hope you will grasp the essence of it. Yes, Li Zhenghua was quite pleased with Wang Bin's performance. Not only was he hardworking, but his attitude was also exceptionally earnest. Even more admirable was his considerable innate talent. Initially, Li Zhenghua had intended to offer only casual guidance, but witnessing Wang Bin's exceptional abilities, he contemplated accepting him as a closed-door disciple. The two practiced diligently for 2 hours. Realizing that time was fleeting, Li Zhenghua gave a few parting instructions before departing, while Wang Bin simply found a nearby restaurant for a light meal before heading home to change clothes and embark on a shopping spree. When Li Hongfei called to ask if Wang Bin wished to visit a renovation company to review design plans, he declined, placing complete trust in Li Hongfei to handle the matter. Today, he had numerous items to procure. With many places to visit, he needed to utilize his time efficiently. Purchasing food was straightforward. A quick trip to the supermarket sufficed. However, acquiring surgical instruments and anesthetics posed a challenge, as he struggled to locate a vendor. After inquiring at several pharmacies without success, he decided to entrust the task to Li Hongfei to investigate further. Unable to procure surgical instruments and anesthetics, he opted to buy other medications instead, spending a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan at the pharmacy, much to the delight of the pharmacy manager and staff, who were thrilled with their sales for the month. Subsequently, Wang Bin visited a large department store and purchased 10 military watches. Last time, Li Dazhu had been without a watch, and had it not been for Officer Miao lending his own phone to Li Dazhu, they would have been unable to coordinate their operations. Thus, the watches were of paramount importance. As for purchasing 10 items at once, it is not necessary for everyone to place an order. It suffices for the primary operatives to make a single request, and any additional orders can be placed once new members join. After leaving the grand shopping mall, Wang Bin made another visit to a security store, where he procured 20 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets under the guise of a jewelry company, along with several blast shields. He also wished to acquire a few night vision scopes. Regrettably, such items are virtually unattainable domestically, and he would have to wait until the apocalypse to purchase them from the system market. On his way home, he casually bought a gallon of gasoline, only to realize that there was little left to acquire. Upon returning to his residential complex, he discovered it was already dinner time. After parking his vehicle, he ventured out to a nearby restaurant for a casual meal. Once at the restaurant, Wang Bin ordered a few dishes and sipped tea while lost in thought. He realized that each return home left him utterly exhausted, as he had spent most of his time on procurement. Feeling the need to simplify his workload, he took out his phone and called Yu Hongfei. Hongfei, what are you up to? I just got back from the renovation company. I've finalized the design style with them. We should have the blueprints ready to commence work within 3 days. Oh, that's quite swift. I thought it might take longer. There's no rush. By the way, could you assist me in acquiring some medical equipment and pharmaceuticals? Also, I need to arrange a small warehouse. The warehouse is a minor matter. Just tell me your requirements, and I'll consult an agent. As for the medical equipment and pharmaceuticals, I have a high school classmate in the healthcare system. I'll inquire about that shortly. Make sure the warehouse isn't too large. Around 200 square meters would suffice, preferably close to my home. For the medical supplies, I'll send you a list once I return and finalize my thoughts. All right. After hanging up, Wang Bin found that his dishes were ready. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, he sensed a menacing aura approaching him. Alarmed, he quickly looked up and scanned his surroundings, immediately spotting a suspicious middle-aged man sitting by the entrance. The man feigned indifference while sipping tea, yet Wang Bin felt an undeniable sense of danger emanating from him. It soon dawned on him that this was reminiscent of a call he received from Zhao Yu a few days prior, warning him that young Master Li had sent someone to kill him and advised him to be cautious. Could this man be an assassin? He wondered if he was armed. Wang Bin realized that he had initially reacted with a hint of panic. Such a response would undoubtedly have revealed his awareness to the adversary. The situation was exceedingly perilous, and the assailant could strike at any moment. If Wang Bin remained oblivious, he would be vulnerable as he approached the entrance. What should he do? Oh, the kitchen of this restaurant has a back door. I can escape through there. With this thought, Wang Bin felt a sense of relief. He feigned calmness, taking a few bites of his meal while keeping a watchful eye on the man from the corner of his vision. Chapter 59. A clash of experts. At this moment, Wang Bin's mind raced, contemplating various escape strategies. To counterattack at this juncture would be an act of folly. He was not inclined to engage recklessly. Although he could immediately draw his gun and shoot his adversary, doing so in plain view of the crowd would surely invite the police's pursuit. Since fighting was not an option, escape was the only recourse. Suddenly, he noticed the pronounced bone protrusions at the knuckles of his opponent's fingers. This revelation sparked a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, while most would mistakenly assume it to be a case of bone hyperplasia. He recognized it as the result of years of striking hard objects with his fists. It appeared that his opponent was a martial arts expert. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility of the man being armed, and thus remained vigilant. Wang Bin pondered quietly for a moment before recalling the formidable asset he possessed, the system. He gently tapped his forehead, lamenting the oversight of forgetting about it. System, could you assist me in determining whether the middle-aged man seated at the entrance is carrying a firearm? Apologies, system level insufficient for scanning, came the response. A twinge of disappointment flickered in Wang Bin's heart. However, the thought of the system's marketplace ignited his excitement. Within the system, not only were various items available, but one could also exchange gold for attribute points, 1,000 kilograms of gold for a single point. Though the price was steep, preserving his life took precedence. Yet, he hesitated to make any exchanges until he confirmed whether his opponent was armed. If he were to purchase attribute points only to discover the man possessed a gun, it would be a regrettable waste of gold. Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? He inquired, feigning the need to relieve himself as a waiter passed by. Certainly, sir. Just walk straight ahead and turn left at the end, the waiter replied with a smile, gesturing towards the restroom's location. Thank you. You're welcome. Wang Bin was well aware of the restroom's location. His pretense was merely a ruse to gain access to the kitchen. He discreetly placed 300 yuan under a bowl and rose, striding purposefully towards the restroom. The middle-aged man seated at the entrance had long realized that Wang Bin had noticed him and, aware of his intent to flee, had hastily tossed a few hundred yuan onto the table before following suit. As Wang Bin caught sight of his pursuer out of the corner of his eye, anxiety gripped him. His greatest fear was the sudden emergence of a weapon, for he had unwittingly exposed his entire back to his adversary. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he abruptly accelerated into the kitchen. The kitchen staff, startled by the intruder, attempted to intervene, but Wang Bin forcefully shoved one aside and swiftly dashed past them towards the back door. Realizing Wang Bin's intent to escape, the middle-aged man hastened into the kitchen, pursuing him with determination. After exiting the kitchen, Wang Bin sprinted down the narrow alley behind it. However, it was not long before the middle-aged man emerged in pursuit. His speed formidable, and the distance between them began to close gradually. Wang Bin remained unperturbed, for he could deduce from the circumstances that his pursuer was unarmed. Had the man been carrying a firearm, there would have been no need for such a strenuous chase. He could have simply drawn his weapon and fired. System. Exchange 5 agility attribute points. Ding. The exchange was successful, deducting 5,000 kilograms of gold. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Bin felt a pang of regret. With the enhancement of 5 agility points, his total agility reached 65, significantly surpassing the average of 50 for ordinary individuals in this post-apocalyptic world, the average in reality being around 40. Now, his speed matched that of the middle-aged man pursuing him. The middle-aged man, believing he was rapidly closing in on Wang Bin, was taken aback when Wang Bin suddenly accelerated. He thought to himself, this fellow was hiding his true capability. Wang Bin was certainly not concealing his strength. He had indeed exerted himself during the chase. However, unbeknownst to his pursuer, he possessed a system. He had contemplated utilizing a light-footed technique to evade the man, yet he refrained, as he needed to ascertain the identity of his pursuer and the mastermind behind this ambush. Although he suspected that the young masterly had sent someone to deal with him, speculation alone was insufficient. He needed to uncover the truth before taking action. Thus, he resolved to lure the man to a secluded location before engaging. Both men raced swiftly through the narrow alley, and after more than 10 minutes, Wang Bin emerged, heading towards the Panlong River. Ahead lay a stretch of land densely populated with eucalyptus trees, surrounded by minimal buildings and rarely traversed by passers-by, an ideal setting for confrontation. Soon, Wang Bin led the middle-aged man into the eucalyptus grove, and after surveying the area for any onlookers, he finally slowed to a halt. The middle-aged man, seasoned and astute, immediately recognized that Wang Bin had intentionally drawn him to this spot. At this moment, they were about 10 meters apart, both panting heavily as they regarded one another. After a brief pause, Wang Bin smiled and inquired, "Aren't you afraid I might shoot you?" With an impassive expression, the middle-aged man replied, "You might as well give it a try." Seeing his adversary's unwavering demeanor, Wang Bin felt perplexed. Did the man possess a firearm? In truth, the middle-aged man was unarmed but carried throwing darts, which he wielded with remarkable accuracy. Should Wang Bin dare to draw his pistol, the man would promptly unleash his deadly projectiles upon him. "Well, I did bring you here because I indeed wish to spar with you," he declared. "Isn't that your intention as well?" Wang Bin was taken aback by the man's response. "That depends on whether you are worth killing." The middle-aged man maintained his stoic expression. "What do you mean by that?" "Quite simply, I was indeed commissioned to take your life. However, the target must possess considerable martial prowess. Otherwise, no amount of compensation would compel me to act." "And why is that?" Wang Bin pressed further. "Because it is a matter of honor among skilled fighters. I have no interest in engaging with mere mortals." "Very well, one last question. Who sent you to kill me? If you can defeat me, I shall reveal the answer. Then I graciously invite you to demonstrate your skills." From the previous exchange, Wang Bin discerned that his opponent was an honorable warrior, garnering a favorable impression of him. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he bowed in greeting. The middle-aged man reciprocated the gesture, then, with a thunderous shout, swiftly charged towards Wang Bin. In response, Wang Bin unleashed the formidable Great Power Diamond Palm, rushing towards the man as well, eager to test his own prowess. When the opponent was still 3 meters away, he suddenly leaped into the air, aiming a punch at Wang Bin's head. The strike was accompanied by a whooshing sound, demonstrating its immense power. Wang Bin, not daring to underestimate his adversary, summoned all his strength to meet the incoming blow. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, producing a sharp sound. Wang Bin was forced back 7 steps before finally regaining his footing, while the middle-aged man merely stepped back 1 pace to steady himself, revealing the significant disparity in their strengths. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Wang Bin's impressive abilities at such a young age, stirring a curiosity within him. System. Exchange for 5 points of strength attributes. Ding. The exchange was successful, deducting 5,000 kilograms of gold. This encounter revealed to Wang Bin that his opponent possessed far greater strength, prompting him to grit his teeth and exchange for an additional 5 points of strength attributes. Again, Wang Bin shook off the slight numbness in his arm and charged towards the middle-aged man once more. The middle-aged man was surprised by Wang Bin's audacity to attack again, having already gauged their strength disparity from the previous punch. Shouldn't he be retreating instead of advancing? Though puzzled, he did not hesitate and retaliated with another punch. With a resounding clash, their fists collided once more. This time, Wang Bin was pushed back 5 steps before halting, while the middle-aged man retreated 2 steps. The middle-aged man was astonished. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had only taken a single step back, while Wang Bin had staggered 7. Yet now he had retreated 2 steps, and Wang Bin had only moved back 5. Wang Bin's strength was evidently on the rise. System. Exchange for another 5 points of strength attributes. The two engaged in another clash of fists, each staggering back 3 steps. This is impossible. I retreat more. Yet this young man retreats less. The middle-aged man was utterly shocked, pondering whether he was facing a monster. Wang Bin, witnessing their mutual retreat of 3 steps, felt elated. Realizing that he had finally matched his opponent's strength, the gold he spent was indeed worthwhile. With their strengths now equal, Wang Bin ceased further exchanges of strength attributes and unleashed the great power diamond palm towards his opponent. The middle-aged man's technique was ferociously powerful and remarkably fluid. And after 3 exchanges, Wang Bin found himself on the defensive, unable to counter effectively. After 7 or 8 strikes, he had endured several blows from his opponent. Had it not been for the enhancements to his physique, he would have likely succumbed long ago. Even so, he was still in considerable discomfort. Feeling a searing pain in the areas struck, yet Wang Bin gritted his teeth in silence. His opponent exhibited remarkable proficiency in their martial arts. Had he continued to rely on the formidable iron palm technique, he would have certainly been outmatched. Wang Bin swiftly altered his approach, unexpectedly unleashing the fluid movements of Tai Chi, utilizing the force of his adversary against him, landing a solid blow to the middle-aged man's chest. The man staggered backward. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Wang Bin. Having engaged in only a few exchanges, the middle-aged man recognized that Wang Bin was employing the iron palm technique. Regrettably, Wang Bin had not yet mastered it sufficiently to pose a true challenge. Just as he believed victory was assured, Wang Bin surprised him anew. Reminiscent of their earlier sparring session, this opponent seemed to grow stronger with each strike. How could this be? Could he truly evolve within such a brief span? The middle-aged man was astounded. If this were the case, there was no point in continuing the fight. He might as well concede. He had lived over 30 years and had never encountered such an extraordinary adversary. In that moment, his mindset underwent an unbidden transformation. Wang Bin, sensing that Tai Chi could effectively counter the middle-aged man, felt a surge of confidence. He stood, mimicking the iconic stance of Huang Fei Hong, beckoning to his opponent. Upon witnessing this gesture, the man's eyes narrowed, and he charged once more. This time, both his strikes and movements were executed to their utmost potential. Wang Bin barely managed to defend against one attack before being caught off guard by a rapid succession of blows, forced to retreat 2 steps involuntarily. The middle-aged man pressed on without respite, and Wang Bin found himself scrambling to respond. After exchanging several more blows, he was struck again, stumbling backward. The middle-aged man seemed intent on overwhelming Wang Bin, affording him no respite, and unleashed another flurry of strikes. Wang Bin knew that if this continued, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. System. Exchange 5 points for agility. Ding. The exchange was successful, deducting 5,000 kilograms of gold. Your speed in both technique and movement is commendable. Thus, I shall enhance my agility attributes, he thought, eager to discover whose speed would prevail. With 5 additional points in agility, Wang Bin found his swiftness significantly enhanced, allowing him to keep pace with the middle-aged man's strikes. The man was taken aback, nearly brought to tears. It seemed this young fighter could indeed grow amidst battle, adapting and compensating for any weaknesses. They engaged in over 20 exchanges. While Wang Bin could match his opponent's speed, the middle-aged man's mastery of martial arts far surpassed his own, keeping him under pressure. Nevertheless, Wang Bin was not without retaliation. The contest was evenly matched, with the middle-aged man landing 3 strikes, while Wang Bin responded with 2. Wang Bin felt that if this continued, he would inevitably face defeat. Gritting his teeth, he immediately unleashed the technique of a single reed crossing the river, instantly elevating his speed to an extraordinary level. Once he employed this skill, the middle-aged man could not keep pace with Wang Bin. He moved like a phantom, darting unpredictably, leaving the man to defend himself. Despite this, the man bore the brunt of countless punches from Wang Bin yet remained standing, his resilience unwavering. Wang Bin, however, began to grow anxious. If he could not defeat his opponent before exhausting his internal energy, defeat would be his fate. With renewed determination, Wang Bin targeted the man's vital areas. Bang! The middle-aged man hurriedly protected himself, but even so, Wang Bin landed numerous strikes. Just as Wang Bin was on the verge of depleting his energy, the middle-aged man could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Upon witnessing the man's fall, Wang Bin finally allowed himself a smile. He had triumphed over a formidable opponent. After catching his breath, he approached the fallen man and inquired, "Now can you tell me who your employer is?" "I'm sorry, but I would rather die than reveal the identity of my employer," the man retorted. "Even if you don't speak, I can surmise it." Since you refused to answer, could you at least share your name? "Certainly, I am Zhou Dafu, known as Iron Fist." "Oh, what level of skill do you possess in the martial world?" "I rank among the upper echelon of second-rate masters." "Upper second-rate. In that case, it seems my prowess also aligns with that category," Wang Bin stated. "One last question. What style of boxing do you employ?" "Hong Fist. Thank you for sharing so much. Farewell." "Ah, you won't kill me?" "There's no need for that." "All right, thank you. Consider this mission a failure on my part, but the next challenger will likely be even stronger. You should be cautious." "Indeed. Farewell. Remember to practice your boxing. I shall return to seek you out." Wang Bin waved and strode away into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Dafu had another motive for accepting the task. He had heard of a martial arts master emerging in this area and had intended to engage in friendly sparring. Of course, if the opponent proved worthy, he would not mind pocketing a hefty sum of 50,000. However, after this encounter, Wang Bin's prowess left him increasingly astonished, casting a shadow over his self-confidence. If he could not dispel this shadow, advancing further would be a daunting challenge. Watching Wang Bin's retreating figure, he silently vowed to return. Upon returning to the city, Wang Bin hailed a cab and headed home. He initially planned to find the young Master Li, but he was uncertain of the man's whereabouts. And as dusk approached, he needed to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Officer Miao and the others were likely growing anxious with anticipation. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he noticed the ice creams nestled within the freezer of the small shop. His eyes lit up with delight as he thought to himself, "I could bring some of these back for them." He swiftly dashed towards the shop, retrieving over 30 assorted ice creams from the freezer. The shopkeeper, a kind-hearted woman, remarked upon seeing Wang Bin carrying such a large quantity, "Young man, are you certain you can finish all this? Be careful, it might spoil." "Thank you. I will store it in the refrigerator and savor it slowly." Chapter 61. The long-awaited ice cream. Thanks to the new alliance leader, as soon as Wang Bin returned home, he promptly placed the ice creams in the refrigerator and then applied some medicinal oil to his wounds. His recent confrontation with Zhou Fu had left him quite injured. After eagerly awaiting the commencement of the apocalypse, Wang Bin swiftly stored the ice creams in his system space and ventured into the apocalyptic world. Upon arriving in this desolate realm, Wang Bin could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed out of his room. Everyone was aware that today marked his return, yet they were oblivious to the precise timing, leaving them to wait anxiously in the living room. "Guess what? You would never believe what delightful treasures I have brought for you," Wang Bin exclaimed as he emerged, relieved to find everyone gathered without needing to call them. "Uncle Wang, you're back. What delicious treats have you brought us?" exclaimed Abeo and Xiaonan, bouncing with excitement as they seized his arms. "Can you guess?" Wang Bin playfully teased, withholding the surprise. "I guess it's beef jerky," Xiaonan piped up. "Oh, you glutton," Abeo retorted. "What's your guess?" I'm guessing it's chocolate." "TSK. Look who is talking. Aren't you a glutton too?" All right. This time I have brought you ice cream." "Ice cream? Uncle Wang, I want ice cream." Yes. Everyone gets some. This time, indulge to your heart's content." With a flourish, Wang Bin produced a bag of ice creams, and the sight left everyone in awe. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the city had been devoid of electricity, rendering ice cream a relic of the past. Witnessing Wang Bin unveil the ice creams brought tears of joy to their eyes, leaving them momentarily speechless. "Go on, don't just stand there, eat up before it melts." Yes, everyone, hurry and enjoy." Even Li Chengping, nearing 50, eagerly grabbed an ice cream, savoring it daintily. Officer Miao and the others maintained a semblance of decorum while eating, but Abeo and Xiaonan devoured theirs with wild enthusiasm, finishing their ice creams in no time. They exchanged glances, marveling at their rapid consumption. Seeing how quickly they finished, Li Xiaolu teased them while taking small bites herself. "Oh my, it's so sweet. I've never tasted such delectable ice cream. I ate too fast. I barely had a chance to enjoy the flavor before it was gone." "Me too." As Abao and Xiaonan observed Li Xiaolu savoring her ice cream, they both felt a pang of regret for having consumed theirs too hastily. Had they known earlier, they would have opted to indulge like Li Xiaolu, taking small, measured bites. Noticing their envious gazes fixed upon Li Xiaolu, Wang Bin offered a gentle smile and retrieved 2 more ice creams from a plastic bag, extending them towards the pair. "Ah, Uncle Wang. Isn't it supposed to be one for each?" A Bao and Xiaonan asked incredulously as they accepted the ice creams. "Other items can be stored for a long time, but ice cream cannot. Besides, I bought a plethora of them this time. Feel free to indulge as much as you desire." "Yay, Uncle Wang, you are truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, a Bao and Xiaonan ceased to be polite and began to devour their ice creams with gusto. Li Xiaolu, upon realizing she could have more, wasted no time in hastily finishing her ice cream and retrieving another from the plastic bag. "I'm fine with just one. The rest are for you." Li Chongping decided after finishing his ice cream, intending to share his portion with a Bao and the others. "I'll share mine with you as well." Seeing Li Chongping's generosity, Li Dazhu also resolved to give his share to these younger siblings. During this time, Li Dazhu had fostered a pleasant rapport with everyone and had come to regard a Bao and Xiao Nen as his younger siblings, often considering their needs in various matters. "I'll have another." Guan Xiaoya was not one to hold back, finishing one ice cream before reaching for another flavor. The adults had mostly consumed 1 or 2, leaving the majority for Li Xiaolu and the younger ones. Eventually, a Bao and Xiaonan found themselves thoroughly satisfied, despite 2 ice creams remaining in the plastic bag. "Hurry and eat. There are still 2 left. If you don't hurry, they'll melt," Wang Bin urged as he noticed the remaining ice creams. I can't eat anymore," a Bao and Xiaonan lamented, patting their full bellies and burping contentedly. After surveying the group and finding no one willing to eat, Wang Bin treated himself to another ice cream but decided against further indulgence. "Since it seems no one else wishes to partake, I will find a bowl to store the leftovers and give them to a Bao and the others tomorrow." "All right." Once Sister Lu placed the remaining ice cream in a bowl, Wang Bin smiled and said, "Rest assured, once we settle down, I will ensure you have a generator and a refrigerator, so you can enjoy ice cream every day." "Ah, Uncle Wang, you are too kind," a Bao and Xiaonan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and they threw themselves into Wang Bin's embrace, bursting into tears. In this apocalyptic world, only Officer Miao and Li Qingping had shown them kindness, yet they had endured considerable hardship. Now, Wang Bin not only provided them with an abundance of food but also promised a bright future, leaving the 2 little ones deeply touched. Others were equally moved. They shared the same sentiments of gratitude towards Wang Bin, albeit their maturity prevented them from expressing such emotions with childish tears. Officer Miao approached to comfort the 2, and after a while, a Bao and Xiaonan ceased their weeping. "Officer Miao, Xiaoyu, Uncle Li, and Dazhu, I have something else to present to you." With that, Wang Bin retrieved 4 military watches from the system space and handed them to them. Only after all 4 had received a watch did he continue. "Without a watch, your movements will be quite inconvenient. Henceforth, every combatant will possess one." "Indeed." Li Dazhu nodded in deep agreement. Once everyone had donned their watches, Wang Bin synchronized the time and inquired if there had been any recent occurrences. Officer Miao informed him that nothing significant had transpired lately, but the zombies seemed to have grown increasingly aggressive. Occasionally, some zombies would attack their companions, and after dispatching them, they would begin to devour their flesh. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin furrowed his brow, unsure if it was a good or bad sign. Logically, zombies attacking one another would decrease their numbers, yet he felt there was more to the situation than met the eye. After their discussion, Bao and Xiaonan requested that he teach them to play the guitar. Wang Bin did not decline. He took the guitar and began instructing the 2, while the others sat quietly nearby, listening. Thus, the night passed. The following day, after breakfast, everyone packed their belongings and prepared to move. Due to his injuries, Wang Bin did not drive, but instead had Officer Miao take the wheel. Wang Bin noticed that the zombies along the route had increased in number and seemed to be moving much faster than before, instilling a sense of foreboding in him. Chapter 62. Finding the troops in the subsequent 2 days, nothing significant occurred as the group traveled in the Golden Cup vehicle. However, due to the increasing number of zombies on the road, they often had to stop to clear a path, which considerably slowed their progress. On one particular day, as they neared a small town, they heard incessant gunfire emanating from within, suggesting a considerable number of combatants were engaged. Officer Miao quickly stopped the car. "Let us find a place to hide and assess the situation ahead." Wang Bin's words were unnecessary, as Officer Miao was already searching for a suitable hiding spot upon hearing the gunfire. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of a building. and as soon as it was parked, everyone swiftly exited and dashed inside to take cover. Once everyone was inside, Wang Bin hurriedly stored the vehicle in the system space. Following the system's upgrade, the space had expanded to 200 cubic meters, allowing ample room even for the Golden Cup vehicle. The group ascended to the top floor, hiding behind the windows to observe the area of conflict. However, due to the distance, they could not discern much. Wang Bin quickly retrieved binoculars from the system space, and as he peered through them, he was taken aback. Wang Bin, what's wrong? It's the army. Ah, the army. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Officer Miao eagerly snatched the binoculars from Wang Bin and gazed towards the battlefield, her excitement palpable. Sister Miao, let me have a look too. Give it to me. Upon hearing that it was the military, Guan Xiaoye was filled with exhilaration. For them, the army represented hope, and their presence indicated that they were not far from the gathering place. Subsequently, each person eagerly took a glance through the binoculars, and when they confirmed the sighting of the troops, tears of joy streamed down their faces. Brother Wang, what shall we do next? One inquired. Do not rush. Allow me to observe for a moment, Wang Bin replied, reclaiming the binoculars and resuming his scrutiny. It appears there are civilians. He exclaimed. Civilians? Indeed. It seems the military is purging zombies to rescue them. Ah, let us hasten to join them. Before we proceed, I require everyone, except for the combatants, to relinquish their firearms. We must not raise any suspicions. Furthermore, I have my secrets, which I trust you will keep safe. Rest assured, Brother Wang. I will not betray your confidence. Neither will I. You can count on us. Reassured by their promises, Wang Bin felt at ease. Of course, if anyone were to divulge his secret, he could escape in due time, leaving them without a source of sustenance. Thus he understood they would not betray him. Moreover, during their time together, their bonds had grown remarkably close, akin to that of family, and he believed they would not forsake him. Under Wang Bin's guidance, they swiftly approached the battlefield. You lot, come over quickly. We are about to depart. A soldier called out, waving them over. Wang Bin acknowledged him and led the group into the fray. Well done. You possess firearms. Join us in clearing the zombies. The elderly and children should gather in that building. We shall be departing shortly. An officer remarked with a smile upon noticing their weapons, inviting them to join the combat unit. Wang Bin readily agreed, though Li Qingping wished to stay and fight. However, Wang Bin insisted he escort the women and children to safety. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was essential for Uncle Li to look after Abeo and the others, allowing them to engage in the battle with peace of mind. Having not encountered the military for many years, Li Qingping felt a surge of excitement. Before becoming a police officer, he had served in the army, and like Officer Miao, he had never forgotten his duty. Witnessing the military stirred a sense of eagerness to fight alongside them, yet he understood the importance of protecting Abeo and the others. Ultimately, he reluctantly led them into the building. At the entrance, several soldiers were stationed, and upon seeing them approach, they promptly allowed them entry. Once inside, they beheld hundreds of civilians, each gaunt and anxious, watching them with trepidation. Li Qingping assessed the surroundings before guiding Abeo and the others to a corner to wait. After approximately half an hour, the sounds of gunfire began to subside. An officer shouted loudly, "Attention everyone, prepare to return to base and ensure the safety of the civilians." Yes, the soldiers around him responded in unison, then proceeded to follow the officer's lead to carry out their assigned tasks. After issuing his command, the officer approached Wang Bin and his companions with a smile, saying, "You are quite remarkable. Your marksmanship surpasses that of many of our soldiers." It's out of necessity. Wang Bin noticed Li Daju attempting to salute the officer, but he restrained him with a glance. Uncertain of the current situation, he did not wish to reveal their capabilities. Furthermore, he was concerned that if Li Daju mentioned his former role as a scout, the officer might quickly conscript him. Wang Bin was not worried about Li Daju betraying his secrets if conscripted. Rather, he valued having a capable assistant by his side, given his own precarious position. Oh, that's impressive. From where do you hail? The officer recognized Wang Bin as the leader of the group and sensed that he was withholding information. However, given the critical circumstances, he refrained from probing further, eager to understand the situation elsewhere. We three are from City H, and my friend here is from City D. We met on the road and have fought off numerous zombies together to reach this point. Oh, did you encounter anything unusual on your journey? What specifically do you mean? For instance, have the zombies changed at all compared to before? Indeed, We have observed that the zombies appear more aggressive than previously, often turning on their companions. And their speed seems to have increased slightly. Why the sigh? Nothing. We need to return to the base. If we encounter a large group of zombies along the way, we hope you will assist us. That is no problem. By the way, where are we headed? We are going to City K, where a division of our forces is stationed. Once you arrive there, you will be safe. Oh, that is wonderful. Wang Bin and his companions felt a surge of excitement at the mention of a division's strength, though he noticed that the company commander appeared somewhat troubled. Soon, the group set off. The commander dispatched a squad ahead to scout the path, while the remainder of the troops protected the civilians in the center. Wang Bin and his companions returned to Li Chengping's side. Chapter 63. Migration without vehicles. Everyone had no choice but to walk. As for Wang Bin's Golden Cup vehicle, he dared not bring it out, for he could not explain the source of the gasoline. The soldiers treated the civilians kindly, even assigning some of their own to care for the elderly and infirm. The pace of the march was slow, and company commander Zhao felt a tinge of melancholy. Yet he had no choice. Civilians were not soldiers, and he could not impose military standards upon them. His mission was to seek out survivors. The group followed the main road eastward, and as dusk approached, Commander Zhao led them to a sheltered hillside where they would spend the night. This time, Commander Zhao and his team embarked on their journey lightly equipped, thus they did not bring tents, leaving everyone to sleep on the grass. Shortly after nightfall, soldiers arrived to distribute food, offering each person a steamed bun. Observing the surrounding individuals devouring their rations ravenously, Wang Bin and his companions were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to partake or abstain. After some contemplation, Wang Bin discreetly allocated 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water to each person, while he collected the steamed buns provided by the troops to distribute to others nearby. This was not an act of stinginess on Wang Bin's part. Rather, his provisions were limited and insufficient for the multitude. Moreover, he could not explain the origin of these supplies, leaving him with no choice but to share the military provisions with those in need. As everyone gathered firewood, clustering into small groups around the flames, Wang Bin and his companions also kindled a fire. Forming a circle, they sought to lighten the mood when Wang Bin took out his guitar and strummed a rendition of Adios Andalusia. The exotic melody resonated beautifully, drawing the attention of those nearby. However, before he could continue, Commander Zhao hastily approached with his men. "Stop playing, quickly put away your guitar," he urged. "Why?" Wang Bin inquired, bewildered as he looked up at Commander Zhao. "You'll attract the zombies," Zhao replied, his tone stern. "Is it really that serious?" Wang Bin was perplexed. They had played almost every night before without incident. Most of the zombies along the way have been eliminated. I can't explain it to you, but for tonight, we must keep the noise to a minimum. Li Squad Leader, take a few people and inform everyone to refrain from making excessive noise. Understood. Wang Bin noted the seriousness etched on Zhao's face, realizing he was not jesting. He reluctantly stowed away his guitar and approached Commander Zhao to quietly inquire about the situation. "Commander Zhao, what exactly is going on?" As he spoke, Wang Bin offered a pack of cigarettes. "Apologies, I cannot accept your offering." Commander Zhao was momentarily startled by the cigarettes in Wang Bin's hand, instinctively reaching for them, but his military discipline held him back. "Don't worry, I have plenty." "Thank you, but the troops maintain discipline. We cannot accept property from civilians. This is not taking, it's a gift. Even gifts are unacceptable." "Then how about this? May I offer you one to smoke?" "Thank you." Ultimately, Commander Zhao could not resist and accepted a cigarette. He did not rush to light it, but instead brought it to his nose and took a deep inhale. "How delightful. It has been years since I last smoked." Commander Zhao candidly expressed his thoughts. "Is there a severe shortage of supplies in your area?" Wang Bin discerned the underlying issue from his words. "Indeed. We have cultivated a small plot of land for sustenance, barely managing to survive, and there are no cigarettes at all. Only when venturing out does one occasionally find something. Though in the past 2 years, little has been discovered. These items were stumbled upon inadvertently during our journey. Cigarettes have become quite a valuable commodity. I recommend you hold on to them, as they can be exchanged for numerous treasures upon returning to the base." "Thank you. By the way, you mentioned earlier about attracting zombies at night. What was that about?" "This information was not meant to be disclosed to you, as I feared it might incite panic. However, given your commendable combat prowess, I shall provide you with a precautionary warning. We have recently observed that the zombies appear to have become more cunning, launching coordinated attacks at night." "Ah, have zombies truly grown smarter?" "I'm not entirely certain. It is merely a hunch. Bear with it. Once we reach the base, you may sing and dance without a care. Thank you. Not at all. I must attend to other matters now. If we require your assistance, I hope you can lend a hand. Rest assured, just call upon us when needed. It seemed that Captain Zhao was in a hurry, waving his hand before departing. Once he left, Wang Bin swiftly took a seat and gestured for everyone to gather closer. I just spoke with Captain Zhao, who mentioned that the zombies seem to have become more intelligent, attacking in groups at night. Everyone must be prepared for combat and relocation at any moment. Should the zombies strike, do not panic. We must stay united, holding hands, never separate. When the time comes, you will stay close to Uncle Li, while the combat personnel protect everyone, ensuring we remain together. Understood? Yes, we understand. Brother Wang, should we assign someone to stand guard? There is no need for that. Captain Zhao will dispatch personnel. We simply need to awaken swiftly and prepare for battle if zombies attack. Got it. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, the group appeared somewhat tense. Some of the other civilians, upon hearing Captain Zhao's orders, began to argue with the soldiers, their voices silenced by a single remark from him. Those who refuse to obey orders, please leave. We are only responsible for the safety of those civilians who comply with the arrangements. Upon hearing Captain Zhao's firm words, they immediately fell silent. The military represents their hope, and they would never leave. The discord with Captain Zhao stemmed from their inner turmoil. They mistakenly believed these soldiers were akin to those from peacetime, easily intimidated. After receiving food from the military, they sought to obtain more. In truth, they were testing the limits of the military. Should the troops yield, they would likely escalate their demands, repeatedly probing for maximum advantage. However, they miscalculated. This is the apocalypse, and they are confronted with a soldier of Captain Zhao's resolute demeanor. Chapter 64. The Respected Soldier, Additional Chapter. As night fell, Wang Bin arranged for everyone to sleep together, placing Sister Lu and a Bao in the center, while Officer Miao and others took positions on the outskirts. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, providing a refreshing chill against their skin. However, Wang Bin felt a persistent unease in his heart, preoccupied with thoughts that kept him awake until nearly midnight. Captain Zhao had stationed sentinels around the perimeter, with soldiers quietly patrolling among the civilians to prevent theft or other misdeeds during the night. Naturally, this vigilance thwarted the romantic endeavors of some couples, though a few thrill-seekers might have relished the added excitement. For safety, Captain Zhao organized the soldiers into pairs, and two of them at the base of the hill were softly conversing as they patrolled. Suddenly, one soldier halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Stop. I think I heard something." The other soldier, upon hearing this, also paused to listen intently. Indeed, it sounds like something rustling in the underbrush. Alerted, they decided to investigate. The two soldiers chambered their weapons and cautiously approached the source of the noise, soon spotting a mass of shadows rushing towards them. "It's a horde of zombies. Open fire and raise the alarm." The rapid gunfire jolted the sleeping group on the hillside from their slumber. In an instant, chaos erupted, with people screaming and scattering like headless flies. "Get up!" Wang Bin, hearing the shots, sprang to his feet and hurried to awaken the others. Though fear gripped them, thanks to Wang Bin's prior arrangements, they managed to maintain their composure. After swiftly gathering their belongings, they held hands and formed a tight circle, with Wang Bin and a few others ready to defend them with their firearms. Captain Zhao, witnessing the panic among the civilians, felt a surge of urgency. Fear was contagious, and their frenzied movements threatened to disrupt his plans. He also needed to spare some personnel to reassure them. "Bang! Stop running around. Gather in the center." Captain Zhao fired a shot into the air, his commanding voice cutting through the chaos. His shot brought a measure of calm to the frightened crowd, who began to converge under the guidance of the surrounding soldiers. "Li, take your team and investigate what is happening." "Yes." "Wu, lead your group to check the other direction. The rest of you, maintain your vigilance." "Understood." Once Zhao had given his orders, he signaled for a flare to be fired down the slope. As the illumination burst into the night sky, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. A dense mass of zombies was charging up the hill towards them. Wang Bin estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of zombies visible, and he had no inkling of how many more lurked behind. He understood that the 100 soldiers led by Captain Zhao could not possibly fend off such a vast horde. If they had ample ammunition and fortified defenses, they might hold their ground. However, the current soldiers were poorly supplied, and although several trenches had been dug on the hillside, they were hardly sufficient. "Li, take your men to hold back the zombies here. The rest will escort the civilians to safety. Yes, Lieutenant Li, fully aware that remaining would mean certain death, did not flinch. He stepped forward and saluted. Captain Zhao and the others, their faces tinged with emotion, returned the salute with fervor. All present about face. With a swift motion, Lieutenant Li commanded the first platoon to turn away, no longer gazing at the crowd behind them. First squad, follow me to the front. Second squad, flank left. Third squad, flank right. We must not allow a single zombie to pass. Yes, every soldier in the first platoon stood resolute, none wavering or faltering. Since the apocalypse began, they had anticipated this day. Did they fear death? Yes, for every human harbors that fear, but they were soldiers, burdened with the duty to protect their homeland. Even in the face of inevitable demise, they were willing to sacrifice themselves to buy precious seconds for the civilians and their comrades to escape. Seeing these steadfast warriors strive to secure even a fleeting moment for their escape brought tears to the eyes of the hundreds of soldiers nearby, some weeping softly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and evacuate. Captain Zhao, noticing the civilians frozen in place, shouted urgently. His voice jolted them into action, and they followed the soldiers towards the other side of the hill. Let us go. Wang Bin, having observed these admirable warriors, joined Abeo and the others, following the main group to the opposite side of the mountain. This was not their battlefield. Remaining would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Soon, the first platoon engaged in fierce combat with the zombies, gunfire erupting as countless zombies fell. Yet, more surged forth from behind. Initially, the soldiers could suppress the onslaught with their firepower, but as time wore on, their ammunition dwindled, and the zombies quickly closed in. Once their bullets were spent, the soldiers swiftly affixed bayonets to their rifles to continue the fight, while others boldly charged into the throngs of zombies, grenades in hand. With a thunderous explosion, a grenade detonated, sending both the soldier and the zombies flying. The battle raged on, but the gunfire gradually weakened, ultimately fading into silence. The absence of gunfire pierced Captain Zhao's heart like a dagger, his grip tightening around his weapon. Under the leadership of the soldiers, the crowd rapidly made their way down the hillside towards a hollow. Just before reaching the hollow, Captain Zhao halted and signaled for someone to fire a flare towards the hillside behind them. As the flare ascended into the sky, it illuminated a terrifying sight. The hillside was teeming with zombies. Zhao Lianzhang's eyes were reddened. If this continued, they would inevitably be caught. Second platoon and I shall remain to fend off the zombies, while third platoon evacuates the civilians. Yes. Upon hearing the command, all the soldiers of second platoon felt a surge of determination. They understood that the moment had come for them to sacrifice for their country and its people. Commander, second platoon is here. You and third platoon should withdraw. The leader of second platoon, upon hearing this, grew anxious and quickly approached Zhao Lianzhang, urging him to leave. This is an order. Zhang platoon leader, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and take the civilians away. Zhao Lianzhang's words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, although the leader of third platoon was reluctant to depart, he recognized their duty was to safely escort the civilians to safety. All the soldiers of third platoon, with tearful eyes, saluted Zhao Lianzhang and their comrades from second platoon. After Zhao Lianzhang and all the soldiers of second platoon returned the salute, the leader of third platoon guided the civilians away into the distance. At that moment, he could no longer hold back his tears. He understood this was the last salute he would give to his commander, knowing they would never meet again. Simultaneously, he resolved that if the zombies were to catch up, he would be the first to stand and confront them, striving to allow the civilians to escape further. Chapter 65, River Sniping. Push the stones down at the mountain pass, and allocate some personnel to fell the large trees, using them to block the zombies. Yes. Zhao Lianzhang glanced around and immediately devised a strategy to impede the advance of the zombies. Soon, the zombies surged upon the mountain pass, and the soldiers halted to fire upon them. Wang Bin, hearing the gunfire from behind, realized that Zhao Lianzhang and his men were engaged in combat with the zombies. Hurry! Accelerate! The leader of third platoon continuously encouraged the civilians around him, feeling an urgent weight on his shoulders, with Zhao Lianzhang's decision to stay. The burden of escorting these civilians now rested solely upon him. Those who had survived to this day had endured countless zombie pursuits. When it came to fleeing for their lives, their speed was surprisingly swift. The gunfire grew increasingly intense, yet Wang Bin understood they could not hold out for long. After more than 10 minutes, the gunfire gradually diminished, ultimately falling silent. The leader of 3rd Platoon angrily removed his hat and clenched his fist, striking his chest. He knew that his esteemed commander, Zhao Lianzhong, and 2nd Platoon had perished. We must push onward. Once we cross the river ahead, we will be safe. After a brief moment of anguish, the leader of 3rd Platoon quickly regained his composure and urged everyone to run towards the great river before them. Some weaker children and elderly individuals collapsed from exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Wang Bin promptly called out to Li Dezhu, lend a hand and carry them. Okay, Dezhu replied, hoisting an elderly man onto his back and following closely behind Bao and the others as they hurried forward. Wang Bin, Officer Miao, and Guan Xiaoya also carried a child. Staying close to the group, several warriors joined the fray, carrying the frail children and elderly towards the riverside. Run swiftly, the zombies are upon us, the squad leader shouted. Firing a flare into the sky, he noticed a number of zombies were already in pursuit, prompting him to yell urgently. Upon hearing that the undead were closing in, the crowd quickened their pace. Fortunately, the distance to the great river was not far, and they soon reached its banks. The water was somewhat deep. Do not rush into the river. Warriors and adults formed 2 lines to protect the elderly and children in the middle. We will cross together. The squad leader observed the crowd becoming disordered and quickly attempted to organize them, but his words came too late. Some individuals, disregarding his warnings, entered the river alone, and a few were swiftly swept away by the current due to their lack of strength. Although the water was not excessively deep, it reached the adults' chests, and without assistance, the elderly and children could not cross. Witnessing others being carried away by the water, the remaining individuals hesitated to cross alone. The surrounding warriors and adults stepped forward, forming 2 lines to shield the vulnerable in the center, and they cautiously entered the river. The squad leader did not cross, but remained behind with a few warriors, keeping a watchful eye on the zombies, whose advance was rapid, their figures now visible. Fire! At the squad leader's command, the nearby warriors opened fire. The sound of gunfire sent the crossing crowd into a frenzy, but the surrounding warriors quickly calmed them. Observing the pace of events, Wang Bin realized that if they did not cross soon, they would be overtaken by the zombies. Gritting his teeth, he spoke to Dezhu and the others. Dezhu, Xiaoyu, Officer Miao, let us assist the squad leader in holding the rear. All right. The 3 responded without hesitation. Uncle Wang, Sister Xiaoyu, Officer Miao, brother. Upon seeing Wang Bin and his companions step out of the crowd, Bao and the others grew anxious. Do not worry, we shall return swiftly. Wang Bin replied with a gentle smile, leading Dezhu and the others towards the squad leader. Return to the group. We shall manage here. The nearby warriors felt immense gratitude as they witnessed Wang Bin and his friends stepping forward. Yet their duty was to protect the civilians, and they wished not to see them sacrificed. If sacrifice were to be made, let it be them. It is fine. Today we shall be comrades and together resist the zombies, Wang Bin said, lightly patting one warrior on the shoulder. Indeed, the warrior, upon hearing Wang Bin's words, nodded solemnly, refraining from opposing them further. After reaching the squad leader, Wang Bin produced 2 grenades and ammunition, handing them to him. Ah, you possess such items? The squad leader was taken aback at the sight of the grenades. We found them along the way, in an underground casino, Wang Bin explained with a smile. Thank you. You are indeed fortunate. The 3rd squad smiled as they accepted the hand grenades and ammunition handed over by Wang Bin. In these tumultuous times, such armaments were indeed of paramount importance. Li Dezhu and his companions joined the soldiers, firing their weapons to alleviate some of the pressure on the front line. Wang Bin distributed a grenade and several bullets to each of the remaining soldiers, who, upon receiving the supplies, expressed their gratitude with warm smiles. After completing the distribution, Wang Bin took cover on the ground and retrieved a rifle equipped with a night vision scope, ready to eliminate the encroaching zombies. Peering through the scope, he observed a multitude of bright dots in the distance, a sight that made him swallow hard in trepidation before he too began firing. The squad leader quickly noticed Wang Bin's rifle with a twinge of envy, yet he refrained from asking for it. In this apocalyptic era, gun control had relaxed significantly, allowing individuals to wield firearms as their personal property. Despite the addition of Wang Bin and his companions, the relentless tide of zombies continued to close in on them. Second squad leader, urge your men to move faster. I can barely hold on. The squad leader, seeing some of his men still hesitating, grew anxious and let slip a few expletives. Everyone hurry up. Hold hands. Stay safe. and get into the water quickly. The urgency was palpable. Yet coordinating such a large group proved to be a challenge. Throw grenades. As the zombies neared, the squad leader commanded the soldiers to launch grenades. Well trained, 2 soldiers immediately stood up, pulled the pins, and hurled the grenades into the thick of the undead. Boom. The explosions swiftly obliterated numerous zombies. The 2 soldiers, having thrown their grenades, quickly raised their rifles to continue firing, prompting another pair of soldiers to take their turn. Witnessing the orderly execution of their plan, the squad leader felt a surge of admiration for his men. He had feared they might haphazardly throw their grenades, but he soon realized no such admonition was necessary. With the grenades providing substantial support, many zombies were dispatched, and combined with the gunfire from others, a significant area was cleared. However, countless more zombies continued to surge forward, making it evident that their only option was to slow their advance rather than stop them entirely. Chapter 66. The Disturbance Retreat. After holding the line for a while, the group managed to enter the water just as the zombies approached rapidly. The squad leader hastily ordered a retreat. Wang Bin, rising to throw another grenade, followed the crowd as they fought and fell back. With combat occurring during their withdrawal, their firepower diminished slightly, and soon, zombies were upon them. Squad leader, hurry. As the zombies closed in, 2 soldiers resolutely positioned themselves at the rear, firing furiously at the approaching horde. Achong, old cat, come back. Squad leader, move quickly. Let go of me. Squad leader, you cannot go. Hurry, you must not allow us to sacrifice ourselves in vain. Upon witnessing 2 soldiers stepping forward to buy them time, the squad leader's eyes reddened with emotion, struggling to stand alongside them. However, he was swiftly restrained by the 2 soldiers, who dragged him back. At that moment, Wang Bin felt a profound sadness, yet he could do nothing but silently follow the others towards the opposite bank. Rat-tat-tat. The 2 soldiers fired desperately, felling numerous zombies that charged forward. Yet soon, a throng of zombies surged forward, and the 2 soldiers were quickly overwhelmed. Achong, old cat. The members of the 3rd squad cried out in anguish upon seeing their comrades succumb to the undead. The zombies surged over the fallen soldiers, advancing towards the river, where the water was deep, reaching their shoulders. They could not fire their weapons. Terrified, they swam desperately towards the other side, perhaps due to the lightness of the zombies' bodies. Coupled with the swift current of the river, as soon as they entered the water, the zombies were swiftly carried away. By the time Wang Bin and the others reached the opposite bank, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing on the riverside, chuckling at the sight of the zombies being swept away by the current. However, the thought of their fallen comrades extinguished their laughter, leaving them to gaze vacantly at the foolish zombies being carried off. After nearly half an hour, the relentless onslaught of zombies continued to surge into the river, only to be whisked away. Let us move on. The squad leader, unwilling to witness any more, rose and declared, leading the way forward. The others, understanding his sentiment, followed silently without uttering a word. This battle had originally included over 100 soldiers, yet now only around 30 remained, leaving a heavy weight on their hearts. They walked intermittently, finally pausing at noon to rest. Most of their provisions had been lost, and each person received only a meager portion of thin gruel. Wang Bin realized their supplies were dwindling. He instructed everyone to shield him and discreetly retrieved half a bag of rice from the system's provisions to place in his backpack. Aware of Wang Bin's intentions and his helplessness, the others said nothing. Wang Bin, carrying the rice, approached the squad leader, who was currently discussing how to procure food with a fellow soldier. Their only recourse now was foraging for wild vegetables and tree bark, and the mood among the group was decidedly somber. Squad leader Lu, I need to speak with you about something. Oh, it's Wang Bin. What is it? Squad leader Lu greeted him with a warm smile upon recognizing him. The previous day, Wang Bin had extended a helping hand, earning the admiration of squad leader Lu and all the soldiers in the 3rd squad. Throughout their journey, they had conversed extensively, growing familiar with one another. Squad leader Lu, how much farther do we have to our station? At our current pace, we should arrive in about 2 days. Oh, are we out of food? Today, the kanji consists of the last remnants of rice. Come evening, we shall have to forage for wild vegetables, and perhaps even resort to consuming tree bark. Along our journey, we gathered a modicum of sustenance, and now possess half a bag of rice. Do you think it will suffice? Ah, you indeed have rice. Thank you, thank you. I express my gratitude on their behalf. Not at all. Moreover, I have a few packs of cigarettes here, which I shall also offer to you. Oh, we may accept the rice, But we cannot take the cigarettes. I appreciate your kindness. No, hear me out. The soldiers are weary and require some means to alleviate their stress. We have 2 more days of travel ahead, and who knows if the path shall remain tranquil. Let him indulge just a little. Yet, these cigarettes are quite precious. You could exchange them for many things at the station. No matter how precious. Nothing is more valuable than a soldier's life. As long as we breathe, there is hope. I believe that one day we shall vanquish the zombies and restore our former cherished way of life. Well said. You are a friend I shall cherish. Haha, I thought we were already friends. Haha, it seems I misspoke. I was merely jesting. Thank you. Li Hao, take the cigarettes and distribute 1 to each brother. Cigarettes. Excellent. Thank you, squad leader. Do not thank me. Express your gratitude to Wang Bin, for it is he who has provided for you, along with this half bag of rice. Ah, and more rice. Thank you. You're welcome. Wang Bin and squad leader Lu conversed a bit longer before returning to Officer Miao and the others, announcing that the matter was settled. Lu Hao distributed 1 cigarette to each comrade, handing the remaining cigarettes to the squad leader, as they resolved not to take more than their share. At that moment, the soldiers, upon receiving the cigarettes, were filled with excitement, igniting them and savoring the smoke in delight. Ah, such comfort. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a cigarette. Indeed, Wang Bin is quite generous. Yes, across the river, he also provided us with grenades and ammunition. And now he gifts us with cigarettes and rice. This kindness from the 3rd squad shall not be forgotten, and we must repay him when the opportunity arises. Just then, as the soldiers reveled in their cigarettes, a few fierce-looking men approached, laughing and requesting a share. Apologies, but we have only 1, if you do not mind. You may have my half. A soldier reluctantly extended his half-smoked cigarette. One of the burly men, seeing this, uttered a thank you and reached for the cigarette, but was halted by another. Do you look down on us? How can you speak like that? We truly have none left. Who are you trying to deceive? I clearly saw that fellow with half a pack of cigarettes just moments ago. Those were given to us by Wang Bin. The remainder must be submitted. Well then, you refuse, do you? The burly man, upon saying this, strode into the crowd, dramatically exclaiming, "Fellow villagers, they possess food and cigarettes, yet refuse to share with us. What are we given to eat? Thin, watery kanji. Is this fit for human consumption? Do you think their actions are just?" Many ordinary people, bewildered by the situation, stood up and approached the imposing figure, casting furious glares at the soldiers as they were served mere bowls of rice porridge. Do not heed their nonsensical claims. We have indeed exhausted our supply of rice. One soldier protested. Nonsense. What, then, is in that bag over there? And what do you hold in your hands? Another retorted. The rice and cigarettes were given to us by Wang Bin. Who would believe such deceit? What is going on here? Upon hearing the commotion, Lu, the squad leader, hurried over to inquire about the disturbance. Squad leader, they are falsely accusing us, claiming we hoard rice and refuse to share. One soldier exclaimed, "Comrade, we have just finished our last morsel of food. That bag of rice was indeed just delivered by Wang Bin." Humph, who would believe you? Your words are your own to twist as you please. How dare you speak to me like that? I merely state the truth. Chapter 67. Decisive action. What do you intend to do? Wang Bin, incensed by the ruckus caused by the leader of the group, addressed Li Dazhu and his companions before boldly stepping toward the leader. The chief thug cast a wary glance at Wang Bin, his heart quickening as memories of the previous day's battle flashed through his mind. Yet, upon seeing Wang Bin approach alone, he regained his composure. It's simple. We demand white rice and cigarettes. Do you think you deserve my rice and my cigarettes? Wang Bin countered. What gives you the right? We are all in the same boat. If there are benefits to be had, we shall partake. You are aware we share the same plight. Why did you not assist us during the zombie attack, instead opting to flee? Look at you all, robust and armed. Are you so feeble that you cannot even compare to women? Our soldiers have bled and sacrificed for us. And I merely offered some of the cigarettes we collected to reward our benefactors, yet you covet it. Do you not feel any shame? And you, following their lead and joining the uproar, how can you justify this behavior in light of the sacrifices made by our fallen soldiers? With each word Wang Bin spoke, the crowd lowered their heads in shame. As he approached those who had been shouting, they retreated several steps, distancing themselves from the leader and his thugs. Humph, sweet words. You'd best comply today. If not, do not blame us for resorting to violence. With that, the thugs brandished their handguns, aiming them at Wang Bin. At the sight of the guns directed at Wang Bin, the surrounding crowd gasped, and instinctively took several steps back, while squad leader San and others raised their weapons in response. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Lower your guns at once. Squad leader San commanded loudly. Observing San's demeanor, Wang Bin sighed inwardly, recognizing why this squad leader, despite being over 30, remained merely a squad leader. He lacked the decisiveness of Captain Zhao. Wang Bin, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with these individuals, smiled faintly and made a gesture as if to pat his head. Bang! Bang! Just as Wang Bin's hand reached his head, Officer Miao and his team, concealed in the shadows, swiftly opened fire, instantly dispatching the thug leader. Their bullets striking true and leaving no opportunity for resistance. Upon witnessing the unruly actions of several individuals, he was seized by a murderous impulse. The words he had just uttered were solely intended to create a divide between the ruffians and the crowd, facilitating Officer Miao and his companions to fire their weapons. Lu, the squad leader, had not anticipated that Wang Bin would discharge his firearm without hesitation. It was only when Wang Bin turned to walk away that he regained his senses. Wang Bin, wait. Lu called out. Is there something else, squad leader? Wang Bin responded. Thank you. No need for gratitude. You ought to take a leaf out of Captain Zhao's book and act decisively. Upon hearing Wang Bin mention Captain Zhao, Lu felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. In the past, under Zhao's command, situations like today required no contemplation on his part. Now that Zhao was absent, the weight of responsibility rested squarely on his shoulders. In that moment, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and Captain Zhao, as well as the youthful man before him, who appeared to be barely in his 20s. There was so much he needed to learn. From Wang Bin's demeanor and words, Lu discerned a profound disappointment in him, which caused him great distress. If he could trade his life for that of Captain Zhao, he would gladly do so to have Zhao lead them. But such a wish was impossible. He had to bear the burden alone. Squad leader? Seeing Lu lost in thought, staring at Wang Bin's retreating figure, the soldiers approached him. I apologize to everyone. Looking at the soldiers who placed immense trust in him, Lu wept, feeling unworthy of his position. Squad leader, what are you saying? You will always be our leader. Indeed, he is just a greenhorn. How could he reprimand you? How dare he chastise our squad leader? We shall no longer accept his cigarettes. Yes, we won't accept his cigarettes. The soldiers, upon hearing this, tossed their unfinished cigarettes to the ground. What are you doing? Do you have any idea how hard it was to obtain those? Quickly, pick them up. But squad leader, that is an order. Yes, squad leader. Rest assured, I have indeed not performed well in the past, but from now on, I shall strive to be a competent leader. Seeing Lu regain his fighting spirit, the soldiers felt a surge of joy, nodding in agreement. In a matter of seconds, Lu contemplated a great deal. He understood that he could not evade his responsibilities. Since he could not escape, he would face them bravely. Thus, he resolved to become a qualified squad leader and lead his comrades back to their station. From that moment on, Lu seemed transformed, acting with remarkable decisiveness. He summoned everyone and instructed that each person must gather wild vegetables and any edible food along the way back. Previously, he had thought it sufficient to let his soldiers collect provisions, as their duty was to protect the civilians on their return to the station. However, after Wang Bin's admonition, he had awakened to the reality. If they did not assert some authority, these individuals would merely interpret their kindness as weakness, emboldening their ambitions. Life is arduous for everyone. Why must they bear the brunt of all these tasks? To survive, one must exert effort. Witnessing the rapid transformation of Lu, the squad leader, Officer Miao gave a thumbs up to Wang Bin. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. He bears a significant responsibility now. He must mature swiftly. Officer Miao chuckled upon hearing Wang Bin's words. What are you laughing at? Your tone suggests you sound even older than Lu. Haha, Sister Miao, upon your remark. I too find that Brother Wang often speaks in a rather antiquated manner. Xiaoyu, do you still wish for QQ candies? Oh dear, Brother Wang, I was mistaken. I shall never again call you antiquated. As Xiaoyu jested with him, Wang Bin playfully threatened her, leading Xiaoyu to urgently grasp his arm and shake it, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Wang Bin, I believe you are quite right. Right about what? Wang Bin was somewhat perplexed by Officer Miao's seemingly cryptic statement. About not providing them with more food. Oh, why do you say that? Human desires are insatiable. Everyone nodded in agreement with Officer Miao's words. They understood that if Wang Bin's abilities were revealed, the group would likely conspire against him, compelling him to continuously provide them with sustenance. After a brief rest, the team resumed their journey. Traversing the mountainous terrain, they indeed stumbled upon various wild vegetables. At dinner, squad leader Lu arranged for a pot of porridge and a pot of vegetable soup. Following the midday incident, no one dared to cause a disturbance, and they all recognized the limited food supply. In this post-apocalyptic era, having rice porridge was already a considerable blessing. Once everyone had received their portions, squad leader Lu addressed the crowd with a clear voice. The rice porridge will only suffice for one meal. If you wish for more, you must gather additional wild vegetables on the way back tomorrow. Moreover, we are not far from our base. We should arrive by noon the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone can unite during this time to overcome these hardships. Now let us continue our meal. Squad leader Lu's message was straightforward. If one desired more, they must seek it out themselves, and those who found nothing would share in the hunger. Wang Bin, your words have made me realize that squad leader Lu has indeed become wiser. Officer Miao teased Wang Bin lightly after Lu's speech. Do you still wish for beer? Wang Bin pretended to be offended. Please, I am not Lu. If you don't provide it, do you think I want to seize it? Officer Miao was unfazed by Wang Bin's antics, displaying a cheeky demeanor that left him at a loss. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chapter 68. The zombie attack strikes again. After last night's zombie assault, everyone felt like startled birds. In order to thwart a potential nocturnal ambush by the zombies, Lieutenant Lu meticulously selected a terrain that was easily defensible yet challenging for attackers, and he also excavated numerous trenches. This time, he did not hesitate. He mobilized all the robust young men to join in the labor. Wang Bin, along with Li Dazhu and others, lent their assistance, and out of sheer will to survive, everyone exerted themselves diligently. Before long, the fortifications were completed. To avoid attracting the attention of the zombies during the night, Lieutenant Lu issued a decree prohibiting the lighting of bonfires and loud conversations. Having witnessed the horror of the zombies the previous night, no one dared to oppose his orders. Once Lu had organized all the arrangements, he approached Wang Bin and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are you satisfied?" Wang Bin glanced up at him and replied with a smile, "Have a seat. There has been significant progress." Upon hearing Wang Bin's praise, Lu felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He was unsure why, but after being reprimanded by Wang Bin, he felt compelled to prove himself in front of Wang Bin, as if doing so would also validate him before Captain Zhao. However, he also discerned the implication in Wang Bin's words. Significant progress suggested that there was still room for improvement, and he had yet to fully meet Wang Bin's expectations. "May I ask where I still fall short?" Lu queried. "You have done well in motivating the civilians, but the defense cannot rest solely upon your shoulders. I have noticed that many in the crowd possess firearms. You should organize them. Additionally, for those able-bodied individuals without guns, you might consider providing sharpened wooden sticks as weapons. This way, if the zombies attack, we will at least have some means of counterattack." "Ah, how did I not think of that? Thank you for the reminder," Lu suddenly realized, standing up swiftly to mobilize the young men. Soon, he had rallied over 100 able-bodied youths, leading them into the woods to cut down trees for making wooden sticks. He also fashioned some sharpened stakes to be driven into the ground, ready to be utilized should the zombies assault. By the time these tasks were completed, dusk had begun to settle. Lu then divided the assembled youths into two groups, one armed with firearms and the other with wooden sticks. He also selected some physically capable men and women from the crowd to ensure that, in the event of an attack, they could gather everyone together to prevent chaos and accidents. Wang Bin was quite pleased with Lu's arrangements, as they not only bolstered the strength of their ranks, but also alleviated the burden of guarding the civilians. United in their desire to survive, everyone gathered on a modest hillock. This hill was steep on 3 sides, making it impossible for zombies to ascend. They merely needed to defend a narrow passage. Lying on the grass, Wang Bin gazed up at the starry sky, where the stars twinkled brightly, creating a stunning display. In the past, consumed by studies and games, he had seldom taken the time to appreciate the night sky. Yet now, with ample time at night, it was difficult not to marvel at its beauty. Perhaps the events of last night left everyone shaken, rendering many too fearful to sleep. They found themselves gazing silently at the starry sky in a state of contemplation. However, after 10 o'clock, fatigue began to set in, and many succumbed to slumber. In the days before the apocalypse, such an hour would have been prime time for the youth to revel in merriment. Yet now, bereft of entertainment, people gradually cultivated the habit of retiring early. If hunger struck, sleeping early proved an effective remedy, as it quelled the pangs of hunger and conserved energy. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. At around 1 in the morning, a vigilant soldier's urgent shout pierced the silence, rousing everyone from their dreams. Quickly, to your posts. Those with firearms, take positions on either side of the passage. Those without, gather wood to block the entrance. Upon hearing of the impending zombie attack, Sergeant Lu swiftly intervened to organize the defense. Having prepared in advance, he assigned roles, allowing everyone to act with remarkable coordination. The women and children, upon learning of the threat, were understandably alarmed. Yet, Lu's well-organized group soon quelled the chaos, and they instinctively joined in to help transport the wood. During the preparation of makeshift weapons, Lu had already orchestrated the felling of numerous trees on the hillside, intending to use them as barriers against the zombies should they attack. If no assault occurred, the timber would remain undisturbed, preventing the need for cleanup later. Lu fired a flare, illuminating the scene and revealing that this wave of zombies was not as formidable as the last, though there were still at least 20,000. On flat terrain, they would have had no choice but to flee, but now, fortified by the natural defenses, they could attempt to hold their ground. Fire, Lu commanded, and the crowd immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire. A cacophony of gunshots echoed as a multitude of zombies fell, yet the relentless tide surged forth. After 10 minutes of continuous firing, ammunition began to dwindle. Wang Bin, having distributed much of their ammunition earlier, found himself with only a little over 1,000 rounds left in the system's reserve, hardly enough for their plight. He hurried to Lu. Sergeant Lu, we can't continue firing. We must conserve our bullets, he urged, but there are still many zombies behind us. What shall we do? Simple. We will take turns using wooden sticks to fend off the advancing zombies, Lu replied decisively. That is our only option. Cease fire. Everyone, stop shooting and grab a stick to defend the passage. Upon hearing Lu's command, the firing ceased, and the crowd rushed to retrieve wooden weapons. They positioned themselves on either side of the passage and behind the piles of wood, vigorously combating the encroaching zombies. The undead swarmed around the hillside, charging through the passage in relentless waves. Zombies fell in droves, only to be replaced by new hordes, and the passage became a graveyard of countless fallen corpses, as those behind crawled over the bodies of their deceased kin, inexorably pressing forward. The individuals within the passage continually retreated while incessantly discarding wooden planks to impede the advance of the zombies. Although this strategy temporarily mitigated the zombies' progression, they persisted in their relentless march. After an hour, many were so fatigued that their arms could scarcely be lifted, yet the horde continued to surge forward. Observing the exhaustion of those at the front, elderly individuals and women stepped forward willingly to replace them, allowing the weary to rest. The latter, understanding the gravity of the situation, graciously yielded their positions. After resting for over 10 minutes, the men gradually returned to the forefront to combat the advancing zombies. A palpable fear began to settle among the crowd as the passage neared its end. Should they fail to halt the onslaught, the zombies would inevitably surge over the hill, heralding a massacre. At that moment, Wang Bin recognized the frailty of individual strength in the face of such overwhelming odds. It became evident that only through collective strength could they withstand the encroaching horde. He felt an urgent need to assemble a formidable team capable of resisting the zombie onslaught. Chapter 69, Eradication of Zombies. I have a plan to block the zombies. Everyone, swiftly throw the remaining wood and branches into the passage. As despair threatened to engulf them, Wang Bin rose and shouted, rekindling hope among the crowd. Without hesitation, they began to transport wood and branches, and even the children joined in the effort. Once Wang Bin deemed there was sufficient material, he retrieved gasoline from his system and poured it over the branches before igniting it with a torch. Instantly, the wood and branches in the passage were engulfed in flames, igniting the very bodies of the zombies. As they caught fire, the zombies emitted wretched cries, startling many children who instinctively sought refuge in the arms of their guardians. The zombies were not mere skeletons, they were flesh and, although decayed, comprised flammable fat. Once ignited, they crackled and burned fiercely. Unfazed by the demise of their counterparts, the zombies behind continued their relentless advance, leading to a chain reaction as they, too, were engulfed in flames. The anguished wails of the zombies echoed like thunder, compelling even the adults to cover their ears. Guan Xiaoye could no longer contain herself and moved beside Wang Bin, wrapping her arms around his. He smiled gently. encircling her shoulders as they both quietly observed the inferno consuming the zombies. The blaze raged for over an hour before gradually subsiding, though a few scattered zombies remained. Numbering only a couple of hundred, they posed no significant threat. "We have triumphed." As the fire dwindled, an unknown voice erupted in joyous exclamation, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. "We have prevailed. We have survived. We have vanquished the zombie horde." The crowd was ablaze with excitement, their voices rising in exuberant shouts, eager to unleash the pent-up frustrations they had endured recently. Many were unable to contain their tears, having once again evaded the clutches of death. Sergeant Liu, rubbing his reddened eyes, led all the soldiers of the 3rd platoon to where Wang Bin stood. "Wang Bin, thank you. You have saved us once more." With that, Sergeant Liu saluted Wang Bin, and over 30 soldiers followed suit, rendering a synchronized salute. "It's nothing, in truth. I am saving myself as well," Wang Bin replied with a modest smile, not feeling particularly heroic for having used gasoline to incinerate the zombies. As the onlookers noticed the commotion, they inquired about the events and soon gathered to applaud. Guan Xiaoya, clinging to Wang Bin's arm, felt a swell of pride witnessing her brother's esteemed recognition and stole a glance at him. Wang Bin, feeling a hint of bashfulness, waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time for celebration. There are still some scattered zombies. To ensure everyone can rest peacefully tonight, we must eradicate them." "Understood." The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, raising their wooden clubs. For safety's sake, Sergeant Liu did not allow everyone to join the fray, but selected 100 young individuals to tackle the zombies. Before long, the scattered undead were cleared away. "We're all tired, and we must journey onward tomorrow. We will keep watch. You all should rest," Sergeant Liu said with a smile after the cleanup. The crowd, taking his words to heart, promptly lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. When Wang Bin awoke the next morning, it was already 10:30. He surveyed the area, noticing many still asleep, although Sergeant Liu had risen and seemed to be organizing breakfast preparations. Upon seeing Wang Bin awake, Sergeant Liu approached him, having spoken to the soldiers preparing the meal. "Did you sleep well?" "Fairly well. And you?" "Not too bad." "Do you smoke?" "No, thank you. I don't smoke." "Thank you for your assistance last night." "You're welcome. You've expressed your gratitude numerous times already. Then it seems we are friends." Upon hearing Liu's words, Wang Bin smiled lightly and extended his right hand. Liu quickly reciprocated, and they shared a laugh. "Thank you. This gratitude not only represents myself, but everyone here. If you hadn't prompted me to awaken, I might not have conceived the extensive defensive measures we undertook last night. Who knows what calamity might have befallen us?" Wang Bin did not respond directly to Liu's statement, merely offering a gentle smile. He had no intention of revealing the existence of the golden chariot within his system space. If the situation had truly escalated beyond control, he would have likely fled with a bow and the others. Fortunately, that scenario never materialized, and they all survived. At 11 o'clock, Sergeant Liu called everyone to awaken and instructed them to line up for breakfast. Breakfast consisted once again of thin porridge, yet everyone relished it heartily. During this time, Commander Liu took the opportunity to address the group. He conveyed the sobering news that our food supplies had been entirely depleted and that we would soon need to forage for wild vegetables. However, he reassured everyone, stating that we would reach our base by noon the following day. He urged unity among the group, emphasizing that together we could survive this ordeal. Liu clearly articulated the current predicament. Food was gone, and everyone would need to rely on their foraging skills for sustenance that evening. He instilled a sense of hope, promising that if we could endure just one more day, we would arrive at our destination. The prospect of reaching safety within a day filled the people with excitement. Their spirits were lifted, and they diligently gathered wild vegetables, which, while insufficient for a full meal, would sustain them. As dusk approached, Liu sought a defensible location for the night's rest, and this time, everyone participated with renewed enthusiasm, including women and children. The fortifications were completed swiftly, within just over an hour, with each person armed with a wooden stick. As night fell, the group gazed at the sky, perhaps unsettled by the previous zombie attacks. Many found it hard to sleep until the early light of dawn brought them peace. Curiously, they wondered why there were no zombie assaults that night. Yet none lamented the absence. The following morning, Liu rose early to prepare the scant wild vegetables left from the previous day, with no rice remaining. Even a small bowl of vegetable soup could restore some strength. The news that they would reach the base by noon thrilled everyone, and after a modest breakfast, they set off on their journey. Upon crossing a significant mountain, Lu pointed towards the buildings at the foot ahead, exclaiming, "That is our base." The announcement elicited cheers, though Wang Bin felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that the base appeared rather modest. Noticing Wang Bin's expression, Lu quickly approached him and explained, "Before the apocalypse, that was our Division S headquarters. After the outbreak, it was repurposed as a temporary shelter. While it may seem small, it accommodates 50 to 60,000 people. Moreover, we have cultivated the surrounding fields, growing vegetables and grains to sustain many." "Why are there so few people?" Wang Bin inquired. Lu continued, "Each year, we transport a batch of civilians from here to the gathering sites. Those are our true homes. This is merely a temporary base." Chapter 70. Arrival at the base. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin understood. It made sense that after 4 to 5 years, so few remained, as many had been relocated. For humanity to endure, it was essential to gather all survivors, and these gathering sites represented humanity's hope. "Commander Lu, could you share more about these gathering sites?" "Certainly. Let us converse as we walk. Currently, our nation has 5 major gathering sites, 2 along the coast, 1 in the capital, 1 in the Central Plains, and another on the Tibetan Plateau. It appears that these locations correspond to the headquarters of the 5 military regions, doesn't it? You are quite perceptive, grasping that at once. Oh, how do you manage to transport civilians to Fuzhou? Each year, a unit is dispatched to the gathering site to receive the populace. Is there gasoline at the gathering site? Indeed, not only is there gasoline, but also electric lighting. Essentially, everything that existed before the apocalypse is available there. Albeit some resources are restricted and cannot be utilized by the ordinary citizens. Do you not have vehicles? We do, but extracting gasoline is quite challenging, and the transport routes are often besieged by zombies. Thus we have very little gasoline here, and it will only be used in dire circumstances." "I see. Some civilians, upon learning that Fuzhou is a gathering site, have sneaked over there. I must caution you, you must never attempt to go there alone with your people. The journey is fraught with countless zombies, and without military escort, it would be akin to walking to one's doom." "Understood. Thank you for your warning." "You are welcome." Wang Bin and Lu platoon leader conversed as they walked, and he gleaned a wealth of useful information from Lu. It seems that reaching Fuzhou would mean safety, as it is under the protection of a group army, and the number of zombies would pose little threat. Just as they were halfway through, a company was dispatched from the garrison to meet them. When the civilians saw the troops approaching, they were overwhelmed with emotion, throwing themselves into the soldiers' arms and weeping profusely. "Fellow villagers, you are safe with us now. Hurry and follow us back to the garrison," shouted Li company leader, urging the soldiers to guide the civilians towards the base. Once the civilians began to move forward, he sought out Lu platoon leader and inquired, "Where is your Zhao company leader?" Upon hearing this, Lu's eyes reddened, and tears began to flow. "Why are you crying? Quickly tell me what happened to him." "Who is he?" Li company leader asked, noting that Wang Bin had been standing beside Lu and that their rapport seemed strong. "Oh, his name is Wang Bin. If it weren't for him on this journey, we would have likely perished at the hands of the zombies. Comrade, greetings. I am Li Aigua, and I represent our 89th Division in expressing our gratitude for your assistance." Li company leader exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gripped Wang Bin's hand firmly. "You're welcome. I was merely acting in self-preservation. If we did not intervene, we would not have survived either." "We?" "Yes, along the way, I have forged many valuable friendships. We have formed a team, enduring hardships together to reach this point." As Wang Bin spoke, he gestured towards Guan Xiaoya and Officer Miao, who were trailing behind. "Well done. Now, quickly tell me about your Zhao company leader. Rest assured, I am mentally prepared. Like him, I am always ready to sacrifice for our motherland." Hearing Li's declaration, Wang Bin felt immense respect for him. He was a true soldier. "Zhao company leader, along with our 1st and 2nd platoons, has fallen." Lu platoon leader choked out. "How could the casualties be so severe? Quickly, recount the details to me." Upon hearing the news, Company Commander Li could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He was acutely aware that stepping outside would inevitably result in casualties, though he had not anticipated the extent of the losses this time. Subsequently, Lieutenant Lu recounted the events in meticulous detail, while Wang Bin and others listened attentively to the unfolding narrative. The threat posed by the zombies was evidently escalating, and we must hasten back to report this matter to the division commander. Comrade Wang Bin, you and your group should proceed with the main force at a measured pace. Lieutenant Lu and I shall advance ahead. Very well, do what you must. Li, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly led Lieutenant Lu towards their base. Observing their rapid departure, one could not help but admire Commander Li's decisiveness and efficiency. Wang Bin approached Officer Miao and relayed the news he had gathered from Lieutenant Lu, which ignited a wave of excitement among the group upon hearing that safety awaited them in Fuzhou. However, Wang Bin swiftly doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The next transport to the base would not arrive for another 6 months, and it was rumored that each trip could only accommodate 30,000 individuals. Thus, it was conceivable that they might be stranded here for a year and a half, even with a division's worth of troops. The recent surge in zombie aggression raised concerns about whether the 89th Division could endure such a prolonged siege. Given the knowledge of the gathering point, why should we not venture there ourselves? Commander Li interjected, explaining that the distance to Fuzhou was a daunting 10,000 miles, fraught with unknown dangers along the way. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not act independently. For now, we must remain here for a while and assess the situation before making any decisions. Although aircraft were available in the system's inventory, their exorbitant cost rendered them unattainable, and even if he could afford one, he lacked the skills to operate it. Consequently, the only viable strategy was to take one step at a time. Fortunately, the presence of an entire division made it exceedingly difficult for zombies to breach their defenses, ensuring relative safety in the short term. Wang Bin's intent in sharing these thoughts was to remind everyone that their safety was not guaranteed. They must maintain a vigilant mindset. Following this, Wang Bin and his companions arrived at the base alongside the main force. The surrounding area had been fortified with walls designed to keep the zombies at bay. However, should they encounter a massive horde, such barriers could easily be overwhelmed. Within the base, the defensive structures were commendable, featuring trenches and numerous bunkers, with the walls equipped with platforms and firing apertures. It appeared that the division commander sought to concentrate the troops internally, likely due to a shortage of manpower. As the residents of the base learned of the arrival of new survivors, they set aside their tasks to witness the event, creating a sea of dark silhouettes. The sight of so many people finally rekindled a sense of humanity within Wang Bin. Upon entering the base, the group queued for registration. Once completed, soldiers escorted them to the rest area. In recent years, a few buildings had been hastily erected, yet housing remained scarce. The 12 of them were allocated a 90-square-meter apartment, which contained only 3 rooms, compelling them to share sleeping quarters in close proximity. For those accustomed to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic existence, residing in such a clean and secure dwelling is a considerable source of satisfaction. As for the inadequacy of beds, they are content to make do with sleeping on the floor. Chapter 71. The Commendation Ceremony. 5 updates today. The daily fare consists of 2 meals, each comprising a bun and a bit of soup. For the survivors who have fled to safety, this is relatively decent. However, for Wang Bin and his companions, it feels somewhat meager. After finishing their meals in the cafeteria, the group returns to their quarters to prepare their own food. Fearing detection while cooking, they can only indulge in a few instant meals, yet they savor every bite. What do others eat? Buns and soup. But what do they have? Bread, braised chicken legs, beef jerky, assorted canned goods, snacks, and of course, beer and cigarettes. The only regret they harbor is that it may be quite some time before they can enjoy hot pot again. Nevertheless, they remain content. During the afternoon break, Lu, the squad leader, sought out Wang Bin and took him aside to discuss an important matter. Tomorrow, the commander will gather everyone for a commendation ceremony. You will be awarded a medal, so prepare yourself. Me? A medal? I am not a soldier. Why would I receive one? Though you are not a soldier, you have nonetheless rendered valuable service. Our resources are scarce, and we have nothing else with which to repay you, so we can only express our gratitude through this medal. Please do not refuse. Well, all right then. I have just been promoted to company leader. Ah, congratulations. Thank you. Without your support, I would not have achieved this rank. Are you interested in joining the army? I could arrange a position for you as a platoon leader, given your capabilities. I am certain that you could rise to company leader or even higher. I think I will pass for now. I have no plans to enlist. Wang Bin was indeed tempted by Lu's proposition, but he realized that joining the military would restrict his autonomy. In this tumultuous world, he needed to grow stronger and acquire more resources, particularly gold. He did not wish to be constrained. Lu was taken aback by Wang Bin's refusal. Feeling a sense of disappointment, he believed that with Wang Bin's assistance, his own advancement would be assured. Yet, he could not press Wang Bin. This matter would have to be put on hold for the time being. Before departing, he urged Wang Bin to reconsider, assuring him that a position as platoon leader would always be available should he choose to enlist. Upon returning to the quarters, Guan Xiaoya could no longer contain her curiosity about Lu's visit. Wang Bin recounted the conversation, and upon hearing of the offered platoon leader position and its subsequent rejection, everyone was taken aback, especially Li Dazhu, who had recently completed his military service and found himself yearning for the life of an officer. Dazhu, why not let me suggest to Lu that you take the platoon leader position? Wang Bin observed Li Dazhu's envy and understood the weight of his past experiences. Me? No, I must decline. I have sworn an oath to follow you for life. I will absolutely not take up the role of platoon leader. Li Dazhu was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that Wang Bin would desire him to assume the role of squad leader, although he held a deep yearning for it. He was a person who greatly valued emotional bonds and was profoundly grateful. Wang Bin had extended kindness to both him and his sister, and he had already resolved in his heart to remain by Wang Bin's side for the entirety of his life. Wang Bin, in turn, did not press Li Dazhu. It would be even better if he chose to stay and assist him. The following morning, the resounding call of the military bugle roused everyone from their slumber, followed by an announcement urging all to assemble on the playground. Here, a solar power generator had been installed to provide a modicum of electricity. However, the power was limited, primarily reserved for military use. The square was illuminated, allowing people to gather there for evening activities. Upon hearing the broadcast, the crowd emerged from their dwellings. With 50 or 60,000 individuals congregating, it felt somewhat cramped. Yet, under the soldiers' guidance, they were organized into several formations, avoiding any semblance of chaos. Around 9 o'clock, a group of officers arrived, their ages reflecting considerable experience. Although their insignias were not clearly visible, Wang Bin recognized them as the leaders of the 98th Division. Attention! An officer, upon noticing the arrival of the commanding officers, bellowed loudly. The soldiers, responding to the command, executed a synchronized salute towards the dignitaries on the platform. The foremost officer, appearing to be in his 50s with graying hair, stood at the front of the platform and announced, "Yesterday, we welcomed another batch of survivors. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the 98th Division, I extend a warm welcome to you." As he spoke, the officer applauded, prompting the crowd to join in a round of applause. During this rescue operation, we have lost many brave soldiers, including our beloved Captain Zhao and all the members of the 1st and 2nd platoons. Let us observe a moment of silence for 3 minutes in their honor. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed their heads, silently mourning the fallen warriors. Most of them had been rescued by these soldiers, and many had faced zombie attacks during the rescue. Thus, they felt a deep gratitude towards those who had sacrificed their lives for them. As the moment of silence concluded, the officer recounted the honorable deeds of Captain Zhao and others before transitioning to the commendation segment. In this rescue operation, our soldiers exhibited remarkable bravery, fulfilling their duties as military personnel. After deliberation, we have decided to collectively award the entire 3rd Platoon of the 1st Battalion with a 2nd-class merit, while Platoon Leader Lu Feng will receive an individual 2nd-class merit. The squad leaders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads will each receive a 3rd-class merit. Let us warmly welcome them to the stage to receive their accolades. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu, with red eyes, accompanied all members of the 3rd Platoon to the platform, where the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. After all the soldiers in the 3rd Platoon received their medals, the commanding officer spoke loudly, stating, "In this rescue operation, not only did our soldiers perform admirably, but some survivors also distinguished themselves remarkably. They selflessly contributed the ammunition they painstakingly gathered to our warriors, fighting alongside them to buy time for hundreds of survivors. Had it not been for their efforts the night before, the hundreds of survivors you saw yesterday, along with our soldiers, would not have made it here alive." Now, let us warmly welcome Wang Bin and his companions, Guan Xiaoya, Miao Riyun, and Li Dazhu, to the stage to receive our commendation. As soon as the officer finished speaking, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. After their arrival yesterday, tales of their heroism spread, though many did not recognize Wang Bin. Upon hearing that the troops would honor them, the audience was filled with admiration, especially the soldiers, who applauded vigorously upon learning that Wang Bin had saved their platoon. Guan Xiaoya, Officer Miao, and Li Dazhu were astonished by the recognition, particularly Li Dazhu, who, as a former soldier, deeply yearned for such accolades. The trio looked at Wang Bin with surprise, to which he shrugged, indicating he was equally unaware. In truth, their commendation had been a later decision. Captain Liu had approached Wang Bin on the commander's suggestion, only to be declined. They felt a need to compensate Wang Bin and his companions, thus adding their names to the list. Come on, what are you still standing there for? Wang Bin urged, noticing the three still in a daze, and he smiled as he strode towards the podium. Chapter 72, A Hand That Sends Them Flying. Second update, seeing Wang Bin and the others ascend the platform. Bao, Xiao Nan, and Li Xiaolu were the most elated, clapping excitedly while tears streamed down their faces. Soon, the three reached the stage, and it was then that Wang Bin noticed the officer's insignia, 2 stripes and 4 stars, denoting the division commander, Li Junshan. Before they could reach the center of the stage, Li Junshan quickly approached and shook their hands, expressing his gratitude. Although Wang Bin was indifferent to the honor, he felt a sense of joy at the warm welcome from the division commander. Guan Xiaoya shared similar sentiments. Both she and Wang Bin viewed themselves as ordinary individuals, and being received so warmly by someone of such stature was immensely gratifying. In contrast, Officer Miao and Li Dazhu cherished this honor deeply. Officer Miao hailed from a police background, while Li Dazhu had been discharged from the military. For them, honor was more vital than life itself, and receiving recognition and a medal from the troops felt like a dream. Ultimately, Wang Bin was awarded a second-class merit medal, while Guan Xiaoya, Officer Miao, and Li Dazhu received third-class merit medals. Wang Bin was invited by his superior, Li Junshan, to speak as a representative, and he did not decline, stepping forward to face the audience. I am immensely grateful to the military for bestowing such a grand honor upon my comrades and me. I wish to convey a singular thought. Each one of us who stands here today has faced great challenges. For the sake of ourselves and the preservation of our civilization, I urge everyone to set aside personal grievances and losses, to unite and weather the storm together. Thank you. That concludes my speech. Well said. We should indeed heed Comrade Wang Bin's words, casting aside personal grievances and losses, and coming together in unity, Li Junshan proclaimed. Following which the commendation ceremony finally came to a close. As Wang Bin and his 3 companions descended from the platform, Bao and Xiaonan rushed forward to encircle them. Uncle Wang, may I see your medal? Sister Miao, show me your medal. Brother, let me see your medal. The 4 exchanged smiles and removed their medals from their attire, presenting them to Bao and Xiaonan, who gawked at the treasures in awe. All right, let us head back. Otherwise, we might be treated like gorillas on display. Wang Bin noticed a crowd approaching and quickly ushered everyone away. He disliked causing trouble. Being surrounded would likely result in much unnecessary chatter. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Bin directly affixed the medal onto Bao's garment. This is yours. Ah, Uncle Wang, are you truly giving me the medal? Yes, if you like it, take it. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Ah, Uncle Wang, I want one too. Here, Xiaonan, you can have mine. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. Just as Wang Bin adorned Bao with the medal, Xiaonan, filled with envy, tugged at Wang Bin's clothing, intending to be mischievous. Noticing this, Xiaoya hastily placed her own medal onto Xiaonan's attire. Once adorned with the medals, the two felt as though they had transformed into heroes, joyfully showcasing their new adornments to everyone around. Little sister, come here, let me place this on you. Li Dazhu, seeing Bao and Xiaonan so exuberant, eagerly wished to drape his sister with a medal as well. No, brother, I understand how much this means to you. I cannot accept it. Li Xiaolu recognized her brother's deep affection for the military and understood the significance of the medal to him, hence she declined. Officer Miao also presented his medal to his mentor, Li Qingping, yet Li Qingping did not accept it either. For him, witnessing his disciple receive such an esteemed honor brought immense joy. The medal itself was merely a formality, one he did not place much value on. Consequently, the group convened for a celebratory feast in their quarters. Alas, the absence of hot pot rendered the occasion somewhat imperfect. After lunch, Wang Bin began practicing the great power palm, Tai Chi, and the one reed crossing the river techniques. Previously hindered by the incessant zombie threat, he now seized the opportunity to hone his skills diligently. Zhou Fu, merely a practitioner of moderate skill among second-rate experts, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Should young Master Li summon a more formidable assassin, the peril would escalate significantly. Thus, he seized every opportunity to hone his skills. Through the trials of combat, Zhou Fu became acutely aware of his deficiencies. Despite having cultivated the great power Vajrapalm to its second level, his comprehension and application of the techniques remained rudimentary, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Upon accessing the system, he discovered that both his marksmanship specialization and the great power Vajrapalm had reached a progress bar of 890110000, indicating that he was on the verge of leveling up. This data also revealed that the previous night, his fiery assault had incinerated nearly 8,000 zombies. Li Dazhu observed Wang Bin practicing his boxing techniques and, eager to engage in a friendly spar, descended to the ground. Wang Bin, I wish to spar with you. Certainly. I am curious to know what style you practice. Thrilled to have a partner for practice, Wang Bin readily agreed. I have trained in military combat techniques, which emphasize simplicity and decisiveness. One strike to subdue the enemy. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed. In the military, facing adversaries, it is crucial to strike decisively, leaving no opportunity for the foe. Then I ask that you show me mercy. Rest assured, I shall not use my full strength. We shall keep it light. Very well. Please proceed. Upon hearing Li Dazhu's description of his combat style, Wang Bin felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness the might of military techniques. Oh, are Uncle Wang and Uncle Li about to engage in combat? No, you silly child. It is a spar, not a fight. All right, fine. Ah Bao Xiaonan. You two little rascals, quiet down and don't disturb our viewing. The sparring session between Wang Bin and Li Dazhu quickly caught the attention of Ah Bao and others upstairs, who flocked to the window, eager to discern who would prove superior. Soon, the spar began in earnest. Wang Bin, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, unleashed 50% of his inner strength, employing the great power of Vajrapalm. However, to everyone's astonishment, with just one strike, Li Dazhu was sent crashing backward. Ah, brother. Li Xiaolu gasped in shock as she witnessed her brother being flung away and rushed downstairs, followed closely by the others. Wang Bin was bewildered. He had not anticipated that merely using 50% of his strength would propel Li Dazhu away. This was not entirely his fault, having heard Li Dazhu as confident claims. He assumed the military techniques were formidable, hence his decision to utilize that much power without foreseeing the outcome. Dazhu, are you all right? A recovering Wang Bin swiftly employed his light-footed skills to reach Li Dazhu, hastily assessing his injuries. I'm fine, but alas, I think my hand is dislocated. Initially, Li Dazhu intended to downplay his condition, but upon raising his hand, he realized he could exert no strength and felt excruciating pain. Recognizing that Wang Bin's strike had indeed dislocated his hand, I apologize. At this moment, I, Wang Bin, find myself at a loss for words. It seems that no matter what I say, it would only serve to dishearten him, so I shall remain silent. Chapter 73, The Baby's Distress, Third Update. Brother, how are you? As soon as Li Xiaolu dashed out of the building, she hurried towards Li Dazhu. I'm fine. In an effort to alleviate his sister's worries, Li Dazhu forced a smile despite the pain he was enduring. Fine. You were sent flying by Uncle Wang, and you still claim you're fine. Li Xiaolu shot her brother a disapproving glance before turning to Wang Bin, her expression laden with grievance. Uncle Wang, your strikes are far too harsh. How could you send my brother flying? I sincerely apologize. I could not control my strength. Wang Bin, feeling the weight of Li Xiaolu's reproachful gaze, was filled with regret. How was he to know that her brother was so feeble? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, as voicing them would be excessively hurtful. Upon hearing his sister's words, Li Dazhu's face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had boasted about the prowess of his military combat skills, claiming to be unbeatable with a single move. Yet here he was, defeated and sent reeling by Wang Bin's single strike, an utterly humiliating experience. He recognized that Wang Bin had shown him considerable restraint by not bringing up the incident, only to have his sister unwittingly reopen old wounds, leaving him utterly mortified. Officer Miao and her colleagues quickly approached Li Dazhu, and as she had studied some first aid at the police academy, they made way for her to examine his injuries. After a brief moment, Officer Miao smiled gently and said, "There is nothing serious. Your arm is merely dislocated and can be set back into place. However, I cannot ascertain any internal injuries. For that, we must consult Uncle Wang." Internal injuries. Uncle Wang, please check on my brother. I truly cannot diagnose internal injuries. But rest assured, I have a master who is an expert in internal martial arts. I will consult him upon my return, and next time I will bring some medicine. For now, it would be best to visit a hospital. All right, Let us hasten to carry Dachu to the hospital. Wait a moment. It's not too late for me to help him set his arm. Thank you, Officer Meow. There's no need for formality. We are family. Once Officer Meow assisted in resetting Li Dachu's arm, Wang Bin promptly lifted him onto his back and rushed towards the hospital, while the others jogged closely behind. Upon arriving at the military hospital, the doctors conducted an X-ray and found no significant issues, prescribing a few medications before allowing Li Dachu to leave. Hearing that Li Dachu was unharmed relieved everyone, yet Wang Bin felt a lingering sense of unease. He was convinced that Li Dachu had sustained internal injuries. If left untreated, such injuries could transform into chronic ailments, potentially escalating into severe complications upon recurrence. Wang Bin was desperate to assist Li Dachu, but he had no knowledge of how to treat internal injuries, and the military doctors were unable to detect any problems, which left him feeling frantically helpless. Eureka! Please wait a moment. Wang Bin suddenly recalled the system marketplace, where one could find all manner of items. Perhaps there existed a remedy for internal injuries. Hastily returning to the bedroom, I accessed the system shop and commenced my search. After a brief yet thorough exploration, I unearthed a plethora of elixirs. The little recovery pill, priced at 5,000 kilograms of gold each, promised immediate healing of internal injuries upon consumption. Previously, Wang Bin had expended 20,000 kilograms of gold to contend with Zhou Fu, leaving him with a mere 15,000 kilograms of gold in his system space. In dire need of gold, yet compelled to heal Li Dachu, he gritted his teeth and promptly purchased a single little recovery pill. Dachu, quickly ingest this pill, Wang Bin exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he emerged with the elixir in hand. What manner of medicine is this? Li Dachu inquired, perplexed. It's the little recovery pill, specifically designed for treating internal injuries. Ah, such a wondrous elixir exists. Li Dachu responded eagerly. Hurry, let us see if it truly works. He accepted the pill from Wang Bin and placed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and in an instant, a refreshing sensation coursed through every pore of his body, prompting him to emit a contented sigh. Brother, is this medicine truly that extraordinary? Li Xiaolu, observing her brother's exaggerated expression, asked in disbelief. This elixir is miraculous. I feel no pain whatsoever, and there seems to be a soothing flow of energy within me. It is utterly delightful. Is that so? Indeed. Would I deceive you, my sister? Wang Bin interjected. By the way, do you have more of this elixir? There are more, but they come at a steep price. How steep? 5,000 kilograms of gold each. 5,000. Good heavens, that is exorbitant. Li Dachu found the elixir so astonishing that he contemplated keeping one for himself, only to be taken aback by the exorbitant cost, left speechless for a considerable time. Prior to the advent of the apocalypse, the value of gold was well understood. 5,000 kilograms could easily amount to over 100 million. However, this elixir was indeed worth its weight in gold. Not only had Li Dachu's recent injuries healed, but also the latent wounds from his military days had been mended. To avoid any further awkwardness surrounding the topic of the elixir, the conversation gracefully shifted to the competition between the two. Wang Bin, what martial arts technique did you employ earlier? It was truly remarkable. I utilized the mighty King Kong palm, a form of internal martial arts. Oh, so you possess the legendary internal energy? Indeed. No wonder I was sent flying. Haha, I sincerely apologize. When I heard you speak of the formidable combat skills of your military, Wang Bin trailed off, not wishing to elaborate further. How much internal energy did you exert? Full strength. Ah, to spare Li Dachu's feelings, Wang Bin kindly embellished the truth, for he dared not admit he had only used 50% of his power. Upon hearing that Wang Bin was a martial arts master proficient in the legendary mighty King Kong palm, Bao and Xiao Nan were instantly invigorated, beseeching him to impart his knowledge to them. Wang Bin pondered for a moment and remarked, the cultivation of the mighty diamond palm is exceedingly arduous, and this martial art is excessively domineering. I believe it would be prudent for you not to pursue it. Upon hearing this, Bao and Xiao Nan grew anxious, proclaiming that they could endure any hardship. Rest assured, it is not that I refuse to teach you. Rather, the mighty diamond palm is ill-suited for you. Allow me to instruct you in Tai Chi instead. Is Tai Chi also formidable? They inquired. Indeed, it is quite impressive and can rival the mighty diamond palm. Furthermore, this set of techniques not only serves as a means of self-defense, but also fortifies the body. I strongly recommend that you all learn it, as it would greatly benefit your health. Ah, Wang Bin, you are truly remarkable. You possess mastery over two such formidable arts? Oh, it's nothing much. Wang Bin thought to himself, hesitant to reveal to Li Daju that he also mastered the lightness skill of crossing the river on a reed, fearing it might provoke a reaction that would lead Li Daju to faint from envy. Upon hearing of Tai Chi's prowess, everyone became intrigued and expressed their desire to learn, especially after witnessing Wang Bin send the burly Li Daju flying with a single strike. Wang Bin explained that the Tai Chi he would teach could indeed rival the mighty diamond palm. In the apocalypse, possessing additional strength would undeniably enhance their chances of survival. Seeing the enthusiasm, Wang Bin also became animated, first elucidating the principles of Tai Chi, then demonstrating it in the living room. However, Bao and Xiaonan viewed Wang Bin's slow movements with skepticism, thinking he was deceiving them. They believed that such sluggishness could not possibly constitute martial prowess and surmised that he would be easily overpowered in a real fight. Noticing the disbelief on the faces of the younger ones, Officer Miao approached with a smile and suggested, Wang Bin, how about a friendly spar? But you must refrain from using your internal energy. Rest assured, my grappling combat skills are excellent, provided you do not employ your internal power. Seeing Wang Bin hesitate slightly, Officer Miao added a reassuring note. Very well. With Officer Miao's words encouraging him, Wang Bin agreed, recognizing the necessity of practical experience to refine his skills. The crowd dispersed, creating space for the two. Officer Miao positioned her left hand partially clenched in front of her while her right hand assumed a claw-like stance, adeptly shielding her body as she swiftly moved her feet to search for an opening. Wang Bin initiated the Tai Chi Bagua stance, intently observing Officer Miao's movements. Aware that Wang Bin was reluctant to strike first, she seized the moment, twisting her right shoulder forward while her right hand transformed from claw to fist, aiming a strike at him. As Wang Bin prepared to block, Officer Miao abruptly halted her punch and pivoted, executing a swift kick with her right leg. The series of movements was lightning fast. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have surely been struck. Yet, Wang Bin's agility had reached an impressive 65 points. Noticing the sudden change in her technique, he quickly adapted, seizing Officer Miao's ankle and gently pulling, nearly toppling her. She never anticipated her defeat in the first round. However, being a person of great fortitude, she would not easily concede. After regaining her composure, she launched a fierce counterattack against Wang Bin. Officer Miao unleashed a series of rapid and fluid combinations, a display of martial prowess that would perplex an ordinary opponent. As Wang Bin adeptly parried her strikes, he seized an opportune moment to grasp her hand, pulling her towards him and then colliding sharply with her shoulder. The impact sent Officer Miao staggering back several steps. Humph! You won! Officer Miao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Wang Bin's earlier blow had inadvertently struck her chest, causing a twinge of pain, and she inwardly cursed him for his lack of chivalry before retreating to her room. Oh, Uncle Wang has won! Upon witnessing Officer Miao's retreat, Bao and the others erupted in excitement. Now do you understand the power of Tai Chi? Indeed. We want to learn Tai Chi. Very well, I shall begin teaching you. You must practice for at least an hour every morning. Okay. With that, Wang Bin commenced instructing the group. Shortly thereafter, Officer Miao emerged from her room and joined them in learning. The following morning, the group rose early to practice Tai Chi under Wang Bin's guidance. Later, Li Daju faced off against Wang Bin once more. This time, without employing his internal energy, the two matched each other evenly, leading Wang Bin to gain a newfound respect for Li Daju's abilities. Given Li Daju's caliber, he would undoubtedly be a champion in the military. Regrettably, without internal energy, he might never ascend to the ranks of a martial arts master. As night fell, it was time for Wang Bin to return to the real world. Having safely escorted Officer Miao and the others, he felt a sense of relief, no longer burdened by anxiety as he had been on previous occasions. Upon his return, his phone rang incessantly. He picked it up to find calls from Yu Hongfei and Li Chengping. Wang Bin called each of them back. Yu Hongfei had successfully located a warehouse, while Li Chengping had found 3 seasoned craftsmen who would be arriving soon. He also requested Yu Hongfei to arrange for accommodations near the processing plant for the 3 masters. Hearing the favorable news from both men filled Wang Bin with joy. Taking advantage of their presence in the city, he invited them out for drinks. Although they had acquired wealth, they maintained a humble spirit, choosing to meet at a local barbecue joint, the perfect setting for a hearty celebration. On a sweltering summer evening, the 3 of them clinked their chilled beers together and downed them in one go, refreshing, as they savored the drinks and grilled delicacies. They discussed the future development of their company, tossing around figures in the billions. At a nearby table, several burly men overheard their conversation and assumed they were boasting. Annoyed, one of them interjected, "Hey, have you three had too much to drink?" "Not at all. We just started." "What's the problem?" Boasting without regard for the setting. "You affluent individuals, do you truly need to frequent such a modest place for a drink? Is it forbidden for the wealthy to indulge in such locales? This, my friends, is what we call sentiment." Wang Bin, pay them no heed. They are clearly unrefined, likely unable to even pen the word sentiment. How dare they speak thus? What does it concern them how we converse? If you choose to brag before us and we find it intolerable, we shall intervene. Narrow-minded fools, take heed. Having witnessed countless instances of life and death in the apocalyptic realm, Wang Bin yearns not for conflict in this reality. Choosing to overlook their provocations, he casually produced his car key, pressing it once, causing the Mercedes sports car parked outside the barbecue joint to emit a couple of beeps. The burly men were instantly rendered speechless. They had earlier taken photographs of the 3 luxury cars parked outside, boasting on social media about their good fortune in spotting such opulence. Little did they know that these vehicles belonged to the seemingly ordinary youths before them. "Oh, my sincerest apologies, esteemed gentlemen. It appears I have failed to recognize your true status. No, you are the esteemed ones, and we are but your humble subordinates. Should you require assistance in the future, kindly remember us. Here is our business card." The leader of the group handed a card to Wang Bin, who glanced at it and casually acknowledged it before dismissing them. The burly man, aware of Wang Bin's formidable presence, merely sampled a bit of food before taking his leave. In times past, Wang Bin would have likely engaged in a brawl upon such an encounter, but he has matured significantly, opting for restraint unless absolutely necessary. While enjoying his barbecue, he noticed a man in the corner, appearing to be in his late 20s, whose demeanor seemed lackluster. Yet, Wang Bin discerned that the man's physique was robust, and despite his somewhat dazed expression, a keen sharpness lay within his gaze. Since returning from the apocalypse, Wang Bin has honed his ability to read people, and the man in the corner was certainly not ordinary. His interest piqued, primarily because Master Li has recently been seeking assassins to eliminate him, prompting him to be particularly vigilant regarding those around him. As Wang Bin and his companions savored their meal, the proprietress approached the man with a bottle of beer, taking a seat beside him. "Akai, how have you been faring lately?" she inquired. "I was just dismissed," came the man's gruff reply. "What? Did you clash with your superior again?" "Indeed. You really ought to temper that temper of yours." The man offered no reply, merely shaking his head in resignation. The proprietress did not chastise him. Instead, she reached into her pocket, producing a wad of cash and placing it in his hand. "Akai, my dear, I've managed to earn a bit these past few years. I know you're facing difficulties. Please take this." "No, sister-in-law, I cannot accept your money. Why speak such nonsense? After your class leader's passing. If it weren't for the substantial amount of money you sent me, I would not have been able to establish this barbecue restaurant. Logically, you all hold shares. Is it unreasonable for me to take a small portion of them?" No, sister-in-law, I truly cannot accept your money. I have matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. I shall visit you another day." The man did not take the money but hurriedly stood up and turned to exit the restaurant, limping as if he were a cripple. Chapter 75, Soldier Shao Kai, 5th update. The proprietress observed the man striding out of the barbecue restaurant and sighed in resignation. With enhanced physical abilities, Wang Bin's hearing had become remarkably acute, allowing him to overhear their conversation. It was then he learned that the proprietress's husband had once been a soldier, though it appeared he had made the ultimate sacrifice. The man from earlier also seemed to have military experience. However, he had inexplicably become a cripple. Realizing the individual was not a threat, Wang Bin felt a sense of relief. "We've nearly finished our barbecue. Shall we sing a song?" "Sure, let's go." Yu Hongfei, who delighted in singing and was particularly cheerful that day, proposed the idea. Wang Bin, having not sung with them for quite some time, readily agreed. Just as the 3 of them exited the barbecue establishment, they noticed the earlier man surrounded by 7 or 8 burly fellows. "Come on, let us see what's happening." Since his interaction with Li Dezhu, Wang Bin had developed a fondness for soldiers and felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the man being encircled. "Brother, this kid is meddling in affairs that don't concern him. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize to my brothers, and you shall be spared. Less chatter. Let's get to it." "Oh, this kid has quite the bravado. Brothers, charge." The burly men brandished clubs. While the man had no weapon at his disposal and was a cripple, many onlookers doubted his chances, believing misfortune was sure to befall him. Wang Bin was still a distance away when the altercation began. Despite his disability, the man displayed remarkable agility, and with tremendous strength in his fists. He managed to withstand several blows, knocking down a few opponents with just 3 or 5 strikes. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered. One of the attackers stealthily approached from behind and struck his other leg, causing the man to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. Seeing the man on the ground, the assailant rushed over, delivering punches and kicks, forcing the man to protect his head with his hands. Stop! At that moment, Wang Bin arrived, shouting as he summoned his inner strength and sent one assailant flying with a single punch. He then swiftly dealt with the remaining attackers, sending each one sprawling to the ground. Who are you, daring to meddle in the affairs of our Black Tiger gang? Another Black Tiger gang? Afraid? Afraid? Do you know who I am? Who are you? If you dare to disclose your name, our Black Tiger gang will ensure your demise. Wang Bin. What? You are Wang Bin. Upon hearing the name Wang Bin, the robust men turned pale with fear, instantly scrambling to their feet and fleeing despite their injuries. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. After the adversaries had been driven away, Wang Bin extended his hand to assist the man, who merely uttered a thank you and rose unaided. Wang Bin offered an awkward smile, understanding that strong individuals often possess a robust sense of pride, reluctant to accept the charity of others. The man stood, expressed his gratitude once more, and prepared to depart. Wait, is there something you need? I have a job opportunity here. I wonder if you might be interested? Not interested. Hold on. I can offer you 5,000 a month, and there are bonuses if you perform well. Upon hearing this, the man's pace faltered for a moment. Yet he continued to move forward. Wang Bin discerned that the sum intrigued him, yet the reason for his refusal remained a mystery. Additionally, from the previous exchange with the landlady, it was evident that the man was in dire need of employment. Wang Bin's stubbornness surged, and he stepped forward to block the man's path. I wish to understand why you are rejecting my offer. The man remained silent, attempting to sidestep Wang Bin. However, Wang Bin took a step closer and extended his hand, embodying the sentiment that he would not allow the man to pass without an explanation. Is that sports car yours? The man, exasperated, pointed towards the vehicle parked at the barbecue shop. Indeed, after posing the question, he ceased further dialogue, indicating that it was indeed his answer. After a considerable pause, Wang Bin finally grasped the implication. Are you resentful of the wealthy? I sense a misunderstanding on your part. The man offered no response. Yet his demeanor clearly conveyed his stance. My friend, I truly believe you are misjudging me. I am not a second-generation wealthy individual. That sports car was earned through my hard work, and my 2 companions here are not wealthy either. They are my classmates, and we have all toiled for our earnings. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. We have just established a company and genuinely require someone with your skills to assist us. If you discover that I am lying, you are free to walk away. Why do you wish to help me? It's quite simple. I have a friend who is also a soldier, a retired scout. Then why not call him to assist you? He cannot come. Upon hearing this, the man assumed Wang Bin meant that his friend had passed away, and a hint of sorrow clouded his expression. In reality, Wang Bin referred to Li Dazhu, who was trapped in the apocalypse, and the system space could not harbor living beings, rendering it impossible to bring Li Dazhu here. Very well, I accept your offer. Is that so? Excellent. Let us go sing and discuss the job further. All right. The landlady, having witnessed the unfolding events from the shop, emerged. She had been observing the scene from the crowd and felt a sense of relief upon seeing Akai agree to work with Wang Bin. As she watched Akai settle into Wang Bin's car, a smile finally graced her face. Wang Bin drove them to a reputable KTV, where he secured a private room and a case of beer. After a round of self-introductions, they began to sing. One of the gentlemen was named Xiao Kai, a former Special Forces soldier who had suffered a grave injury during a mission, resulting in the amputation of his left leg. With his severance pay, he attempted to learn the art of business in the city, but perhaps due to his overly honest and naive nature, he was soon swindled out of his money. Subsequently, he found himself working as a security guard, yet many employers shunned him upon noticing his disability. Eventually, he managed to secure positions at a few companies, but his disdain for his superiors led him to resign. Wang Bin also shared their circumstances, stating that they were third-year university students, and explained their ability to afford a sports car was due to his winning a lottery worth several million, rather than being a privileged heir, as one might presume. Xiao Kai respected Wang Bin for not forgetting his friends after acquiring wealth, as he and his comrades were of a similar ilk. Initially, Xiao Kai, unfamiliar with the others, refrained from singing, but after Wang Bin and the others encouraged him with a few bottles of beer, he loosened up and took the microphone. Unfortunately, his repertoire consisted solely of military songs or old tunes from the 80s and 90s, which left Wang Bin and his companions cringing, leading them to resolve not to invite him for karaoke again. The group sang until 2 in the morning, feeling somewhat tipsy. Wang Bin, wary of their ability to drive, called for a designated driver. Rather than taking them to a hotel, he brought them directly to his home, a spacious villa with numerous rooms. Before retiring for the night, Wang Bin set an alarm, as he needed to meet his master, Li Zhenghua, the following morning. Chapter 76. De Zhu is bullied. 6 updates today. The next day, Wang Bin was awakened by the alarm clock, his head still throbbing slightly. He hurriedly washed up and dashed out the door towards Zuhu. As was customary, he completed 2 laps before Li Zhenghua arrived. After exchanging greetings, he resumed his run, completing 5 laps before approaching his master. Master, you may rest for a moment. All right. After resting briefly and regaining his breath, Wang Bin stood up. Once you've caught your breath, we shall begin. Wang Bin clasped his fists in salute and positioned himself before Li Zhenghua, and the two commenced their Tai Chi push hands practice. To master Tai Chi, one must engage in prolonged push hands training, which involves mutual circular movements of attack and defense, where offense is intertwined with defense and vice versa, providing an excellent workout. Initially, after just 2 or 3 exchanges, Wang Bin would be sent sprawling by Li Zhenghua, but after an hour, he was able to withstand over 20 exchanges, astonishing his master with his progress once again. Let us conclude today as practice here, Li Zhenghua declared, feeling a bit fatigued after the lengthy session. Master, I have a matter I would like to seek your assistance with. Oh, what is it? I inadvertently injured someone with my internal energy, and I was wondering if you have any remedies for treating internal injuries? You? Yes, please tell me what happened. I engaged in a contest with an individual of considerable martial prowess. Eager to secure victory, I unleashed my full capabilities during our sparring match, only to inadvertently injure him. Injuries during such trials are commonplace, I noted, as I retrieved my phone to jot down a remedy that my master would provide. Yes, thank you, master. Li Zhenghua imparted the prescription to Wang Bin and then departed, while Wang Bin stopped to purchase some breakfast on his way home. Upon arriving, he found Xiao Kai already awake, seated in the living room and watching television, the volume kept low to avoid disturbing Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping. You're awake. Come enjoy some breakfast. Wang Bin called. Thank you, Xiao Kai replied, graciously accepting a portion of the meal. As Xiao Kai savored his breakfast, Wang Bin recounted their company's operations and Xiao Kai's forthcoming role, which entailed serving as a security guard at the processing workshop, ensuring its safety. Xiao Kai felt quite content with this position. Typically, a security guard earns only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, yet Wang Bin had offered him 5,000. Along with insurance and potential bonuses, such an opportunity was rare indeed. Around midday, Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping finally roused from their slumber. The breakfast had long since cooled, yet they took no issue, heating it in the kitchen before enjoying it. Wang Bin had intended to suggest they forego breakfast in favor of lunch, but both Yu Hongfei and Li Xingping merely smiled lightly, devouring the meal with gusto. We mustn't waste, Xiao Kai thought, astonished to hear such sentiments from individuals of wealth. After a brief respite, Wang Bin and the others escorted Xiao Kai to the processing workshop, where renovation was underway. Observing the scene, Xiao Kai inquired, have the surveillance cameras been installed yet? Not yet, came the reply. If you trust me, I can handle the installation of the cameras. Did you forget what I used to do? Wang Bin responded. The presence of renovation workers around them caused him to refrain from further comment. Xiao Kai circled the area, then produced paper and pen to sketch out the camera placements. Here, and these several locations require surveillance cameras to eliminate any blind spots. Truly, a professional knows their craft. I entrust the installation to you. Can you estimate the cost? Wang Bin queried. If you desire night vision and high definition, a total of 12 cameras and a system would amount to approximately 15,000. Adding a computer, we'd be looking at around 20,000. 20,000 1T suffice. I will give you 50,000. Procure the finest equipment. Share your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. We only met last night. Are you not concerned I might abscond with the money? Xiao Kai asked incredulously. Merely 50,000? Such an amount hardly warrants my concern, and I have faith in my judgment. Very well, since you place such trust in me, I shall not let you down. At that moment, Xiao Kai felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, and Wang Bin's stature in his eyes soared to great heights. After transferring the funds, he proceeded directly to purchase the camera. Watching Xiao Kai walk away, Yu Hongfei chuckled and playfully punched Wang Bin, saying, "You are becoming increasingly adept at winning people's hearts. A mere 50,000 yuan has secured the unwavering loyalty of a retired Special Forces soldier. This is not merely winning hearts. It is a matter of mutual understanding. I adhere to the principle of trusting those I employ while remaining vigilant of those I suspect. All right, you've won this round. By the way, could you also assist in refurbishing my warehouse and perhaps procure a few larger refrigerators along with some shelves? I would appreciate it if you could help me acquire supplies every other day. Simply coordinate with those vendors for delivery. I will send you the list once I return." "No problem," Yu Hongfei replied, not inquiring about Wang Bin's intended use for the warehouse or the specific items he wished to purchase. He trusted Wang Bin just as Wang Bin trusted him. Whatever Wang Bin requested, he would gladly undertake. After delegating his tasks, Wang Bin departed. Realizing there was no time for Yu Hongfei to assist with the procurement this time, he would need to handle the purchases himself. Learning from Lu Lianzhong that there was electricity and a signal transmission tower at the base, he planned to buy some walkie-talkies to ensure timely communication with his team. Given the recent inability to cook, Wang Bin decided to reduce his purchases of meat and fresh vegetables, focusing instead on convenience foods, snacks, beer, and beverages. He also stopped by a pharmacy to acquire some traditional Chinese medicine from Master Lu Jinghua. The prices in the system marketplace were exorbitant, and he preferred to avoid spending there. Concerning the remaining 10,000 kilograms of gold, he was in no rush to expend it, knowing he could redeem it when necessary. Additionally, he purchased a substantial quantity of gasoline, having discovered that it was far more effective against zombies than firearms. When the time came, Wang Bin re-entered the apocalyptic world. As he stepped out of his room, everyone sat quietly in the living room, awaiting his return. "Wang Bin, you're back?" "Yes," Wang Bin replied with a smile, retrieving ice cream and chocolate from the system space to share with everyone. This time, the quantity of ice cream was not as plentiful as before, but he ensured that each person received at least two. A Bao and Xiao Nan relished their treats, while others consumed one and saved the remainder for a Bao and his companions. "Has anything noteworthy occurred recently?" "Yes, Uncle Wang, you must avenge Uncle Deju. He has been wronged." Without waiting for others to respond, a Bao spoke up first. "What happened?" Wang Bin inquired, his concern evident. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely encountered a skilled opponent in the army and was defeated by him." "Oh, what kind of expert was he?" "Uncle Wang, he was formidable, with a single strike. He shattered 6 bricks." "Oh, what martial art did he employ?" I inquired, and it seems he practiced the iron sand palm. "How did you end up fighting him?" "After you left, we practiced the Tai Chi you taught us every day down below, and a sergeant spotted us. He was also a practitioner and wanted to spar with me. I managed to defeat him, but word spread, and he brought their battalion commander, and I was no match for him at all." "Ah, it is indeed a trivial matter. Please arrange a meeting for me tomorrow. I shall engage in a martial arts spar with him in the afternoon. Are you truly prepared to take action? My brother has been wronged. Would I remain indifferent to such an affront?" Chapter 77. The Challenge, Second Update. On this occasion, Li Daju had suffered some internal injuries, fortuitously. Wang Bin brought along traditional Chinese medicine for treating such ailments, which he prepared for Sister Lu to brew for Li Daju to consume. Beyond Li Daju's troubles, Wang Bin learned that 3 teams had recently returned from their search for survivors, but they had sustained heavy losses, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers. With only over 500 individuals brought back, it was rumored that one team was still unaccounted for, leading to speculation that they might have perished. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin fell into deep contemplation. Was this place truly safe? The following morning, Wang Bin gathered everyone to practice Tai Chi. Passers-by who witnessed their practice could not help but mock them, inciting Li Daju to nearly charge at these individuals. Since his defeat at the hands of the elite soldier, a segment of the onlookers would deride their soft and gentle Tai Chi practice. After an hour of practice, Wang Bin instructed Li Daju to deliver a challenge. The thought of imminent revenge filled Li Daju with exhilaration as he hurried to Captain Zhang's headquarters. "Halt! This is the headquarters. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." Upon seeing Li Daju approach, 2 sentry soldiers immediately aimed their rifles at him. "I seek Captain Zhang." "For what purpose?" to deliver a challenge. Oh, so you are the Li Daju who was bested by our captain a few days ago. Have you miraculously mastered your skills in such a short time and come seeking vengeance? The soldiers recognized Li Daju and began to jest. Do not underestimate me. This time it is my brother Wang Bin who wishes to compete with your captain. Wait here, I shall inform him. Swiftly, the sentry relayed the message to Captain Zhang, who perked up at the news. An ardent martial enthusiast, he hurriedly made his way outside. Li Daju, is what you say true? Indeed, it is true. Dare you accept the challenge? Why would I hesitate? I am merely curious how Wang Bin's skills compare to yours. If he lacks your prowess, I have no interest. Rest assured, my brother Wang Bin is several magnitudes more formidable than I. You are certainly no match for him. Several magnitudes, you say? That sounds rather boastful. Whether it is boastful or not, you shall find out after your match. Very well, I accept. You shall choose the time and place. Let it be this afternoon at 2 o'clock on the playground. Agreed. I shall be there punctually. Seeing that Captain Zhang had consented, Li Daju wasted no time and swiftly returned. As soon as he left, the camp erupted into a flurry of excitement. News rapidly spread that this afternoon, Wang Bin was set to engage in a contest of skill with Captain Zhang. The topic became the center of discussion among many. During lunch, as Wang Bin led his comrades to the mess hall, whispers of doubt swirled around him. They held little faith in his abilities. They had witnessed Captain Zhang's prowess firsthand, capable of shattering 6 bricks with a single strike, and they speculated that if such force were directed at a person, it would undoubtedly result in a multitude of fractures. The news swiftly reached Commander Li Junshan, prompting political commissar Wang Shun to bang his fist on the table and exclaim in exasperation that it was nonsense, insisting on confronting Captain Zhang. However, Li Junshan restrained him, saying, "Old Wang, sit down and remain calm." How can I remain calm? The last time, he injured our hero Li Daju, and I have yet to settle the score. Now he is targeting our second-class merit hero. I must intervene. I believe Wang Bin might not necessarily lose, and I see this as an opportunity. You, my friend, should consider a career in politics. What nonsense. Leading troops into battle also requires intellect, you know? Unbeknownst to Wang Bin, he had already caught the attention of both commanders. Surrounding voices threatened to incite anger in Guan Xiaoya, who nearly confronted the gossipers several times, but Officer Miao remained at her side, holding her back. Wang Bin, however, remained unfazed by their opinions, confident that they would soon silence themselves. After lunch, he returned with his comrades, seeking to center himself in solitude within his room until a knock at the door prompted him to rise. Let us proceed. Upon seeing Wang Bin's composed demeanor, his peers offered encouraging glances as they followed him to the training ground. As he arrived, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The field was teeming with throngs of people, numbering between 20 to 30,000, alongside over 2,000 soldiers who had gathered under the pretext of training, all eager to witness the contest. Upon spotting Wang Bin and his group, they quickly assembled around the competition area, claiming to be resting. Goodness, is this truly necessary? Indeed. There must be at least several thousand here. Guan Xiaoya and her companions were astounded by the sheer number of spectators, whispering among themselves as they trailed behind Wang Bin. Faced with such an overwhelming crowd, Wang Bin sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had initially aimed merely to avenge Li Daju and gain some practical experience, never anticipating such an extensive turnout. What he did not realize was that this grand spectacle was orchestrated by Commander Li from behind the scenes. At this juncture, Wang Bin had no choice but to showcase his true capabilities. As he approached the gathering, murmurs erupted among the audience. In the center of the grassy area sat a figure, seemingly in a meditative state, with a large expanse of grass surrounding him. Wang Bin deduced that this individual must indeed be Captain Zhang. Brother Wang, keep it up. Uncle Wang, keep it up. Wang Bin, keep it up. Everyone cheered for Wang Bin from a patch of grass in front, and he walked directly towards them. Upon hearing the footsteps, Commander Zhang slowly opened his eyes. Wang Bin noticed that Commander Zhang's gaze was exceptionally sharp, and he sensed a formidable aura surrounding him, realizing that this commander was indeed a master of internal strength. Understanding that Commander Zhang was a practitioner of profound skills, doubts began to stir within Wang Bin. The situation seemed more complex than he had anticipated, and he felt uncertain about his ability to defeat this commander today. When Commander Zhang beheld Wang Bin, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. He had prepared himself to the peak of his condition, only to find a youth devoid of fighting spirit. Wang Bin perceived the look of disillusionment in Commander Zhang's eyes. He recognized that he had been underestimated, and a surge of indignation ignited within him, compelling him to engage in a serious contest with the commander. To Commander Zhang's surprise, the seemingly dispirited youth suddenly radiated a palpable aura of determination towards him. Intriguing. Commander Zhang too sensed the formidable presence around Wang Bin, which piqued his interest in the upcoming duel. Wang Bin, I come seeking your guidance. Wang Bin halted approximately 3 meters away from Commander Zhang, clasped his fists, and bowed in respect. Zhang Sheng, I humbly request your instruction. Acknowledging Wang Bin's courteous gesture, Commander Zhang reciprocated with a fist salute, not daring to be dismissive. A confrontation between masters was about to commence. Chapter 78. The Duel, third update. The spectacle was about to unfold. Colonel Li and Political Commissar Wang were keenly interested in this duel. However, they felt it inappropriate to watch it in person, so they concealed themselves in a nearby building. Peering through binoculars, who do you think will win? Political Commissar Wang inquired with a smile. I have a favorable inclination towards Wang Bin. Colonel Li replied with mirth. Shall we place a bet? All right, what shall we wager? I bet Zhang Sheng will emerge victorious. If I win, you must share that half bottle of yours with me today. And if you lose? If I lose, I shall give you my treasured pack of cigarettes. How does that sound? Agreed. The guards behind them found the childish banter of the two leaders amusing, yet dared not express their laughter. In these times of scarcity, both leaders typically refrained from indulging in tobacco and alcohol, only partaking on exceptionally joyous occasions. Thus, their willingness to share their prized collections for this duel was indeed a significant gesture. Soon, the duel commenced. Commander Zhang unleashed his iron sand palm with great ferocity, launching a fierce assault on Wang Bin from the outset. Wang Bin, refusing to underestimate the challenge, harnessed 50% of his internal energy to execute the mighty Vajra palm, engaging in a fierce exchange with Commander Zhang. Their movements were swift, and within moments, they exchanged over a dozen blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Even though many are unfamiliar with martial arts, the movements of the two individuals and the resonant sounds of their strikes clearly indicate their exceptional skills. After exchanging a palm strike, both retreated 3 steps. Initially, their attacks were merely exploratory, lacking full force. However, having gleaned insights from their tentative exchanges, they were now prepared to engage earnestly. I never anticipated your prowess would exceed my expectations. From this moment, I shall unleash my full strength. So shall I. Wang Bin replied with a faint smile, reveling in the exhilarating sense of balance between them, which greatly enhanced his mastery of boxing. Huh, Captain Zhang shouted, leaping forward with a powerful kick, swiftly followed by a spinning back kick, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes towards Wang Bin. Unflustered, Wang Bin focused intently on every movement of Captain Zhang. His master, Li Jinghua, had taught him that each motion of an opponent could be anticipated. The twisting of joints often reveals their next move. While it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to achieve this, Wang Bin's agility far surpassed that of Captain Zhang, enabling him to foresee many of his opponent's actions and prepare defensively. Yet, the speed of Captain Zhang's strikes was astonishing, and the fluidity of his movements was formidable. Even when Wang Bin identified openings, he often found no opportunity to counterattack, leaving him predominantly on the defensive. To onlookers, it appeared as though Wang Bin was powerless, being relentlessly pushed back, leading many to believe that Captain Zhang was on the verge of victory. Particularly concerned was Guan Xiaoya, whose heart raced with anxiety as she watched Wang Bin struggle to defend himself. She wished fervently to step in and take his place. Officer Miao, possessing a modicum of fighting prowess, perceived the situation with greater clarity than others. Despite Wang Bin being on the receiving end, he remained unscathed. And she understood an important fact: a relentless assault consumes energy. Combat is not merely a contest of brute strength. Intelligence plays a significant role as well. Just as in evaluating an exceptional player in NBA or football, we often remark on their understanding of the game, saying they play with their minds. The same applies to martial arts, which require strategic thinking. Noticing Guan Xiaoya's palpable tension, Officer Miao chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and reassured her, have faith. He will surely prevail. Excitedly, Guan Xiaoya responded, really? Absolutely. Did you not see that Wang Bin remains uninjured? Fighting is not solely about physical strength. It requires intellect too. Yes, Brother Wang will definitely win. With Officer Miao's words, Guan Xiaoya finally smiled with relief. However, from a short distance away, an unpleasant voice interjected, "Huh? That's mere self-deception. Wang Bin is destined to lose." "What did you say? Are you seeking trouble?" Officer Miao retorted, turning with a fierce glare towards the source of the comment. "Who do you think you are?" The individual was revealed to be a woman, exuding an air of defiance and arrogance. "Sure to. Are you courting death? Do you even know who she is?" A young man nearby, unable to bear the situation any longer, hastily warned his companion. "Who is she?" "Officer Miao. Her strength is comparable to that of Li Dazhu." The moment the words registered, the man gasped in astonishment and shrank back, no longer daring to speak. He had witnessed the previous duel between Li Dazhu and Captain Zhang. Although Li Dazhu had been defeated, he had nonetheless displayed considerable skill against someone like him, who had no martial arts training. It was certain that one skilled fighter could easily handle 10 opponents. "Humph." Officer Miao, noticing the other party's retreat, snorted dismissively and turned her attention back to the duel between Wang Bin and Captain Zhang. Some might argue that Wang Bin, when not utilizing his internal energy, was evenly matched with Li Dazhu, and since Li Dazhu was bested by Captain Zhang, does that imply Wang Bin is inferior to him? The answer is a resounding no. Wang Bin's parity with Li Dazhu stemmed from the fact that he was not employing his internal power, while Li Dazhu was quite adept in martial arts. Wang Bin's mastery of both the powerful Vajra Palm and Tai Chi was still lacking, hence the standoff. Had Wang Bin chosen to harness even a fraction of his internal energy, he could have sent Li Dazhu flying with a mere punch. Captain Zhang's victory over Li Dazhu was largely attributable to his internal strength. In comparison with Captain Zhang, Wang Bin's shortfall lay in the finesse of his punching techniques. However, as time progressed, Wang Bin's innate combat talent began to shine through. Captain Zhang observed that Wang Bin was increasingly adept in the application of his boxing, while he himself was beginning to tire, struggling to maintain such a high pace of combat. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Wang Bin seized an opening and struck towards Captain Zhang's chest. Captain Zhang hastily attempted to block, but was unprepared and did not exert his full strength, resulting in Wang Bin pushing him back several steps. "Wow!" The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of Captain Zhang being pushed back. Utterly surprised by the turn of events, Guan Xiaoya, witnessing Wang Bin's success, couldn't help but cheer. Abeo, Xiaonan, and others around her joined in, excitedly applauding Wang Bin's performance. Captain Zhang, taken aback by Wang Bin's resilience, had not anticipated such difficulty in breaching his defenses after attacking for so long without success. Just as he prepared to launch another offensive, he noticed Wang Bin had changed his stance. Wang Bin performed a particular movement, tracing circles with both his hands and feet, and then fixed his gaze upon Captain Zhang. Upon observing Wang Bin's actions, Captain Zhang immediately recognized the martial art that Wang Bin intended to execute. Confusion flooded his mind. He had just witnessed the powerful Vajra Palm, and now Wang Bin was employing Tai Chi. How many martial arts does this individual possess? Am I being underestimated? Upon reflection, Commander Zhang's fury intensified, causing him to clench his fists tightly and launch another assault on Wang Bin. In truth, Commander Zhang had misjudged Wang Bin. The latter resorted to Tai Chi not out of weakness, but rather because he had nearly mastered the power of the diamond palm. And the rare opportunity to practice with such an exceptional sparring partner was too precious to forsake. As the two engaged in combat, Commander Zhang found himself increasingly uncomfortable, as though striking against cotton, a sensation that left him disoriented. Previously, when Wang Bin employed the power of the diamond palm, the exhilarating clash of force had ignited his adrenaline, but now he found himself unable to exert any power, which was deeply frustrating. Each of Commander Zhang's punches was deftly neutralized by Wang Bin, with much of the force being absorbed. Wang Bin occasionally seized the moment to redirect Zhang's energy, causing him to lose his rhythm. If Zhang let his guard down, Wang Bin's counterpunch would land, leaving Zhang in a state of disarray. As the match progressed, Commander Zhang's breath grew shallow and his impatience escalated. Gradually, he began to lose his composure, ultimately being struck solidly by Wang Bin, his body retreating several steps before he regained his footing. He yearned to continue his assault, but as he took a step forward, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. He realized he had sustained a significant internal injury. To his astonishment, Commander Zhang discovered a circular mark beneath Wang Bin's feet, and panic surged through him. Had he truly been confined within this circle all along? He had previously heard tales of Tai Chi's prowess, claiming that masters could execute the art without stepping outside this very circle. Though he had encountered practitioners of Tai Chi before, none had matched his own strength. And he had never witnessed the legendary phenomenon until now, experiencing its power firsthand. He had been thoroughly defeated, utterly vanquished. I have lost, though reluctant to admit it. Commander Zhang understood that a true man must accept defeat. Wow, Brother Wang has won. Uncle Wang is incredible. Wang Bin, you did great. Upon hearing Commander Zhang's admission of defeat, Guo Xiaoya and the others, seated on the grass, leaped up in excitement and raced towards Wang Bin. They surrounded him, lifting him into the air and tossing him joyfully. Wang Bin, equally exhilarated, felt a pang of compassion upon seeing Commander Zhang's despondent figure and called out urgently, Commander Zhang. Wait. Hearing Wang Bin's voice, Commander Zhang paused and turned to face him, while Li Dazhu and the others gently set Wang Bin down. With a smile, Wang Bin approached Commander Zhang and said, I apologize. That punch may have injured your internal organs. I have a remedy for such injuries. You might want to try it. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Why not? There is no traditional Chinese medicine here, and even if you have a prescription, I cannot find the necessary herbs. Oh, that is not a problem. I have some ready-made medicine in my backpack. I shall retrieve it for you at once. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. I'll deliver it to your camp shortly. Thank you. Colonel Zhang was taken aback by Wang Bin's kindness, as he was willing to treat his internal injuries. Initially skeptical when he heard that Wang Bin had shared grenades and ammunition with Captain Liu, he now believed in his selflessness upon witnessing Wang Bin offer precious medicinal herbs for his healing. Soon, Wang Bin found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers, all eager to take him as their mentor. Guan Xiaoya noticed one individual nearby who had previously claimed that Wang Bin would lose. She harbored a grudge and coldly addressed him. Didn't you just say my brother would be defeated? The man, caught off guard, awkwardly chuckled. Well, I was just joking. Don't take a rough man like me too seriously. Humph. Just as the crowd clamored to be Wang Bin's disciples, an officer approached with purposeful strides, announcing loudly, Wang Bin, our commander requests your presence. Ah, certainly. Upon hearing the officer's words, the crowd parted, allowing Wang Bin to pass. You all go back. I will join you shortly. Yes, we will wait for you. Guan Xiaoya felt a twinge of anxiety as Wang Bin was led away, fearing they might believe he had harmed Colonel Zhang and that the commander would summon him for a reprimand. On the way, Wang Bin inquired about the purpose of the commander's summons, but the officer remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single word. Before long, Wang Bin was brought to the headquarters. Report. Come in. Wang Bin, I've brought him. Excellent. You may leave now. Yes. Wang Bin, please take a seat. Thank you. Upon entering, Wang Bin observed that only two individuals occupied the office, Commander Li Junshan and Political Commissar Wang Shun. While Li Junshan appeared pleased, Wang Shun wore a solemn expression, uncertain whether the meeting heralded good news or bad. We witnessed your recent match with Colonel Zhang. Your martial skills are quite commendable, managing to best our martial champion. It was merely luck, just luck. Indeed, you won yet remain humble. Would you be interested in becoming an instructor? Instructor? In the parlance of martial artists. That would be akin to a head coach, to be precise. Ah, my skills are hardly worthy of display, and I have no prior teaching experience. I believe I must decline. Please, do not be hasty in your rejection. To be candid, our current situation is dire. The zombies are becoming increasingly aggressive, faster and more agile than before. We have just received intelligence that the surrounding zombies are converging towards us. We are nearing a critical moment for survival. We require individuals like you to assist us in safeguarding our homeland. Is that so? Indeed. Thus I wish to select able-bodied young men from among the populace for you to train, to help us withstand the onslaught of the undead. I wish I could, but my martial arts skills are utterly inadequate for combat against zombies. Not to worry, I have already found you an assistant. In our unit, there is a Captain Li, who possesses a family legacy of marksmanship. He will impart to you some fundamental shooting techniques for you to teach the civilians. Oh, but why not have him come to instruct directly? He has his own matters to attend to, and besides, having defeated our champion, your reputation among the populace is exceedingly high. It is far more fitting for you to lead their training. Very well, I agree. Thank you. You may return for now. I shall send Captain Li to find you shortly. All right, I shall take my leave. Oh, and for the time being, please refrain from mentioning the zombie situation to others, lest it incite panic. Understood. Chapter 80, Teaching Marksmanship, 5th Update. Upon Wang Bin's safe return, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been speculating the reason for his summons. After all, the timing was too coincidental. Wang Bin had just defeated Captain Zhang when the commander sent someone to seek him out. Brother Wang, did they give you any trouble? None at all. That's good. What did they want with you? They appointed me as the chief instructor. What? Chief instructor? Did you accept? Indeed. Wow. Uncle Wang is now the chief instructor. By the way, what rank does that entail? I didn't inquire about ranks, nor do I desire any. Ah, very well. Upon hearing that Wang Bin had become the chief instructor of the army, everyone was elated, particularly Bao and Xiao Nan, who were bouncing around the room in sheer joy. Wang Bin then recounted the events leading to his appointment by Commander Li, and he also disclosed the approaching threat of the zombies to the group, feeling no need to keep anything from Guan Xiaoya and the others. Upon learning that the zombies were converging on their base, the expressions of the group turned grave. After finally experiencing a respite, were they to be thrust back into a life of wandering? In any case, everyone needed to prepare during this time and also focus on training. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, not daring to slacken their efforts. After discussing the matters at hand, Wang Bin remembered that he needed to deliver medicine to Captain Zhang. He retrieved 2 packets of herbal medicine for internal injuries from the system space and set off to find Captain Zhang. As soon as Wang Bin exited the building, he was recognized by many, who nodded and smiled at him, no longer pointing and whispering as they had in the morning. He waved to everyone as he made his way to Captain Zhang's office. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 guards immediately saluted him. Comrade Wang Bin, our captain is waiting for you inside. Oh, very well. Without any hindrance, Wang Bin strode into the office. If Li Daju were to witness Wang Bin's treatment, one could only wonder what he would think. When Wang Bin finally located Captain Zhang, he discovered that Captain Zhang had already visited the hospital, where the doctor had prescribed him some painkillers and medication to dispel blood stasis and bruising. Upon seeing Commander Zhang reclining in his chair, his upper body marred with bruises, Wang Bin felt a pang of guilt. Were it not for the exorbitant price of the minor elixirs in the system's marketplace and his own financial constraints, he might have considered exchanging one for Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang, I am truly sorry. Ah, you're here. Please, take a seat. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, Commander Zhang swiftly rose from his chair. This is a prescription passed down from my master. I cannot attest to its specific effects, but do try it for a while and see if it helps. Ah, thank you. You are quite impressive. Your master must be extraordinary as well. Indeed. I can only manage a little over 20 moves under his guidance. How remarkable. May I inquire about your master's name? Perhaps I am acquainted with him. My master is named Li Jinghua, and he is over 70 years old. He is a modest man. You likely have not heard of him. Indeed, I have not. But he must surely be a figure of great repute. Let us not dwell on that. You are to take this medicine 3 times a day. 1 dose will last for 3 days. This is enough for 2 doses. Ah, thank you. By the way, once I recover, might I still have the opportunity to spar with you? That is certainly no problem. I shall be at your service whenever you are healed. Thank you. Wang Bin conversed with Commander Zhang for a while longer before returning home. Shortly after his arrival, Commander Li issued orders, dispatching numerous soldiers and survivors to chop wood, while also sending many to reinforce the city's defenses. Upon learning that the zombies were imminent, Guan Xiaoya and the others seized the opportunity to train diligently, with none slacking off. Just as the training reached a fervent peak, a knock resounded at the door. Bao dashed over to open it, revealing an officer holding 2 wooden sticks. Upon seeing the sticks, Bao's heart tightened with apprehension. What are you here for? Are you looking to fight Uncle Wang? Little one, do not misunderstand. I am not here to brawl with your Uncle Wang. I have business with him. Is he at home? Hearing Bao's words, Lieutenant Li was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he, a reasonably handsome man, had been perceived as a villain. Yes, but do not call me little one. I have already dispatched over 100 zombies. I aspire to be a man like Uncle Wang. Bao expressed his displeasure at being referred to as a child, standing defiantly with his hands on his hips, as if ready to bite anyone who dared to call him that again. All right, you are indeed a man. Lieutenant Li was both amused and exasperated. Bao, stop your antics. Hurry and invite him in. Wang Bin admonished Bao upon overhearing their exchange. Oh, uncle, please come in. At Wang Bin's words, Bao quickly beamed and ushered Lieutenant Li inside. Hello, I am Li Jingyi, sent by Commander Li. Oh, greetings. You must be the lieutenant sent to teach me marksmanship. Please, make yourself comfortable. Thank you, but there is no need to sit. Let us commence without delay. Very well. Thank you for your guidance. The guidance can hardly be termed as such. Rather, we are engaging in mutual learning. The demeanor of Commander Li is notably humble, leaving a favorable impression on everyone. Upon hearing that he would instruct Wang Bin in marksmanship, the crowd was filled with excitement, eagerly making way for the two. The rationale for not conducting the lesson outside is quite straightforward. Commander Li wishes to cultivate Wang Bin's talents discreetly, ensuring that no one is aware that the techniques being taught to Wang Bin are derived from Commander Li's lineage. After imparting the essence of his family's ancestral marksmanship to Wang Bin, Commander Li demonstrated the techniques before the gathered crowd. His skills were indeed impressive, leaving the onlookers in awe. Subsequently, Commander Li began to teach Wang Bin each maneuver, while Guan Xiaoya and the others attentively observed from the sidelines. Over the course of an hour, Wang Bin had memorized the entire set of techniques. The complexity of the techniques raised concerns about whether others could grasp them in a short span of time. Rest assured, I have already devised some simpler movements for them to learn. Teaching just those will suffice, Wang Bin exclaimed, a hint of doubt creeping in regarding whether there would be enough time before the impending zombie attack. Fortunately, Commander Li had thoughtfully prepared for this. Continuing, Commander Li instructed Wang Bin on the basic movements he would need to teach to others, which Wang Bin quickly mastered. Once he ensured Wang Bin was adequately prepared, Commander Li made his exit after a brief farewell. In truth, if it were merely a matter of Wang Bin instructing others in marksmanship, Commander Li need not have shared his family's techniques. However, Commander Li's intention to foster a bond with Wang Bin prompted him to impart this knowledge. In this apocalyptic era, Commander Li understood the futility of clinging to such treasured skills. He genuinely wished to pass on his family's marksmanship. He had previously envisioned opening a martial arts school upon retiring from the military to promote this legacy, but alas, the outbreak occurred before he could realize that dream. Now, with a prodigious talent like Wang Bin to assist him in fulfilling this aspiration, he would certainly not hold back. Chapter 81. Chief Instructor, 6th Update. The following day at 7 o'clock, Wang Bin was again roused by the sound of the broadcast. The group gathered once more in the training grounds. Shortly after assembling, Commander Li Junshan and Political Commissar Wang Shun arrived. Without unnecessary preamble, Commander Li ascended the platform and proclaimed loudly, "Comrades, while we may feel secure at this moment, it does not guarantee our future safety. We must remain vigilant. To enhance the survival capabilities of every survivor, we have decided to assemble a team of young men aged 16 to 40 to combat the zombies. It is my honor to invite Comrade Wang Bin to serve as the chief instructor of this team, with Lieutenant Lu serving as the assistant instructor to support Comrade Wang's efforts. Now let us welcome Chief Instructor Wang Bin to the stage for his address." Although Guan Xiaoya and the others were already aware of this development, being publicly appointed as chief instructor by Commander Li in front of such a large audience filled them with exhilaration, prompting them to applaud with all their might. Wang Bin found himself in a predicament, such as the nature of the military, where every matter demands a public address. He realized that many aspire to take the stage yet lack the requisite qualifications. To put it plainly, Wang Bin was somewhat exasperated by the situation. Amidst a fervent round of applause, he jogged up to the podium, saluted Li Junshan and Wang Shun, and then turned to salute the gathered crowd. Although not a soldier by trade, he had undergone military training since middle school, thus these gestures posed no challenge for him. Li Junshan and Wang Shun observed Wang Bin's movements, noting their precision and efficiency, and exchanged satisfied nods. "Comrades, do you wish to survive?" "Yes," came the resounding response. "Excellent. Those who can utter such words possess a stronger will to endure than most, for within them burns a fierce desire for survival. In this apocalyptic world, relinquishing that desire is tantamount to embracing death. However, mere survival instinct is insufficient. One must also possess the skills to endure. Our greatest adversary is the horde of zombies. Hence it is imperative that you learn to combat them. Some may question, how can we fight zombies without firearms? To which I respond, even firearms deplete their ammunition eventually. What then, when the bullets run dry? Shall we await our demise? No. At that moment, we must rely on our physical prowess and close combat capabilities. Today, I shall impart to you the techniques of hand-to-hand combat." With that, Wang Bin gestured, and Lu the squad leader rushed forward, presenting him with a wooden rifle. Without hesitation, Wang Bin demonstrated the marksmanship taught to him by Li Jingyi the previous day. Though not as adept as his mentor, he executed the movements with impressive flair. Had he truly learned this just yesterday? Witnessing Wang Bin's adeptness, Wang Shun could not help but discreetly inquire of Li Junshan. Indeed, Li Jingyi reported back to me after his instruction. He has indeed only practiced for a day. Li Junshan remarked, marveling at Wang Bin's natural talent for martial arts. Wang Shun's lingering doubts were thus confirmed, leaving him equally astounded. As Wang Bin concluded his demonstration, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Holding the wooden staff, he performed a gesture of respect to the crowd and then declared, "Is my technique impressive?" "Impressive," they chorused. "Do you wish to learn?" "Yes." "Very well. I ask that all able-bodied men aged 16 to 40 remain. The rest may disperse. This is not a matter of discrimination against the elderly, women, or children, but rather a recognition that you have more pressing responsibilities. You must undertake the tasks left unfinished by those who came before you, fortifying our city as defenses. When the zombies come, they will stand before you, shielding you from harm. Are you willing to undertake the duties they could not fulfill?" "Yes." Initially disheartened, the elderly, women, and children found renewed excitement upon hearing Wang Bin's words. They did not intend to abandon them. Rather, they sought to bolster their strength for their protection. Given this, what more is there to discuss? Their lives would be managed by themselves, which posed no issue. Soon, the elderly, women, and children set about reinforcing the city defenses. As for Guan Xiaoye and the others, Wang Bin had already communicated with them in advance, instructing them to remain behind for training. Wang Bin was no saint. He would certainly care for his family whenever possible. Before long, a total of 13,251 eligible young adults were gathered to facilitate management. They were organized into groups of 500, with Lieutenant Liu leading the division into several formations, each overseen by 2 soldiers. The most discontented among them was undoubtedly Lieutenant Liu, who had invited Wang Bin to become a squad leader just last week, only to find himself now as Wang Bin's subordinate. However, Liu held no grievances regarding this decision. It was an organizational arrangement, and he had witnessed Wang Bin's capabilities firsthand. He believed that even in his role as a subordinate, he would learn a great deal of valuable knowledge. After tallying the numbers, Wang Bin did not immediately instruct them in the staff techniques. Instead, he had the soldiers take the group for a 5-kilometer run to limber up. Once they completed the run, Wang Bin allowed a brief rest before distributing wooden spears to each individual. The ends of the spears were sharpened, allowing them to effectively pierce a zombie's skull. Once everyone had their wooden spear, Wang Bin ascended to a platform and began teaching them, demonstrating each movement meticulously. Lieutenant Liu and the others also took up a spear and diligently followed Wang Bin's instructions. Li Jingyi's family martial arts comprised 18 essential movements, including thrusting, stabbing, striking, entangling, circling, blocking, capturing, pouncing, pointing, prodding, and floral dance. However, due to the time constraints, it was unnecessary to master all the techniques at once. Wang Bin selected the fundamental movements of thrusting, stabbing, pointing, and blocking to teach first, intending to cover the remaining techniques later when they were more proficient. Before long, it was time for lunch. Wang Bin granted everyone an hour and a half to eat and rest before resuming training in the afternoon. It was still summer, and the heat caused everyone to sweat profusely, yet not a single person complained of fatigue. They understood that in order to survive in this apocalypse, acquiring skills increased their chances of survival. Moreover, the elderly, women, and children toiled tirelessly to repair the city defenses. How could the men dare to voice their exhaustion in front of them? Training continued until just before lunch, and after dinner, Wang Bin did not schedule further training, considering that the first day should not be overly taxing, as it would hinder subsequent training sessions. After his meal, Wang Bin returned alone to practice, as both his lightness of body technique and Tai Chi required advancement. When Master Li Jinghua imparted the art of Tai Chi to him, the system automatically integrated Tai Chi into Wang Bin's martial arts repertoire. Upon its inclusion, Tai Chi rewarded Wang Bin with an augmentation of 3 points in strength and 2 points in agility. Similarly, after receiving instruction in the Li-style spear technique from Li Jingyi the previous day, the system likewise incorporated this weaponry skill, bestowing upon him an additional point in strength and another in agility. As a result, his attributes have significantly surpassed those of many second-rate experts. Chapter 82. The Aspiring Progress of Liu Company Commander. 6 updates today. While Wang Bin diligently practiced at home, Company Commander Liu ventured alone to the training ground to rehearse the spear techniques Wang Bin had taught them. In his mind, he envisioned a zombie standing before him. and he relentlessly thrust at its head, one stab after another. Before he realized it, he had executed over 100 strikes. Though fatigue began to set into his arm, he persevered, continuing to thrust towards the imagined adversary. As the vice instructor, he felt compelled to excel beyond others, cognizant that he stood on equal footing with his peers. Aware of his lack of Wang Bin's extraordinary martial talent, he understood that only through greater effort could he become a paragon for others. Due to the restricted electricity at the station, little could be accomplished at home during the evening. Consequently, the square and training ground transformed into a favored locale for recreation and relaxation. The soldiers of the 3rd Platoon were also resting on the training ground when one soldier noticed their company commander ensconced in a corner, tirelessly practicing the spear techniques from earlier. Isn't that Company Commander Liu? Indeed, it is him. Even at this late hour, he is training. How can we, as his soldiers, squander time here alone? You're right. Let us return and fetch our wooden spears to train. Before long, Liu discovered that over 30 soldiers had gathered behind him. What brings you here? Commander, we wish to train alongside you. Very well, let us train together. Everyone, heed my command. Attack. Attack. With each cry of attack from Liu, the soldiers echoed his fervor, thrusting their wooden spears forcefully forward. Their vigorous activity soon attracted the attention of those frolicking nearby, many of whom were curious onlookers, including those who had participated in training that day. They're still training this late. What dedication. Indeed, it seems we have hope against the zombies. Shall we join in the training? Yes. Before long, numerous individuals on the training ground hurried back home to retrieve their wooden spears, racing back to join Liu and his soldiers in their practice. In a matter of moments, the training ground was filled with over 1,000 people, with even more hurrying towards the commotion. News of the fervent training spread quickly, prompting the young men and women who had been playing in the square to return home and gather their wooden spears, eager to join the collective effort on the training ground. As more individuals joined in, the sounds of battle resonated across the playground. Li Junshan, seated in his office, was intrigued by the commotion and stood to gaze out the window at the scene below. Shaoli, come in for a moment, the commander called. Sir, what is it? Please investigate what is happening out there. Understood. Upon receiving the order, the guard Shaoli promptly dashed towards the playground. Soon, he returned with a clear understanding of the situation and reported back to Li Junshan. Since Lu Feng's return, he seems to have made significant progress. Indeed, he has been notably proactive lately. Is Instructor Wang present on the playground? No. Would you like me to summon him? There's no need. If he were to join, the nature of the activity would change. I don't comprehend. It's quite simple. It is currently a break period, and the actions of the individuals are spontaneous. If Instructor Wang arrives, it would transform into mandatory training, which would be counterproductive. I see. Keep a watchful eye on that area. Report any new developments to me. Yes. Once the guard Shaoli exited, Li Junshan returned to his seat, contemplating the possibility of promoting Lu Feng when the opportunity arose. However, he was troubled by issues concerning personnel. While he currently had troops, he lacked sufficient firearms and ammunition. The recent years had seen a constant depletion of resources, and there were no surplus weapons available to equip new recruits. The next batch of ammunition would not arrive for another 6 months. Thus, organizing young men to teach them marksmanship was a reluctant necessity. Rubbing his slightly aching head, Li Junshan rose and approached the defense map, scrutinizing it carefully as he pondered how to further fortify the positions. Meanwhile, Wang Bin also heard the sounds of Lu Feng and his men. Using binoculars, he observed the playground, his heart swelling with joy as he witnessed Lu Feng leading the training. Wang Bin, what is happening? Officer Miao and others gathered by the window to look. See for yourselves, Wang Bin said with a smile, handing the binoculars to Officer Miao. After taking a glance, they discovered that thousands were engaged in marksmanship training on the playground. Wang Bin, with their dedication, why don't you go and commend them? Now is not the right time. Let's wait until tomorrow. Oh, should we go over? That's up to you. It matters not where they practice as long as they are diligent. Then perhaps we shall refrain from going. We can always consult you with queries here. In the end, none of Wang Bin's companions ventured to the playground. Instead, they trained at home, not practicing marksmanship, but engaging in Tai Chi. This was at Wang Bin's request. Daytime was reserved for firearms training, while evenings were dedicated to Tai Chi, as he had inquired with the system, which assured him that such practice would enhance their physical fitness. As long as he is present, there will be no shortage of ammunition among the crowd. A day's practice in marksmanship during daylight hours suffices. Hence, enhancing physical fitness proves to be the most prudent investment. During the training sessions led by Captain Liu, various elders, women, and children who had not participated earlier began to join in. Lacking wooden rifles, they improvised with branches, and those without branches resorted to using hoes, mops, brooms, and other implements. If none were available, they merely gestured with empty hands. Gradually, the number of participants exceeded 20,000, with a continual increase anticipated. Captain Liu could hardly fathom that his unintentional actions would trigger such a significant chain reaction. Under Captain Liu's guidance, the training extended until 10 o'clock at night. Having already trained throughout the day, the participants were utterly exhausted by the evening's endeavors. At 7 o'clock the following morning, everyone gathered on the playground. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bin commanded the crowd to run 5 kilometers. Throughout this process, Captain Liu kept his gaze fixed on Wang Bin, believing he ought to acknowledge the events of the previous night. However, Wang Bin remained silent. Upon completing the 5-kilometer run, Wang Bin still offered no remarks. Captain Liu felt compelled to approach Wang Bin and commend those who had participated in the training the night before. Just as he prepared to step forward, Wang Bin ordered everyone to assemble, prompting Captain Liu to hurriedly gather the group. "I suppose many of you are awaiting my praise?" Wang Bin's words elicited laughter from the crowd. "I am aware that many of you voluntarily came to train on the playground last night, which is commendable. When facing zombies, your survival largely depends on your own efforts. Diligent practice will not be in vain. However, regarding additional training at night, I merely wish to say that one should act within their capabilities. I neither support nor oppose it. Participation is entirely voluntary. Today, we will review yesterday's techniques. If you perform well, I shall teach you new techniques in the afternoon. Now, let each group spread out and prepare to commence training." "Yes." Captain Liu saluted and then moved to the front, instructing each group to arrange themselves properly, following Wang Bin and practicing the techniques learned the previous day. Perhaps motivated by the promise of new techniques upon mastering the current ones, or perhaps due to their diligent practice the day before, Wang Bin was pleased and introduced several new techniques in the afternoon. Chapter 83. The Onslaught of the Zombie Horde, Part 2. That evening, many more elders, women, and children joined in. Under Wang Bin's suggestion, Li Junshan arranged for additional wooden rifles to be placed on the playground, allowing anyone wishing to practice to collect one. Wang Bin, however, did not appear that night, and Captain Liu once again led the group in training, reminiscent of the previous day. Upon observing that some newly arrived elderly women and children were not performing the movements correctly, he approached them directly, gathering them together to elucidate the essential techniques. As he walked among the crowd, shouting slogans, he corrected the improper movements of those struggling. Liu, the squad leader, was keenly observed by Li Junshan's men, and that very evening, news of his actions reached Li Junshan. In order to ensure that Wang Bin was informed about the training conditions, Li Junshan dispatched a guard to relay the situation at the training ground to him. When the guard entered the room and beheld a multitude practicing Tai Chi, he was taken aback, realizing that this instructor Wang and his companions were indeed working diligently, albeit unseen by others. Li Junshan quickly learned of this incident and remarked with a faint smile, "Success is a blend of 1% talent and 99% effort. This is undeniably true." Thus, under Wang Bin's guidance, everyone trained in marksmanship for 4 consecutive days. Through his dedicated efforts, both his one-reed crossing the river agility technique and Tai Chi advanced a level, enhancing his strength and agility attributes, marking him as a pinnacle among second-rate experts. After training through the night, everyone returned to rest after 10 o'clock, and by 11, the base fell into silence. Just as they were deep in slumber, the blaring alarm jolted everyone awake. They hurried to the windows to gaze outside. Soon, the sound of whistles echoed from below, accompanied by soldiers shouting, "Zombies are coming. Everyone, rise and prepare for battle." The chilling announcement startled all, prompting them to gather their wooden rifles and rush downstairs. Quickly, assemble on the playground. Under the officer's guidance, the crowd hastened towards the training ground. Wang Bin also led Guan Xiaoya and others down, having previously arranged for everyone to stay together. Upon reaching the ground, Wang Bin grasped the arm of one officer, inquiring, "How many zombies have arrived?" The officer initially attempted to shake off Wang Bin's grip, but upon recognizing him, responded politely, "I'm not entirely sure of the exact number, but it seems there are at least 200,000 to 300,000. Such a multitude." Wang Bin's heart raced at the thought. Although the base housed around 50 to 60,000 personnel, only about 4,000 were soldiers, even with his contingent of 13,000. Their total combat strength barely exceeded 20,000, meaning they would face a horde of over 10 times their number. Aware of the urgency, Wang Bin dashed to the playground with utmost speed. The scene was chaotic, with individuals running in all directions, yet fortunately, Liu had already organized his soldiers into formation. Soon, the ranks were nearly assembled. Although some were still making their way over, the majority had arrived. According to intelligence reports, the zombies launched their assault only after surrounding them at night, meaning that all four walls would come under attack. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Wang Bin left one soldier to organize those yet to arrive and divided the remaining personnel into 4 groups to defend the 4 walls. He himself led 3,000 men to the eastern wall, rumored to be the location with the highest concentration of zombies. Upon arrival at the eastern barricade, he found Commander Li Junshan and Political Commissar Wang Shun already observing the movements of the zombies through binoculars atop the wall. The sky still glimmered with a few flares, and as he glanced into the distance, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. The horizon was shrouded in a black mass, seemingly endless. The horde of zombies had commenced their attack, howling as they surged toward the walls. The sight of 200,000 to 300,000 zombies charging forth resembled an army of galloping steeds, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. Wang Bin surveyed those around him. Not only were his men tense, but even the soldiers visibly displayed anxiety at the sight of such a vast number of zombies. Despite the relentless approach of the undead, no one dared to fire a shot without Li Junshan's command. The horde drew nearer, 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. As the zombies closed in, tension escalated among the people. Many wiped the sweat from their brows in anxiety. Fire! At last, when the zombies were just 200 meters from the wall, Li Junshan finally issued the order. Instantly, gunfire erupted from all sides of the fortifications, and countless bullets flew toward the advancing zombies, causing many to fall in an instant. However, as the front line of zombies fell, more continued to surge forward. To allow room for his soldiers, Wang Bin refrained from having them ascend the walls immediately. Instead, he organized them into 2 groups, taking cover beneath the walls on either side, waiting for the zombies to reach the base before defending. Wang Bin drew forth his rifle equipped with a night vision scope. Through the lens, he observed an array of glowing points scattered across the field. His shooting proficiency had reached level 3, and with the aid of the night vision scope, his accuracy was remarkable, with nearly every shot resulting in a zombie's demise. Soon, his sharpshooting drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers, who envied his night vision scope, believing it to be the sole reason for his precision. Little did they know that after enhancing his shooting proficiency, Wang Bin's skill was now comparable to that of a special forces sniper, with the night vision scope merely serving as an auxiliary tool. The regular army was indeed formidable. Several heavy machine guns fired incessantly, mowing down the zombies in waves. Upon seeing the heavy machine guns, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with desire. If he could wield one, he mused, it wouldn't take long for him to elevate both his shooting proficiency and his strength to the next level. After pondering for a while, without coming up with a plausible reason to borrow one for practice, he could only enter the system space in frustration to examine the heavy machine gun. Heavy machine guns have existed in the realm of warfare from World War I to the present, with stark differences in pricing. For instance, the Maxim machine gun from the Great War was valued at 1,000 kilograms of gold, while the modern M61 Vulcan demands an astonishing 8,000 kilograms. Currently, there remains approximately 10,000 kilograms of gold at his disposal. Faced with the overwhelming horde of zombies, he yearned for a Maxim machine gun. Yet the sudden display of such a formidable weapon would likely instill fear in others, compelling him to refrain and instead engage the undead with his rifle. Half an hour later, ammunition began to dwindle, and due to continuous firing, the barrels of the soldiers' weapons were becoming exceedingly hot, threatening to melt if the onslaught did not cease. Nevertheless, the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge toward the walls. Witnessing this dire situation, Li Junshan grew increasingly anxious and commanded the soldiers to alternate their fire. He also issued orders to Wang Bin, instructing, Instructor Wang, it's up to you now. Understood. Brothers, to the walls. With Wang Bin's commanding voice, over 3,000 survivors, armed with wooden spears, swiftly ascended the walls, clutching their makeshift weapons tightly as they faced the encroaching zombies. As Li Junshan had instructed the soldiers to take turns firing, Many relinquished their positions on the walls to the survivors, allowing the zombies to advance at a much faster pace. It was not long before zombies reached the base of the walls, prompting the survivors to thrust their spears towards the creatures' heads. Though the wall stood over 2 meters high, its thickness had been reinforced, accommodating 3 individuals side by side, and fortified with several bunkers for soldiers and survivors to take aim or strike at the zombies. The initial wave of zombies was not overwhelming and was swiftly dispatched by the collective efforts of the defenders. However, as more zombies surged forth, the area beneath the walls became a dark mass, an unending tide that could not be quelled. "Fire the cannons," Li Junshan commanded without hesitation, instructing the mortarmen below to commence their assault. A battalion of mortarmen was divided into 4 groups, each targeting a different direction, relentlessly firing to maximize the annihilation of the zombies, with shells raining down upon the densest clusters of the undead, sending countless bodies soaring through the air. The sound of the cannon fire invigorated the defenders, renewing their resolve as they dispatched the encroaching zombies with renewed vigor. Wang Bin was once again struck by the insignificance of the individual, realizing that only through collective strength could they hope to withstand such a massive horde. An hour later, exhaustion had taken its toll on everyone, yet the zombies continued to flood toward the walls. The mass of undead at the base of the wall grew ever higher, with many areas nearing the point where the zombies could climb atop their fallen comrades to reach the defenders. The elderly, women, and children tirelessly transported supplies to the soldiers. As the situation grew increasingly dire and the defenders began to tire, they too seized wooden spears and rushed to the walls to join the fight against the relentless assault of the undead. "Go down and rest for a moment. We will hold them off for a while." The warriors and survivors were filled with joy at the sight of their comrades coming to assist. Yet none were willing to descend for a moment's respite. Wang Bin recognized that it was imperative for him to take a stand. Outside loomed a multitude of zombies, and if the group did not rest, they would surely collapse from exhaustion. "Everyone, the warriors and survivors shall take turns resting for 15 minutes, while our newly arrived comrades will take over," he commanded. However, seeing that no one was willing to rest, he grew anxious and shouted, "This is an order." Upon hearing the word order, the group finally complied, and, under the guidance of the officers and team leaders, half of them descended to rest. Li Junshan observed Wang Bin's authoritative command with admiration rather than reproach, appreciating his decisiveness. Before the 15 minutes had elapsed, some of the resting warriors and survivors stealthily approached the wall to eliminate zombies. After the first rotation, the collective stamina had improved slightly, though fatigue still weighed heavily upon them. Throughout this ordeal, Wang Bin remained steadfast at the wall, relentlessly dispatching zombies. Following 2 hours of fierce combat, the zombies were nearly eradicated, leaving only a handful outside the wall. "We have triumphed. We have prevailed. We are alive. Hooray!" After the last of the zombies were cleared, the group erupted in joyous exclamations, some even moved to tears. Wang Bin's hands felt detached from his body, but he could not dwell on his discomfort. He simply collapsed onto the ground to rest. After over 5 hours of relentless fighting, they had finally vanquished the horde, and the dawn was beginning to break. Once their exhilaration subsided, the group huddled on the ground, their gazes vacant as they stared ahead. The thought of the vast zombie horde sent a shiver down their spines. Having defeated this wave, what awaited them next? Wang Bin sighed softly, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his system space. He tore it open and offered a cigarette to a nearby warrior, who brightened at the sight, gratefully accepting the smoke. Seeing the cigarette, others quickly approached, and soon the pack was exhausted, though many still eyed him longingly. There remained one solitary cigarette in the system space, but he could not reveal it, lest his secret be uncovered. As Wang Bin wrestled with his dilemma, a warrior cheerfully suggested, "Let each have a puff." He then passed his cigarette to a nearby survivor. "Thank you," the survivor exclaimed, eagerly taking a drag before reluctantly passing it to another, reminding them to share a puff each. Witnessing such unity among the group filled Wang Bin with joy. He moved to the other side of the wall, distributing another pack of cigarettes, informing them there were no extras, just 1 puff per person. Many had not indulged in smoking for years, and the sight of Wang Bin producing cigarettes thrilled them. They expressed their gratitude, lit their smokes, and passed them along to others, fostering a spirit of camaraderie amidst the remnants of their battle. Li Junshan was deeply moved by Wang Bin's generosity and loudly addressed a nearby guard, instructing him to fetch the cigarettes and liquor from his office to share with everyone. Upon hearing this, Political Commissar Wang Shun chuckled and added, "Let us save the liquor for the celebratory feast later. I also have 2 packs of cigarettes in my office, so bring those along as well." Upon realizing that Wang Shun had hidden away 2 packs of cigarettes, Li Junshan laughed, saying, "You sly fellow. You've been hoarding 2 packs." Wang Shun replied with a grin, "I was merely trying to prevent you from constantly thinking about my cigarettes." Haha. The group erupted into laughter. Noticing the merriment, Wang Bin looked up and approached, inquiring, "Commander Li, Commissar Wang, what is the cause of your laughter?" Li Junshan responded with a smile, "Instructor Wang, your performance today was remarkable. I observed that you dispatched the most zombies." Wang Bin chuckled, "I hardly think so. The heavy machine gunners were the real stars. Once they pulled the trigger, zombies fell in droves." Wang Shun interjected, "That is not quite accurate. Remember, we ran low on ammunition and had to halt." Wang Bin grew anxious at this revelation and quietly asked, "Commander Li, are we genuinely short on ammunition?" Li Junshan nodded helplessly. "We can only support 1 more battle of today's scale." Hearing this, Wang Bin's concern deepened. The outer wall could no longer withstand the zombie onslaught. If they were forced to retreat entirely, the last line of defense would be breached, leading to dire consequences. "Commander Li, I believe we should evacuate as soon as possible." "Indeed. Rest assured, I will deliberate on it. At dawn, I will dispatch a few individuals to assess the surrounding situation before making a decision. For now, the priority is to let everyone return and rest. We shall have a proper meal at noon." Li Junshan commanded, "Lieutenant Li, relay the orders for everyone to head back and rest." Understood. After issuing his commands, Li Junshan returned with Wang Shun, as they had numerous tasks to attend to, such as accounting for losses and organizing reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Wang Bin sought out Officer Miao and the others, who were sprawled out, exhausted and asleep. He hurried over to rouse them. The air was thick with the stench of decay, which could prove detrimental to their health if inhaled excessively. Upon hearing Wang Bin's voice, Officer Miao and the others stirred awake, yet a Bao and a few others remained unresponsive, prompting Wang Bin and his companions to carry them back for rest. This battle had seen full participation, although the fortifications prevented the zombies from breaching, resulting in no casualties. Everyone was utterly drained after fighting for over 5 hours to clear the area of zombies. If they were to face another assault, Wang Bin dared not contemplate whether they could withstand it. With so many zombies, a single breach could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in total annihilation. Upon returning home, Wang Bin hurriedly retrieved food and beverages to replenish everyone's energy. As soon as the provisions were distributed, the group devoured the sustenance ravenously, having been thoroughly exhausted from the day's toils. Once their strength was restored, they retreated to their respective chambers and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 85. High-Level Military Conference, 4th Update. Afternoon, everyone gradually awoke. Following a light meal, Wang Bin shared the news he had received from Commander Li with the group. Upon learning of the troops' ammunition shortage, a wave of concern swept through them. Wang Bin had prepared for the worst, distributing a package to each individual, which also contained some food and water, ensuring that even if they were separated, they would not succumb to starvation. Additionally, each person was provided with a walkie-talkie and headphones. Given that the radar station at the division headquarters was still operational and powered by solar energy, they could receive signals in the area. However, these items could not be utilized immediately. Firstly, their origins could not be clearly explained, and secondly, the troops were in dire need of communication equipment. If discovered, they would likely be requisitioned. Wang Bin had prepared one for each person, which complicated matters. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Wang Bin made his way toward the division headquarters. He sought to inquire about the situation regarding the zombies and, as the chief instructor managing 13,000 survivors, needed to discuss future plans with Li Junshan. Upon exiting the building, passers-by greeted him, and he waved back as he proceeded to the headquarters. The guard at the gate recognized Wang Bin and did not impede his entry. However, he instructed him to wait at the entrance before meeting the commander, only allowing him in after notifying the appropriate parties. "The chief instructor is here. Please take a seat." Li Junshan and a group of high-ranking officers appeared to be in discussion and promptly invited him to sit as he entered. "Ah, Commander Li. Please just call me Wang Bin from now on. It feels more comfortable that way." Wang Bin took a seat next to an officer without hesitation. "That is not acceptable. This is military discipline." "Very well," Wang Bin acquiesced, recognizing the authority of the military code. The scouts I dispatched have returned. I was just about to send someone to find you, but you arrived on your own, saving me the trouble. Commander Lee, what is the situation outside? Wang Bin inquired, his heart racing at the news of the scouts' return. The outlook is grim. We are surrounded by a considerable number of zombies, approximately 400,000, and behind us, to the west, a horde of 1,000,000 zombies is advancing toward us. 1,000,000 zombies? Wang Bin exclaimed in astonishment, nearly leaping to his feet before regaining his composure. What are Commander Lee's plans? Are you jesting? With 1,000,000 zombies, we must flee immediately. The threat of a mere 200,000 to 300,000 had nearly breached their defenses. If encircled by 1,000,000, survival would be utterly hopeless. Lee Brigade Commander was slightly taken aback upon hearing the news of 1,000,000 zombies, but soon regained his composure. His impression of Wang Bin elevated significantly. After all, when he had just conveyed this information to the assembled officers, several had jumped up in astonishment. The only viable course of action now was to break through as swiftly as possible. However, with so many civilians present, ensuring the safety of all personnel was a formidable challenge. Therefore, we must devise a robust escape plan. Commander Lee, I believe we should immediately inform others, urging them to mobilize and gather at Chow Chow. We should execute our plan without delay, rather than waiting to form a collective after the plan is established. Indeed, Instructor Wang makes a valid point. Brigade Commander Lee replied, Colonel Huang, I entrust this task to you. Disseminate the news at once and assemble everyone in the playground. Additionally, ensure that our supplies are adequately prepared for an immediate evacuation. Understood. Colonel Huang saluted and promptly exited. Instructor Wang, do you have any further suggestions? As soon as Colonel Huang departed, Brigade Commander Lee inquired with a smile. I am not particularly familiar with military matters and hesitate to offer an opinion. Moreover, you all are the experts in this area. I shall defer to your insights. Well then, does anyone have a solid plan? Report, Commander. I have a proposal. Just as Brigade Commander Lee finished speaking, an officer seated nearby stood up. Oh, Liaison Officer Lee, please share your plan. Certainly. As a staff officer, formulating operational strategies was his duty. Upon learning of the approaching 1,000,000 zombies, Officer Lee realized the necessity for a prompt evacuation and had already contemplated a withdrawal strategy. Our primary objective is to ensure the safe evacuation of civilians and the security of our supplies, thus placing both civilians and supplies in central positions. Currently, we possess a company of tanks, totaling 12 vehicles. We can allocate 3 tanks to form a triangular formation at the front to clear the path, while dispatching a regiment of infantry to collaborate in creating a breach. The most challenging aspect is safeguarding the evacuation of civilians. So we must assign 6 tanks to protect both flanks, deploying 2 battalions to reinforce each side. The remaining 3 tanks and 2 battalions will serve as the rear guard. Furthermore, Instructor Wang's 13,000 survivors will flank the procession, ensuring the protection of other civilians and supplies. I find Officer Lee's plan feasible. Do any of you have additional insights? After listening to Officer Lee's strategy, Brigade Commander Lee appeared quite satisfied. Although the plan lacked detail, given the urgency of the situation, it would have to suffice for the moment. I would like to add that it would be prudent to allocate 2,000 able-bodied young men to accompany the vanguard in breaching the way. Our ammunition is limited, and there is a risk of zombies infiltrating our ranks. Thus, having 2,000 young men would provide greater assurance. As soon as Brigade Commander Lee finished speaking, Wang Bin immediately stood to voice his opinion. Although this might offend Officer Lee, he deemed the current situation too critical to concern himself with such matters. Indeed, Commander Wang's suggestion is quite commendable. Our ammunition is indeed dwindling, and having 2,000 survivors to assist us would significantly alleviate our burden. Is there anyone else who wishes to contribute? After a brief moment of silence, no one spoke up, and everyone seemed to find this plan feasible. Colonel Lee, not one to linger unnecessarily, promptly issued orders for task assignments upon observing the consensus regarding the evacuation plan, subsequently allowing everyone to attend to their respective duties. As Wang Bin exited the headquarters, he was greeted by a scene of chaos outside, with individuals hurriedly carrying their belongings towards the assembly area. Upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered a note affixed to the gate, stating that they had already proceeded to the playground. The handwriting unmistakably belonged to Officer Miao. He was taken aback by her thoughtfulness, concerned that he might struggle to locate them, given that they had already moved to the playground. He deemed it unnecessary to enter the building and instead made his way directly to the assembly area. Along the way, He observed people in a flurry of activity, some carrying their entire possessions towards the playground, while others searched for family and friends. Upon arriving at the playground, he found it teeming with individuals, many laden with bags, the scene reminiscent of refugees in flight. In a strict sense, they could indeed be classified as refugees fleeing from peril. With approximately 50 to 60,000 people gathered, locating Li Daju and the others proved to be exceedingly challenging. Wang Bin, opting for a more visible approach, ascended to a raised platform and gestured to draw attention. He then activated his walkie-talkie, placing the earpiece in his ear. Soon enough, Li Daju's voice resonated through the device. Wang Bin, we are in the second formation. Understood. Is everyone present? Everyone's here. Good. Maintain constant communication. Acknowledged. Chapter 86. Breaking Through, 5th Update. Having established contact with Li Daju and the others, Wang Bin felt a sense of relief. He then focused his energy on the assembly of survivors before him, growing increasingly frustrated. Unable to contain himself, he fired a shot into the sky. The sound of the gunshot startled everyone in the playground, causing them to turn their attention towards Wang Bin on the platform. Look at yourselves. 1,000,000 zombies are about to descend upon us, yet you carry what? Blankets? Are you waiting to be caught by the undead? Now heed my command. Everyone discard anything that is not directly related to weapons, ammunition, food, or medical supplies. His words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, leaving them in a state of indecision regarding whether to comply or resist. Colonel Huang, also taken aback by Wang Bin's sudden outburst, instinctively reached for his weapon upon hearing the gunshot. Only after realizing that it was Wang Bin who fired did he breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Wang Bin's directive, he quickly recognized a significant oversight on his part. Observing the hesitance among the survivors, he immediately issued his own orders. Why are you all standing there? Did you not hear Commander Wang's instructions? Dispose of all items unrelated to weapons, ammunition, food, and medical supplies. Captain Li, you are to personally oversee the inspection. I expect this task to be completed within 15 minutes. Yes. 3rd Battalion, follow me. The 3rd Battalion commander responded loudly and promptly led his soldiers to clear the belongings of the survivors. You discard this. And this as well. Throw away all of these items. He urged. Rest assured, we have provisions. As long as we can break through, there is no fear of starvation. In this sweltering heat, what use are these items to you? Hurry, toss them aside. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers plunged into the crowd to inspect the survivors' luggage. And soon a cacophony of discarded possessions filled the air. Colonel Huang felt a pang of guilt. Yet he was deeply impressed by Wang Bin's decisiveness and thoughtful consideration at such a young age. Once the soldiers began clearing the survivors' baggage, Colonel Huang swiftly approached Wang Bin. Chief Instructor Wang, I must apologize for my earlier oversight. Please forgive me, he said. You two are bound by military discipline, and your thoughts may be somewhat conservative. While your mission is indeed to protect them, extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. Wang Bin was taken aback that the over 40-year-old colonel would come to him to admit fault. In ordinary times, such words would have been unlikely, but now they were all in the same boat. If he had not spoken up, the survivors' excessive belongings would undoubtedly slow their escape, endangering not only their lives, but potentially his as well. After Major Li and Wang Shun organized matters, they strode toward the playground, only to hear gunfire echoing from that direction. They immediately dispatched personnel to investigate, and upon learning the details, Major Li chuckled. Our Chief Instructor Wang is destined for great achievements. Wang Shun nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur. Before long, Major Li and Wang Shun ascended the platform, briefly addressed the assembly, and then shared the plan for their breakout, ensuring everyone was aware of the military's actions and their positions. Wang Bin dispatched the newly promoted squad leader with 2,000 able-bodied young men to assist the vanguard in clearing a path, while he and Captain Liu each took charge of the remaining youths on the flanks. The vanguard, relatively safer, still faced hazards. The flanks, however, were most vulnerable due to their extended formation and the potential for scattered personnel to weaken their defense against the zombies. Upon seeing the troops ready, Major Li promptly ordered the breakout. 3 vanguard tanks formed a triangular formation and surged forward, with the 1st Battalion and 3,000 survivors closely trailing behind. Following them was the central force. To minimize the length of the line, Major Li organized the middle ranks into groups of 20. Even so, the formation remained lengthy. Some elderly and disabled children were accommodated in trucks carrying supplies, and together they advanced rapidly toward the east. Neither Commander Li nor Wang Shun opted for transportation. Instead, they relinquished their vehicles to the elderly, infirm, and disabled. By their exemplary actions, they earned the admiration of the survivors. While those with ill intentions refrained from seizing the vehicles, both the commander and the political commissar walked alongside them. Understanding that any attempt to commandeer vehicles would invoke the wrath of the masses, a perilous prospect that could only lead to death in such extraordinary times. Wang Bin organized Li Dazhu and his companions to his side, ensuring mutual support should any unforeseen events arise. As the saying goes, Wang Bin is neither a saint nor a soldier. In looking after the group, it is only prudent to safeguard his own. Soon, the vanguard engaged the zombies in combat. Under the cover of advancing tanks, countless zombies were either obliterated by shells or crushed beneath the treads of armored vehicles. To prevent neglecting the civilians in their midst, the tanks maintained a measured pace. However, a number of zombies managed to slip through and charge toward them. Fortunately, through the concerted efforts of soldiers and able-bodied civilians, these zombies were swiftly eradicated, resulting in minimal casualties. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, surged towards the formation, increasing the pressure on both flanks and the rear. At this juncture, the tanks unleashed their full artillery and heavy machine gun fire, relentlessly mowing down the approaching undead. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, with many breaching the defensive line. Without hesitation, Wang Bin rallied the armed youth to confront and eliminate the encroaching zombies. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your shooting proficiency has advanced to level 5, permanently enhancing your agility by 5 points, increasing shooting accuracy by 200 points, critical hit rate by 200 points, and extending shooting range to 400 meters. To reach the next level, you must eliminate 20,000 zombies. Current progress, 020,000. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your mighty iron palm has ascended to level 3, permanently increasing your strength by 5 points. Delivering a strike that inflicts 100 points, skill damage, plus 78, strength attribute, for a total damage value of 178. To progress to the next level, you must vanquish 20,000 zombies. Current progress, 020,000. After Wang Bin dispatched several zombies with his wooden spear, the melodious voice of the system resonated in his mind. The timing of these skill upgrades was impeccable, although their immediate impact on zombie extermination was modest. The rewards of enhanced attributes were substantial. Each increment fortified his physical prowess. Presently, his strength stood at 78 and his agility at 80. These attributes positioned him on the threshold of becoming a top-tier expert, with further enhancement of his strength and other attributes. He would soon attain the status of an elite practitioner. The benefits of these attribute enhancements were manifold. Both his strength and speed experienced a qualitative leap. Wherever he ventured, zombies fell before him like wheat before the scythe. Wang Bin felt an exhilarating surge within, envisioning himself as Zhao Zilong, charging through a sea of enemies as if traversing an unchallenged realm.